Time rewound to several years ago, when Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana had just been born. Reborn into new bodies, they drowsily heard a voice coming from somewhere, saying that their names would be Aegon and Aryan. They were far too young then for their minds to be clear, so all they could vaguely make out was the figure of a man. The only things they knew were that his voice was cold as ice, and that his blonde hair shone as brilliantly as the sun. Back in the present, 5 years had passed. Aryan Beaches Urana was climbing onto the chair by the window to look outside. Remembering the past, she murmured, "That all happened 5 years ago, and now it's already our 5th birthday." Aegon I Silver Urana lay curled up in bed under the covers and lazily replied, "Even so, what does it matter?" She turned back, saw that her brother was awake, and called out, "Aegon." He buried his face in the pillow and said gloomily, "Nobody cares about our birthday anyway." Hearing that, Aryan felt a little sad as she recalled everything that had happened over the past 5 years. She sighed and said, "That's true." She was Aryan Beaches Urana, the Empire's only princess. As she spoke, she walked over to the bed and asked Aegon, "It's our birthday, and you're still planning to sleep?" He lay there drowsily and lazily. He was Aegon I Silver Urana, the Empire's 4th prince, and also Aryan Beaches Urana's twin older brother. From the moment they were born, they were already the Emperor's children. She went back to the window and looked out toward the Imperial Palace, feeling a little lonely. But even so, she said to him, "Technically, shouldn't today be our 25th birthday?" Still sprawled on the bed, he lazily replied, "Aren't you subtracting the age from our previous life?" Aryan turned around and counted on her fingers. "What are you talking about? We're 25, big brother." Aegon suddenly acted childish and shook his head over and over. "Nope, no way." Helplessly, she said to Aegon, "Fine, I'll indulge you. Let's just say we're turning 5 today." He cheerfully answered, "Sounds good." Memories of their previous lives surfaced again in their minds. That's right, inside our 5-year-old bodies were the consciousnesses of souls already 25 years old. We had once been ordinary twins, ordinary high school students. But for one reason or another, we died. When we opened our eyes, we discovered that both of us had been reincarnated as a pair of twins. And our father was even the Emperor. When they were finally able to open their eyes, both of them were stunned by the unfamiliar surroundings, and they had the exact same thought. Damn, this is just like something out of a fantasy novel. Back then, she had dreamed of a happy future. If I'm the Emperor's daughter, then I'll definitely be pampered, right? But that was only in their imagination. Turns out I was completely fucking wrong. Returning to the present, he lay on the bed and lazily said to her, "I'm sleepy. Besides, it'll probably just be the two of us celebrating again like last year, right? After lunch, we can just go outside and play." Hearing that, she remembered something and said, "But since Rureo is gone, we probably won't even get lunch today, will we?" The moment he heard his little sister say that, it hit him like a bolt from the blue, and he jolted upright in bed. Frowning, he said, "But we already waited from last night until this morning." Hearing that, she thought bitterly, where the hell did that woman go? She hasn't come back since last night. The maids only give us food when she's here. Then she said to him, "I know, but what can we do?" With that, she flopped down on the bed and said, "I want chocolate cake." He burrowed back under the covers and replied, "Eclair." Then, she happily turned to Aegon, who was lying beside her, and said, "Oh, are we playing word chain? Then it's my turn." But just as she finished speaking, a loud noise came from somewhere near their room. The moment they heard that familiar sound, both of them shot upright and stared at each other in terror. It was as if they already knew what was about to happen. Grabbing each other's hands, they leaped off the bed and ran straight to the oil painting hanging on the wall. Aegon gently pushed the painting aside. Behind it was a hollow space, the place they would hide whenever Lady Rureo came. Aegon whispered, "Quick, get in," and shoved her into the opening. A moment later, the two of them had squeezed into the wall. Inside, they used their ability to speak to each other. "I guess that means lunch is definitely out of the question, huh?" Hearing that, she gave a bitter smile. Probably. Ever since birth, the two of them had possessed a few special powers, one of them being telepathy. As long as they were within each other's sight, they could communicate through their thoughts. Thanks to this ability, they could easily run away from or hide from her. A little later, Rureo shoved the door open and shouted, "Where the hell did you two go?" The maids behind her looked disgusted by the smell of alcohol on her. Good grief, that stench of liquor. She was dead drunk and completely out of her mind. The servants behind her continued, try and calm her down. "Lady Rureo, there's no one here. Please come outside." But she just stood there muttering, "Where did you two go?" A while later, the two maids finally managed to drag her away. "Please come with us, milady." She still stubbornly resisted. "Honestly, let go of me." Then the door closed once more. Click! The room fell silent again, just as it had been before. The two of them let out a breath after the fright. They climbed out from behind the painting and, exhausted, said, "She came back fast." "Yeah, I thought she'd disappear again and go party for a whole week like last time." After saying that, she collapsed onto the bed. "I'm so tired." Seeing that, he reacted at once. "Hey, that's my blanket." Lying there sadly, she thought, if we didn't have each other, or if we really only had the minds of little children, there's no way either of us could endure this miserable situation. Then, putting those thoughts aside, she comfortably hugged Aegon's pillow and lay down to sleep. It's such a relief having Aegon here. He stood beside her with a dark look on his face and said, "My blanket." Rolling around on the bed, she said to him, "But once we get older, we won't be able to hide in there anymore." Hearing that, he helplessly replied, "When we're older, we can just fight back against her." She smiled at that. "You really think so?" He answered, trying to comfort her, "Maybe." She couldn't help thinking about everything that had happened today. It was their birthday, and yet they still had to worry about this. As the two of them lay there, the door suddenly flew open and slammed hard against the wall. She stood there in the doorway, smiling, and said to them, "I knew it. You two were hiding in here." The moment they saw her, both their faces turned pale with fear as they stared at her. Standing in the doorway, she said in a crazed voice, "My babies, Mother's been looking everywhere for you, my darlings." The two maids standing outside the door looked at the scene with disgust, as though they were already used to this sort of thing. They muttered to each other, "She's at it again." Close the door. And just like that, the door was shut. Inside the room, Rureo walked over to the table, picked up an empty flower vase, and headed toward the twins. The two of them stood there clutching each other in fear. Aerion silently cursed those two maids. How can they turn a blind eye and watch children like us be abused like this? Before she could even finish the thought, Rureo raised the vase high and hurled hard at them. It shattered instantly, sending shards flying everywhere. One of them sliced across Aerion's leg, and she cried out in pain and fell. Seeing that, Aegon hurriedly caught her. Rureo stood there and said crazily, "This vase wasn't that pretty anyway. Mother will buy a prettier new one for you." When neither of them said anything, she strode forward. The gentle expression she had worn just moments earlier was now gone, replaced by something vicious. Grabbing Aegon by the shoulder, she said, "Sweetheart, Mother is talking to you." Then she stepped back a few paces, covered her face, and started crying. "Could it be you too? Has His Majesty abandoned me? And now even you too, you little brats." The things she said were the ramblings of a lunatic. There was no way Rureo's mind had ever been very stable. A woman who drank all day and abused her children. Of course her mind wasn't sound. The twins got to their feet and, while ignoring her as she sat there muttering to herself, tried to slip away quietly. But after they had only gone a short distance, she suddenly spun around, her eyes full of malice, and slapped Aerion across the face. She screamed, "Where do you think you're going?" Aerion fell down in pain. She thought to herself, "When I have to endure her beatings, I feel lucky that her nails are cut short and that she isn't wearing any rings." Or anything like that. Seeing his sister being hit, Aegon ran over and helped her up. Rureo, too furious to do anything else, swallowed her anger and abruptly turned to leave. Only after she left did Aerion notice the bloody scratch on her face. She winced in pain. It's bleeding again. It was supposed to be a birthday where they got to eat cake just once, and yet she had to feel grateful merely because she hadn't been beaten more severely. Beside her, Aegon anxiously asked, "Are you okay? You're bleeding." She gently reassured him, "Yeah, I'm fine." A moment later, light suddenly spread from the wound on her cheek, and it healed on its own. Smiling, she said to him, "It's just a small scratch. We heal fast." It turned out that was one of their powers, rapid regeneration, one of the royal family's abilities passed down to them. Thanks to that power, even when Rureo beat them, the scars were greatly reduced. Pointing at the wound on her leg, she smiled and said, "Look, the scrape from when I fell is already healed." Seeing how mature his sister was acting, he asked her painfully, "Arian, what I'm asking is, are you really okay?" At that moment, her emotions finally broke loose. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she lowered her head and whispered, "No." Sitting there, he said with the same pain in his voice, "Yeah, I'm not okay either." And so the two of them leaned on each other, comforting one another. Because they were beaten every day, they had become used to it. It hurt, of course, but it no longer felt like some enormous issue because when it hurt, all they could do was endure it, even though they carried royal blood and possessed extraordinary healing abilities. Who could truly understand the pain of those wounds? If that was what nobility meant, then they had no desire to be nobles at all. Night fell. The two of them sat on a tall tree branch, gazing at the imperial palace at night. In a sad voice, he said to her, "Someday," she thought, "can we escape from here one day?" But she gave no answer. Lost in thought, she could only think, "I couldn't answer, because I didn't dare hope anymore. I didn't even dare dream about the day our lives would finally turn to a new page." They sat there without noticing that someone behind them was quietly watching. They were children whose birth no one had wanted. 6 years earlier, that woman had deliberately approached the emperor and gotten pregnant with them in order to climb the social ladder. When the twins were born, the emperor showed no interest in them. She had once been nothing more than a commoner, though later she was adopted as the daughter of a viscount. Fortunately, she was pretty and clever enough to get close to the emperor, but he had favored her for only a single night. She remembered more. If we newborn babies hadn't had blonde hair, he probably would have killed us. The emperor had only taken a glance at them and said, "Their names are Aegon and Arian." That memory flashed by. The only thing I can remember from when I was little is the moment that emperor gave us our names. The image of the emperor passed through her mind. Returning to reality, Aegon and Arian were sitting in the tree. Swinging her legs, she thought, but so what? He abandoned us in this castle and ignored us ever since. He's the reason we're forced to live like this. Another image surfaced. The emperor had no interest at all in us children, while Rureo used every bit of money sent from the palace to satisfy her extravagant lifestyle. So naturally, we didn't even have enough for our living expenses. Once the maids realized we had been abandoned, they started neglecting and bullying us too. The image of the maids whispering to one another appeared in her mind. "We have to work in this run-down place to serve these bastards. The emperor ordered us to work here, so I thought at least there'd be some money in it." Back in the present, the city and castle glittered before her under the lights. Thinking of herself, at this age, instead of being cared for and cherished, we struggled just to eat our fill. And we always had to worry about being abused. We might all share royal blood, but the difference between us and the prince living in that palace was as vast as the distance between hell and heaven. While Arian was absorbed in admiring the city, it's beautiful, Aegon suddenly turned around warily. He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her to her feet. Startled, Arian cried out, "Again!" Holding Arian's hand, Aegon turned to face whatever was behind them and spoke to her through telepathy. "There's someone here." Arian answered in shock, "Huh?" From within the leaves, a well-dressed man in an elegant suit appeared before them, startling them both. Both children looked at him warily. Arian asked through telepathy, "Who is he?" Aegon responded, "Who are you?" Then he finally spoke aloud, "Who are you?" The twins cautiously looked up at him without replying. Seeing that neither had any intention of answering, he gave them a warning. "If you don't answer, then you certainly won't be able to withstand what happens next." Alex's sharp gaze swept over them threateningly, and both children shuddered when they looked up into those piercing eyes. Arian stared at Alex in fear and thought, "This bloodthirstiness, it sends chills down my spine. Compared to this man, Rureo is nothing, because this is the voice of someone who truly holds power." Above them, the clouds slowly parted, and the moonlight gradually became clearer. The moonlight illuminated his face, and for a moment all eyes locked. Aegon stared hard at him, silently judging him. This man looks refined and highborn. He's definitely no ordinary person. Aerion observed him and replied, I think we should pretend to be scared like normal 5-year-old children. Looking at the two children standing before him, Alex couldn't hide his surprise, and he raised a hand to cover his mouth. Alex bent down, looking thoughtful as he murmured, This, I really didn't expect. Seeing his expression change, Aerion asked suspiciously, What's wrong with him? Noticing how guarded the children were, Alex quickly changed his expression and gently smiled. It's dangerous over there, so come this way. That sudden change made both of them question reality itself. What is this? Why is he talking like he actually cares about us? Alex reached out a hand toward them. It's dangerous. Startled, Aegon instinctively stepped back. Their reaction left Alex staring blankly at them. They were tense, all over, trembling with fear. Their hand would not stop shaking. Aerion thought, we can't help it. Because of all the abuse from Rureo, our bodies tense up on their own. Is it too obvious? Realizing how frightened the children were, he lowered his voice and said, You don't need to be so on guard. I won't hurt you. Changing the subject, Alex smiled and asked, But why are you two climbing so high? Both of them were stunned. He softened his tone. Aerion fell into thought, searching for a way out of the situation. How do we get out of this? The royal family abandoned us, and attracting the attention of a noble probably won't lead to anything good either. She added to herself, I'll just pretend to be an ordinary 5-year-old girl. Thinking that, Aerion hesitated before replying, because the Imperial Palace is very beautiful. Her answer seemed to catch him by surprise. Looking downward, Alex murmured, Beautiful. Clutching her dress tightly, she stammered, Yes, very beautiful. Hearing that, Alex eagerly asked, Do you want to go there? Aerion and Aegon only wanted to get away from him. Please stop talking, mister, and just go do your own thing. Aerion's voice came out, No, sir. How could we possibly? The moment he heard that answer, Alex frowned, visibly displeased. His expression changed so quickly that the twins had no time to react and jumped in surprise. They had no idea what they had said wrong. What was that? Why did his mood suddenly do a complete 180? He's impossible to read. Placing a hand over his chest, Alex looked serious. Realizing he couldn't persuade them, he switched to another question. Your names. Could you tell me your names? The two hesitated a little and communicated through telepathy. Should we answer him or not? Aerion glanced at him and replied, Well, he doesn't look like a bad person. So the two of them decided to answer. Looking flustered, they spoke one after the other. Again, Aerion. A delighted smile spread across Alex's lips. Closing his eyes, he took off the coat he was wearing. Then he tossed it over, and it landed draped around Aegon and Aerion. The two of them stared blankly, still a little too stunned to react. Alex raised a hand and said, The night air is a bit cold, so wear this for now. Aerion's expression darkened awkwardly as she took the coat and replied, You are very generous, my lord. This coat, Alex's face grew a little somber. Children shouldn't have to say things like that. Put it on so you won't catch cold. Alex looked at the two of them, dressed in nothing but thin sleepwear, and ground his teeth as he muttered, In winter, and they let them wear such flimsy clothes. Seeing how resentful Alex looked, both of them were filled with question marks. Aerion simply could not understand him. Who exactly is this man? Why is he suddenly worried about us? He looked so cold at first. Aegon glanced at her and spoke through telepathy. Do we look that strange, or is the way we talk even stranger? Aerion shot him a glance and replied, We never properly learn the language of this world, so all we know is how to imitate the way people from long ago used to speak. All of a sudden, Alex called both of their names, Aegon and Aerion, cutting off their conversation. He added regretfully, I have to go now. Hearing that, both of them let out relieved sighs. He was finally leaving. Alex jumped down from the tree, and the two of them stared wide-eyed as his voice continued. Well then, Alex hovered in midair, looking at Aerion, and Aegon laughed as he said goodbye. See you two next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped down below, making them both lunge forward in alarm. Holding onto the tree, they peered down and saw Alex land safely before walking away. The two of them looked on in dazed admiration. Do you think we'll be able to do that when we grow up? What about you? No, I don't think so either. A little later, the two of them hurried back to the mansion with their coats in hand. After Arian returned to her room, she sat on the bed and thought. The coat was laid over their legs on the bed as Arian touched it and said, "This is the first time I've talked with someone else for this long, isn't it?" Aegon looked down and replied, "Yeah." He picked up the coat and examined it closely, getting flustered at how expensive everything looked. With the way he was dressed and decorated earlier today, I wonder just how high his status is. After thinking for a moment, Aegon guessed, still, his hair wasn't blonde, so he probably isn't royalty. Hearing that, Arian suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Blonde hair." She spoke tensely. That man, he saw the color of our hair. Only now did they realize how foolish they had been. Then what had been the point of pretending in the first place? Seriously absurd. Arian panicked and muttered. A noble as highly placed as him would definitely know that blonde hair is the royal family's distinctive trait. What do we do? What if he really figured us out? Suddenly, a loud scream from outside cut her off, making them both jump. Outside, Rureo was drunk and causing a scene with a wine bottle in hand, while several maids stammered nervously. "Lady Rureo, please calm yourself." Arian and Aegon went outside as well to see what was happening. Arian clenched her hand tightly. "What now? Is Rureo throwing another fit again?" Aegon glanced over and answered, "But she seems different from usual." Enraged, Rureo waved the bottle around violently and shoved away a maid. "Let go!" "Ah," the maid screamed. "Look out!" When Rureo looked ahead and saw the two of them standing there, she turned and started cursing. "You too, if it weren't for you." The maids kept trying to restrain her. "Lady Rureo, please calm down." As they moved toward her, she backed away even more. "Get away from me." While stumbling backward, Rureo's foot slipped and she fell onto her back. Her whole body was thrown toward the sharp piece of wood behind her. Arian went pale and quickly covered Aegon's eyes with her hand. "Aegon, don't look." A bloody collision followed, and the maid's shrill screams rang out. "Ah, Lady Rureo." Their voices continued in panic. "Lady Rureo, she's dead." Seeing it, Arian turned deathly pale and thought in terror, what will happen to us now? No one could have imagined that Rureo would die like that. Curled up in a corner of the bed, trembling, Arian thought, I can't believe it. A whole night has passed, but Rureo's corpse is still there, and I haven't been able to sleep at all. She simply couldn't get the image of Rureo's death out of her head. Arian dug her small hand in her arm, pale-faced, thinking, I feel sick. I'm so dizzy. Just as the nausea overtook her, a hand grabbed hers. When she looked up, Aegon was already on the bed beside her. She stared blankly. Again, he scolded her in frustration. That was stupid. You deliberately covered my eyes, but you left yourself like this. Even though she felt awful, Arian still forced out a smile. Aegon sighed and patted her head to comfort her. Walking over to the window, Aegon slowly drew the curtains closed so she could sleep. Get some rest. I'll close the curtains. Arian replied, Okay. Then Aegon suddenly froze in shock at the sight before him. He turned back and called, Arian. She asked what? Aegon said in astonishment, Look. In the courtyard below was a group of guards in golden armor, marching in formation toward the outside of the castle. Both of them thought the same thing. Golden armor, that's the royal knights. Gold is the color of the royal family, so the palace must have sent them here. Arian asked in fear, but why? Did they come here to hold a funeral for that pig Rureo? Aegon replied seriously, No, they just walked right past Rureo's body. It looks like they're here for something else. A shout rang out. Open the door. The group of knights entered the castle, led by a man who seemed to be their commander. A blue-haired servant trembled as she whispered, Who reported Rureo's death to the imperial palace? We were planning to just keep living on somehow. Another replied, We're not going to be executed, right? Inside the room, the twins had already hidden in the secret space behind the painting. Arian looked frightened and sick. Aegon turned to her and asked through their telepathy, Arian, are you okay? She answered, I feel so nauseous. Suddenly, a sharp voice barked, Where are their highnesses? That made both of them flinch. A trembling servant replied, We maids also don't. One of the knights snapped, Useless maids. You don't even know where your masters are. The two hiding behind the painting did not dare breathe too loudly. Arian thought to herself, We had our suspicions too, but neither Arian nor Aegon had expected that they themselves were the knight's real target. Arian quietly communicated to Aegon. Why are they searching for us? Outside, several guards continued searching. The leader asked, "Did you check under the bed?" 2 guards replied, "Yes, sir. There's no one under there." Behind the painting, Aegon silently asked, "Could they be here to kill us?" Arian agreed. "That will make sense. We're illegitimate children, a disgrace to the Empire. Now that Rureo is dead, there's no reason for us to be allowed to live anymore." Biting her lip in fear, Arian continued thinking, "In all 5 years of our lives, we've never mattered enough for the Emperor to notice us. I never imagined he would pay attention to us like this." Aegon silently made a plan with Arian. "Once it gets dark, let's run into the forest. If we climb the tree we always climb, no one will be able to find us." Looking pale and miserable, Arian answered, "Okay." As night gradually fell outside the castle, Aegon hurriedly grabbed his sister's hand and ran with her into the forest beyond the castle grounds. He looked back worriedly and said, "Just hold on a little longer." "Okay, sister." Even though she was exhausted, she still replied, "Okay." Suddenly, he stopped. Up ahead stood a squad of knights searching for them, directly in their path. He quietly told his sister, "Hide quickly." Hiding behind the trunk of an ancient tree, they heard the men say, "No one's over here." The commander ordered, "Use your swords to cut down some of these weeds, but be careful." Barely able to breathe, the twins thought in terror, "They followed us all the way here." Arian could not endure it any longer and staggered before collapsing. "Agenshot ansiosly Arian." That cry revealed their hiding place to the guards. The men rushed toward them and shouted aggressively. "What was that just now? Who are you?" A sword was pointed straight at Aegon's throat, making cold sweat pour down his face. But when they got a clear look and saw the twins' blonde hair, they all froze in shock. "Your Highnesses, what are you doing in a place like this? We've been searching for you everywhere." The commander ordered, "What are you doing? Hurry and help the princess up." One of them lifted Arian into his arms. "Yes, sir." Arian was both frightened and confused. Weren't they here to kill us? What the hell is going? Before she could finish the thought, someone approached. The newcomer carried an extraordinary aura that left her stunned. Arian narrowed her eyes. Who was it this time? Blonde hair? The guards saw his face and hurriedly bowed their heads. "Your Majesty, the Emperor." Realizing that the man before them was the Emperor, Arian and Aegon both went rigid. They thought the same thing. Did he just say Emperor? Staring at the man before her, Arian felt a chill of fear. He coldly gave the order, "Bring them here." "Yes, Your Majesty," the guard answered. By then she could barely breathe. What is going on? Then she lost consciousness. Seeing his sister faint, Aegon cried out in alarm. "Arian, Arian!" I don't clearly remember what happened after that. I only remember Aegon's voice, the sensation of being carried somewhere, and then being laid down on something soft. The last thing I remember is brilliant golden hair in the darkness, and beneath that hair, a pair of cold blue eyes. Lying on the soft bed, Arian sweated heavily in discomfort, too weak to even speak. Aegon stayed there the whole time, holding his sister's hand and calling softly, "I'm here." When she opened her eyes and saw Aegon beside her, she finally relaxed and drifted back to sleep. In this world, there was only Aegon, me, and everyone else, and we could not trust anyone but each other. Then a beautiful palace appeared, while little birds chirped. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound continued, and suddenly a little girl opened her eyes while holding someone's hand. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Then she abruptly realized, with shock, that there was another little boy beside her. "Where's this?" Then the boy suddenly spoke while still holding her hand. "Arian, you're awake." As the room gradually came into focus, she sat up and said to him, "Aegon, what happened yesterday?" But midway through her sentence, she suddenly cried out in surprise. She saw beautiful statues and exquisite paintings, all of them gleaming splendidly. There were even luxurious chairs polished to a brilliant shine. She stared at the blanket with sparkling eyes, while Aegon could only look at her speechlessly. Even the blanket is this fancy. Then reality came back to her, and she said, "Where are we?" Only then did she look at Aegon's face and say worriedly, "You look exhausted, Aegon. Did you get any sleep last night?" He answered, and hearing that, she asked in confusion, "You couldn't sleep? Why?" Frowning, he said, "I was afraid that Emperor might do something while we were asleep." Hearing that, she suddenly remembered his face and jolted in surprise. What? Then it hit her. Could this place be? Suddenly, a loud sound came from a door as it was flung open with a bang. Both of them jumped and turned to look. A group of servants entered carrying various items, rushing toward the two children at lightning speed, their footsteps thundering through the room. Then they abruptly stopped. Arian and Aegon stared blankly, thinking, what is happening? Then the woman spoke. "Greetings, your highnesses." Then she introduced herself. "I am the head, maid of Sivilla Palace, Icena." The two of them were startled, questions racing through their minds. Sivilla Palace? Head maid? While they were still full of questions, she continued, "From this moment on, we will be serving your highnesses. It is our honor to attend to both of you." Hearing that, the twins spoke to each other through telepathy while the servants bowed. Did she just say, "Serve us? Serve us? Seriously?" It's not just me hearing that, right? I heard it too. Then Icena continued, "Yesterday, the princess was unconscious, so we could not change your highness's clothes or bathe you. Please forgive us." Arian was startled, and Aegon. The two of them could only wonder how in the world things had turned out like this. Why are they treating lowly children like us this way? Then Icena said, "Before breakfast is served, we will assist your highnesses in washing up. We have prepared warm water, clean towels, and new clothes for both of you." Then two maids appeared and lifted the children up, placing them in front of another maid who was waiting beside a golden basin filled with hot water. As the twins stared in confusion, someone said, "Please allow us to help your highnesses bathe." The maid reached to roll up Arian's sleeve, and Arian cried out in panic, "W8." Then the maid suddenly covered her mouth and gasped in horror. Arian's arm was covered in countless scars, and Aegon quickly moved in front of his sister to stop the servants from getting closer, while Arian tried to cover those horrifying marks. Looking at her scars, they thought, even with healing abilities, scars like these shouldn't remain. These were traces of Rureo's abuse. The servants began whispering fearfully among themselves. How terrible! On a royal body, no less. Aren't royals supposed to heal? Icena suddenly shouted at them, "You insolent fools! How dare you utter such nonsense?" The servants cowered, and the twins looked on in surprise. "Yes, Lady Icena," she continued, "I cannot imagine that scars like these would remain on your highness's body. Please do not worry. I will make sure they keep their mouths shut." Then she added, "However, please do not tell the emperor about these scars." Then she bluntly explained, "If His Majesty learns that you have such flaws, your value as members of the royal family will decrease." The twins were stunned. "What? Our value as royals?" she went on. "Your highnesses will soon begin receiving an education befitting members of the royal family, from the most esteemed tutors who have instructed every generation of royals before you." She continued, "You are in your present circumstances because the emperor, in his mercy, has decided to care for you as members of the royal family." Then she concluded, "So your highnesses should quickly adapt to court etiquette and repay the emperor's kindness." Arian clenched her fists in anger. Kindness? Whose cheap so-called kindness are we supposed to be grateful for? Grateful to the emperor who never cared about us? Grateful to the emperor who didn't even show his face for 5 whole years? She burned with resentment. And now, all of a sudden, who decided any of this? Then someone knocked on the door, and they all looked over in surprise. Knock, knock. An old butler arrived and said, "I bring news for your highnesses." Icena went over, spoke with him briefly, then turned back toward them with a smile. Then she addressed the maids, and the twins thought, what now? After breakfast, make sure to prepare even finer clothes for their highnesses. Yes, Lady Icena. Then she turned back to the twins and said, His Majesty the Emperor has invited your highnesses to dine with him this evening. The two of them were instantly filled with shock and alarm. His Majesty? Dinner with His Majesty? Arian sat blankly on a blue sofa, worrying over everything that had happened. This was the very definition of discomfort. After receiving that shocking announcement, she and her brother had been treated to an incredibly lavish breakfast, yet in the end, they barely had time to taste any of it, because there were far too many servants around the table, watching them so closely that all it did was make her feel sick. Icena had said that the Emperor personally ordered her and the servants to prepare their meals and serve them. Suspicion filled her. What exactly was he planning? After all these years, was he now deliberately trying to act like a father? What had he ever done for her and Aegon? The image of him calling them by name, Aerion and Aegon, rose in her mind. Sitting there, Aerion thought back. In truth, the only thing he had ever given her and her brother were their names. In the past, she and her twin had been rejected by their cruel mother, spending their days doing nothing but breathing in that luxurious yet freezing cradle. But one day, the Emperor had suddenly lifted both of them with one hand, carrying with him a strange feeling, and his brilliant blonde hair had fallen into her hazy field of vision. He had held her in his arms and given both her and Aegon new names. That was the very first memory they had of him. She startled back to herself and closed her eyes helplessly. That tiny memory was practically all she had of him, and it felt absurdly sentimental. Besides, yesterday had probably only been the second time in her life she had seen him, and honestly, she could barely even remember his face. So much time had passed, and now she had to wear a frilly dress covered in bows and beads, even more ornate than Rureo's, just to have a meal with him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was Aegon, looking uncomfortable because he too had been forced into over-decorated clothing, with two servants following behind him. He came over and sat on the blue sofa beside her, then complained through telepathy, "It's just one meal, so why do we have to dress like this?" She laughed and replied that they really did think alike. Then she asked him telepathically, "I wonder if they'll throw us out of here if we make a mistake in front of the Emperor." He answered, "If that were going to happen, we'd have been sent off long before now." A sudden knock at the door drew both of their attention. It was the butler again, along with a group of servants there to escort them. He led Aerion and Aegon to a great hall, the servants following behind. The twins looked anxious, wondering if they had arrived yet. A servant came over and asked if they were tired. On the outside, the twins both said no, not at all, but inwardly they were exhausted to death because they were still only 5 years old. Aerion and Aegon decided to look around the corridor to distract themselves from their fatigue. The corridor was decorated with carved statues and crystal spheres with jewels set inside them. The twins marveled at the fact that everything around them was gemstones and precious treasures. This was a place meant only for those who stood at the very top of the empire. Aerion worriedly thought, if the powerful can pile up jewels all over a castle like this, then our lives are entirely in their hands. Dragging herself along beside Aegon, she thought bleakly that to the Emperor, even the pain in her legs probably amounted to nothing. At last, the butler stopped walking. Turning back to them, he said that behind the golden doors guarded by 2 sentries was the place they needed to enter. The two of them anxiously looked toward the door, certain the Emperor was inside. The door opened, and they were invited in, with word that the Emperor was waiting for them. Aegon and Aerion peered in nervously. Inside, the Emperor sat at the center of a grand banquet table. He rested his chin on one hand as he looked at them, while Aerion and Aegon nervously looked back at him in turn. As it turned out, our Emperor had an incredibly handsome face, though there was a coldness to him. The head maid urged the two of them to greet him properly and call him father, and the twins quickly nodded. Though a little hesitant, they still walked toward him. Then the two of them bowed and greeted him. "Honored father." Aerion anxiously wondered whether she had greeted him correctly. If she could have called him Your Majesty, she would not have stumbled over her words. He coldly permitted them to sit down. She looked at Aegon uneasily. She did not want to sit far away from him right now at a table surrounded by so many people. Aegon suddenly gripped her hand tightly, showing they could not be separated. Seeing that, the Emperor ordered the servants to arrange seats for them side by side. Aegon and Aerion looked at him in surprise. At last, they were allowed to sit close to each other. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Aerion saw that nearly all the dishes had already been served, but since the Emperor remained silent, she did not dare try any. Suddenly, he looked at her. Their eyes met, and then he stared at her fixedly, making her even more embarrassed than before. She regretted sneaking glances at him. The Emperor thought she was looking at him because she wanted to eat, so he told her that if she wanted anything, she could simply ask the attendants. But he kept staring, forcing her to turn her head away in embarrassment. What food? This situation itself was what made her uncomfortable. She had the feeling that if she did not eat, something bad would happen. She began eating and asked Aegon through telepathy whether the food was good. He replied, how would he know? He was only chewing and swallowing, not savoring anything. Still, he said it was pretty good. Meanwhile, the Emperor kept staring at the two of them. Suddenly, he asked them what that was. Aerion grew nervous, wondering what he was talking about. Aerion realized he was asking about Aegon's scars. She abruptly stood up and covered the scars on his body with her hand. The Emperor's face darkened at once. Aerion grew anxious. He had already seen the scars. Aegon Isilver Urana rubbed his arm, trying to hide the wounds that had long since turned into scars. These scars came from a glass bottle that a servant had thrown at him when he was only 3 years old. At the time, no one cared for us, so we had no choice but to rely on our own recovery ability. Now, at least we can quickly close small wounds. The scene changed. Aerion Beaches Urana anxiously looked at Aegon Isilver Urana, burning with fever in bed. But back then, our recovery ability was incredibly weak. Aegon once had a fever for several days straight because of an injury. She glared at him. He was acting as if he knew nothing about our pain. Yet he still dared to ask, what is that? I have to protect Aegon. But if I ruin his mood? Aegon took her hand to comfort her. Adien, I'm fine. The two looked at each other, and he reassured her again, calm down. She looked at him with heartache. Again, he slammed his teacup down with clack. With furious eyes and an irritated expression, he asked, did Rureo do that? The two of them jolted in fright. Those blue eyes again, just like last night. A terrifying aura surrounded his entire body. Aerion bit her lip and thought, why did you call us here just to treat us like this? Aegon lowered his head, trying to hide his scars with his hands, and Aerion immediately took hold of his hand. Fear flashed in Aerion's ruby-red eyes as she looked at her father. Don't look. The Emperor was startled to see them like that. Beside him, the two servants were sweating nervously. These wounds, I did not want anyone to see them. It feels as if, by looking at these scar-riddled bodies, people will also see the wounds in our hearts. Especially you. I do not want you to see them. You brought us into this world, then abandoned us in that deepest pit of hell. Someone like you has no right to look at these scars. She shouted, don't ask us about things like this anymore. The sound of heavy breathing echoed through the room. Aegon flinched, and the servants in the room also looked panicked. Even those green eyes of his showed surprise. She trembled, on the verge of tears, yet still protected him. Aegon, how much longer do we have to? Aerion staggered, and Aegon beside her immediately caught her. Aerion, the Emperor looked at the two of them in silence. For an Emperor, illegitimate children could only ever be a weakness. Because my blood runs in their veins, and because they are my children, for those reasons, Rureo and those children could not live in the palace. They would naturally become my greatest weakness. Lou Rachel, a woman whose greed could never be concealed. She had never even intended to let her bastard children live. Because of the secret she held, the Emperor was holding a small child in his arms. And yet I could not kill them. They were tiny royal children carrying my golden hair, so small and light. Standing beside the twins' cradle, he had blurted out, their names will be Aeson and Aerion. If I could not kill them, then the best thing was to hide their existence forever. So, according to the contract, Rureo took the children to an old castle and never left it. 5 years later, I received word that Rureo had died a pointless death. And that was when I saw the children again, after they had turned 5. They were so tiny it seemed they would break if touched the wrong way, and I could not help but wonder. He lifted her up. A warm scene appeared. He was holding her in his arms, to Aeson's surprise. Lowering his eyes, he wondered, had what I done truly been right? In the darkness of night, she opened her eyes. Dazed, she stared at the ceiling for a long moment. She sat up and turned to look at Aeson sleeping beside her, thinking this is the bedroom from before. Aeson came back here too. She let out a long sigh. They had barely escaped the Emperor's presence. She truly did not dare think back on what had just happened. What on earth did I do? She really did not dare think back on it. She poked the younger brother beside her and whispered, Aizen, Aizen, in a sleepy voice. He answered, Hey, Arian, you're awake. Fighting back tears, she replied, I'm not dead, right? Or are they just waiting for me to wake up so they can deal with me? Aizen immediately calmed her. It's fine. He only sent us back. She stared in alarm. What? Arian anxiously thought, no way. Aizen beside her called out, Arian. He frowned and questioned her. What is wrong with you? Causing something like that right in front of the Emperor. Inside, she grew nervous. Aizen was angry. She was trying to explain when Aizen suddenly hugged her. He comforted her. It's safe now, so I'll let you off this time. But don't ever do that again. Arian was immediately touched. Okay. A little while later, she complained, Aizen, I can't breathe. You're not angry anymore, right? Right? Hey, did you fall asleep? Wake up. Lying back down on the bed, she sank into thought, defying the Emperor of Urana right in front of him and still surviving. If I got executed now, it would not even be strange. The image of him carrying her back appeared again. Her eyes widened. How strange. Morning light shone over the magnificent palace, birds chirping outside. Inside the room, Arian Beaches Urana and Aizen Silver Urana lay together on a bed 10 times larger than their little bodies, while maids stood waiting around the room. She thought to herself, since that incident, nothing has happened at all, and now half the day has already gone by. It is boring, and there is nothing to do. So Arian Beaches Urana called to her twin brother through telepathy. Aizen, he replied the same way, thick with confusion. She sent, How long do we have to stay in this room? And look at all those servants. He followed her words and looked over. A whole line of servants stood there waiting. They talked in their minds. The only time they're not standing there is when we are asleep, right? Maybe the Emperor ordered them to do this. Probably. The two of them sprawled there, sharing the same thought. Good grief, this is boring and uncomfortable. At that moment, a female servant with short blonde hair spoke up. Your Highness the Prince, Your Highness the Princess, we can escort you to the back garden if you wish. Hearing that, both of them sprang upright, their eyes practically shining. Excited, they thought at once, the back garden? Outside? We can go out? They answered in unison, We'll go. A short while later, the two stood in a beautiful flower garden. A winding brick path stretched ahead, with flower beds of every kind on both sides. Bright blossoms decorated the deep green leaf walls with vivid colors. Gazing at the elegant beauty of all the different flowers, the twins silently marveled. Wow. Arian Beaches Urana's eyes were wide, her mouth hanging open so much it looked as though you could fit a plate inside. Looking around, Arian Beaches Urana said, It's so beautiful. There's so many flowers I've never seen before. Aizen Silver Urana said, Rureo's garden is nothing compared to this place. They relaxed and felt at ease, thinking that it was as though they could finally breathe normally again, even though there were still dozens of eyes watching us. Aizen Silver Urana said, Arian, let's make flower crowns. At the same time, he sent a reminder to her through telepathy, act like children our age. She immediately went along with it and said, okay. Holding a flower crown, Arian Beaches Urana asked aloud, Do you like yellow flowers or pink flowers better? At the same time, she sent to him, Aizen. Aizen Silver Urana answered, Pink ones. Then by telepathy he asked, What is it? She said, Then I'll put it here. Through telepathy, she asked, Are the servants still here? Aizen Silver Urana replied, Yes. She answered inwardly, They have not even blinked once. Behind her, a whole row of servants stood waiting in formation. The two of them kept chatting while the servants looked like gloomy hunting beasts, their gleaming eyes fixed on the pair. Their intentions may be good, but it still made her skin crawl. She thought, damn it, if they won't let me go outside and play, why not just let me play by myself? You can stare at us for as long as you want. It is not as if we have the strength to run away anywhere. Gloomily, she thought, this is so annoying. Is there any way to get out of this situation? Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts. What are you two doing here? Suspicious, she turned around and thought, that voice sounds so familiar. At the same time, Aizen Silver Urana stiffened and looked up past her. Brilliant golden sunlight poured down, making that smooth golden hair shine all the more brightly. The person asked, You two look like you're having fun. A young man with sunlit golden hair, tied at the end and draped over his left shoulder. A handsome face, gentle beauty, a warm smile, and blue eyes like the sea. Both of them remembered that time they had hidden in the tree. It was the nobleman from then. The two of them were puzzled. But he had golden hair now. Looking at him, a realization dawned in her mind. So that means... The young man spoke. Let me properly introduce myself again. He went down on one knee, placed a hand over his chest, and introduced himself. I am the second prince of the Urana Empire, Alexander Aegon Urana. Suddenly, a servant cried out loudly, Your Highness, how can you kneel before bastards like them? He stood up, displeasure written across his face, and glared darkly at her. The maid flinched and stepped back in fear. He ordered, Leave us for a while. You're disturbing their play. The servants hurried to obey. Yes, Your Highness. After that, Alexander Aegon Urana sat down to play with them. Holding the flower crown, he praised her, You're really good at weaving this. She thought to herself, well, it is nice that the servants are gone, but now this second prince is here instead. Suddenly, Aegon I Silver Urana sent, Arian. She replied, What? He asked, Isn't the second prince supposed to be only 10 years old? She instantly whipped her head around and shouted in shock, What? Startling the second prince. He quickly asked, Is something wrong? Flustered, she waved her hands. And no, nothing at all. Aegon, behind her, stared at his twin sister in speechless silence. Alexander Aegon Urana beamed and said that she was finally willing to talk to him. She thought to herself, 10 years old? Where's the 10-year-old in this? Could this be some royal ability too? But then she suddenly remembered something and thought, Wait, come to think of it, didn't someone say we were a little smaller than others our age? At the same time, Alexander Aegon Urana said, Aegon, Arian, how does it feel to finally come to the beautiful place you mentioned when we first met? Then he handed the flower crown back to her. She thought, well, I did say that, but why does he seem so interested in us? She thought, to put it bluntly, from his point of view, we're just two illegitimate children, so the normal thing would be not to care about us at all. Looking at that gentle face, she guessed maybe he was simply curious. Maybe he was curious about the two younger siblings who had appeared out of nowhere, or about two strange kids who had wandered into his territory. Alexander Aegon Urana said, I hope you like it here. He added, As for my name, you could just call me Alex. We're family now, so using nicknames is fine. Family? Arian Beaches Urana thought to herself. Her hand unconsciously tightened around the flower crown, and she lowered her face slightly, shadow covering the upper half of it. This person has no idea how sensitive we are to that word. Alexander Aegon Urana asked, Can you tell me your nicknames? Neither of them answered. They only lowered their heads a little in silence. She said, We don't have nicknames, and thought, and we never will. She thought, only the two of us ever call each other by name. Alexander Aegon Urana said, That must be because your names are already beautiful. He added, Right? All of my siblings were named by their mothers, but only you two were named by father. She answered, Yes, though inwardly she bristled, thinking, What difference does that make? He only named us on a whim. Her hand tightened around the flower crown, trembling. If he really considered us family, then he would not have left us in Rureo's hands for 5 whole years. Suddenly, her expression changed. She cried out in pain, Ow! Aegon I Silver Urana called out to her in fright, Arian. Her face had gone pale, and she clutched her right wrist. When she opened her hand, there was a swollen welt on it. Uncomfortably, she said, My hand. Alexander Urana took her hand and examined it. You were probably bitten by one of the bugs on those flowers. Let me heal it. Come here. But then he went still, surprise and suspicion crossing his face, and blurted out, What is this? Her sleeve was pulled up, revealing her tiny arm covered in countless small scars, the marks left by years of Rureo's beatings. He stood up and pulled her arm higher. She cried out in pain. Her sleeve slipped down farther, exposing even more wounds. Alexander Urana's face turned grave. Aegon I Silver Urana hurriedly said, Let go of Sister Arian. Tears welled in her eyes from the pain as she thought, Why is he doing this to? First the Emperor, now the second prince. Why do you people always grab us the moment you can, then stare and act shocked? Alexander Urana's expression grew stern, his brows furrowed as he asked, Your arm, how did it end up like this? Arian's small hand was gripped so tightly that she winced in pain. My hand. Poor Arian was being forcefully yanked up by Alexander as she thought to herself, why does everyone react like this? Every time they see our scars, all of them act as if they've gone mad. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out. VM Sore. It immediately made Alexander stop. Both he and Arian looked toward Aegon in astonishment. Aegon clenched his small, trembling hand and spoke in a low voice. We're sorry. We promise we'll never do it again. Arian was stunned. Her eyes could not hide her sorrow and humiliation as she thought. We had to say those words over and over whenever Rureo abused us, and even after she died. Aegon's words startled Alexander, and he instantly let Arian go. Freed, Arian immediately retreated to her brother's side, while Alexander covered his face helplessly. No, you two did nothing wrong. It's just, he raised his eyes to the children, full of pity. Who taught you to say things like that? Alexander spoke. Hearing this, Arian and Aegon both stayed silent, staring at him warily. Seeing that, Alexander said, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. How about I help heal it for you? His voice was sincere. As Alexander moved closer, Aegon immediately stepped in front of his sister and shielded her behind him. Alexander quickly explained, I'm only worried because you're not pure-blooded royals, so your recovery ability is weaker. Besides, the bug that bit you was poisonous. His words left the twins confused, and the same thought rose in both their minds. Pure-blooded royals. Remembering something, Arian thought the servants earlier said something similar too. Carrying that question, Arian softly asked, what is a pure-blooded royal? Hearing the question, Alexander brightened at once. Are you interested in that? Arian gave a small nod. Seeing that, Alexander continued. Then do you know what the royal family is called? Remembering something Rureo had once mentioned while drunk, Arian answered at once. Yes. It's a family blessed by God. The royal family possesses extraordinary magic and physical strength, along with golden hair and beautiful appearances. Their healing ability is so strong that they can recover from any wound, illness, or even poisoning. That's also why the royal family is called the family blessed by God. Hearing that, Alex gave a faint smile. That's right. But because you two carry mixed blood, your healing abilities are weaker than those of pure-blooded royals, and you also won't experience a growth spurt. Arian suddenly froze. She murmured a growth spurt. Then she suddenly shouted, startling both Alex and Aegon. Looking at Alex across from her, Arian thought to herself, that's right, the growth spurt. That's the reason why the second prince looked like an adult, even though he was only 10 years old. Before reaching adolescence, members of the royal family go through a maturation phase called the growth spurt. After that stage, they gain the body of an ordinary adult. If they enter this phase at age 3, their appearance becomes the same as it would be at 18, and then stops developing until they actually reach 18. At 19, their bodies begin developing again. And once they turn 30, they stop aging. That was why the royal family was considered blessed by God. Thinking of this, Arian reflected to herself. So this is why Rureo wanted pure royal blood. Huh? But neither Arian nor Aegon got to go through the growth spurt. Arian's face instantly fell. She thought, so I have to wait several more years before I can escape this child's body. Seeing that, Alex called her name. Arian. Then he dropped to one knee in front of her and spoke in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry for hurting you. Let me heal it for you, okay? I don't want to just stand here and do nothing. Alex looked up at her, his sincerity plain to see. I swear I'll only heal your wound. Faced with that look, Arian and Aegon could only give in helplessly. Understand, Arian said. Hearing that, Alex brightened immediately. Great. Gently taking Arian's small hand, he said softly, then let me. Right after that, Alex closed his eyes and began chanting a spell. A dazzling light spread from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the wound on Arian's hand was healed before her astonished eyes. Alex smiled gently and said, all done. It doesn't hurt anymore, right? Arian stared at her hand in stunned silence. Only after a moment did she nod and answer, yes. But inwardly, Arian thought, I thought he'd use medicine and bandages, but he healed it with magic. The royal family really is something else. Then suddenly Alex asked, Arian, could you tell me who gave you these wounds? At that, Arian and Aegon exchanged troubled glances and said nothing. Arian immediately hid her hand behind her back. Seeing that, Alex pleaded, please, I'm begging you. Arian lowered her head in silence for a while, then finally said, Rureo, and the servants did it. Seeing his sister like that, Aegon frowned. Arian continued, these wounds. She bit her lip and stopped herself from saying more. Then she raised her head, looked at Alex with steady eyes, and asked, you never knew about us? Doubt rose inside her. Does he really care about us? Alex answered gently, I knew about you. I just didn't care back then. Hearing that, Arian's heart sank. She mocked herself inwardly. I knew it. Well, I expected as much. Everyone knows about us, but they all choose to look away. The next second, Alex hurriedly explained, but I had no idea you were still this young, or that you had this many scars on your bodies. When a royal family member turns 5, they've already become adolescents. Hearing that, the twins lowered their heads, hearts full of resentment. We never wanted to have these tiny bodies, and we never wished to be part of the royal family either. Alex looked at them and said, Arian Aegon, the Imperial Palace is a very splendid place, but behind that, there's another side to it. A chaotic and cruel side. Once Father acknowledges you as members of the royal family, you will become masters of this place. Alex's gentle voice echoed through the flower garden. His words lingered in the twins' ears. You'll bear more burdens than before, but along with that will come wealth, comfort, and abundance, Alex said. Then he looked at them and smiled. I hope that by living here, you'll get to experience things you've never known before. Arian and Aegon stared at him in surprise, unable to answer. Suddenly Alex took Arian's hand and said, for example, this. As soon as he finished speaking, he used magic, and a stream of pale blue light flowed into her hand. Then it transformed into several tiny, pretty sparkles. There, Alex said cheerfully. Arian, on the other hand, was left utterly bewildered. What is this? While Arian was still confused, Alex turned to Aegon and said with a smile, Aegon, where's your hand? Looking at him gently, he added, this is a gift from your big brother. Alex smiled brightly at his beloved younger siblings. This is a gift from your big brother. Arian Beaches Urana looked at him in surprise, unable to believe how sly he was. Seriously, don't overdo it. Clasping her hands, she asked curiously, what is this? Beside her, Aegon opened and closed his hand, checking if anything was there. Hearing her question, Alex answered kindly, you'll find out soon enough. What on earth is this? She had no idea. He looked at the two of them with fond affection. This is how I show that I care. Before, I said I wanted to ignore you, but not anymore. She and Aegon looked at him in astonishment. Really? Seeing that, Alex knelt down and cheerfully confirmed, yes, really. While the three of them were chatting, 3 servants came walking over. Seeing them, he said, it looks like Lady Uriana is looking for you. The twins panicked. Already? The two of them hurriedly turned and ran off, leaving Alex standing there all alone. It felt like if they didn't go quickly, they'd get scolded. Hurry! Alex watched his younger siblings go, lost in thought. The moment the 2 children ran outside, they came face to face with the 3 maids from before. They sternly admonished them. Royals must not run about so improperly. If that person had not appeared, no one would have paid you 2 any attention. The twins thought fearfully. We ran as fast as we could and still got scolded? Then they looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The head maid said, I never expected them to still be alive after all these 5 years. Inside the magnificent palace, with its luxurious white-painted walls, Arian and her brother were there when the 3 maids came to find them. Your Highness Prince, Your Highness Princess. They answered in unison, yes. Uriana sternly asked them, what did the second prince say to you? Arian looked at her and thought for a moment. It should be fine to tell her a little. So she began to explain. Well, we talked about. Arian beside her also started to answer. But before they could continue, Icena interrupted. Your Highnesses, she sighed and went on, you should not casually speak to others about conversations you have with any member of the Imperial family. I can't believe you failed such a simple test. At that, Arian and Aegon were speechless. Even that counts. They instinctively fell silent. Then suddenly, 2 soldiers appeared from behind and knelt respectfully. Your Highness Prince, Your Highness Princess, we have come to escort you. Arian and Aegon stood there blankly staring. Before they could even process what was happening, they were lifted up with surprising gentleness. The two soldiers picked them up, leaving them flustered. "What is this? Why are you carrying us?" Icena explained. "Please don't mind it. All royal children are carried around like this." Arian felt as if she'd just been enlightened. "Huh? We've never heard of that before." Then Icena calmly continued. "I personally care for the other princes and princesses. However, you two truly are rather special." Arian stared blankly and asked back, "Special?" Hearing that, Icena sighed. She raised her voice and continued, "Your abilities have issues, and compared to the other royal children, your bodies are developing far too slowly." Slow, so she meant. Therefore, carrying you will be quicker. Hearing that, the twins were furious, but there was nothing they could do but curse inwardly. It may be comfortable, but it's still infuriating. If we'd been raised properly, we'd be much bigger by now. Then Icena declared, "From this moment on, Icena, will ensure that you are raised in the best way possible. I will prepare every single thing for you, down to the smallest detail. From your education to your daily necessities, everything will be handled with the utmost care." Hearing that, the two of them could only obediently answer, "Yes." And Icena truly did keep her word. Daily necessities, and piles upon piles of books as well. After that, they endured endless lessons, studying until their eyes turned lifeless and empty. Arian complained tiredly, "It's nice not having to see the other royals for a few days. But how many subjects do we have to study every day?" Aegon agreed at once. "We had 12 subjects just yesterday, didn't we?" Arian answered in a weary tone. "Even when I was a high school student in my past life, I never had it this bad. I'm in a body of a 5-year-old child and still studying more than a high school student. I've written so much my hand is about to break." Even so, when I told Icena I was exhausted, she just sighed and said, "The first prince and second prince had already mastered all of this when they were only 4. Hearing that, the two of them nearly burst into tears and didn't dare complain to her anymore. Why is everyone in the royal family such a show-off? Beside her, Aegon said gloomily, "I knew it. I'm still having trouble with the royal language too." He had been practicing speaking when Icena suddenly appeared behind him and reminded him, "Your Highness Prince, please refrain from using crude language." Both of them were startled. Since when was she standing there? We should have used telepathy to talk. After saying that, Icena turned and walked away, leaving behind 2 listless little blonde ghosts slumped over their desks. Arian continued to grumble. "She keeps nagging us about table manners every time we eat. If we're even a little rough, we get scolded immediately. Sure, getting good food, nice clothes, and proper sleep is great, but it feels like I'm living in a birdcage. Still, this is completely different from when we were with Rureo." She tiredly rubbed her wrist. "Ow, my wrist. They say this is the duty of royalty, but they don't even treat us like royals." Arian and Aegon practiced walking in balance, but they fell every single time, making even the teacher beside them sigh. She muttered under her breath, "This is awful. These children have commoner blood mixed in, and they can't even go through the growth spurt. What's the point of teaching them quickly?" Even though she spoke quietly, they could still hear her and immediately cursed inwardly. "You do know we can hear you, right?" Then suddenly, she noticed Arian and Aegon staring at her. At once, she changed her attitude and started flattering them. "Oh my, our prince and princess are both doing so wonderfully." Hearing that, the two of them were left speechless. Then in royal language class, the teacher was just as helpless. "I can't believe you made a mistake on this word. Back then, the first prince." Sigh, never mind. It was the same in economics. The teacher was deeply troubled. "Sigh, what will become of this country if you—" No, I was just talking to myself. In the other classes, it was sigh. What will happen to this country?" Dear me. Everyone wore themselves out lamenting while teaching the Aryan twins. Only when break time finally came did they collapse onto the bed in exhaustion. "I'm going crazy. Being looked down on has become an everyday thing." Then Arian spoke up. "It's so irritating. What are they expecting from 5-year-old children? Aside from golden hair, we're just ordinary people." Aegon was equally annoyed. "Exactly. Why do we have to endure such brutal education? They only treat us like royalty when it comes to education, but deep down, they're full of contempt." Then Arian remembered Alex's words. "Once Father acknowledges you as members of the royal family, you will become masters of this place as well. You'll bear more burdens than before, but—" She sighed and stretched out on the bed. So this is the burden he meant. Suddenly Aegon spoke from beside her. Arian, let's go outside and play. We can't waste our break like this. The weather's really nice. We could go to the garden. Hearing his suggestion, she sighed. How are we supposed to play comfortably when the servants stick to us like glue? We asked them to reduce the number of attendants, but they only cut it from 6 to 4. It's so annoying having people shadowing our every move. The two of them lay in the room, gazing out through the glass window at the sky and commenting, the weather's lovely. It was an incredibly dull conversation. During breaks like this, all I want is to rest with Aegon. But I guess we're not even allowed to do that properly. She slumped back down. Aegon noticed something was off about her, so he spoke up. Arian, I don't see the servants anywhere. As he said it, he looked toward the door. She asked curiously, what? Did they really leave? Where did they all go? After the two children realized that everyone around them had disappeared, the room became strangely quiet. Both of them wondered where everyone had gone. Then the younger twin, Arian, called out to her twin brother, Aegon. He responded right away, yeah? What is it, Arian? As twins, it was as if they resonated on the same wavelength, sharing the exact same thought. Let's go outside and play. They ran to the flower garden, where an arch covered in climbing roses stood. The two children dashed forward in high spirits, delighted and excited, smiling brightly and giggling nonstop. No one would have imagined that adult souls dwelled inside them. The two children cheered beneath the warm sunlight, under a blue sky where white clouds seemed to be playfully joining in. They shouted to each other as they ran. Where should we go? Let's head somewhere we've never been before. Look over there. The children rolled freely over the lush green grass beneath the shade of great old trees. Flowers on both sides competed in color. Leaves drifted and danced in the wind. Arian and Aegon seemed to become one with nature itself, enjoying themselves to their heart's content. Lying on her stomach, Arian stretched out her hand and exclaimed, it's been so long since I got to do this. Aegon lay on his back, looking up at the fresh, warm sky, and said in complete relaxation. Arian turned to look up at the sky as well, comforted by it. Above them was the blue sky. Below, they were embraced by the forest. And she couldn't help thinking, we really do love forests. Back when we were at Dionia Palace, we always ran there to hide from Roreo. Remembering those days, the forests with their thick groves had always brought the two children comfort, and they would often gather fruits there, cool, fragrant, sweet fruit, to fill their empty stomachs. With the sound of wind rustling in the warm sunlight, the two children lay there in peace. Arian swayed comfortably with both arms spread wide, unable to help thinking, even though I've only been outside for a little while, it already feels like I can breathe again. Then Arian's gaze landed on the apple trees in front of them, heavy with ripe fruit that made the lush green trees seem even more alive. Seeing them, Aegon called to his sister, Arian. Hearing her brother's voice, she answered, What? He said, There's a fruit tree over there. At the sight, Arian cried out happily, You're right. Knowing how much his sister loved climbing, Aegon had barely finished speaking before Arian ran straight toward the tree, laughing joyfully. I finally get to climb a tree again. Seeing that, Aegon could only protest, Hey, that's not fair. Then, helplessly, he added, We should climb together. Seeing his sister like that, Aegon could only pant and stare at his mischievous little sister in exasperation. Meanwhile, Arian quickly climbed up the tree, thinking excitedly, It's been so long since I got to climb around freely like this. The only awkward part was that her shoes and clothes were a bit cumbersome. But even so, this was enough. Suddenly, as her foot reached for a branch, it slipped and she lost her balance. The shock was so sudden that Arian couldn't regain her balance, and her hands failed to catch the trunk in time. Her eyes widened, and she didn't even have time to scream aloud, only crying out in her mind, Oh no! Seeing his sister like that, Aegon's eyes went wide, and in panic he shouted her name, Arian! She began to fall, her face pale and bloodless, her eyes squeezed shut as she braced herself for the worst, hitting the ground hard. Then, out of nowhere, a black hem fluttered into view, and a pair of arms reached out for her. A young man with vivid red hair caught her completely in the midst of her panic. Sweating from fright, she found herself held securely in warm arms, cradled like a princess. Perhaps because there was no pain and no impact, she finally dared to crack her eyes open and look. She saw a young man with fiery red hair that shone in the daylight like flames. When he noticed her looking at him, he laughed and said, "What a surprise. Our first face-to-face meeting certainly leaves a strong impression." When she still said nothing, he continued, "Hello, Arian." Still frozen in his arms, Arian stared at him wide-eyed, too stunned to move as she kept looking at him. The three of them remained there, all staring at one another in the same position. Neither child knew who he was, and both wondered inwardly, who is this man? After a while, the red-haired young man set the little girl down on the ground. He dropped to one knee and looked at her carefully. Even though he knew she was unharmed, he still asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The little girl obediently replied, "No." Beneath the dazzling sunlight, the young man rose to his feet, his red eyes gentle, his voice soft and pleasant. "You really are a troublesome princess." Hearing the word princess, she instinctively shrank back, her eyes widening and her face flushing with embarrassment, but she still asked, "Who are you?" At that, he grew even gentler, his gaze warm and calm. A light breeze swept past, making his clothes flutter, and his long crimson hair only added to his mild, serene air. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I've always wanted to meet you, Arian, and your brother as well, Aegon." Aegon Luca looked a little awkward, his hand clenching slightly. The two children now shared the same curiosity. Unable to hold back any longer, Aegon asked, "Excuse me," but before he could finish, another sound interrupted him, the voices of the servants. "Your Highnesses, Prince and Princess." When the two turned around, they saw the butler and a blonde maid rushing toward them. The butler spoke first. "Why are you two here?" The maid quickly added, "We've been searching for your Highnesses for so long." And that wasn't all. They continued muttering about all sorts of things, especially the maid, who talked nonstop. "You two suddenly disappeared right before our eyes. We were so shocked." The two children froze, only able to let out a confused, "Huh." The children stood there blankly, both thinking the same thing in confusion. What were they talking about? Weren't the servants the ones who disappeared first? As soon as the maid finished, the butler began grumbling too. "Please be more careful. If anything happened to the two of you, do you know how much trouble we'd be in?" The maid nodded along emphatically. Suddenly, Aegon noticed something behind them and quickly called out to his sister, "Hey, Arian." The little girl turned to him with a puzzled "Huh." Then the two of them looked back together. Other than the wind, there was no one there. Even the red-haired young man had disappeared without a trace. Lying in her pink and red bedroom with her stuffed rabbit, Arian could not stop thinking. She kept remembering the person who had suddenly appeared and saved her. He really was strange. How did he know their names when it was their first time meeting? Thinking of that gentle face bathed in golden sunlight, a bold thought crossed her mind. It was almost as if he had been waiting for them for a very long time. The moment she thought that, she pulled the blanket over herself and rejected the crazy idea at once. No way. How could anyone possibly have been waiting for us? But the way he looked at us. No way. The more she thought about it, the more overwhelmed she became. I don't know anymore. I just want to sleep. Not long after, the little girl drifted off, letting out soft snores. Meanwhile, Aegon had come over and gently shaken her awake, calling quietly, Arian." Still half asleep, she opened her eyes a little, with a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. Seeing her brother, she drowsily rubbed at her face and eyes to wake herself before asking, Aegon, why are you waking me up in the middle of the night?" The boy looked at his sister helplessly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "Should we go back there? The place where we met that person yesterday." Hearing him say that, she stared blankly at him and asked, "That person?" Aegon repeated his suggestion. "Should we go back to where we met him yesterday?" Arian was silent for a while, then replied, "Okay." Seeing the strange expression on her brother's face, the little girl thought to herself that Aegon must also have been troubled by thoughts of that person. For someone who loved to sleep in, for him to get up at this hour meant a lot. The two slowly climbed out of bed. Then they tiptoed to the door and carefully peeked outside. Aegon and Arian pushed the door open just enough to stick their heads out. She thought to herself, the servants and knights are probably guarding this place. Can we really sneak out without getting caught? But when they saw that the entire hallway was empty, both of them grew suspicious. The children hurried outside, but Arian kept glancing back as she walked. She thought how strange. It's nice that we got out so easily, but is security really this lax? This is the Imperial Palace, after all. Aegon grabbed Arian's hand. They hesitated between two paths, and Aegon pointed in one direction. We came this way last time, right? She answered uncertainly. Yeah, I think so. Suddenly, her brother yanked Arian's hand and whispered, Aegon, someone's coming. It turned out to be several nobles taking a walk. The two children hid behind a large tree and watched the three of them. One of them spoke up. Ugh, how irritating. The other two standing beside him immediately started complaining as well. I can't believe we have to study at dawn the moment the sun rises. I know, right? The last one sighed softly. The little girl quietly reassured herself. Okay, good. It doesn't look like they saw us. But then one of them suddenly said, Are we really supposed to increase the palace budget for Civila Palace just so those bastards can eat well and dress nicely? Those words made both children freeze on the spot. The nobles kept talking. I don't understand why those lowly children were even brought here in the first place. The Emperor's illegitimate brats are nothing but a disgrace to the Empire. And they've got commoner blood mixed in too, so they can't even enter their awakening period. I can't believe creatures like them are members of the Imperial family. Arian sank down to the ground, her small hands clenching tightly. They were using the cruelest words possible about the two children. Even the neighboring kingdoms, they said, were whispering that they were the Emperor's shame. Even low-ranking nobles know enough to hide their illegitimate children carefully. Yet the Emperor made such a decision. Tisk. Arian's whole body trembled. She asked herself, why do we have to listen to people like this? She remembered everyone constantly oppressing and driving the twins away. You worthless things. Those worthless bastards. It'd be better if you just died. The little girl cried out in despair. Stop it. It's not like we were born because we wanted to be. Then suddenly, a voice came from behind them. What did you just say? Arian and Aegon looked ahead with grave expressions. The three nobles jolted in shock, turned around, and stammered. Why, Your Highness? Standing before them was Loy, the crown prince of Uriana. The nobles hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. They even dropped to their knees in salute. The scene left the two children hiding near the tree utterly stunned. Loy repeated the ugly words they had just spoken. Bastards, better off dead. Standing before them in all his authority, he said, I simply want to ask whether I heard correctly. Repeat it one more time. The three men panicked and stammered. And no, it was nothing at all. Seeing that, the Crown Prince pressed them. If it was truly nothing, there would be no reason for me to come ask you in person. Arian and Aegon gripped each other's hands tightly as they watched everything unfold. The three men bowed low and pleaded, Your Highness, how could we dare? We would never. Before they could finish, the Crown Prince gave his order. Take them away. They will be severely punished for slandering the royal family. The two knights, following him, obeyed at once. In the end, all three were dragged off. Even as he was being taken away, one of them turned back and begged, Your Highness, spare my life. The two children exchanged a silent look, understanding each other without words. Then, at some point, Crown Prince Loy had suddenly appeared right in front of them. Both of them were startled and terrified. He simply stared at the two children, making them both wonder anxiously. Did he know we were hiding here all along? Arian worried inwardly. So this is the Crown Prince. That means he's my oldest half-brother from the same father. The two children shrank back and clung to each other, trying to steady themselves as they speculated. But why would he come talk to us? One sentence from the Crown Prince broke the tense silence. Are you two all right? Those words only made Arian and Aegon even more guarded. Are we all right? After hearing those things? They had been forced to endure such vicious words simply because they were the Emperor's illegitimate children, and now someone was asking whether they were all right. And those words had come from none other than a member of the royal family. There was no way they could possibly feel all right. How could he ask that so casually? Aegon spoke up in anger. You're all the same. Arian looked at her brother in shock, but Aegon continued. Do you think we'd be fine after hearing such cruel words just because we were born illegitimate? She was frightened and silently called out to Aegon in her heart when she saw Loy's expression turn cold. But the boy bravely went on. If we hadn't been born into the royal family in the first place, we would never have had to come to this place, and we wouldn't have been born like this. Every expression and every look in Aegon's eyes clearly revealed all the resentment he had carried for so long. Could being born really be such a terrible mistake? Aerion, standing beside him, understood it all. I understand how Aegon feels right now. But the truth is, I've felt that way for a long time too. So what if we were born out of wedlock? Adults are the ones who create children. All we ever did was live in this world. If we'd had the right to choose where we were born. At that moment, Aerion was startled and anxiously thought, did I go too far in front of the Crown Prince? Seeing Loi's face darken, she grew even more uneasy. The killing intent radiating from the Crown Prince made both children afraid. Aerion and Aegon were now completely panicked. Oh no, we definitely made a huge mistake right in front of the Crown Prince. Aerion stood rooted to the spot, inwardly distressed. I just blurted out everything I never should have said in front of the Crown Prince. She cried inwardly, we're dead for sure this time. At that terribly awkward moment, Aegon grabbed her hand and ran. In his haste to pull her away from the Crown Prince, he made Aerion drop her handkerchief behind. Aerion said to him, Aegon, why are we running away? I don't know, he answered. Even if we ran, he would still. The two rushed back to their room and slammed the door shut. Aerion said, but it doesn't seem like the Crown Prince followed us. Maybe he took pity on us and let us go. Aegon worriedly muttered, we're finished. We just badmouthed the royal family right in front of the Crown Prince. Feeling terribly ashamed, he said, back there, I couldn't control myself and ended up putting both of us in danger. I am sorry. Aerion clasped his hand tightly and told him, Aegon, we didn't do anything wrong. Suddenly, a stiff, icy voice rang out. What do you mean, you did nothing wrong? Aegon and Aerion immediately recognized the owner of that voice. Terrified, they slowly turned around. It was Icena, and her face was full of anger. She said, Your Highnesses ought to be resting quietly in your room right now, shouldn't you? Aegon and Aerion stood there in clothes stained with mud. Icena frowned furiously and said, What happened here? Aegon and Aerion were so scared they nearly cried. Aerion thought to herself, She's even scarier than the Crown Prince. Composing herself, Icena asked, How did the two of you get outside? Aegon answered, We just walked out. Then she told the two attendants beside her, You two, go prepare a bath for their highnesses at once. The two women nodded. Yes, Lady Icena. She let out a sigh, which made the children more nervous. This is the second time the two of you have suddenly disappeared. We made sure you were asleep, and there were even servants waiting outside your room, yet you still vanished without a trace. Aerion thought, what's she talking about? There wasn't anyone there when we went out, so she asked aloud, Wasn't it your servants who disappeared first? Icena's expression grew, faintly displeased. Please stop hiding things and tell me the truth. Annoyed, Aerion raised her voice. We're not hiding anything at all. Icena sighed again. If you refuse to admit it, there is nothing I can do, she said. For members of the royal family to lie like this. How remarkable. Lady Icena's words made Aegon and Aerion even angrier. They thought, just believe us already. Icena abruptly changed the subject. Etiquette lessons have already begun. As soon as you finish bathing, we will prepare you for class at once. Aegon protested. We haven't even had breakfast yet. At that moment, someone said, Obviously, it's still far too early for two children to begin studying. All three turned to look at the speaker, and each of them was shocked. It was the Crown Prince. No one knew how he had managed to find Aegon and Aerion's room. Icena bowed her head to the person before her, while Aegon and Aerion trembled all over. What did he come in? So he really did follow us after all. We insulted the royal family right in front of the future emperor, so if we get punished now, that would only be fair. Do we really think he'd let us off that easily? Aegon started to speak, but suddenly the Crown Prince knelt down in front of the two of them. The future emperor kneeling before them made them both freeze in disbelief. He held out the handkerchief Aerion had dropped earlier and returned it to them. Aerion reached out and took back her handkerchief. It smelled very nice and felt soft, making her instinctively take a little sniff. The Crown Prince raised his hand and touched her head, making Aerion flinch in surprise. She clenched her eyes shut and thought, I'm going to get hit. But there was no pain at all on top of her head. When she cautiously opened her eyes, she realized the Crown Prince was only patting her head, with no intention of hitting her. That action from the Crown Prince left her stunned. Then he looked over at Aegon, who stiffened. He stepped over and patted Aegon on the head as well. Aegon clenched his hands and trembled, while Aerion, seeing him like that, didn't know what to say and could only silently communicate with him in her mind. Aegon, why is the Crown Prince doing this? Is this some kind of warning that will be executed if we ever behave improperly again? Then the Crown Prince turned to Icena and said, "Hand me their timetable." She immediately went to fetch it and gave it to him. Aegon and Aerion thought to themselves, what does he want with the timetable? She handed over their class schedule, and he opened it and began reading through the details. The contents of the timetable made him furious, and he crushed the paper tightly in his hand. With clear irritation in his voice, he said, "Even if Father ordered you to oversee every aspect of their lives, have you lost your mind?" Gripping the sheet, he spoke in a voice full of anger. "Are you insane, Icena?" A chill swept through the room, and Icena's face changed as she looked at him in fear. Uriana thought to herself, what is going on? The whole atmosphere suddenly changed. Loy sternly rebuked her. What is the meaning of this absurd amount of coursework? Are you trying to suffocate these children? Aerion Beaches Uriana anxiously wondered. I can't hear anything at all. Is this the Crown Prince's magic? Looking at the situation before her, she guessed the Crown Prince seems to be scolding Icena. What is he saying? Is it something we're not supposed to hear? Loy ordered. I will not repeat myself a second time. Cut the children's workload in half. Icena respectfully lowered her head. Forgive me, Your Highness, but I cannot comply with that order. Loy looked slightly surprised and asked again, what? She calmly explained. Because it was His Majesty the Emperor who granted me full authority over their education, and I cannot disobey His Majesty's command in order to follow yours. Dissatisfied, Loy frowned and repeated, just to be certain, you cannot obey me because you must obey my father. Icena affirmed, that is the law, Your Highness. Loy let out a helpless sigh. Then there is no other way. The sphere surrounding the two children gradually disappeared, and he continued, Icena, I understand. Aerion Beaches thought, I can hear again. The atmosphere is back to normal too. The two looked up at Loy, feeling tense. He calmly said to them with concern, if you ever need anything, let me know. You may also come visit my palace if you wish. This left the two children utterly bewildered. Loy then stepped out of the room. At that moment, Aerion Beaches finally asked, What was that just now? Aegon Isilver quickly answered, How should I know? A knock sounded beneath the clear blue sky. Holding out the paper in his hand, Loy said, Here is the children's timetable. The man paused. Looking at the schedule in his hand, he said, Here is the children's class timetable. Inside the luxurious palace, he made a decision. I will go there myself. Icena instructed them sternly. As for eggs, before eating them, you must cut them into bite-sized pieces with a knife. Aerion Beaches stopped what she was doing. Feeling the tense atmosphere, both children began sweating and hurriedly replied, Yes, ma'am. In the dining room, she continued teaching. When using a knife and fork, you must leave about a fist's worth of space between your elbows and the edge of the table, and make sure not to scrape the knife noisily against the plate. When drinking water, tilt your chin slightly, rotate your wrist gently, and absolutely do not look into the cup. You must look straight ahead. If the person in front of you is of higher status, then Icena kept going on and on without pause, and Aerion Beaches screamed inwardly. Icena cheerfully continued, While you two eat, I shall explain a little about the royal family. That way, you'll be better prepared for your next class. Aerion Beaches grumbled inwardly in exhaustion. At this rate, we're going to get indigestion. According to the explanation, every member of the royal family was born with elegance and refinement. Even without being taught proper etiquette, that grace naturally showed in all of their gestures. Aerion secretly thought, we always get scolded for moving awkwardly, and I seriously can't understand it. Another trait of the royal family was said to be superior intelligence. While ordinary people had to struggle to learn even the simplest things, members of the royal family could easily understand and make use of multiple kinds of knowledge at once. Aerion inwardly complained, we always get yelled at for being slow to understand, and our handwriting looks like chicken scratch too. That doesn't sound like us at all. Icena asked sharply, Are you two even listening? In that gloomy, almost depressing atmosphere, they answered in unison, Yes, ma'am. She continued teaching them. There are 3 qualities a member of the royal family must possess: bloodline, manifestation, and a guardian deity. Arian thought to herself, "Ah, I know this one." The explanation continued. Bloodline meant carrying royal blood, and some physical traits of that bloodline included shining golden hair and flawless looks. Arian admitted inwardly, "I hate to admit it, but he really does look handsome with blonde hair." Manifestation referred to how members of the royal family grew and developed, and the image of Alexander appeared in Arian's imagination. She thought, it's only been 10 years since he was born, but they grow several times faster than normal people and age more slowly too. Still not fully understanding, she wondered, but what is a guardian deity? Arian asked Icena aloud. What is a guardian deity? Calmly, she explained, guardian deities are beings born to protect the royal family. When a member of the royal family is born, a guardian deity is also born at the same time in the form of an animal, and it is linked to its master. It will never suffer illness until the day its master dies. It will always follow and protect its master at all costs. That is what a guardian deity is. After hearing that, the two children only looked up silently. A voice rang out. That's strange. Lying on a bed surrounded by books, Arian Beaches Uranus said, every guardian deity is recorded in books. Aegon Isilver Urana nodded. That's right, she went on. The book even mentions the guardian deities of the current emperor and the princes too. The emperor's is a green viper. The crown prince's is a black panther. The second prince's is a white wolf. And the third prince's is a blue hawk. Arian Beaches Urana looked happily at the boy beside her, unable to hide her curiosity, and asked eagerly, That's so cool. I wonder what they look like. Turn the page, Aegon. He sighed and agreed. All right. The words in the book were read aloud. These guardian deities, blessed by the power of God, are gifts bestowed upon the royal family. They are proof of his love for them and will remain forever loyal to their masters. Aegon Isilver Urana looked up with a somewhat sorrowful expression and said, I've never felt jealous of the royal family before, but now I'm a little envious. Arian Beaches Urana lifted her eyes from the book and looked at Aegon Isilver Urana in confusion. You're jealous because they have guardian deities? He answered quickly, Yeah. As he flipped the page, he continued, because that means there'll always be someone on our side. Arian Beaches Urana lowered her voice. You're right, she thought to herself, someone who will always be on our side. Arian Beaches Urana recounted, after being reincarnated into this world, that was the one thing we desperately wished for because we had never felt safe with anyone except each other. A person we could trust, someone who would always stand by us. Could someone like that ever exist for us someday? Aegon and Arian walked side by side down a red-carpeted corridor, with several servants following behind. Arian called out, Hey, Aegon. He turned to look at his twin sister and responded with a quiet hum. She asked, Did the book say anything about the third prince? He replied, It did. Arian continued, We've met everyone else in the royal family except this third prince. I wonder what kind of person he is. Aegon answered her question. The emperor, the second prince, and even the crown prince all have this calm air about them. Do you think the third prince will be like that too? Arian replied blankly. Really? Oh, by the way, do you know where our next class is? Still absent-mindedly chatting with her brother, without watching where she was going, she bumped into the hem of someone's dress. When they saw who it was, both of them shouted at once. Icena answered gently, Your next lesson has been canceled. His Majesty the Emperor is requesting your presence. Both of their faces went pale in shock. What? Why all of a sudden? So the two of them had no choice but to go see the Emperor. His Majesty sat in his chair with his legs crossed, leisurely drinking tea. The two children stood there drenched in cold sweat, too afraid to speak. The Emperor lightly glanced at the terrified children standing beside him. Inwardly, Arian grumbled, Couldn't you have warned us before bringing us here? The Emperor called, Icena. Without needing further explanation, she understood and answered, Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor said, I heard the children are being made to study too much. She bowed her head. I was only trying to refine their skills, Your Majesty. He called her name again. Without even sparing her a glance, he stared only at the teacup in his hand. I will not repeat myself a second time. You should already know that. She lowered her head. I will reflect on my conduct. The two children glanced at her and thought the same thing. Even standing before the Emperor, Icena is still this calm. She really is impressive. Icena then turned to the two children. Your Highnesses, Prince and Princess, please have a seat. The two of them quickly answered together. Ah, yes, thank you very much. The Emperor slammed his teacup down and shouted angrily. Icena. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. Did I just hear my children use honorifics when speaking to the head maid? How exactly should this be dealt with? She flinched while Arian was taken aback. Huh, so I'm not supposed to speak to Icena that politely? Thinking she had gotten Icena into trouble, Arian felt conflicted. Even if Icena was technically a servant, she was far older than Arian, so it felt wrong not to speak respectfully to her. But right now she was too scared to say anything. Icena lowered her head even further. Please allow me to offer my deepest apologies, Your Majesty. The Emperor frowned. What did I tell you, Icena? Cold sweat broke out all over her body. I am to treat the children as members of the royal family. Both children froze. What caught their attention was the phrase, as members of the royal family. The Emperor still wore the same icy expression as he handed his teacup to the maid beside him to be refilled. Correct your behavior and attitude accordingly. You won't get a second chance. Icena replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The tea table fell silent, with only the soft sound of tea being poured. Then the Emperor said, I will send AJ. Icena respectfully answered, Yes, Your Majesty. Arian called out to her brother through telepathy. Aegon, who's that? Ask him, Aegon. I don't want to ask. The two children just stared at each other, and the Emperor looked at them without saying a word. He muttered, Children are hard to understand. Unbothered, the Emperor returned to sipping his tea, while the two children wondered, what does he mean by that? A while later, the two of them went to find the head maid for answers. Icena explained, AJ is the name of the third prince. AJ non-Bella Uriana. Arian asked, the third prince? Icena replied, That's right. Please try to refrain from using honorifics with me. Arian sat there blankly. Aegon asked, May I ask what kind of person the third prince is? I mean, what sort of man is he? Icena answered respectfully, As the head maid, I am not permitted to carelessly speak of their highnesses unless given permission. But the third prince is rather rough by nature. You two must never disobey or oppose him. Both children's faces darkened. What? Icena continued. He is also known by the nickname, the Emperor's Mad Dog. He is extremely ruthless toward outsiders he considers enemies. The two of them turned pale. Their imaginations immediately ran wild. You're sending someone like that to us? What exactly are you plotting, Your Majesty? Living here really is uncomfortable. I definitely don't want to meet someone that dangerous. At that moment, the butler's voice cut off their spiraling thoughts. Greetings, fourth prince and eldest princess. I have a message from His Highness, the third prince. Both of them listened closely, and the next sentence made them lose their wits. His Highness requests that the two of you come to his palace. The siblings swallowed hard. Arian anxiously thought, the Emperor's mad dog? Elsewhere, hidden from view, that very third prince wore a strange smile. I'm really looking forward to this. The third prince of the Uriana Empire, whose symbol was a blue hawk. Except in front of his family and a few trusted subordinates, he never hid his violent nature, and he was said to be fierce enough to follow the king into battle from a very young age. His nickname was the Emperor's Mad Dog. Arian Beaches Uriana and Aegon Isilver Uriana stood there hesitantly, fear mixed into their expressions. In front of them was a statue of a blue hawk, its wings spread wide in a majestic pose, facing the sky as if preparing to soar. Two maids carefully instructed them. Your Highnesses need only go straight in. The boy and girl stood there in silence. In an instant, the two maids backed away 100 meters and still respectfully said, Since His Highness only requested the two of you, we shall take our leave. Seeing that, Arian Beaches Uriana cried inwardly, Don't leave us. Soon only the two children remained standing before the gate. Aegon scratched his head awkwardly and said, Well, I guess we should just go in. I think if we follow this path straight ahead, we'll get there. Arian still looked confused. She turned to glance behind them, murmured, to Aegon, and then seemed to notice something. Aegon turned and asked, What is it? She widened her eyes in surprise. There are some kids over there. Sure enough, several children around their age were gathered there, laughing and chatting as they played. Aegon looked at them and said, "None of them have blonde hair. They must be children from noble families." Aerion answered blankly, "But why aren't there any servants here? It's just the kids." While the siblings whispered among themselves, the children suddenly turned and stared at them. Aegon said, "Ah, they noticed us." Then the other children started whispering among themselves about something. Soon they began walking toward the twins, which surprised Aerion a little. Before long, the children had surrounded them, each one wearing a sly look. Some had their hands on their hips, others had their arms crossed, and Aerion broke into a cold sweat. One of the children in the group stuck out a hand arrogantly and said, "So you're that famous fourth prince and grand princess, huh?" Aegon frowned at them, while Aerion thought, "What is this? I got a bad feeling. How can a bunch of 7- or 8-year-olds make faces like that?" That same child continued haughtily, "So you really are those filthy royal bastards? I can't believe it." The children behind him snickered mockingly. The first child added, "You're the shame of this empire." Aegon and Aerion both stared at them coldly. She thought bitterly again. Royal family. Bastards. Filthy. Someone obviously taught these kids to say things like this. It had to be their parents. They were just milk-breathed brats, trying to act like adults, the typical arrogance of children. They weren't even worth our attention. Her expression stayed cold, but she clenched her fists and thought bitterly, "Then why does it still hurt so much?" Then she turned to her brother and said, "Let's go, But inwardly she thought, "I don't want to deal with this anymore." Even so, the brat still puffed himself up and barked. "What? Are you trying to run away?" He continued, "Well, I guess it's a relief that you at least know your place." But he failed to notice the foot rising behind him, ready to slam down on his head. Thud! The sudden sound made the two of them turn around in surprise. A foot had come down on the arrogant boy's head. A voice rang out, "Are you insane?" The brat's overbearing attitude vanished, replaced by fear. His eyes filled with tears as he stammered, "Why dash?" A teenage boy frowned, his face clearly showing irritation as he looked down at the child. His foot was still planted on the boy's head. He said, "How dare you babble nonsense about them?" The expression on his face terrified the children around him. That scene struck the twins directly. A handsome face, smooth, shining blonde hair, and then his voice rang out again. "Who the hell are you to be hanging around here? Want me to rip your head clean off your neck?" Aegon broke out in a cold sweat and said, "That's way too violent." Aerion beside him silently agreed. The brat's screams continued to ring out. The twins thought at the same time, "We know who he is now. He's the third prince, AJ." AJ suddenly looked over at the siblings. His hand was still gripping the rude boy by the collar. Then he stared fixedly at Aegon and Aerion, making the already tense atmosphere even heavier. But suddenly his eyes sparkled, his cheeks flushed slightly, and with a gentle, affectionate gaze directed at them, he said, "You two are so tiny." The twins went blank-faced and thought, "What is with that look?" Then a flustered voice sounded from behind them, drawing all three of their attention. "Young master! Young lady!" It was two servants hurrying over with food in their hands. Aerion thought, they must be those kids' servants. Looks like they went off to fetch refreshments. But when the two servants got closer and saw AJ holding their young master by the collar, they stopped dead and dropped to their knees. "Your Highness." They spoke respectfully. "We greet your Highness the Prince." AJ frowned angrily at them. Casting a cold, sharp glance down at them, he scolded, "You insolent fools. Is that all you see here, just me?" The two servants blurted out in panic. "What?" Grinding his teeth, he snarled, "I'm asking if you don't see Aegon and Aerion standing here too." Seeing him like that, Aegon and Aerion could only stare blankly. Aerion whispered, "Since coming here, this is the first time someone has said our names so naturally." The two servants bent deeply and answered in trembling voices, "We greet His Highness the Fourth Prince and Her Highness the Grand Princess." The twins stood there helplessly thinking, good grief. Then AJ tossed the insolent brat aside in disgust, making the two servants panic. He said, What a bunch of hateful little pests." He continued, "If you come near Aegon and Aerion again, you're dead." AJ's voice terrified the whole group. He went on lecturing them. Children should only see and hear good things. The twins still hadn't recovered from their bewilderment. AJ turned to look at Aegon and Arian with a sparkling, proud expression. Aegon thought, his eyes are screaming, I did great, right? Arian glanced at the people kneeling there and trembling in apology and thought, but the kids you just threw around are children too. Why does he look so proud? AJ stroked his chin and continued, you lot. You're children from Count Mobley's family, aren't you? That's right, that's right. Those words made them all jolt in fear. Then he looked at them coldly, though a sinister smile curled on his lips. In that case, I suppose I should start visiting the Mobley estate more often from now on, shouldn't I? The group huddled together in fear, their faces drained white. Should we just quit our jobs? The twins standing nearby also broke into a cold sweat, thinking, whoa. AJ then released a dark, threatening aura that sent the others fleeing in terror. As they ran off, they cried, Young master, young lady, stop crying and run. Arian thought, now I understand why they warned us to be careful around this guy. She continued thinking, he's absurdly aggressive. He's definitely someone we need to be wary of. If we ruin his mood, we'll probably be in trouble. Aegon and Arian both looked at him anxiously. Suddenly AJ scratched his head and looked at the twins. Aegon, Arian. The two of them answered tensely, yes. Then he smiled kindly and said, I was planning to practice saying your names before greeting you, but they just slipped out. The two siblings stood there stiffly, staring at him. We're in trouble again, aren't we? I smiled brightly. Well then, let's go. Aegon and Arian answered nervously, yes. Inside the greenhouse, countless roses were in bloom. Arian and her brother Aegon were being shown around the greenhouse by the third prince, AJ, and both of them were amazed by how dazzling and enormous it was. AJ led the male and female leads to a tea table at the center and asked the siblings whether they liked sweets. He immediately ordered the two attendants standing nearby to prepare some for them. Then he sat down on a blue sofa and patted both sides, signaling for the two of them to sit with him. But why so close? In the end, Aegon and Arian shyly sat down on either side of AJ. He turned toward her and called her name. Startled, she answered, Yes, Your Highness. He looked displeased and told her she didn't need to use honorifics with him. She asked in confusion, Then what should I call you? Brightening immediately, he told her to call him Big Brother, under the speechless stares of the other two. She froze, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? Then he turned and demanded that Aegon call him that too. While they were talking, the servants finally brought out the refreshments. The table was filled with delicious-looking sweets like pudding, cookies, strawberry tarts, and more. As the heroine and hero stared at the splendid desserts, the third prince called Arian's name. He scooped up a wobbling spoonful of pudding, then eagerly held the spoon out to feed her and said, Come on, say, Big Brother, please give me some. She froze, speechless, and wondered, wasn't your nickname supposed to be the Emperor's Mad Dog? Why was he suddenly smiling so brightly, overflowing with affection, and insisting on feeding her? AJ cheerfully urged her to say it. Left with no choice, the female lead reluctantly said, Feed me, but he insisted that she call him Big Brother first. She cried soundlessly and tried to call for help through telepathy, but Aegon turned his head away as if he knew nothing. She warned AJ that if he did this, even the third prince would not let him off. But right now, the third prince looked oddly friendly toward the two of them and was eagerly waiting for her to call him Big Brother. Still, if the two of them dared to cause trouble, they might end up just like those children from earlier whom he had personally dealt with. She was afraid of ruining his mood, and the headmaid had already warned her that he was someone she needed to be careful around. Helpless, the female lead bit her lip. There was nothing she could do. She was only an innocent little child, barely 5 years old. Thinking that, she finally lifted her innocent eyes and sweetly begged, Big Brother, please give me some pudding. The moment he heard that, his face lit up with joy, and he fed her a spoonful. He even wanted to record this moment on a magic crystal and show it to his older brothers. Beside them, AJ secretly stifled a laugh while her face darkened as she endured it. But the pudding was so delicious that she could not help tearing up. Seeing that, the male lead also grew curious and asked her telepathically if it was really that good. Then the third prince happily turned and called the male lead by name as well. He asked if the male lead wanted some too. Aegon sat there quietly, his face darkening. Then he decided to act cute just like his little sister and called the third prince Big Brother, AJ. The atmosphere instantly filled with hearts, and the third prince fed him too. Did you want it that badly? Then go ahead and eat as much as you like. Big Brother will give you all of it. Meanwhile, his younger sister secretly laughed at him, unable to resist the incredible taste of the oversized pudding sprinkled with gold. The two of them gave in to the third prince's wishes. Honestly, indulging him once was not so bad. As the sky gradually turned toward evening, the white horse moved forward at a slow pace. The male and female leads were taken horseback, riding by the third prince. Aerion was startled because this was her first time riding a horse, including in her previous life. He asked whether the two of them were comfortable, and she happily replied that she was. That answer delighted him and left him deeply satisfied, while she worried that she had sounded far too enthusiastic. Then he said that at first he had wanted to take them back on his guardian beast, but since they were still too young, he would wait until they were older. When the twins heard the words guardian beast, they remembered something and asked if his guardian beast was a blue hawk. He answered yes, clearly pleased that they knew about it. He explained that he had originally intended to surprise them by riding his guardian beast straight to the gate, but on the way he happened to witness those children from earlier picking a fight with Aegon and Aerion. Laughing proudly, he boasted that he had helped the two of them beat those brats up. Only then did the twins understand why he had appeared from the direction opposite the palace. Suddenly, Aegon's mood sank. AJ called to him through telepathy. He said that although he still hated noble families, he longed for the day when he could freely look up at the sky with the person he trusted most. Just imagining that made him overwhelmingly happy. Then he looked up at the sky, now dyed with the colors of sunset. He, too, longed for a day when they could freely look up at the heavens with the person they trusted most. The thought alone filled him with immeasurable joy. Those were Aegon's true feelings from the bottom of his heart. Aerion looked at him in surprise, which soon turned into sympathy. Aegon always seemed calmer and more rational than she was. But in truth, what he yearned for was far greater than her own wish. She fell silent in thought, clutching tightly onto Aegon. "You stupid brat. Even if you are older than me." AJ Nonbella Uriana smiled brightly and announced to the children, "We've arrived at Sivilla Palace." Then he got down from the horse, holding the reins with a regretful expression. "I don't want to let you two go, but I suppose I don't have a choice, right? After all, children need to go to bed early." Aerion and Aegon stood there helplessly. "Please, enough already." AJ Nonbella Uriana then cheerfully bid them farewell. "All right then, Aegon, Aerion, see you again." After saying that, he happily waved at them. "I'll come visit again." Aerion and Aegon stood frozen in fear. "Don't say such terrifying things." Then they prepared to return to their room. "Let's go, Aerion." As they entered the main hall of the palace, they ran into two servants waiting there. "Your Highness Prince, Your Highness Princess, we have prepared some tea for you. Please come this way." Aerion looked at the two servants hesitantly, as if she wanted to say something. Since the servants were following closely behind, Aerion and Aegon spoke through their minds. Again, with a worried face, she said, "Don't you think something feels off? Aecina isn't here to greet us like usual, and instead they're inviting us to the tea room. Something is definitely wrong." Aegon was startled into realization by his sister's words. After sharing her suspicions with her brother, Aerion suddenly spoke aloud, making the maid walking ahead flinch. "Excuse me, where's Aecina?" Beside her, Aegon inwardly sighed at her wording. "Idiot, don't use honorifics." When Aerion asked, the maid turned around and answered with an ugly expression. Aerion and Aegon stood there, listening intently. The maid explained what had happened. Their father had flown into a rage and slashed the room apart with his sword. Not only that, he had berated Aecina and left her room in complete disarray. The two children stood outside and secretly peeked through the crack in the door, utterly shocked. What was going on? How had the room ended up in this state? Their bed, the furniture, everything was wrecked. Inside, Aecina was kneeling before Aegon and Aerion's father. In his hand was a gleaming, razor-sharp sword. Then he spoke in a raised voice. "I clearly ordered additional guards. I also made it clear that the children's safety was to be the top priority. Hearing his words, Icena trembled violently and bowed her head to the floor, not daring to look up. Arian's father glared at her with eyes that looked ready to tear her into hundreds of pieces, then rebuked her. If the children had not already left by then, can you imagine what might have happened? It seemed he cared deeply for his children. Icena could only keep her head lowered and say in a trembling voice, "Please punish me, Your Majesty." He looked at her with extreme displeasure. The two children outside, who had been observing the situation all this time, were terrified as well. Then Arian's father raised his sword in one decisive motion. Seeing that, Arian was so horrified that she had to clamp her mouth shut to stop herself from making a sound. But when he lifted the sword high, he suddenly stopped. Maybe he saw us, Arian thought fearfully. The two children trembled with frightened expressions, afraid their father would punish them as well. But he seemed not to notice their presence at all. Instead, he simply stared at the sharp blade in his hand, as if considering something. After that, he calmed down and spoke. "Icena, call the servants over to help pack the children's things." She quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Arian and Aegon both let out sighs of relief. At least it seemed he no longer intended to kill her. Then suddenly he said, "How long are you two planning to stand out there?" making the children jolt in shock. The two of them slowly approached him, cautiously trying to read his mood. Looking at his tiny children, he sighed. Because he stared at them for so long, the twins grew more and more uneasy. Why is he looking at us like that? What is he thinking? We have no idea what is going on. Why did this room end up like this? And why is the Emperor scolding Icena? The two children looked at their father with wide, shimmering eyes. So where were they supposed to sleep now? Since Arian and Aegon's bedroom had been reduced to ruins, he decided, "I will not allow you to stay here any longer. The two of you will be moved to another palace." This decision startled Arian and Aegon. Then an image flashed through their minds. White-toned furnishings and golden decorations that radiated luxury. Anyone could tell at a glance that everything was of the highest quality. There was no doubt about it. This was the Emperor's room, and Arian and Aegon had been there for the past 2 hours. The reason they were here was simple. Their old room had been destroyed, so the knights had carried them here. Thinking back to it, both of them remembered being brought to this room in the arms of knights, utterly confused. And of course, once they arrived, the Emperor coldly informed them, "For the time being, you will stay in my room." This left both of them bewildered, and then they were simply ordered to remain in his chamber. Aegon, in particular, inwardly resisted the idea. "I hate this." Arian silently agreed. Both of them were deeply unsettled. What kind of situation is this? Arian anxiously wondered, "If we ask Icena, we'll probably get an answer. But now that I think about it, what happened to her?" In her heart, she recalled how Icena had treated the twins. Yes, she had treated them like pitiable creatures, but unlike the nobles, she had never looked down on them or bullied them. Moreover, from what Arian had observed, Icena had cared for the twins attentively. She had looked after them meticulously and taught them everything they needed to know. She was the only person in this place whom they had gradually grown familiar with. However, after one incident, the situation had changed again, without the slightest regard for their opinion. At that moment, Hajin suddenly brought food for both her and Aegon. "Your Highness Prince, Your Highness Princess, we have prepared a few simple refreshments for you." Watching the servants place dishes on the table one after another, the twins stared blankly and wondered, "Are we really supposed to stay in this room with the Emperor?" Seeing that neither Arian nor Aegon reacted, Hajin respectfully added, "Your Highnesses, please make yourselves comfortable and enjoy the food." She did not know that Arian currently had no appetite at all. How could we possibly feel like eating right now? Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps made both her and Aegon jump in fright. They turned around and were horrified to see their father, both thinking at once. The Emperor. He stared at the two of them without saying a word. The twins stared back in pale-faced fear. Then, he suddenly let out a sigh. As he walked toward a chair, he said, "Sit comfortably." Aegon said nothing at all, but Arian, a bit braver, asked, "What do you want from us?" The Emperor gave them another unreadable look, followed by a chilling silence. After a while, he finally said, "Didn't you hear me? From now on, you two will be living here." The moment those words left his mouth, both twins were horrified. Is this some kind of joke? Meanwhile, he continued, "After what happened, I cannot leave you there any longer." He added that this room was the safest place in the entire imperial palace. So for now, before he could finish, a loud gagging sound suddenly rang out. The sound made the emperor freeze on the spot. The person making that sound was Aegon, who for some reason had begun retching in distress. Arian, standing beside him, looked at him anxiously. Then she cried out in alarm as he clutched his stomach in pain and doubled over. Again. Seeing him like that reminded her of something. This was Aegon's natural reaction whenever he was under extreme stress. With all her affection and worry, Arian embraced him and cried out inwardly, "Aegon." Seeing the situation, the emperor immediately called out, "Someone." Hajin quickly answered, "Yes, your majesty." Meanwhile, Aegon was still vomiting violently. The emperor immediately ordered, "Take the prince to a hot bath and help him calm down." All the servants bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. Hajin answered on their behalf, "Understood." She then gently approached Aegon and said, "Your Highness, Prince, come this way." But he trembled as he clung to Arian and firmly replied, "I can bathe by myself." Caught in such an awkward situation, Hajin could only helplessly call to him again, "Your Highness." The other servants did not know what to do either, and Arian could only remain silent as she held her brother. After a moment, she softly reassured him, "Aegon, you should go. I'll wait here for you." Hearing that, he called her name pitifully. Arian. In the end, he agreed to go bathe with Hajin. All right. His agreement made her breathe a sigh of relief, while the emperor looked utterly bewildered by his attitude. At once, Hajin and the other servants led him away to bathe. Only Arian remained in the room, inwardly praying, "Aegon, hurry back after your bath." She looked at the emperor standing before her and thought with slight aversion, being alone with the emperor is so uncomfortable. Well, the servants are still here too, but as she stood there not knowing what to do, the emperor suddenly called her name, making her hold her breath in fright. Arian. Startled inside, she answered hesitantly, "Why, yes, your majesty." Her reaction left the emperor staring at her in silence. Utterly helpless, he turned away and said, "Don't call me your majesty. The other princes do not address me that way." Hearing that, Arian immediately asked, "Then what should I?" The emperor did not answer. He only looked at her, as if implying something. He then sat down in a chair and said, "Sit down first." Arian trembled inwardly. What is it? He could just answer me. Though slightly irritated by his attitude, she still timidly obeyed. "Yes, sir." She struggled to climb onto the chair and inwardly complained, "It's so high." The moment she managed to get up, the emperor asked her an incomprehensible question. "When will you grow bigger?" The question left her stunned. Then he reasoned aloud. "I heard that children your age grow quickly if they eat a lot." Was Icina's menu lacking? At that, images of the meals Icina had prepared flashed through Arian's mind. Lacking? They were lavish, wasteful feasts every single day. But she could only choose her words carefully and answer, "It's probably because I couldn't eat much when I was younger." She hurriedly added, "I'll grow quickly soon. I've been fed very well ever since I came here." Her answer earned only 2 words from the emperor. "I see." After a long while, Arian and Aegon grew sleepy and leaned against each other in their chairs. Arian thought, "I'm so sleepy." Aegon replied, "Me too." Then she asked worriedly, "Do you feel a little better now, Aegon?" He gently answered, I'm feeling better now." After that exchange, Arian remembered the bath in the emperor's room. After Aegon finished bathing, it was my turn. The emperor's private bath was so grand that I honestly could not tell if it was real or built for filming. After both Aegon and I had finished bathing, the emperor went in after us, his private bath. The two of them were nodding off when footsteps suddenly echoed again. The twins quickly forced themselves awake and looked over. They saw the emperor emerge, freshly bathed and spotless. Both of them thought at once, "Oh no, he's back." He turned to the servants and said, "You may leave." They bowed politely and replied, "Yes, your majesty," before withdrawing. Sitting nearby, Arian and Aegon were startled. "Huh, they're all leaving? Then what about us?" The two watched the servants file out of the room one by one with suspicious eyes. A moment later, the door closed, and a maid outside said to the three of them, "Your Majesty, Your Highness Prince, Your Highness Princess, we wish you a wonderful evening." Before they could even understand what was happening, everyone had left, leaving only the two of them on the chairs, screaming inwardly, "Take us with you." Only then did the emperor notice the two children sitting nearby. He waved his hand and used magic to lift their bodies, making them float in midair. Both Arian and Aegon were completely startled and cried out, "Ah!" With a snap of his fingers, the two of them were laid onto the nearby bed, and the blankets automatically covered them. The two were still stunned by his sudden actions, their minds racing to process what was happening, when he coldly turned and walked away, saying, "Sleep." Then he used his magic again, and the lights in the room abruptly went out, leaving only a single night lamp casting a faint glow. The sudden darkness made it impossible for them to see their surroundings clearly. The two obediently lay on the bed and spoke to each other through magic. "Is he serious? He really wants us to sleep here? This is the Emperor's bed, and this blanket is so soft and warm. It even smells like him. I'm so sleepy." The two glanced over at him and saw that he was still sitting on the nearby sofa, reading a book. Because they were in children's bodies, sleepiness quickly overtook them. Their eyelids drooped, and their eyes closed against their will. Drowsily, Aegon murmured to Arian, "Little sister, I'm falling asleep." She replied, "Me too. Sleeping here still feels kind of wrong." As they continued talking, the two could no longer resist. Their eyes shut tightly, and they could not open them again. Seeing that they had fallen asleep, the Emperor approached the bed and gently drew back the curtain to look at his two tiny children. He recalled what had happened earlier. When he returned and was punishing the maids, he had sensed someone staring at him. When he turned, he saw that it was Arian and Aegon, trembling in fear at the doorway, too afraid to say a word. At that moment, he had felt deeply uncomfortable and even a little guilty because the children had not been frightened by the wrecked room, but by him. His heart ached as he looked at the two small bodies and thought, is this bed always this wide, or is it because they're only 5 years old? Then he thought of his older children. When they had first turned 5, they had all been mischievous and far more mature than Arian and Aegon. He thought that even though the twins carried royal blood, they were still so small, their bodies covered in scars. And not just their bodies, their hearts were mottled with scars as well. He remembered the scene of the two of them being abused by Lou. Back then, the children had looked so lonely and pitiful, only able to rely on each other to survive. That heartbreaking image rose before his eyes again. They had no one but each other to lean on, and whenever anyone approached, they would cower in fear and run away. He felt guilty. I don't know how to treat them. I just don't know. Then he looked at his sleeping children and muttered, "They're so small." Suddenly, a voice from behind him said, "Why do you look so worried?" He was startled, not knowing when Jason had arrived. Jason said, "So after all these years, you finally started feeling sorry for them, Your Majesty?" The Emperor sighed and said, "I told you not to enter the palace whenever you please, Jason." Ignoring him, Jason teleported to the bedside, sat next to the twins, and smiled. "Did you really think I'd listen to your orders? Then I'd be just like you." Seeing that, the Emperor muttered irritably, "How dare this brat sit next to the children so casually?" Then he asked what? A trace of pain appeared in Jason's eyes. "You forced them to come here." The children were so frightened that Aegon got sick. His voice grew somewhat sorrowful as he replied, "You already know, don't you? There are people after them, the anti-Emperor faction." Then, remembering the older princes playing with the twins, he said, "Luckily, IG was by their side." Back then, the children weren't safe, not even inside the palace. Jason sighed. "It's a terrible thought. Even if you do this, I still don't know whether Arian and Aegon will ever see you as family." Then his face went cold, and he began pressing the Emperor. "But if you'd protected them from the start, this never would have happened." Hearing that, the Emperor felt like a terrible father for failing to fulfill his duty for the past 5 years. Jason continued bitterly, "Have you really looked at the scars on their bodies? Those are proof that you failed to protect them. The Emperor's heart twisted at the sight of the crisscrossing scars on their bodies. Jason said, "If you weren't using that contract with Rohan as an excuse, I wouldn't even bother speaking to someone like you, who abandoned his own children." At that, the Emperor shot back, "I can't believe my children's guardian is actually a wolf. What rotten luck." Jason fell silent, then gently stroked Arian's hair and said, "Careful now. I'm only a gentle, affectionate wolf with my master. I came very late, but not anymore." He looked at the sleeping twins with a tender, cherishing gaze and pressed a light kiss to Arian's cheek. At the Imperial Palace, Arian slowly opened her eyes after a good night's sleep. That was such a good sleep. But before she could say anything else, Arian panicked at the unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" Looking at the maids, standing respectfully before the bed, she thought, "Oh, right, this is the Emperor's room." Seeing her awake on the enormous bed, they bowed. "Good morning, Your Highness, Grand Princess." Arian thought, in surprise, those looked like high-ranking maids. A while later, the servants had tidied up both of them and dressed them properly, and Arian wondered, "What time is it?" Looking at the nearby clock, she was stunned. Two o'clock. Then she quickly asked Aegon, "Hey, that can't be 2 in the morning, right?" He replied, "Of course not." She answered in disbelief, "I did go to bed late last night, but 2 in the afternoon." After changing clothes, she thought if Icena were here, she would have woken me up early enough to give me tons of time before the day even started. Beside her, Aegon was still groggily rubbing his eyes. The maids began setting the table, bringing out all kinds of delicious-looking food. A blue-haired maid respectfully said, "We have prepared a meal for the 2 of you." Arian thought in astonishment. They even brought it to the room. Then she said, "Thank you very much." Her words made everyone freeze. The maid trembled slightly as she said, "Your Highness, you don't need to speak so formally." Arian blinked in surprise. Seeing their worried expressions, she stammered, "Oh, okay." Only then did they relax. The blue-haired maid continued, "If you want anything else, please let us know." Arian said awkwardly, "No, this is fine." Looking at the spread on the table, she thought, "Icena's menus are always luxurious and wasteful, but I don't think I've ever seen a meal fancier than this." As she ate, Arian exclaimed, "This is so good. Does the Emperor eat like this every day?" Beside her, Aegon looked a little down. Noticing, she turned to ask what's wrong. "Are you still not feeling well?" "Again, Sigurd. I guess I still haven't fully recovered from what happened yesterday. But I'll get better soon." Seeing that he wasn't eating, she worried, "I'm so concerned. He usually eats a lot." A maid beside them noticed their lack of cheer and asked, "Does the meal not suit your tastes?" Arian nodded, thinking, talking to them, this casually feels so awkward. The maid said, "His Majesty is very fond of these appetizers. If you like them, we can serve them more often from now on." That made Arian pause. More often? Are we staying here forever? Even so, she couldn't stop eating. "I really don't understand what the Emperor is thinking." After the meal, a servant brought over a gift box. "His Majesty has sent a few gifts." Sitting on the sofa, Arian repeated, "Gifts?" They opened the box, revealing a castle model made of glass, and Arian couldn't help being surprised. Before she could recover, a mountain of toys was carried in. "From now on, please enjoy yourselves to your heart's content." Completely bewildered, she asked, "Then what about our classes and our usual walking lessons?" The maid answered, "For the time being, the 2 of you are not permitted to leave this room without the Emperor's permission. However, we will provide anything you need, so please don't hesitate to tell us." Both of them were stunned. "So you're trying to satisfy us after confining us here?" Looking at the pile of children's toys, Arian thought angrily, "Do they think we're ordinary little kids? On the inside, we're already 23. Do they seriously think we'd be interested in these toys?" Even so, a little later the 2 of them had completed a puzzle. Tired, Arian said, "The 3,000-piece puzzle is done. Once I started, I got totally absorbed in it." She admired him. "You were so focused, big brother." Aegon replied, "You helped too, though." A maid brought them 2 glasses of juice and said, "Well done, both of you." Arian wondered, finishing a puzzle is that big of an achievement? Remembering how Icena always said, a member of the royal family must always maintain proper bearing, Arian thought, "This feels completely different. If it were Icena, she'd have started scolding us the second we sat down. It almost feels like I've become the boss." Looking at the maids, Arian wondered, but what happened to Icena? One servant bowed and said, "Your Highness, Prince. Your Highness, Princess. If you'd like to play more, we can prepare other things as well." Outwardly, they smiled brightly, but inwardly they were grumbling, "Please stop playing. I beg you. My legs hurt so much. This is painfully boring, and we've had to stand here for hours. Please stop." Arian and Aegon read their thoughts and said a bit apologetically, "We'll stop playing." The servants immediately beamed. "Then we shall escort you to His Majesty." Internally they rejoiced. Finally, break time. Arian and Aegon were alarmed. What? Why are they suddenly talking about the Emperor? At that moment, the Emperor was inspecting his guards. The two children were carried in the soldiers' arms, while the soldiers inwardly thought, "Stay awake. Stay alert." Everyone spoke in unison. "Greetings, Your Highness the Prince, Your Highness the Princess." Seeing everything happening before them, the twins wondered, what kind of situation is this? Arian looked worriedly at the boy beside her. "Aegon, are you okay?" Holding his head, he answered, "Milimetrov, I'm okay." IG excitedly called out while bouncing around. "Aegon." Arian, spreading his arms and puckering his lips, he cried, "I miss you too so much." Then someone suddenly pinched his ear, and IG blinked. Huh. Alexander had a firm grip on one of his ears, though he was still smiling. Behind him, Loy's expression darkened as he said, "Alex, pinch harder." The Emperor, dissatisfied, scolded, "You're late." The guards immediately answered, "Forgive us, Your Majesty. We had to wait for their highnesses to finish playing." Arian thought, what? That many people, even those nobles, had to wait for us to finish playing? Since when? They should have told us. The Emperor called, "Come here." The two of them were set down. Arian answered, "Why, yes, sir." She hurried after him, but he kept striding ahead with those long steps. Arian silently complained, "He walks way too fast." IG asked with concern, "Arian, Aegon, if you're tired, do you want me to carry you?" They quickly refused. We're fine." The Emperor stopped as well. He turned and stared at the two children, leaving them confused. Watching, IG stubbornly thought, I just wanted to hug them." The sound of pattering footsteps came up behind the Emperor, and he turned away again. Arian wondered, what was that just now? Did he stop to wait for us? But then she reconsidered. As if. I probably imagined it. The Emperor said, "Choose one." Confused, Arian asked, "Choose what exactly?" He replied evenly, "I heard everything from IG. You like horses, don't you? You could take them all if you want." The two of them stared blankly. Aegon asked, "What's wrong with him?" Arian answered just as blankly, "No idea." "Did he eat something weird?" Aegon went on, "Yesterday, he literally said we weren't allowed to leave the room." Arian agreed. "Exactly." At that moment, IG asked worriedly, "Aegon, Arian, why aren't you saying anything? Are you okay?" Loy explained, "Father, it seems the children are too surprised." The twins denied it inwardly. Not surprised, completely shocked. He continued, "This kind of situation is very dangerous for them." Hearing that, Arian and Aegon were baffled. What does that mean?" Loy made it sound even more serious. "I've heard that seeing too many people at once can overwhelm the body, cause the heart to go into shock, and from there, children can die." He looked confidently into his father's eyes, fully believing his own words. The two children, meanwhile, were speechless. What the heck? The Emperor refuted him, "Loy, the imperial family doesn't die that easily." But as he stared at the twins, he added uncertainly, though, "They might." Loy immediately agreed. "That's true." IG panicked and cried out, "Please don't die." The Emperor reasoned because they're still so small, even something as simple as a fall could easily break their bones. Arian protested inwardly, but didn't Gerardo beat us half to death already? Everyone grew anxious. Loy analyzed, "Young children are very sensitive. We should only let them see and hear good things. Otherwise, they might die." The Emperor nodded in agreement. "Igi shudirid." The twins were at a loss, thinking at the same time, where did they hear this nonsense? Wasn't the imperial family supposed to be smart? Aegon asked her, "Do they actually believe this?" Seeing Alexander smiling, she replied, "Looks like the second prince doesn't." But that thought was immediately crushed. Alexander smiled dazzlingly and said, "Oh my, I had no idea. As expected of my eldest brother. I truly can't compare to the breadth of your knowledge." Arian told herself, this guy, he knows the truth, and he's still enjoying this. Aegon asked, "Did you hear him laugh?" She answered firmly, I did. Lloyd changed the subject again. Anyway, that head maid, how dare she give the children a schedule like that? At those words, Arian immediately thought, Icena. Then she spoke hesitantly. We want to see Icena. Aegon turned to her. Arian, she answered quickly, just stay quiet and listen to me. I have no idea what's going on in this palace. And isn't Icena the only one who would honestly explain everything to us? Aegon realized it too and said, Right. Arian explained, the Emperor's servants only follow his orders and won't tell us anything. She may be strict, but she's still better. Aegon accepted that. I agree. The Emperor asked, puzzled, you like Icena? Arian nodded. I've gotten pretty attached to her. Hearing that, he agreed. Very well. I will send Icena here. Arian thought delightedly. Success. The Emperor's expression seemed visibly lighter as he said, This is the first time you've ever asked me for something, isn't it? Arian looked confused. He continued, Then what about the horses? Arian quickly refused. We don't want them, so please send the knights back. IG cheerfully said, Our Arian isn't greedy at all. The Emperor ordered, Very well. You may all leave. Realizing it was finally time to go home, the knights responded in unison, As you command, your majesty. Alexander noticed something odd and spoke with concern. Aegon, you don't look well. Are you all right? Arian explained, His head has been hurting for quite a while. Suddenly losing his balance, Aegon staggered and fell. IG hurriedly caught him and cried out in alarm. Aegon, Lloyd urgently ordered, Call a doctor at once. The Emperor lifted Aegon into his arms. Alexander lightly touched the boy's forehead, and Arian gasped anxiously. Oh no. Aegon muttered, It feels like my head is splitting in two. The Emperor said suspiciously, But before he could finish, tears streamed down Arian's face as she called out, Aegon. She blamed herself inwardly. What do I do? I didn't know he was this bad. I wish I'd taken better care of him. Then a sharp pain struck her too, and Arian began to stagger. Everyone called her name in confusion. Alexander caught her and kept calling Arian. Inside, she felt as if her head were about to burst. Why all of a sudden? I don't know why this is happening to us. There's still so many things we don't know. I am scared. Arian's eyelids grew heavy, and through half-lidded eyes, she saw Aegon being carried away by the Emperor. She slowly closed her eyes and thought, Are we dying? Arian's heart was in turmoil. If that's true, then it's so unfair, isn't it, Aegon? At the very least, I want someone to cry over my death. I wanted someone to weep for me, someone besides just us. When she opened her eyes again and looked around, Arian drowsily thought, There's a floral scent. This is the Emperor's bedroom. Did someone spray perfume? The flower smell is so strong. She reached up and touched her hair. It felt strangely refreshing. Wait, were these shiny strands? Arian thought. Then, remembering Aegon, she jolted awake. Arian immediately sat up, her mind full of confusion. What is this? Her eyes widened as she stared at the person lying opposite her. Footsteps sounded rapidly from outside. In an instant, Arian was in front of the mirror, staring at her reflection. What happened to us? My hair got longer, and I got a little bigger too. About 10 centimeters? Her eyes were full of shock. Looking down at her hands and feet, she thought, the wounds on my arms and legs are all gone. It's like I've been reborn, clean from head to toe. Suddenly, a voice called from behind her, Arian, making her jump and look up. Aegon was sitting on the bed, looking at her in confusion. Why you? Why do you look like that? Helplessly, Arian walked toward him and said, Aegon, you look exactly the same. Hearing that, he blurted out, What? Still blank-faced, he asked what happened. And what's with this floral scent? Arian was just as lost. I don't know either. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, drawing both their attention. Then both of them startled when they saw it was the Emperor and a group of servants. You're awake, he said. Looking at the person behind the Emperor, Arian thought, in surprise, the Emperor and Lady Icena. The Emperor spoke gently. It's been a week, correct? Icena immediately answered, Yes, exactly like the second prince said. Hearing that, Arian and Aegon were utterly confused. A week? What are they talking about? And also, she looked at the servants' reactions and wondered. Their eyes are all full of shock. Why? Then the Emperor's cool voice rang out. Wash them thoroughly, then bring them downstairs. Icena respectfully replied, Yes, your majesty. He then turned and left, abandoning the still bewildered twins. He says whatever he wants and leaves, while we're sitting here with no idea what's happening, Arian thought. Suddenly, Icena spoke. First, we will need to cut their highnesses' hair. Another maid respectfully answered, we will prepare everything immediately. The servants moved into action at once, and only then did Icena say, congratulations, your highness the prince and your highness the princess. Arian looked up at her and asked, what do you mean by congratulating us? Inwardly, she was panicking. Even Aegon was using honorifics. Icena kept a calm expression and said, a week ago, the two of you went through the royal family's period of eruption. The moment he heard that, Aegon immediately cried out, wait, but we didn't grow at all. Hearing that, Arian wondered the same thing. After the eruption period, members of the imperial family were supposed to quickly develop into an adult form, yet the two of them had barely grown at all. Icena calmly explained, as you both know, you are also children of commoners, so it seems the eruption process was not complete. Hearing that, Arian lowered her eyes. I see. Now I understand why the servants were so surprised. Because the two imperial children had just gone through the eruption stage, something only those with royal blood could do. Even if it had been imperfect, it still must have shocked them greatly, Arian thought. A moment later, the two of them were neatly dressed, but Arian still had a lot on her mind. The scars from all the abuse had disappeared, yet neither of them felt particularly happy. Suddenly, Icena spoke. I have a question for the two of you. Aegon replied at once. What question? Her hand tightened on the ribbon she was tying for him. Why do you keep calling for me? It's not as though I'm someone likable, Icena said. At that, Aegon let out a sigh. So you do know that about yourself. Arian spoke as well. We didn't call for you because of personal feelings or anything like that. Her gaze dropped slightly before she continued. I don't care whether you treat us with affection or contempt. We only need your knowledge about the imperial family, because up until now, you've answered our questions honestly. Arian looked up at her, her eyes full of resolve. If we want to survive in this place, we need information. We especially don't want to take risks while knowing nothing. So please teach us as much as you can. That's why we called you here, Arian said calmly. Those words surprised Icena. Inwardly, she marveled. I thought they were just ordinary children. Looking at Arian and Aegon in front of her, Icena told herself, but their eyes are nothing like those of 5-year-olds. After that thought, she bent down and bowed respectfully. This servant obeys, Your Highness the Prince, Your Highness the Princess. In the vast palace grounds, dominated by white and gold, Arian and Aegon were walking through the main hall, followed by butlers and maids. Suddenly, they stopped, looking puzzled. Someone was standing beside the emperor, acting very urgently. Seeing the man's manner, the two children thought, who is that? He looks like a noble begging for something. The man hurriedly spoke, but the emperor seemed unwilling to listen at all, which made them even more suspicious. If they walked past now, it would be awkward. At that moment, his face darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, Count Klon, do not make me repeat myself. Apparently frightened by that displeased tone, the man stopped insisting and quickly bowed his head. This servant will take his leave. The children standing nearby broke into a cold sweat. Wow, the emperor really is terrifying. They failed to notice that His Majesty's gaze had already turned toward them. Count Klon turned to leave, then suddenly froze, staring at Aegon and Arian. Then, with obvious displeasure, he gave a slight bow. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince, Your Highness the Princess. His eyes were full of reluctance, making the siblings feel that this man was frightening too. With that, he left the hall. Aegon saw right through it. He's acting like that because we're illegitimate children. Arian was all too used to it. Sigh, I'm tired of people like that. Let's just eat. The two children then looked up at their father with rather surprised expressions. In contrast to the displeased attitude he had shown earlier, the emperor now looked like a father who was always gentle with his children. He spoke up. You're here. The difference was like night and day. Aegon answered timidly, Ah, yes, Your Majesty, while Arian was so surprised she was speechless. Then they moved to the dining table that had already been prepared. Loy, seeing them, called out to his father, while IG excitedly kept calling Aegon over. Aegon was seated beside the third prince, which left him somewhat flustered. IG cheerfully said, Congratulations on your eruption. Is there anything you want as a gift? The second prince, Alexander, also greeted him kindly. To IG's question, the boy answered briefly, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Arian sat beside Loy. The crown prince asked her, "You didn't grow much, did you?" She answered politely, "No." Arian looked suspiciously at this older brother and said, "We're still a little small." Inwardly, she thought, "What's this? Is he trying to lend me some of his height or something?" Seeing that look in her eyes, Loy hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean anything bad by that." Alexander, seated across from them, joined the conversation as well. "They're very cute, though. How could you say that, brother?" Loy grew even more flustered and stammered. "What I mean is," the second prince, with his gentle and mild manner, said, "I'm very glad the two of you were still able to erupt. That means the royal blood in you is still very strong. I'm so relieved." Hearing those words, the twins' expressions turned sour. Aegon thought, "I don't even like being the emperor's child." His twin sister wholeheartedly agreed. The emperor silently took a sip of tea. He set the hot teacup down on the table and said, as Alexander said, "Because of Azur, the two of you both have blonde hair and the ability to erupt, so there is no reason for me not to acknowledge you as members of the imperial family." The two children stayed silent, while their three brothers immediately voiced their agreement all at once. "That's right. Of course. I completely agree." Then a suggestion was made. "Then let us hold a debut ceremony." Aegon and Arian were utterly shocked. A debut ceremony? Their expressions instantly changed into clear disgust. All four of them looked at the twins in silence. The emperor gently asked, "You don't want that?" The third prince kept asking in confusion, "What? Why? Why?" making the two children cover their ears, thinking, hey, my head's gonna burst. IG still seemed not to understand the issue and continued, "Are you anxious? I'll escort you inside." The twins even looked helpless in exactly the same way. How were they supposed to refuse? Both Aegon and Arian objected. They truly did not want a debut ceremony. And the biggest reason was the contemptuous words and attitudes those nobles had shown toward them, the curses they had heard. Those bastards should just die. Thinking of that, Arian trembled with anger, clutching the hem of her clothes as she endured it. The emperor said bluntly, "Since you're not answering, I suppose you don't like it." Those words made her face darken, and she stammered, "That." Loy, seated beside her, also spoke up in her defense. "Father, can't you say it more gently?" Crown Prince Loy seemed to think he understood the children and said, "Children are very fragile and sensitive, so if you speak so harshly, you may frighten them." But to the twins, it did not look that way at all. At times like this, they only wanted to blurt out, "Just shut up." At last, Aegon spoke frankly, "I don't want to meet anyone." All eyes turned toward the boy. Only now did he dare confess the truth. "There are too many frightening people here, and I also don't like crowded places." The emperor angrily asked, "Who?" but then restrained himself because the children would be frightened. In the end, he decided to postpone the ceremony. The twins were rather surprised and simply watched in silence. By then, night had fallen, and the palace was lit up. They were escorted all the way back to their room. Arian thought to herself, "I didn't expect that at all." She had thought his expression would be fierce, but instead he had looked so lonely. A small light seemed to kindle in the girl's heart. "Is he really worried about me?" Scene change. By now, the count had gotten the news very quickly. He spoke in irritation. A debut ceremony for those mongrels? Unbelievable. A mysterious person in the shadows spoke. Then the rumors that the emperor is fond of those twins seemed to be true. The count replied in displeasure. "He looked like he wanted to kill me, just for objecting. He's gone mad." The other person gave a faint sneer and said, "Those twins. I'll get rid of them at once." The door opened, and two pairs of feet stepped onto the soft carpet. The boy and girl walked on, in surprise at the softness. Arian widened her eyes. "This carpet is so soft," Aegon said. "It feels like my feet are sinking into it." The maids and servants stood in orderly lines. Icena calmly said, "By His Majesty the Emperor's command, we have laid carpet here for the safety of your highnesses." The two of them imagined the crown prince saying to the emperor, "Children are fragile, so we have to be careful." "Right, sure," Crown Prince Alicho. Neither of them could say a word. Lying in bed under the covers, the two of them exchanged thoughts. Arian thought, Aegon. He looked at her. Looking upward, she asked, "Does the Emperor really worry about us?" He replied, "Who knows?" The two of them glanced to the left. The Emperor was sitting there with his legs crossed, reading a book. They continued their silent exchange. "When is he going to sleep?" "Search me." He looked toward the bed, and both of them immediately turned to the right and shut their eyes, pretending to be asleep while sweating nervously. I really don't know. The sky outside the window had brightened. Walking. A maid was fixing Aegon's clothes, while Arian turned to another maid in surprise. Weren't we told we couldn't leave without permission? The blue-haired maid replied. His Majesty has granted permission. Hajin calmly said, His Majesty has permitted your highnesses to move freely in the garden for 3 to 4 hours each day. And while you take your walk, only 4 attendants may escort you. We hate crowded places. The twins froze in surprise. Is it because we said that? The two of them walked along the brick path in the garden, with 4 maids behind them. How strange. The Emperor really does seem very considerate toward us. He doesn't show it clearly, but I'm pretty sure of it. Aegon was silent, but that doesn't mean we've forgiven them. Arian answered, Yeah, of course not. Remembering the Emperor's figure, she thought, that only makes it even harder to understand. What the hell is the Emperor thinking? Lost in thought, they suddenly saw a shadow fall over them. Step! She fell to the ground with a thud. Aegon turned around in surprise, and the man exclaimed, Oh dear. The man reached out and took her hand. Oh no, I'm terribly sorry. Arian blushed in embarrassment. So embarrassing. I was so busy thinking about the Emperor that he startled me. He said kindly, Are you all right, Your Highness? Aegon thought, Who is this? Arian answered, I don't know. The man continued, Please be careful. Beside him stood a young boy. The man wore a necklace, and the twins thought, Could that be his family crest? It looks like 2 snakes climbing a tree. The Duke knelt and greeted them. I am the head of House Razaduko, and this is my son. The boy also knelt. Greetings, Your Highnesses, Prince and Princess. The 4 of them looked at one another. The man smiled. Icena hurried over in alarm. Your Highnesses, are you all right? Arian turned and looked up at her. We're fine. Icena said to the Duke, Duke Rosie, that was very rude of you. He replied, Forgive my behavior, headmaid. I failed to notice them just now. He then added, It seems you are in charge of caring for both their highnesses. The Duke, wearing a kindly expression, said to send even the head maid to attend imperial family members like this. It seems the Emperor is taking very devoted care of the 2 of them. Aegon was surprised. Devoted care? Arian's eyes widened. Taking care of us? He placed a hand on his chest and said warmly, Indeed. There are rumors that the Emperor treasures the 2 of you like jewels. That is easy to believe, since you are both so adorable. Looking up at him, Arian's cheeks flushed pink. Both of them thought, We've never met a noble this graceful before. The Duke placed a hand behind his son's back. If the opportunity arises, I hope you might become friends with my son. He is the same age as you, so it should be easier for you to grow close. She said, all right. Arian looked at the boy until her face reddened, thinking, I didn't notice at first, but Duke Rossi's son. Aegon glanced at her. To her, the boy seemed to be shining. Isn't he incredibly handsome? His skin is whiter than white jade, and his hair is black as ebony. Arian stared blankly, and sharp-eyed Aegon shot her a glare. He said, Duke, we are in the middle of a walk, so we will be going now. She looked at him in surprise. Again. The Duke replied, Oh dear, it seems I have wasted your precious time. Please enjoy your outing. Icena frowned. Do be more careful next time, Duke. The group walked away. Arian asked her brother, What is it? Aegon said, Good grief. The father and son said nothing, merely looking disdainful as the Duke removed the glove that had touched her. He threw it away. The Duke said in disgust, How filthy. Arian was slightly irritated. What is it, Aegon? What's wrong? He said, Obviously because you kept staring at that noble. Up in the branches of a tree, someone in a black cloak was hiding there. Annoyed, she said, Who was staring? He answered, You were obviously. In a hidden corner, Riolu was chanting dark magic. The Emperor's mongrels. In the rear garden, Aegon and Arian, still knowing nothing, continued chatting cheerfully. Arian pouted. Hey, there's nothing wrong with looking at a handsome person. Aegon looked at her helplessly. So now you're finally admitting it? She sulked. And what about you? Before she could finish, she froze in horror. A dark sphere was flying straight toward them. What? The servants behind them also screamed in fear. Your Highnesses! Arian immediately threw her arms around Aegon to protect him. I don't know what that is, but if it hits us, we're definitely dead. A dazzling blue light shone behind the two of them. Aegon and Aerion shut their eyes tightly for a long moment, but the pain they had expected never came. Fearfully, they opened one eye a little. Aegon and Aerion were surrounded by specks of light. Aerion thought to herself, this light. It's the second prince's magic from before. The one who had caused it all vanished in an instant. Aegon and Aerion collapsed onto the ground, and the maids immediately ran over. Your Highnesses, are you all right? In no time, the royal knights had surrounded the area. Search this place. Startled, Aerion asked. Since when were there so many knights here? One of the knights respectfully answered. Because your Highnesses are uncomfortable with many people around you, His Majesty ordered us to protect you secretly. The two of them fell into thought, sharing the same realization. The Emperor gave such an order? The knight continued. Everything happened so suddenly. This servant is too ashamed to even face your Highnesses. I swear upon a knight's honor that something like this will never happen again. Aegon cut him off. Enough. More importantly, what was that just now? Icena spoke up. It appears to have been bloodlust. It is a type of magic used to harm others by drawing power through a curse. Not many people are capable of using something like that, and even fewer could infiltrate this place. Wearing a grave expression, she continued, I believe it is safe to conclude that there are forces within the Imperial Palace who wish to eliminate your Highnesses. Aegon and Aerion immediately tensed up. A knight said worriedly, Lady Icena, their Highnesses are still too young to hear such things. Back in their room, Aegon and Aerion sat on the bed and sighed, with a line of attendants standing beside them. We never intended to stay in the Imperial Palace. We had even planned to leave someday and abandon everything. But now, if we leave, the chances of us being killed are even higher. And as for why someone wants to kill us, we don't know. The tightly shut door was suddenly forced open with a bang. The two of them turned toward it in surprise. It was their father. He was looking at them anxiously. Those long legs strode slowly toward them. Wherever he passed, the palace maids bowed. Aerion and Aegon grew tense. The Emperor, he's coming closer. With a look of surprise mixed with worry in their eyes, they watched as he knelt before the bed. With worried eyes and a gentle, tender voice, he asked, Are you two all right? His attendants rushed in after him. Your Majesty, if you suddenly leave the meeting room like that, he cut them off at once. Postpone the meeting. They let out sighs of relief and muttered among themselves. The Emperor really did. Then three shadows rushed in. IG spoke first. Aegon, Aerion, are you all right? Sitting on the bed, the two of them stared wide-eyed at the three who had just arrived. Alliance Weld? Yes. IG immediately asked again. Really? Behind the third prince, the first prince and the second prince also asked anxiously. Are you all right? Let me see. IG ground his teeth. If we find whoever did this, I'll kill them. Alexander and Loy both wore dark expressions as they agreed. I feel the same way. The second prince took Aerion's hand to examine it. I can't believe my protective spell was used up so quickly. She thought to herself, so that protective magic really was the second prince's. As he cast another spell, he explained, This is magic used to block bloodlust. Healing and protection are my specialties, so I'll place a stronger spell on the two of you. The twins' small palms began to glow. Aerion remembered what Alexander had once said. The Imperial Palace is a very splendid place, but behind it there is another side to it, a side that is chaotic and cruel. Looking somewhat tired, he said, There, that should do it. Meanwhile, Aerion remained lost in thought. Does the second prince know that someone wants to take our heads? Suddenly, he staggered in dizziness, but thankfully Loy, right behind him, caught him. He waved his hand with a smile and said, I'm fine. Something like this won't hurt me. Alexander thumped his chest and declared that not many people could use magic to resist bloodlust. So on his honor as a member of the imperial family, he swore he would find the culprit. Loy joined in, saying he would triple the number of guards around the imperial palace. IG refused to be outdone, saying he would torment any suspicious person and make them taste the underground prison. The emperor turned to his three sons and said, I want all of you to put the children's safety first. The three answered in unison, As you command, your majesty. Aerion and Aegon stared blankly. What? How are we worth this much to them? Are they really going this far, just to keep us safe? But why? Isn't that strange? These are the same people who ignored us for 5 years before taking us in. A glimmer flashed in their eyes. Now it felt as though they truly saw them as family. Was this just wishful thinking or elsewhere? Clone was furiously cursing. "You idiot," he shouted. "If you knew it would fail, then you should never have done it in the first place. Now security will only get tighter." The man below ground remained silent, clutching his cloak tightly despite the scolding. Then he stood and said, "What are you talking about? I never expected the plan to succeed." Clone jolted. "What?" The man continued, "Their royalty. If bloodlust alone were enough to deal with them, I would never have had to go this far. This was only one part of the trap. Because the second prince used his own magic to protect the 2 children, I can't do anything to them for now. Thanks to this failure, he'll surely cast an even stronger protective spell on them, and that pressure will weigh heavily on his body." Clone stared in shock. "So all along, your target was the second prince?" The man gave a faint smile. "The second prince is quick-witted. He'll probably be a major nuisance. There's no need to rush. My trap must be built slowly and meticulously. The defects of those little bastards will become the nooses tightening around their necks." Somewhere else, a strand of red hair floated in the water like a snake. Jason was sinking to the bottom of a deep lake. He struggled to open his eyes through the haze, then finally closed them again, leaving behind 2 names: Arian. Again. Even though they were exhausted from playing around all day, Arian and her brother still wanted to resume their studies. Although people objected because of the current danger, they still received the Emperor's permission in exchange for increased security. The 2 of them pushed open the white door. Arian asked her brother, "They said this is a magic class, right?" Aegon replied, "It's Baron Chembo's magic class." Inside stood a young man with chestnut-colored hair behind the desk opposite them. "This must be Baron Chembo. You've arrived." He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Welcome to my class, your highnesses." Then, as if he had suddenly noticed something interesting, he lowered his gaze to the 2 children. "Ho, this is—" Icena spoke up to remind him. "How rude, Baron Chembo." Realizing that he had overstepped etiquette, he drew back at once. "My apologies. I sensed the prince's magic from these 2 and was a little stunned." Arian recalled the past. "Is this because of the magic the second prince cast on us before?" The twins once again communicated wordlessly. Arian thought first, "So other mages can tell? That's interesting." Chembo stared blankly at the white aura surrounding the 2 children, cold sweat breaking out on him. The second prince's unique white mana. A defensive spell so powerful it could rival anyone in the Empire. No, on the entire continent. Arian was still dazed. "That's strong." Chembo stroked his chin and said, "The second prince must have been very determined to make this decision." Arian asked in confusion, "Determined?" Chembo replied, "That's right. Since this is your first lesson, I'll explain it simply." Aegon said nothing and quietly sat there, while Arian stared blankly with curious eyes. At last, their first magic lesson had begun. Chembo held up a book. "Now look at the book in my hand." He smiled, and a soft blue bubble gently lifted the book into the air. The book flipped back and forth inside the blue bubble as Chembo explained. "This is a simple movement spell. I placed a spell on the book, so it continues to use my mana in order to float." Then, with a pop, the book dropped right in front of them. "On the other hand, if I set it down, it retrieves my mana and the spell ends." Arian asked, "Then the spell on us can also be withdrawn, right?" Chembo smiled. "You catch on quickly. Of course it can. If the second prince were ever short on mana for some reason, he could end the spell on the 2 of you and restore his reserves." Arian didn't quite get it and asked again, "So it's kind of like turning off battery-draining apps?" Chembo looked bewildered. "What?" Arian quickly corrected herself. It's nothing." Aegon could only sigh at his little sister. Chembo continued seriously. "In any case, the spell placed on you is the highest grade defensive spell, something only those of royal blood can use. Considering that he cast it on both of you, the second prince, Alexander, must have used an enormous amount of mana." The 2 immediately remembered how exhausted the second prince had looked when he cast the spell. "So that's why. Of course he couldn't have been fine." Chembo continued, "The type of mana the 2 of you use is also rather interesting." The twins didn't understand, and Arian asked, "What do you mean?" Chembo stroked his chin. "Although you are twins, there is a huge difference in your reserve mana." Aegon glanced at Arian, who still had many questions. A difference, Chimbo said. While Her Highness the Grand Princess possesses a mana capacity large enough to compare with the third prince's, the fourth prince here has only half that amount. Arian was astonished. She hadn't even thought about herself having mana at all. I'm more surprised that we have mana in the first place, but why is there such a big difference? She asked why. Chimbo fumbled awkwardly. Unfortunately, I don't know either. Aegon, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Well, it doesn't really matter. The two communicated again. Aegon said, I plan to make a name for myself with the sword. I'll focus on swordsmanship class. Arian quickly replied, right. A while later, plates of food and sweets were set before them along with the maid's words. Your Highnesses, congratulations on completing your lesson. Arian picked up a teacup, her eyes shining brightly. Thank you, Hajin. The quiet didn't even last 30 seconds before the door was violently pounded. The third prince waved with a grin. Arian. Both of them turned to look. The third prince said cheerfully, I brought a present for you too. Arian froze, recalling what he had said before. If it's a gift, does that mean he found something? Arian asked. A present. Igi fidgeted. Yes. Tajda. He held out a small pink rabbit. Blushing, Arian trembled as she looked at the rabbit in her arms. It's so cute. Aegon couldn't take his eyes off it either. It really is pink. IG beamed and swept in proudly. I knew you'd like it. He grinned and boasted of his achievement. It's the beloved pet of the princess of the kingdom of Melia. I thought you'd like it, so I brought it home. The two children froze. It already has an owner? Their minds immediately filled with visions of a war breaking out between the two countries. Ignoring their expressions, IG kept smiling and said, Isn't it adorable? First, we need a cage. Arian immediately protested. No, you can't do this. IG blinked in confusion. Arian said sincerely, If it's already been loved and cared for, then of course it should be returned to its owner. Being dragged around somewhere it doesn't want to go is too cruel for the bunny. Arian looked down sadly at the rabbit in her arms. IG stared at her without saying anything. Aegon gave her a judging look, then spoke to her telepathically. Are you sympathizing with the rabbit right now? Arian, sweating nervously, quickly replied, Of course not. No one noticed that IG suddenly lunged forward and pulled both of them into his arms. How can our little Arian be this kind-hearted? Aegon was extremely annoyed and cursed inwardly. Why are you hugging me too? Letting go, IG smiled and said, Fine, I'll return it safely. But would you like something else instead? For example, a delicious snack, a horseback ride, or some other fun game? The two looked at each other. Arian said, Anything. Then she looked up again. If there are any clues about the attack on me, we want to know. IG immediately drooped. Sorry, I haven't found out anything yet. He looked at them sadly, and even if I had, I would never want you two to know about things like that. Arian quickly changed the subject. Then what about the second prince? IG replied, Brother Alexander? I don't know. Do you want to go ask him right now? Arian was a little nervous, but still answered, yes. Aegon nodded as well. Igi smiled brightly. Sure, then let's go right now. He ordered, Icena, take care of the rabbit and bring it to my palace. Icena immediately replied, Yes, Your Highness. Beneath the blue sky, a lock of red hair fluttered as the face of a young man appeared. He floated above the roof of the palace, looking down below. From underneath, IG shouted loudly, Let's ride there together like last time, accompanied by the laughter of the twin children chatting away. The boy curved his lips into a smile under the sunlight. A soft breeze blew past with a wave of his hand. Leaves rustled continuously as they collided with the wind and drifted down. Standing amid the gusting sky, the boy thought to himself, Their smiling faces are my source of strength. Aegon seemed to sense something and turned his head. A leaf landed in his hair. Arian asked, What is it, Aegon? He replied, I don't know. IG led the horses over to the two of them. Arian, Aegon, come here quickly. At the second prince's palace, the third prince kept pounding on the door, calling out, Brother Alexander, cute little Arian and Aegon are here. I know you're not asleep. The harder IG pounded, the more everyone around him broke into a cold sweat. The two children's faces darkened. Is pounding on the door really allowed? IG still shouted enthusiastically, Open up. The heavy door creaked open. and the prince's voice came from inside. Bekvayut, Ig. The two children jumped at the sound of his voice. The second prince stepped out in his nightclothes, eyes heavy with fatigue. You're giving me a headache. Ig said cheerfully. I knew you were awake. Alexander was in an awful mood after being dragged awake by his infuriating younger brother. Seeing the second prince dressed in sleepwear, Arian never would have expected a side like this from him, so different from his usual stern and serious appearance. He looked utterly exhausted now. Is it because of the spell? Arian thought. She asked him, Are you sick? Alexander replied gently, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I was trying to rest for a bit, but then Ig came by unexpectedly. I'm very happy about that. The word happy sounded especially heavy coming from Alexander. Seeing that things really weren't good, Ig said, Let's leave that aside and have tea first. At that, Alexander ordered the servants to prepare some sweets. As the three of them were about to enter the tea room, a guard came running over to report, Your Highness. What is it? An urgent matter. You must return to the palace at once. Igi Skovlet, can't you see I'm busy having tea with two super adorable little siblings and brother Alexander? The man looked a little flustered and then whispered something to Ig. After hearing it, Ig calmed down. Fine then. Aegon and Arian wondered what had been whispered and thought. The third prince is actually obeying? He hugged Arian and Aegon goodbye. Something came up. I promise I'll play with you next time. Alexander asked. Ig, is it that matter? Ig signaled with a nod. Alexander seemed to understand immediately. Ig then turned and left at once. Arian thought, the atmosphere feels strange. She looked up at Alexander as if asking what had happened, but Alexander said, Now that we've gotten rid of Ig, let's drink tea and play. Arian said to Aegon, The second prince is so hard to read. Aegon had to admit that was true. The table was set with all kinds of sweets and tea. Arian thought, what was that about? If it were the third prince, he would have told us right away, but I don't know how to get the second prince to talk. The three sat in silence. Alexander, feeling unwell, finally said, I'm sorry, but could you two play by yourselves and then head back? I'll order some knights to escort you. She asked what? Alexander felt that if he stayed seated any longer, he might faint, but he still forced himself to speak gently to them. I think I need to rest a little. I am sorry. Then he stood up and went into his bedroom. The two attendants beside him seemed ready to help, but he refused them and said, I'm only going to rest for a bit. Leave me be. Aegon and Arian thought to themselves, then what about our questions? This tea party is a disaster. One person left before even sitting down, and the other went back to his room after barely saying a few words. Arian said, Aegon, we can't go back like this. Aegon agreed to sneak into Alexander's room. The two came up with a plan to lure the attendants outside. They only wanted to see how Alexander was doing, but still felt terribly guilty for treating the servants that way. Goodness, these sweets are really... The two attendants heard and asked, Your Highnesses, is there a problem? Arian raised her voice. We're not eating this. Aegon added, These aren't even as good as the things we ate at Sivilla Palace. Do you think you can look down on us just because we're young? One maid hurriedly replied, No. Nothing like that, Your Highness. I'll go tell Prince Alexander and have something else prepared. The two servants were terribly flustered. We'll bring new dishes at once. Arian immediately rejected the idea. No need. We'll go see him ourselves. Are you trying to block the way of the Grand Princess and the Prince? The two attendants were frightened and didn't dare say anything more. Once they were gone, Aegon and Arian slipped into Alexander's room. Arian said, We're not actually allowed in here. Aegon told her, Then you can go back out. As they stepped inside, a voice rang out. Who's there? Aegon and Arian were startled. That wasn't his voice. They hadn't expected someone else to be in Alexander's room. Suddenly, a faint light in the room was enough for them to make out the face of the speaker. A man wearing a cloak spoke up, his white hair standing out sharply against his features. So you two are Alexander's younger siblings. Aegon and Arian wondered, Who is this? Why is this person in our brother's room? Seeing the two children standing there, he continued, You are just as adorable as the rumors say. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Alexander's guard, Naiwi. The two were surprised. A guard? This was the first time they had seen one. Naiwi said, Aegon and Arian, right? What did you want with Alexander? While Arian still didn't know how to answer Naiwi, she silently asked Aegon for help. Aegon, what do we say? When Arian didn't respond, she turned to him. He was standing there blankly, muttering under his breath. A guard. Arian called out, Aegon. Only then did he come back to himself. Naiwi said, I'm very sorry, but Alexander is resting right now. Arian fumbled. We're sorry, but is he like this because... Naiwi quickly answered, because of the spell he placed on the two of you. He continued, normally, when he becomes that exhausted, he unconsciously withdraws the energy. But Alexander is doing his best to maintain the spell on you, and I have to watch over him during times like this. He's always like that. No wonder he's exhausted all the time. After hesitating a moment, he continued, but your highnesses, could you please go back and not disturb Alexander while he's resting? Aegon and Arian fell silent at Naiwi's words. On the way back, the two discussed it. At this rate, we'll never get to ask the second prince what he discovered. That's right, Arian asked. Don't you think his guard has the same vibe as the second prince? Aegon replied, you're right. Remembering how he had frozen up earlier, she asked, Aegon, why did you space out like that back then? Before he could answer, a guard said, Your Highnesses, we've arrived at Sivilla Palace. The two got off their horses. Standing before them was a middle-aged man dressed simply, yet still carrying an elegant presence. There you are, Your Highnesses. It was Duke Rosie. He bowed to Aegon and Arian. For Your Highnesses to remember me, what an honor. Beside him stood a small boy with dark blue hair. He was Duke Rossie's son. He bent in greeting. Greetings, Prince and Grand Prin. Arian asked, Why are the two of you here? The boy replied, Your Highnesses, I came here to be your companion. Of course, with His Majesty's permission. Suddenly, a cry rang out, full of terror and pain. Then a blond man's voice sounded. Huh, what's this? One man was tightening a rope around the person on the ground while speaking calmly, while the one behind him merely watched indifferently. I haven't even started yet, and you're already screaming like a child. It hurts, ah. The blond man frowned and said in a voice full of disgust, I hurried over the moment I heard you'd caught someone connected to the attack. Then the blond man turned to the blue-haired one and said, while the bound man lay on the ground, seething with rage, Still, I'm pretty disappointed to see such a pathetic excuse for a man. Kialua, are you sure it's him? Now the blue-haired man's face was finally shown clearly, and he began to speak. Why are you doubting me? That hurts, you know. I'm IG's guard, Kialua. Then he stepped forward and said to the other man, Listen, IG, there aren't many people in this empire who can use magic like that to kill. And even if there are, they'd only be a few illegal mages from the slums. Besides, it wasn't ordinary magic. It was more like a sleeping drug, and it was used in the Imperial Palace. Then he continued, That means someone with a position equal to or higher than a noble is involved. He said that, but the other man was still angrily stomping on the captive while the man cried out in pain. So he was left speechless and could only stare. I already know that. I'm asking why you caught this guy. Ow, ow. He answered calmly as the other man kept trampling the captive mercilessly. This man is a black market merchant who specializes in selling magic books. But guess where I found him? He continued, and the image of someone appeared. At the back gate of Count Klon's estate. He showed up several times in Count Klon's territory last month. He was probably there to sell illegal magic books. Grinding his teeth as he thought, the boy said, Last month. That was when Aegon and Arian came back. That filthy little rat. I'm going to punch his beak clean off. Hearing that, he laughed and tapped the boy on the head. Hey, calm down, kid. Then he and the boy continued, and that man appeared in the image. Do you really think Count Klon is the mastermind behind this? That great-brained old man. Right, a great brain. Kialua, one Count Klon, no. See? So let's investigate this slowly and see how things unfold. After that, he rubbed the boy's head and said, Anyway, hunting prey is your specialty, isn't it? Hearing that, the boy nodded and said, Fine. Once I catch them, I'll chew their bones. The mastermind, In another scene, she and he were looking at them together with two soldiers. Not knowing what to say, they thought, F friends, since she and he had nothing to say out loud. They communicated through their thoughts. With those expressionless faces, they ask us to be friends? They got to be kidding. Exactly. Then she blushed as she looked at him and continued thinking, but ever since I was born into this world, I've never once thought about something like this. Friends. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice came from behind them, making both of them flinch. There you are, children. They turned around in surprise, while the others bowed. Your Majesty, we greet the Emperor. The Emperor began. House Rosie is one of the Empire's finest families. Then he turned to the other two and said, that child is the heir to the Duchy of Rosie and has always been an exemplary model, even from a young age. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Hearing that, the two of them were left speechless and could only think. Seeing this, the Emperor said, why is he suddenly boasting about them like that? Then he continued, considering the character of the children of Duke Rossi's house, I think he would make a good friend for you two. When they heard that, the boy thought, don't tell me. People here are terrifying. Is this because of what I said back then? Has that been weighing on his mind? Then he continued, I've already prepared a place where the three of you can play comfortably. Then she spoke up, and Arian answered, Your Highnesses, young Master Rosie, I am Icena. I will escort you all to the playroom. Then she turned to look at him and let out a small sound. The Emperor looked at her in puzzlement. Then she shyly spoke and hurried off, leaving everyone confused. It's nothing. As she ran, she thought to herself in embarrassment. I almost blurted out, thank you. That was careless. He remained standing there, watching her. Then the man beside him said, Your Majesty really cares for them, doesn't he? Then he turned away and said, We're done here now. You may return, Duke Rosie. The old man chuckled as he watched the Emperor walk away. In the room, that boy was looking for books while the two of them sat there. Then she hugged a teddy bear and communicated with the boy through her thoughts. Even though they said we should all play together, were we supposed to play? TCH, I don't want to play children's games. Aegon, that's not helping at all. While she was thinking that, a voice called out to her, startling her. Even though he looks rather mature, he can't be more than 10 at most. Meanwhile, we're TW, Your Highness? Igriagis. He replied politely. There are a lot of interesting books here. Would you like to read one together? Blushing shyly, she answered and spoke to Aegon in her thoughts. Sure. He's smiling. Oh wow, so he does know how to smile. He sat down with them and they read together. She said shyly while thinking, This is a children's history book that explains the current empire in detail. It already seemed a little too easy for the two of them, but that was fine. They didn't know that much about it anyway. Suddenly, the pages fluttered before them and drew both their attention. A picture of a beautiful woman appeared, making them blurt out, Wow, she's so beautiful. Then they thought, even though it's only a portrait, I can still feel how elegant she was. She looks a little like the second prince. He explained, and she thought, This is our empress, who passed away 7 years ago. So that's why. Then he continued, She was a very kind noblewoman. His Majesty the King loved her more than anyone. Hearing that, she was surprised and imagined it. That's true. Standing next to the Emperor, she looks like a painting. They were almost a perfect couple. Then she thought again. Then why did he choose Rureo over a wonderful wife like that? They kept looking at the book as the boy said, This is her portrait from the coronation ceremony. Thinking of the Empress, and then of that wicked woman, she wondered, I never really thought about this before, but why did the Emperor have an affair with Rureo and then let us be born? The Empress died 7 years ago, and Rureo is the worst kind of person, the complete opposite of the Empress. It can't be because he missed his dead wife. More than that, if he truly loved her, then why did he leave her in that shabby Delonia castle? None of it makes sense. Then the thought of that woman made her shudder as she hugged herself. For it all to end in something so meaningless. Then she continued thinking, I've gotten so used to life here that I overlooked an obvious truth. There's no way the Emperor truly loved Rureo. Did he really bring back the children of a woman he never loved just because they carry his blood? Especially in this country, where being born out of wedlock is already illegal. Then she remembered what he had said. This is the first time you children have ever asked anything of me. After that, she fell silent in thought. I don't understand at all. Then she spoke and asked him, Young master, Could you tell us more about what happened between the emperor and the late empress? The boy smiled faintly and said, As you wish. A black-haired woman gave a sinister smile and said, You and I are one. It was Rureo. Pinning the emperor down on the bed, she said, If you kill her, you will die too. Rureo laughed wickedly and said, You will never be able to escape her. The emperor jolted awake. So he had fallen asleep while reading. He sat there, worn out from thinking about the past again. What rotten luck. He rose and walked toward the bed of the male and female leads, looking at the innocent children sleeping soundly there. He gazed at them in silence, no one knowing what he was thinking. The next morning, the third prince excitedly called out to Aegon. While the family of 5 was having breakfast at an incredibly lavish table, he asked, Do the two of you have anything planned for your break today? If not, want to go horseback riding and shoot birds with me? Seeing that, the crown prince shot the third prince a glare and suggested, How about playing chess with me today instead? Then the two of them launched into a battle over who got to claim them. One said chess was for old men, while the other said hunting was too violent and the male and female leads shouldn't be exposed to it. Suddenly, a voice cut through their argument. It was Arianne. She said, My brother and I can't go today. The male and female leads explained that they already had plans with Duke Rossi's son. At the breakfast table, the two young men looked gloomy and disappointed that they couldn't take their younger siblings out to play. Then the emperor asked whether they got along well with that young master, and Arianne answered that they did. He smiled in relief and lifted his teacup to drink. The two of them looked at him in confusion. They recalled the last time they met, when they had asked that young master to tell them more about the relationship between the emperor and the late empress. He agreed and said that in 2 days, when they met again, he would bring a book they might find interesting. Back in the present, the male and female leads were being carried by 2 soldiers. Arianne asked Aegon why the emperor had brought them back in the first place. He answered indifferently that the man had probably just acted on a whim. Then he shook his head, or maybe managing state affairs is so stressful that he wanted to keep a few pets or do normal things he usually doesn't do. Something like that. She scolded him for thinking so negatively, but he couldn't come up with any other reason. Then he glanced sideways at her and asked what kind of answer she wanted to hear. For what reason, after abandoning them right after they were born to a woman he had never loved, would he now bring them back? Did she think differently from him? She fell silent and gave no reply. Then, when the white doors opened, she said they needed more information before drawing conclusions. Inside, Duke Rossi's son was waiting for them, holding the book he had promised. He respectfully greeted the two of them. The male lead asked whether he had brought the book, and his sister immediately scolded him for speaking so bluntly. The boy answered that, of course, he had brought it. Then the two of them turned to the attendants standing at the door and told them to leave, since they only wanted to talk and play together, but the attendants looked worried and didn't want to go. Aegon said there were guards outside and that they would call if they needed anything, so the 2 attendants could step out. Only then did the attendants feel reassured enough to agree. The 2 of them left, leaving the 3 children alone in the room. The male and female leads asked the young master whether he could tell them that story now, and he agreed. He took out the book. This is the newest historical book on the coronation. It records everything about the imperial family's births, coronations, and achievements. He sat down with them and asked, What should we talk about first? He seemed to sense that the 2 of them were very interested in the guards, and he had hit the mark. The 3 looked at one another, and he decided to start there. He said, The only ruler ever to govern the empire without a guard is the current emperor. Back at the palace, the crown prince was sitting and reading when he heard a knock at the door. It was the emperor who wanted to see him. He had come because he had not seen him that morning. The crown prince smiled and answered that he had felt a little tired, so he couldn't join everyone for the meal, though he had already eaten breakfast. The emperor looked at him thoughtfully as he smiled. Suddenly, the emperor apologized, saying there was no one else he could ask to help him with this matter. Calmly, the crown prince replied that it was an honor. The emperor said that Aegon and Arianne were different from the rest of the family, and that the fact they were still alive was itself a miracle. The crown prince promised that he would protect the 2 of them. In a serious tone, he assured him that no one would be able to harm them. Helplessly, the emperor said, "You truly are her son." And in this life, there had never been anything he regretted. Those two were also what gave him strength, but they were also what made him weak. The male and female leads sat listening to the young master's story, surprised that the emperor had no guard. But Icena had told them that having a guard was the symbol and standard of the imperial family. Then the boy told them to look at a certain page in the book. On that page was an image of the emperor and the late empress. The text written there read, Imperial Year 20. Month 20, Date 20. The emperor transferred his guard to the empress, and she became the master of the guard. The two of them had never imagined a guard could be transferred, so the young master explained that it could only be transferred once, and only to the spouse he had chosen. Arian was shocked that something like a guard, the very symbol of the imperial family, could be transferred like that. She didn't know why he had done it, but it proved he had loved the empress deeply and would do anything for her. The boy continued and told them that after the empress died, the guard also vanished. Because everyone knew what kind of person His Majesty was, when the two of them appeared, everyone had been shocked. No one believed he could ever love anyone else, much less bring two children back to the palace. The boy looked at them with suspicion and said that the male and female lead's mother must have been a kind and truly extraordinary woman. Under that gaze, Arian asked what the book said about their mother. The young master gave a crooked smile and said that neither she nor their mother was mentioned in the book. The two of them were stunned, then abruptly fell quiet and said in disappointment, "I see." What had she even been expecting? She should have known when a young master said that the book only recorded those of pure imperial blood. Any words related to those who were not pure were considered stains on His Majesty, and they had behaved like fools. She immediately gripped her brother's hand and said that was enough for today. Then she pulled Aegon by the hand, opened the door, and ran outside. The attendants called after them, and she said she just wanted some fresh air. As they ran through the forest, she thought how foolish she had been to expect so much and to keep skipping around inside this imperial game. She was disappointed in herself, thinking that neither Rureo nor they themselves deserved to exist. Holding Aegon's hand, she wanted nothing more than to disappear with him. The two guards reported that the children had disappeared. The head maid looked startled. Again, the two of them lay on the grass, and she used telepathy to call the male lead. She said that maybe he had been right after all. There were only a few written records, but somehow they had made her feel sad. Suddenly, a lock of hair appeared before her face, along with a voice saying, "Why do you two look so long-faced all of a sudden?" The male and female leads looked up and saw a man with orange hair. The current palace guards were patrolling every road thoroughly and frequently. Each time, they moved in large groups, drawing plenty of attention from the citizens. A passing man started gossiping about them. "Is it just me, or has security in the capital gotten way stricter lately?" A man standing nearby answered him, "No, I don't think you're imagining it. After someone tried to assassinate a member of the imperial family, the prince personally ordered tighter security." Hearing that, the first man asked in surprise, "The imperial family was attacked? When? Who was it?" The other man lowered his voice and replied, "Ah, it was the twins." Only then did the first man understand. "Oh, them." Looking at the marching soldiers, he brazenly said, "They're strengthening the guard just because of a couple of bastards? Shut your mouth, idiot." The other man immediately snapped back at his reckless words. "Watch what you say. People who talk like you have all been dealt with." After that short exchange, the two of them walked away together, continuing their conversation as they went. "The taxes we pay are just to protect people like that. The imperial house has no dignity left." By coincidence, the Crown Prince Loy overheard every word. But honestly, he didn't know what to do about what they had said. A trace of displeasure showed on his face, yet he had nothing more to say. On the twins' side, the two children sat together, and behind them was none other than Yason. Arian and Aegon's eyes widened, and they turned to look at him. There he was again, suddenly popping out of nowhere. Seeing Yason, Aegon greeted him. "Ah, Illo." Faced with such an adorable little boy, it would have been rude not to answer, so Yason cheerfully greeted him back. Aegon's attitude really surprised Arian. She turned to look at him strangely. Aegon had actually greeted him politely first. Seeing the two children sitting there looking unhappy, Jason's gaze softened, and he bent down to look at them. "You two look so gloomy. Did something happen?" At his question, the children's faces fell even more, but neither of them wanted to answer. At that moment, Jason had nothing but sincerity. He knelt on one knee and gently said, "If you don't mind, could you talk to this wanderer?" A breeze blew just then, making his hair flutter. He looked very refined. Faced with such a handsome man, the two children couldn't help but stare in amazement, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. They thought, this is strange. We don't even know who he is, so why are neither of us wary of him? So both of them chose to stay silent. Only Arian thought a little more. "Aegon, you fool. Would it kill you to be a little more cautious for once?" In the end, the first one to speak his feelings aloud was Aegon. "I feel awful for letting myself be shaken by the Emperor's passing whim." All eyes turned to him. Jason asked in confusion, "What passing whim?" Aegon answered honestly, "Everything." Being too honest wasn't always a good thing, and as a result Arian couldn't cover his mouth in time. He muttered, "First he slept with Rureo, and that's how he ended up being born." Hearing that, Arian panicked. Aegon were only 10 years old, but he seemed completely serious. His face darkened, his teeth clenched tight, and even Arian was startled. All the resentment he had bottled up for so long poured out of Aegon in one breath, like he was rapping. He slept with a woman he never loved, had us, left us in a place that did nothing but hurt us for 5 whole years, and now he brings us back here and just does whatever he wants. Hearing that, Arian's face immediately darkened. "Aegon, you're cursing the Emperor in front of other people." We're still inside the Imperial Palace. While the two children were still lost in their own very different thoughts, Jason suddenly spoke up. "I agree. That Emperor is annoyingly blind." At that, both of them were stunned at the same time. This man thought the same thing they did. The exact same popped into both their heads. He sat down neatly with his legs crossed and folded his arms. He always has that stern look on his face, but he's not trustworthy at all. His head is always in the clouds, and he never bothers to care about anyone else. That Emperor is the worst. His words left the two children speechless. Arian thought he said the Emperor, not his Majesty. He's even bad-mouthing him behind his back. Aegon, meanwhile, whispered, "Who in the world is this guy?" Then Jason continued, "When you were hurting, he never helped you. He really was something else, taking them from one shock to another." Right now, both of them had countless questions about this strange man who had suddenly appeared. Why did he sound as if he knew them so well? Faced with their bewilderment, Jason smiled brightly. With that radiant smile, he continued, "I'm talking about now. Right now. Even when things are hard, he doesn't even spare you a glance, does he?" Hearing that, the train of thought in both their heads abruptly swerved. Or maybe not. Then Jason suddenly called their names. "Arian, again." The two answered in unison, "Yes." Now his eyes were no longer as cheerful as before. Instead, they carried a trace of sadness. Lowering his head slightly, he said, "Even so, don't hate the Emperor. He has his own reasons." Under the children's fixed stares, he let out a sigh. Saying this on his behalf is honestly irritating, but Jason gave a faint smile, his eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. "I hope you won't have to hate anyone at all." The words that followed shook both of them. "I don't want hatred or guilt to exist in your hearts. I want them to be filled only with warm feelings." His hair fell over his eyes as he spoke, a little hesitantly. "If your hearts freeze over again, I won't be able to meet you again." Just then, a loud voice rang out, startling both of them into turning around. "Your Highnesses." At that moment, Icena approached, guards surrounding her, her eyes blazing with anger. They were definitely in trouble now. Icena. Immediately, the attendants rushed over and scooped the two children up, checking them over and asking one question after another. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" After being jostled senseless, the two could only answer, "We're fine." Hajin and Icena both said at once, "You vanished again all of a sudden. We searched everywhere for you." The only difference was that one sounded very gentle, while the other sounded like a raging demon. The children could only stare blankly, thinking again. When the two of them turned back, there was nothing behind them now but a cold, empty space. Just as they had thought, he was no longer there. It was always like this, like déjà vu. Every time they met him, things ended up like this. Without changing her expression, Icena said, "This is the second time you've suddenly disappeared. Is it really just a coincidence?" Arian felt that the man she had just met was like a ghost, someone utterly mysterious. The image of Yasin rose in her mind along with thousands of questions. He knew their names, even though they had never met him. He boldly gossiped about the Emperor. He appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared just as suddenly. Then she remembered what he had said earlier, that the Emperor had his own reasons, and fell into thought. The two of them remained deep in thought as the attendants carried them away, followed by many servants. It seemed Yasin had not been lying, and unsurprisingly, the moment they returned, Icena gave them a thorough scolding. But what they did not know was that, outside the window from the tree branches overlooking them, Yasin gazed sadly at his own trembling hand. "I can't even endure this much. I wanted to stay with you longer." His hand tightened into a fist. If the two children closed their hearts even more tightly, he would disappear. Yasin's face darkened as he muttered to himself, "You'd better get a grip, Emperor. If those children shut their hearts and fill them with nothing but hatred for you," his resolve hardened, "then I won't hold back anymore. I mean it. Before I disappear, I'll use every ounce of strength I have left to punch your damn face in." Meanwhile, on the Emperor's side, he looked at his son with a judging gaze. At once the young man asked, "What is it?" Loy, seated across from him at the table, looked at him in confusion. The Emperor lifted his teacup and replied oddly, "It's nothing. Go on." "Yes." In a gloomy voice, Loy continued, "The nobles still haven't accepted the two of them." Inside the lavishly decorated room, their discussion continued evenly. "There's only so much we can do by punishing them. This is clearly a good chance to build positive relations as members of the imperial family." "That's right." Thinking of Aegon, the Emperor said, "So I wanted to hold a debut banquet to celebrate the two of them successfully transforming. But that boy refused. I don't want to meet those people. That's why I resorted to the most effective solution, connecting them with the son of the man with the greatest influence, Duke Rossi's son. Rossi's black-haired boy carries himself with noble bearing. I'm certain this will help improve the twins' relationship with the nobility." Loy's expression turned more serious than ever. "However, there's one thing that troubles me." "What is it?" His face darkened as he voiced his thoughts. "He may still be just a child, but what will father do if he harbors dark intentions toward our little Arian? Our precious, adorable Arian?" A heavy silence instantly fell. The Emperor's face became more terrifying than ever. "If that happens, I won't show any mercy. I'll throw him out of the Empire." At that, Loy nodded sadly. "That's a relief. I feel much better now. Our duty is to protect the two of them." The Emperor took another sip. "You sound exactly like Alex." "Doi." Loy finally gave a faint smile. "Maybe everyone feels that way. They're both precious younger siblings to me." Now it was the Emperor who fell silent in thought. "Are you not angry with me for having children with a woman other than your mother?" Loy sighed and smiled. "Not at all. Others may not know, but Alex and I do." The memory of that night returned, and he continued, "That father never slept with Rureo." Hearing that, the Emperor froze. Their conversation resumed soon after. "You've grown enough to say things like that now. After your transformation, you really have matured." "Yes." The Emperor's eyes wavered. "Just as you said, if not for that contract with Rureo, this never would have happened." That night, she had sat on top of him. "Listen, Your Majesty, you and I are one." She curled her lips into a smile. "If you kill me, you will die too. You can't escape me." He frowned, remembering the last thing she had said. "The children I bear will be your children." He continued, "If that contract had not threatened my life, I would never have allowed Rureo to give birth to them." And just then, outside, the two children happened to hear the next words as well. "I would have killed them before they were even born." With a troubled expression, Yasin thought to himself, "The Emperor has his own reasons." I believe those words. There had to be some reason he abandoned us. A few minutes earlier, Arian and Aegon had said to the maids, "We want to see His Majesty." While Icena made her displeasure obvious, the maid beside her answered respectfully, "His Majesty is resting in the tea room." Aegon looked at the maids with little interest. "We want to go. You don't need to follow us. It's just the next room over anyway." Hajin stammered, "Why yes, but..." Before she could finish, Icena cut in irritably, "Then we will stand a little farther away." And so, Arian and Aegon made their way into the tea room. When they were only a few steps away, Arian suddenly noticed the door is slightly ajar. That was the Emperor's voice. At that moment, the Emperor's low, husky voice rang out. If not for the contract with Rureo, Arian, and Aegon both widened their eyes in shock. Rureo, the two of them hid behind the door and eavesdropped. In a hushed voice, Arian asked, Aegon, did he just mention Rureo? Aegon whispered back, yeah, inside the room. The Emperor kept talking, completely unaware that the two children were listening from outside. If that contract had not threatened my life, I would never have allowed Rureo to give birth to the two of them. And he did not stop there. He continued, if that had been the case, I would have killed them before they were born. On the other side of the door, Arian and Aegon were utterly shattered. The little girl's face went pale, and she sank to the floor in pain. She could not believe what she had just heard with her own ears. What did we just hear? It felt as though both children had fallen into a bottomless pit. Their whole bodies went cold. Arian and Aegon were swallowed by a flood of dark thoughts. They did not know what kind of contract the Emperor had been forced to sign or why, but they had learned one thing. Every word the Emperor had spoken burrowed into their minds. The Emperor has his own reasons. If that contract had not threatened my life, his reasons? Remembering his words, Arian and Aegon's hearts ached even more. The Emperor had no choice but to let them be born because his life depended on it. The two children's faces darkened. He didn't even want us to be born. Suddenly, Loy heard a faint clattering sound from outside. He stood up and went to open the door. Who's there? The moment he saw the two children walking away, he called out, Arian, Aegon. He approached them slowly. I thought you were playing with Duke Rossi's son. If you'd like, would you like to have some tea? But after learning the cruel truth, Arian and Aegon refused outright. No, thank you. Arian spoke with icy eyes. The Emperor is resting. We shouldn't disturb him. Loy froze for a moment when he heard Arian say that. Then he returned to the tea room. The moment the Emperor saw him, he asked, I heard the children's voices. What happened? Loy found it hard to answer and hesitated over each word. It's nothing, but the two of them don't seem very happy. Could it be? The Emperor guessed at a reason. Did something unpleasant happen with Duke Rossi's son? Loy blurted out in shock, what? The two of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Some time later, Arian suddenly heard a knock at the door. When she looked up, she saw the Emperor entering with Loy. The Emperor strode quickly over to where she and Aegon were. He knelt down and quietly studied the children's faces. But the Emperor did not look pleased. As I thought, neither of you looks well. Arian and Aegon both stayed silent. The Emperor reached out, about to touch Arian. What happened? But she immediately flinched and leaned away to avoid him. The Emperor was taken aback by her reaction. Arian coldly turned her face away. It's nothing. The Emperor fell silent, at a loss for words. At last, as though he had realized something, the Emperor slowly closed his eyes. He said nothing more and simply turned away. Go rest. Loy called out in surprise. Father. The Emperor kept his cold tone. Come, Loy. In the end, Loy could only turn back and tell the two children, get some good rest. The door shut with a click, and Arian and Aegon stared toward it with distant, resentful eyes. With disgust, Arian said, hypocrite. In the splendidly luxurious imperial palace, Count Clore shouted, this is a serious problem. He frantically explained, I haven't heard anything from that book-selling merchant for days. A man asked, has he contacted the Duke of Esaho? Clore replied, what could a coward like him possibly do? He hasn't even sent a response. Biting his nails, he continued, after that attack, I heard the third prince has been hanging around nearby. Let me think. Then the mysterious man called out, Riolu. The figure covered from head to toe was Riolu. He nodded and answered, yes. The man's voice rang out again. Do you have any other mages left? Riolu replied bluntly. No, the man clicked his tongue in regret. Clore angrily turned and cursed him. Exactly. You shouldn't have rushed him like that. A comrade like you is completely useless. Being berated so harshly by Clore made Riolu grind his teeth in anger. Clore tore at his hair while searching for a suitable solution. Finding someone else now is too risky. The Crown Prince's soldiers are guarding the palace tightly, and the Third Prince's men are all over the roads. The man's voice rang out again. What a nuisance. If only those children would move away from the Emperor for a little while. Clore let out a long sigh. Why would those bastards leave the palace? Those two useless things are being treated far better than they deserve. Of course, they'll keep digging for more. The man refuted him. Not exactly. Those two aren't arrogant like you. Clore looked ready to explode, while Riolu gave a faint sneer. The man chuckled softly and continued. That's exactly why they're so naive. With just a little provocation, they're easy to lead around by the nose. Clore frowned, not fully understanding. The mysterious man stroked his chin. Still, this is difficult. We need a specific opportunity to separate those two from the Emperor. And those merchants have vanished again. Suspicious, isn't it? As Clore was saying, we need to re-examine the entire plan. The man's secretary entered. Master! The next second, everyone was stunned speechless. His Majesty the Emperor is... A great number of palace workers had been summoned out and were kneeling in rows on the ground. The Emperor and Loy looked over them all with searching eyes. Duke Rossi's respectful voice rang out. Your Majesty the Emperor, your visit is quite unexpected. He placed a hand on his chest in greeting. What wind has brought you to this humble estate? The Emperor glared at him coldly. Duke Rossi, the Emperor spoke angrily. It seems there has been a small problem between your son and my princess and prince. Duke Rossi froze on the spot. Back at Arian and Aegon's palace, the two children lay on the bed, holding each other's hands. Arian called softly, Aegon. You were right. The two children lay on the bed, talking to each other. You said so yourself. It was just a passing whim. Arian's eyes were full of hurt. What was I even hoping for? In this world, all I have is you, Aegon. I should have remembered that. Then she called again. Again. What? The two children turned to face each other. Let's run away. Tonight. And this time, for real. In a large room, surrounded by maids who were tidying up, the two children on the bed spoke to each other through telepathy. Let's leave this place together. Tonight. And this time, for real. Aegon was startled. Are you serious? The two children looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, Aegon climbed down from the bed. Seeing that, Arian sat up in confusion. Again, she quickly followed him, calling his name as she went. Under the servant's watchful eyes, Aegon walked over to the table and picked up a pastry. A maid beside him asked, Would your highness like me to bring more black tea? Aegon replied calmly, No need. As he held the pastry in his hand, Aegon sent a thought to Arian. Arian, I think living here isn't all that bad. The moment she heard that, Arian suddenly shouted, startling everyone in the room. What are you saying? Hearing her outburst, Aisina and Hajin looked at her in confusion. Princess. Then Aegon spoke. Aisina, Hajin, want to talk alone. He ordered them. Wait outside the door until I call for you. Hearing that, all the maids bowed. Understood. After that, Aisina shot Aegon a lightning-filled glare. If you two disappear again. Aegon waved a hand while still holding the pastry. We won't. I promessa, I promessa. Even as he said it, he thought, though that doesn't exactly depend on us. Then Aisina and the others closed the door and left the room. Now only Aegon and Arian remained inside. The two looked at each other in silence. Then Arian suddenly said, Why did you say living here isn't that bad? What do you mean, Aegon? As she spoke, Arian recalled what had happened before. Back then, you were the one who said the Emperor only brought us here on a whim. Hearing that, Aegon calmly asked back, So what? It's still far better than living with Rureo. Arian stared at him in disbelief. Aegon lowered his head and continued, If all I have to do every day is put up with those imperial people in order to avoid being beaten or starved. As he spoke, Aegon raised his face and said seriously, Then why would I throw away a comfortable life like this? Arian stared at him in shock. Aegon, what? Before she could finish, Aegon cut her off. Arian. Aegon's gaze on Arian was serious, but also full of pain. Do you want to watch me struggle every single day? Only then did Arian understand, and as she looked at Aegon, she thought, Oh no, I'm so stupid. Aegon wasn't saying that for his own sake. She lowered her face before him. Of course not. No, she thought, looking as if she were about to cry. How could I let him be hurt any more than he already has? With that starving face and those tear-filled eyes. How could I ever forget how badly you were beaten and how much pain you were in? I never want to see that again. Not wanting to make Arian feel worse, Aegon continued, if we leave, we'll die. You know that. After hearing Aegon, she understood. She thought back on everything they had gone through before. That's right. I know there are a lot of people targeting us right now, because we've already experienced it ourselves. As she thought, she remembered the scene of the Emperor punishing Icena after Aegon and Arian's room had been destroyed. They were from the same group as the ones who trashed our room. That was obviously a threat. Guards and magical barriers. I hate to admit it, but we're being protected by the power of the Imperial family. At that moment, Aegon cut off Arian's thoughts and said seriously, Arian, listen. As long as you're safe and can live comfortably, I can keep existing just to satisfy those royal people. I can endure those hypocrites, just like I did with Roreo. As he spoke, he took Arian's hand. Just eat well and sleep well. Then, when we're older and stronger, when we have more power, you and I will go out into the world together. Aegon looked at Arian with a smile that seemed to see through everything. Until then, stay calm, okay? Can you do that? Arian stared blankly at him, then lowered her head as if about to cry and said, I understand, you idiot. Holding Arian's hand, Aegon laughed. How dare you call me an idiot? Arian answered, I don't know, idiot. As she replied, she thought, Aegon always says the things I never even thought of. I'd rather stay here than let Aegon get hurt. And just like Aegon said, we aren't beaten or starve here. At that moment, the Emperor's words flashed through Arian's mind. If that contract had not threatened my life, I would never have allowed Roreo to give birth to them. I should have killed them before they were even born. Remembering those cruel words, Arian made up her mind. We will never forgive the Emperor so easily. Pretending everything is for our sake, when he's the very one who wanted to kill us before we were even out of the egg. I will never forgive you. At that very moment, at Duke Rossi's estate, the Emperor was speaking with the Duke. Duke Rosie said, Are you saying there was some issue between my son and the Prince and Princess? The Emperor closed his eyes and answered calmly, That's correct. I don't know the details, but the children behaved rather strangely after meeting your son. The Duke looked at the Emperor suspiciously. Strangely, the Emperor then turned to face the Duke's son and asked, Is there something you'd like to tell me about what happened? The boy only looked down at the table in silence, unsure what to say. Suddenly, Crown Prince Loy slammed his hand down on the table and said angrily, Even if you're just a weak little boy, you'll still be punished if you don't answer properly. Hearing that, the boy calmly replied, I only answered their questions. The Crown Prince pressed him. Questions? His answer made both the Emperor and the Crown Prince freeze in shock. They asked about the late Empress. The Emperor's voice sank as he looked at the boy and asked, What did the children talk about? Tell me everything in detail. After hearing the answer, the Emperor returned to Arian and Aegon's palace. The door opened, and Arian and Aegon, who had been reading together, looked up in surprise as the Emperor entered. Arian asked softly, You're back. She thought to herself, he came back late today. The Emperor walked over to them and stood in silence for a moment. Then suddenly he said, Stand up. The two children looked at him, completely confused. Looking down at them, the Emperor said, I will take you back to your room. The children went stiff, unable to understand what was happening. At the same time, back at Duke Rossi's estate, the Duke laughed loudly with delight alongside his son. Ha ha! I never thought the chance to separate those twins from the Emperor would come this quickly. Still laughing, he praised his son. Well done. That answer was very convincing. Hearing this, the boy remembered his earlier conversation with the Emperor. Both of them seemed to miss their mother and their old life very much. At the time, the Crown Prince had asked in disbelief, his face full of suspicion, No way. Roreo? That woman. The Emperor interrupted. Why do you say that? The boy's answer had taken even the Emperor by surprise. Your Majesty reassigned your own guards to the late Empress, while their mother was driven out of the palace. They seemed a little disappointed by that difference. As he spoke, he remembered the furious faces of Arian and Aegon. What made the Empress and their mother receive such different treatment? They kept insisting I tell them exactly how much Your Majesty loved the Empress. Then, by chance, they found out there were no records of either their birthdays or their mothers. They were very saddened. Your Majesty, The princess and prince are angry with you. At that moment, the emperor's face had gone blank in utter disbelief as he learned the whole truth. Meanwhile, Duke Rosie was delighted, believing he had succeeded in driving a wedge between the siblings and the emperor. With a sly grin, he thought, "My emperor, you're about to experience the pain of losing someone important to you." At that moment, in the palace corridor, the emperor, along with soldiers and attendants, escorted the princess and prince back to their room. As they walked, Arian thought, "We were doing fine, so why is he suddenly sending us back?" The emperor spoke. "I have ordered the reconstruction of Dallachnia Palace, where you used to live." The twins stared blankly at him, not understanding. With his back turned, the emperor continued walking as he said, "Once it is finished, you will stay there." The servants stood in two orderly lines. Arian Beaches Urana and Aegon I Silver Urana were being carried in the arms of attendants. "So he wants us to return to Dallachnia Palace? The place where we were beaten so many times," they thought. An image also surfaced in their minds of a woman holding a bottle toward the two of them. Arian Beaches Urana's face darkened, and a bead of anxious sweat ran down her face. "Besides, if we leave this place, doesn't he know perfectly well we'll be in danger?" Her eyes turned toward the man ahead of them, tall and draped in an imperial cloak. "Your sudden whim is truly unforgivable, Emperor." Click! The door opened, and the siblings were brought into a room. "We have arrived. Please go inside, Your Highnesses." Their eyes widened in astonishment. The room was luxurious and splendid, with two beds, one blue and one pink. Nearby stood an elegant table and chairs, and the black canopy above seemed to shine magnificently. The siblings wondered, the carpet is softer, the furnishings are strangely nicer, and even the mattress is more comfortable. The emperor looked at Arian Beaches Urana and Aegon I Silver Urana in silence for a moment. "Rest now." After saying that, he turned and left. Arian Beaches Urana and Aegon I Silver Urana stared at the emperor in stunned silence. The siblings looked suspicious, brows furrowed. "We don't understand," they said to each other. "If he's going to send us away, why renovate this room?" With contempt, they continued, "I can't believe they even rebuilt Dallachnia Palace for this. To show mercy. I can't make any sense of his actions." They continued to doubt whether it was all just another passing whim. "What the hell does he even think we are?" The scene shifted outside. "Count Clore," Loy called out. Startled, the Count turned around and stammered, "Why, Your Highness?" He bowed deeply and awkwardly before him. "I greet Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Count Clore," Loy called again. "Yes," the man replied. Loy's gaze turned icy, his brows tightening as he questioned him. "Were you at Duke Rossi's estate yesterday?" The Count was shocked. How does he know? He thought. Yes, I stopped by to greet him. But how did Your Highness know? He said, trembling as he spoke. Loy's gaze did not waver as he recalled what he had seen yesterday. In Duke Rossi's room, the Emperor had said to the Duke that he would be leaving. Loy had glanced elsewhere while the Duke and the Emperor continued speaking. I will see Your Majesty out. No need. Loy went to the door, opened it slightly, and looked out. Outside stood Count Clore. Loy immediately wondered why he was there. How long had he been standing there? He continued watching, wondering why the Count had not stepped forward to greet them. Count Clore grabbed the clothing of the person beside him and barked, "Hurry up! Damn it!" Loy kept watching from the shadows. Because Clore yanked at his clothes, the man's had slipped down, revealing a man with blue hair and blue eyes and eyebrows to match. Loy kept staring, and the sight made him wonder, who was that man? Back in the present, Loy was still suspicious. He never keeps attendance, and now he goes to the Duke's territory with someone so suspicious? Count Clore's face paled with worry as he called out shakily, "Your Highness." Loy turned away and said, "It's nothing." The man's expression loosened, but he still watched Loy warily, confused. Then he suddenly flinched in alarm, panicking inside. What does he mean by that? Did he see me or not? This is bad. What is he thinking? The scene shifted again to a window looking into a room where Arian Beaches Urana and Aegon I Silver Urana were sitting and studying the origins of the language of the Uriana Empire. The two whispered to each other. Arian Beaches Urana said to her brother, "I can't understand any of this. I can only think about how we're going to leave this place soon." Aegon I Silver Urana replied, "Same here. If we're just going to be kicked out, what's the point of studying?" Suddenly, a knock-knock drew both of their attention. Alexander Aegon Urana entered through the door. "Hello." He walked in with a friendly smile, leaving the teacher gaping in surprise. He walked over and waved to them, not even noticing the teacher bowing to him as well, and the two children returned his greeting. Alex said to the twins, "It's been a while. I came because I missed you too." They both thought the same thing. "He looks really tired. I wonder if he's recovered yet." At the same time, the image came back to them of the white-haired man sitting beside Alex's bed while he slept. Cutting off those thoughts, Aerion Beaches Urana and Aegon Silver Urana turn away, thinking, why should we care? We'll soon have nothing to do with the Imperial family anyway. Seeing that, Alex mentally filled with question marks. Then he said, "That's enough studying for today," and added, "I've really wanted to take a walk with my adorable little siblings for a long time." The twins' expressions fell. They clearly did not want to, but still replied, yes. The three of them walked along a path lined with green trees on both sides. Alex enjoyed the breeze. The wind feels so nice." Aerion Beaches Urana and Aegon Silver Urana remained silent. Then he turned back to them with a smile and said, "Right? On a beautiful day like this, studying would be such a waste." Still, only silence answered him. Seeing that, his brows tightened slightly. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Worried that the twins were still afraid, he added that the servants were all far away. Alex's gaze softened, and he said gently, "We're family, aren't we?" Their expressions darkened. "Family? That's over." Aerion Beaches Urana spoke up. "We'll be leaving this place soon." Alex was startled, his brows slightly furrowed. What are you saying? "If you leave here, you'll be in danger." "Why would you say that?" Aerion Beaches Urana and Aegon Silver Urana did not care, and only answered, "Go ask the king." The one who told us to return to Dallachnea Palace was His Majesty the King. As soon as those words were spoken, Alex's eyes widened in shock. He insisted that his father would never do such a thing, that there had to be some misunderstanding, but the twins only replied, "We heard it with our own ears." The girl and boy looked at Alex's anxious eyes and worried voice and thought, "We need to see whether he really means it or if he's just pretending." The expressions of Aerion Beaches Urana and Aegon Silver Urana grew more serious. Now this fake family is over. Suddenly, Alex knelt down, his voice turning earnest. "Please, just listen to me for a moment." His eyes were still gentle. "Father and my brothers truly love the two of you. We consider you important members of this family." I don't know why he said such a thing, but I told Father that. Alex was still speaking when Aegon cut in, his face both sad and displeased. "Then can you answer this question? Why aren't we recorded in the Imperial Family Registry? Why did Rureo have to remain in Dallachnea Palace after giving birth to the Emperor's children?" The moment Aegon asked, Alex did not know how to answer. Aegon's gaze hardened, his brows drawn tightly together, his expression cold. "You say we're family. Then why did all of you abandon us?" Aegon and Aerion looked utterly joyless as they said, "Because we're illegitimate children. That's the only answer we can think of." Alex's voice trembled as he denied it and insisted Aegon and Aerion had misunderstood. But the boy and girl no longer wanted to hear anything about the Imperial family. They turned and ran off. "We're leaving now." Startled, Alex quickly shouted after them, "You too." "Wait," Alex called, but they kept running without looking back. Then, dizzy before he could finish speaking, he collapsed. Just in time, the white-haired young man appeared and caught him. It was his guard, Niv. Niv sighed, unable to believe he was once again carrying a prince in a princess carry. He grumbled, "Tisish, Alex, you really are a pain." The servants behind them, seeing Alex faint, cried out in panic, "Second prince." Niv responded that Alex was fine, then muttered as he looked toward Aegon and Aerion, "But those two over there are the bigger concern." The twins looked back at him as well, their eyes cold. "Jazern, you must be in serious trouble." The scene showed a red-haired man in a red cloak sinking in water. This was Jazern, the guardian of Aegon and Aerion. "Talp, Talp." Loy walked through the palace hall, and the servants bowed carefully when they saw him. As he walked, he kept thinking about Count Clore. The Count's reaction had been highly suspicious, but then he thought that now was not the time to dig into that matter. "First of all, IG," Loy called out. Hearing his name, IG turned around curiously. Seeing that it was Loy, he brightened. Loy said to IG, "I was looking for you." IG asked curiously, "What is it?" Loy said seriously, "There's something suspicious about Count Clore." After hearing that, IG fell silent for a moment and said nothing. Loy called again, "IG." Suddenly, IG's face became frightening, killing intent radiating around him as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Count Clore, on a beautiful evening, under golden moonlight with stars glittering across the sky, the sight of Jazern floating in the air had left Alex stunned. When I first saw him, I could hardly believe my eyes, because if he still existed, that meant the two children were still alive. The fifth guardian of the imperial family. In a polite voice, he had asked for help. "Benevolent second prince, I have something I wish to beg of you." Then Jazern had gone on to explain the current situation. "My masters are drowning in pain and hatred toward their own royal bloodline. Please save them. A guardian's power comes from their master's joy and from their pride in being a member of the imperial family." Trembling, he continued, "In the state you see me now, even appearing and speaking like this is difficult for me." Alex replied sympathetically, "I understand." He recalled it sadly. "That was how I came to meet those children. On that freezing night, dressed in nothing but their sleepwear, my younger siblings stared at me with frightened eyes. I had looked forward so much to living with them as a family." Alex slammed his hand onto the table and demanded angrily and in disappointment, "How could you let this happen, father? Are you really going to send the children back to Dallachnia Palace? You know how dangerous that is." The emperor replied indifferently, "I will secretly assign knights and mages to follow and protect them. On top of that, there will be a high-level protective barrier." Before his father could finish, Alex shouted furiously, "That's not the problem. They only just started to open their hearts a little. So why would you suddenly do this?" The emperor lowered his eyes and said sadly, "The two of them do not want to stay here." Alex looked as though he could not believe his ears and asked again, "What?" The emperor continued, "They miss their mother, and they hate me. If staying by my side only brings them pain, then I have no choice but to let them go." The father spoke softly. Alex seemed deeply shocked by that answer. "They miss Rureo? That can't be." The emperor called out, "Alex, I don't want those children to be unhappy any longer. I only want to grant whatever they wish." As he walked, the sound of expensive leather shoes echoed softly. He was on a fine Nive. Suddenly, Nive appeared right behind Alex and calmly asked, "What is it, Alex?" With a mysterious look, Alex said, "I want to ask you for a favor." At Duke Rossi's estate, Clore shouted in protest, "Please hear me out." "Duke." In contrast, the Duke answered calmly, "I am listening." "The Crown Prince asked whether you had been in my residence, didn't he?" As if he had struck gold, Clore seized the chance and blurted out, "Exactly. I'm certain he saw me." Rosie, as if he had expected this, let out a short laugh and continued, "Then what do you want me to do? HM? Do you think they can do anything to us over just that? Besides, I suspect he hasn't seen real." Clore, so frightened that cold sweat ran down his face, trembled as he replied, "WL. Yes, but," he went on, "if he had, he would have asked about that suspicious hooded man. There's no problem at all. Go look for some other seller of magic books." Count Clore could only obediently reply, "Yes," but his mind was filled with questions. Did the Crown Prince really not see Riolu? He hadn't said a thing, except that he didn't remember seeing him, even for a moment. Clore replayed the conversation in his head and kept arguing with himself. What did he mean? What could they possibly do to us? There was no guarantee that us included him in Duke Rossi's us. The moment the Duke's name crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled another thing he had said. "Also, I heard His Majesty ordered those two children to be brought back." At that point, Clore had no choice but to tell himself that he would have to find his own way to survive. Riolu stood silently in the corner, watching the situation unfold. In a spacious room, the children, Arian and Aegon, were being dressed up and prepared by the maids. After finishing, Isena announced, "All done." Hajin clicked her tongue in admiration and said, You both look so lovely and adorable today as well." But the only thought in both children's minds was, what's the point of all this effort when we're leaving soon anyway? Hajin cheerfully told them, "We'll go prepare toys and sweets for you," and then left. Suddenly, Arian called for the headmaid. "Isena." "Yes, princess." "You and Hajin have heard, haven't you? That by the king's order, We're being sent back to Dalaknia Palace. We're being thrown out again, so why are you still so devoted to us? Icena answered with a question of her own. Why do you think you're being thrown out? Arian blinked in confusion. She continued, His Majesty never once spoke of exiling the two of you. The two children fell silent for a moment, then said, What's the difference? He just moves us around whenever he feels like it. Icena replied gently, Your Highnesses, His Majesty is not someone who makes decisions carelessly. I have served him since he was a child. That revelation piqued their curiosity, and both secretly thought, Really? Though I do not understand every decision he makes, I can assure you that what you believe you've seen is not the full truth. Arian and Aegon knew Icena was the sort of person who always told the truth, even if it hurt. Arian turned to look at her and asked, Then answer me this. Did he want us to be born? The sudden question made Icena freeze for a few seconds before she finally spoke the truth. No, the two of them had apparently expected that answer, so they were not especially shaken. We knew it, Icena continued. However, once you were born, His Majesty loved you dearly, as though you were his legitimate children. The clearest proof is that he named you himself. The two of them thought. The second prince said the same thing. Arian asked doubtfully, Is being named by the Emperor really that special? Icena answered, Of course. No one has ever been named by His Majesty except the two of you. Not even the other princes. Arian was so moved that her nose turned red, making her look even cuter. But Aegon shouted angrily, Don't make me laugh. He demanded, If he loved us so much, then why did he leave us to rot away for 5 whole years? It makes no sense. He grew more agitated, shouting, Not one word to ask how we were in 5 years. Then an unexpected voice rang out. Father had his reasons for that, startling them both. A question immediately sprang to mind. The second prince? Why is he here? No. More importantly, what reason could there have been for abandoning us? Alex entered, his leather shoes clicking against the floor. He began to explain calmly. Rureo had a contract with Father. Because of it, the imperial family could not go near you. The two of them recalled suspiciously. A contract? Father once said that if the contract didn't threaten my life, a contract between Rureo and the Emperor? Alex replied, Normally, something like that would mean nothing to him. Rureo had no power. Then he corrected himself firmly. No, Rureo had the power to kill him. The two children had never imagined such a thing. Rureo? In a filthy, run-down marketplace, Count Clore was nervously glancing around. He was still wondering, damn it, why isn't he here yet? When someone kicked him in the head from behind. Clore went sprawling to the ground and cried out. IG said playfully, Yo, Count Clore. Back in the spacious room, before Icena and the two children, the second prince's voice seemed to echo from far away. Because Rureo had the power to kill Father. Icena quickly spoke up. Your Highness, I do not believe I am permitted to hear this. I will wait outside. It seemed that only then did the second prince notice her presence. He smiled and thanked her. But Arian and Aegon were left stunned, wondering what they had just heard. Rureo could kill a member of the imperial family? The Emperor? They thought of Rureo as nothing but a powerless woman, a drunk, and a child abuser. As memories of living with her surfaced, her shrill curses seemed to ring in their ears again. If it weren't for you two, I would have. Sitting in his study, enclosed by 4 walls decorated with refined patterns and colors, the second prince propped his chin on his hand and thought, troubled. What kind of power could she possibly have had to do something like that? Alex remembered Rureo approaching him with eyes full of greed. He lowered his gaze and frowned. Alex silently recalled what had happened 6 years ago. Rureo had come to him in a vivid red dress, adorned with a black ribbon at the back. In the luxurious drawing room, Alex had coldly asked, You can heal? Overjoyed and brimming with confidence, she declared, Yes, I can heal any wound. Pointing to herself as she introduced herself, greed shone in her eyes and her cheeks were flushed. There's no doubt about it. Having me by your side can only benefit you. The moment she finished speaking, Alex immediately took a gleaming sharp knife and sliced open the center of his palm. The head maid Icena was horrified, unable to understand what was happening. She cried out, Your Highness, your hand. But Alex merely looked down at Rureo with cold eyes, held out his bloodied hand, and ordered, "Prove it." Watching the blood continue to pour out as though it would drain all the strength from the second prince's body, her expression darkened slightly in surprise. But almost at once, a sly smile returned to her young face. Her cheeks flushed again, and her eyes once more revealed their vile greed. She knelt before Alex, took his bloody hand in both of hers, and licked away the blood that kept seeping out. Alex came back from the memory, thinking with regret, if I had known her true ability back then, I never would have done that. Arian asked suspiciously, "A blood curse?" Aegon, too, looked at the second prince gravely. Alex answered, self-reproach visible in his eyes. Once in a lifetime, a person with that ability can drink someone else's blood and gain complete control over that person's life. His hatred deepened as he spoke, which means the holder can kill the target if they disobey. Neither Arian nor Aegon could believe it. Rureo had a power like that. Arian looked blank with disbelief, and Aegon immediately declared, "That's absurd." He voiced the doubt in his heart. Then why did she end up living in Dallachnea Palace afterward? Wouldn't becoming empress have given her more power? Alex hesitated slightly, his voice subdued. Father could never accept that. He continued, "In this world, Father acknowledged only one woman as his empress. It was perhaps a love etched into the bones, the love between Alona and the emperor. The image of the young woman in his embrace had been engraved in his heart. Even the freshest flowers seemed to fall from their branches and surrender their place to the sweet fragrance of that love." Arian and Aegon lowered their heads, lost in thought. Alex continued. He did not know what the two of them had said to each other. But in the end, Rureo gave up the throne and chose instead to take the twins to live at Dallachnea Palace. In his memory, the figure of the woman standing beneath wind-tossed leaves looked lonelier than ever. Breaking out his thoughts, Aegon asked, "Why would she choose a rundown place like Dallachnea Palace?" Alex gave a helpless smile. It only became like that because Rureo let it decay. In truth, it was once quite beautiful. He added, "Compared to the imperial palace, perhaps it falls short, but it was still built with only the finest materials." Arian asked in surprise, her voice hesitant. "Really?" The second prince continued, "And after that, she never contacted the palace again. The only thing she did was demand money through letters." Alex then added something that left Arian and Aegon stunned. "And she threatened to kill you if he tried to see you." Arian could only gasp. That what Rureo had done far exceeded anything she had imagined. Alex recalled, but Father always sent double the amount she asked for. In his memory, he had once asked, "Father, why do you insist on sending so much money?" He had been worried. If the nobles find out, they'll make a huge fuss. The emperor had answered, with concern in his eyes, but also a little relief. "Raising children costs a great deal. If she's still asking for that much money, it means the children are still alive." Once again, Arian and Aegon were shocked. So she really used all of it? Perhaps they had imagined too little of that woman. But the story did not end there. Alex continued. "However, after some time, the letters stopped coming regularly. And for about a year before you returned, there were no letters at all." The second prince remembered riding his mount in circles around that once splendid palace. He had secretly watched Dallachnea Palace several times, but never once saw the twins, while the palace itself only grew more dilapidated. Hearing this, Aegon and Arian were rendered speechless. Without even saying it aloud, both thought the same thing. That's because we were hiding from Rureo, making secret passages and running around the forest. And besides, they thought the servants were too lazy to clean the palace anyway. Alex hesitated slightly as he said, "So Father or my brothers," he paused, "believe that the two of you were dead." Both Arian and Aegon startled at that revelation, as though something was finally beginning to make sense. Alex asked, though it sounded almost like he was pleading his case, "Does that answer your question about why we never came looking for you during those 5 years?" The two of them looked up, thinking, that does explain it. But there are still things that don't add up. Arian gave a hesitant little sound of acknowledgement, but Aegon was more direct. "Your Highness," he said. The second prince, standing over his younger half-siblings, cut cut him off and said gently, "I'd rather you call me brother." But Aegon remained firm in his choice of address and repeated, "Second Prince." Then he continued, "There is still much that we cannot accept." With a blank expression, Aegon asked bluntly, "The truth is the Emperor slept with Rureo. Otherwise, we would never have been born. How can a man who claims to have loved the late Empress beyond measure do such a thing? And on top of that, he rules an empire where bastards are treated like a plague." Alex flushed bright red and stammered. "Aegon," he seemed not to know what to say. "How does a child your age even know that?" Aegon remained expressionless. "I know." Remembering the conversation they had once overheard between the Emperor and the Second Prince, Aerion and Aegon could not help but feel horrified. No matter how much sugar you coat those words with, the truth is that we are still children no one wanted. Once again, Aegon stated his position as strongly as he could. "So please, stop trying to make us sympathize with the Emperor." Aegon's steady voice was the only sound in the room. Alex stood silent, unable to answer after hearing such thoughts from a little boy. "Do you know how long we spent trying to understand why we were abandoned?" Aerion was on the verge of tears, and Aegon's emotions were reaching their limit as well. Alex repeated, "No one has ever been named by the Emperor except the two of you." He remembered warm scenes of the three brothers playing together, a father who had seemed gentle, and the kind, welcoming people the twins had met. Aerion thought, "I want to believe in that warmth we both felt. I really do." But it was as though there was some iron barrier in the way. Those insults, those curses, the words bastard. "Go back to your Delacknia palace. They should have killed you in the womb. Those bastards should all die." Aerion knew she was terrified of being betrayed by that hope once again. She understood, and she reached for Aegon's hand, as if to share warmth and courage with him. The reason Aegon was acting this way was the same as hers. Better not to trust anyone at all than to be abandoned again. As if that touch had given her strength, Aerion spoke. "Prince, please leave us alone. We need to prepare for the trip." Alex stared at her in shock, clearly surprised by her decision. But just as he managed to say, "Aerion," a sudden "excuse me" rang out and cut him off. All three turned to the door. The siblings looked relieved, while Alex seemed irritated. Outside, the maid Icena bowed respectfully and announced, "Duke Rosie requests permission to enter and pay his respects to the fourth prince and the princess." A sinister gleam flashed through the Duke's eyes as he said, "This humble subject greets the fourth prince and the princess." Then he feigned surprise. "Ah, Second Prince, you're here as well. It has been some time since I last saw you." Alex was bewildered. Why would Duke Rosie come to see Aegon and Aerion? He hurried to voice his suspicion. "Duke, we were in the middle of..." But Aegon did not want to continue that conversation and cut him off. "Come in, Duke Rosie." Alex called out to Aegon in confusion, but Aegon did not waver in the slightest. He merely said, "Please leave, Second Prince." Heartbroken and deeply troubled, Alex could only reply, "Very well." Alex turned away. Aerion watched him go, seeming as though she wanted to say something but stopped herself. She thought, actually, there were still things we wanted to ask about the blood curse and about Rureo. She didn't understand. Rureo had always said, "If it weren't for you two, I would have." She had assumed the Emperor had cast Rureo aside after they were born. But if the Emperor had been trying to contact them all along and had kept sending money, then that could not have been the reason. The siblings walked over to the Duke together, though Aerion's mind was still tangled with thoughts. But she was dead now, so there was no use trying to find out anymore. Truly, Aerion understood that after everything, the reason she was so curious was simply because Rureo had been their mother. There was also something even more frightening. If what the Second Prince said was true, then where had Rureo gotten such terrifying power? Perhaps that was the biggest question the two of them needed to uncover. That woman, after living with her for 5 years, Aerion thought, "I still know nothing about her. What in the world was she?" At that moment, the Second Prince continued the memory he had left unfinished. Rureo knelt down and licked the blood from Alex's palm. The elegant, brilliant red dress she wore only made the darkness of her heart stand out more starkly. The Second Prince pulled his hand away as if he wanted to get as far from Rureo as possible. Alex recounted, though it sounded almost like a question to himself. It healed. Iceno widened her eyes in astonishment, while Rureo could not hide the smug look on her face. Proudly, she said, "What do you think? My power is the real thing." She rose to her feet and cheerfully laid out her condition. "I won't ask for much. To start with, just a small palace within the Imperial grounds." Alex said nothing, but Icena had already exploded in anger. "How dare you?" Only then did the second prince react, scoffing, "Ridiculous," and immediately shattering her fantasy. "You demand an entire palace for nothing more than a healing ability? Learn your place." Only then did the head maid calm down and step back. Rureo faltered a little, but she refused to give up. Trying to salvage the situation, she asked in a deliberately mysterious tone, "Aren't you curious about how my power really works?" Alex remained silent, showing only suspicion, without bothering to answer her at all. Seeing that, Rureo knew the advantage had shifted to her. She smiled slyly and revealed her identity. "I am not human." A savage scream rang out in a pitch-dark cellar. "And then," he said, as he kept kicking the man, the other screamed in pain, while he stared ahead and thought, "So, this is all a noble amounts to? Ack, my shoulder. Déjà vu? Ooh, ack." The man protested bitterly, but he replied calmly, "Third prince, why are you doing this to me, your highness? You walked right into the trap yourself, and you still don't get it." Then he said to him, while the other man sweated nervously, thinking, "Real, take care of him again." "Okay, damn it. I had no idea the information about the magic book was bait spread by the Imperial family. But if I can just get rid of him." He pointed at the man who had already been beaten and said it, and that man greeted Count Clore. Clore broke into a cold sweat as he looked over. "Well now, do you recognize this man?" "He sure recognizes you." "Count, my apologies." "Haha." Count Clore sweated, while the other man could not even meet his eyes. Then the prince said, "You idiot. You can't even pretend not to know me? Completely useless." His voice turned hard. "So tell me exactly why you knew about those illegal transactions involving magic books. And why did you start looking to buy one just after Aegon and Arian returned?" As Count Clore stammered out an answer, a streak of blue light shot out. Teach, there must be some misunderstanding. The wall had already been blasted apart into a circular hole, terrifying him half to death. And then he said, "That just now." He began growling, and a very strange light spread through his hand. Then he said, "Did you just say my master was wrong?" At that, the man started trembling in fear and crying, and the boy said to him, "Hick, geez, don't scare him that much. Clua, our count has a fragile glass heart, you know." Then he patted the count on the shoulder and said, "Count, we know you didn't come up with this plan alone. Everyone knows how cowardly you are." The count, terrified, said, "See cowardly?" And the boy replied, "That's right, so hurry up and tell me." Then he leaned in close and whispered, "Why were you seeking out magic books through illegal channels? Who is the real mastermind? If you tell the truth, I'll let you go home safe and sound. But if you refuse, then I can't promise you'll be going home at all, even if you kneel and beg me afterward." Then, in a castle filled with cookies and fragrant tea, a voice spoke up in apology. "Yes, my son has committed a grave offense. He was terribly rude to the two of you. I have come here as his father to apologize on his behalf." And he recalled that incident and communicated through their thoughts. "So it was about that? I think so. I'm a little let down. He said he'd be friends with us, and then he went right back to mocking us." "Exactly." Then the man bowed his head and said, "Please forgive my son's rudeness. I assure you I will discipline him properly. Judging others only by their birth is a terribly wrong thing to do." Hearing that, they stayed silent, but Arian thought to herself, "I thought Duke Rosie was one of the most influential nobles there was. Not judging people by their birth. I guess there really are fair nobles out there too." Only then did she speak, and he looked surprised when he heard her. It's all right. It's not that big of a deal. Just, please don't let it happen again." "Oh, thank you very much, your highnesses." Then he continued, "I heard that the two of you will soon be returning to Daranina Castle. To show my remorse, I would like to offer you a servant. Would that be acceptable?" At that, she and Aegon said, "A servant? I don't really care, but being free to do whatever we want sounds more fun." Then he called someone in. "Come in." Someone entered with a thud. A man with a large scar across his face stepped in and greeted them. I pay my respects to Prince and Princess. Seeing that, Arian awkwardly greeted him back. Ashido. Then the Duke began explaining. It seems he surprised the two of you, didn't he? That face of his doesn't seem suited for the royal palace, does it? That's because he comes from outside the capital. The two of them asked outside. Then he continued, he comes from the slums. Normally, he would never be allowed to set foot in the palace, but I brought him here for the two of you. Arian asked curiously, for us? At that, the Duke glanced at Icena and lowered his voice. The truth is, he is also an illegitimate child. The two of them were startled and thought, we've never met anyone in the same situation as us before. Then he smiled and continued, there are many children like him, living in secret with the same circumstances. I have been quietly searching for and helping those children. Arian was moved and thought, I see. The other boys saw that and remembered scenes from his childhood. That old man really knows how to act. Supporting abandoned, illegitimate children. Well, what he said isn't exactly wrong. I only escaped the slums because of him. But Duke Rossi's true nature isn't any different from those nobles who despise bastards. He never lends a hand to children who are of no use to him. A true hypocrite. Then the Duke said, so what do you think? Wouldn't bringing along a friend to Daranina Castle as your personal servant make for a fine companion? Arian thought, we want to know more about him. He's in the same situation as us, and this is the first time we've ever met someone like that. The boy kept his head lowered and said nothing. Then Icena broke the atmosphere. My apologies for interrupting Duke Rosie. He smiled and said, what is it, headmaid? She calmly replied, you cannot personally recommend a servant before they have been investigated and approved. Please allow us to conduct a formal interview and obtain His Majesty's approval. Arian tried to speak up, but she could not stop Icena. Icena, rules are rules. Everything must be approved by His Majesty first. Duke Rosie looked at Icena with open displeasure. Seeing that, the twins exchanged thoughts. Why does the Duke's expression look so strange? Then, out in the corridor, a voice said, a man with a scar on his face? It was the Crown Prince speaking, and the other boy replied, yes. He accompanied Count Clore when the Count came to Duke Rossi's residence. Then he recalled the man and said, he had a long scar running across his face, and he was wearing extremely suspicious clothes. If you two see him anywhere near Aegon and Arian, before he could finish, the boy said, don't worry, brother. Then he looked up with scheming eyes and said, I'll make sure he barely stays alive. The blue-haired one cheered, while the other could only think in disbelief, wow, that's so cool. Are royals really allowed to say things like that? Then he began asking questions, and the boy answered, did Count Clore confess anything yet? About that. Hearing that, he asked, what is it? You're acting weird. The boy did not answer, and the other suddenly shouted as he thought of her. What? No way. Icena was the one behind the attack on Aegon and Arian in the garden? That can't be. Icena would never do such a thing. And the boy spoke about her. Of course not. She has always been loyal to father since he was young. Even after you, me, and Alex were born, I can't believe she would ever betray the imperial family. The blue-haired one reacted, and the boy said angrily, but the older one stopped him. It's possible Count Clore was just talking nonsense. That count is beyond rotten. We should teach him a few lessons. Don't I... Then he continued, seriously speaking, imprisoning the Count is illegal because we didn't go through the proper procedures. Count Clore is probably being controlled by something, so the deeper we dig into this, the more dangerous it becomes. If Count Clore is detained without valid cause, the nobles will be outraged. It's very important that you do not abuse imperial authority. It could become an obstacle to you in the future. The boy answered, yes, sir. Then the blue-haired one said, forgive me for interrupting, Your Highness, but isn't Duke Rosie suspicious too? You said that suspicious man was at Duke Rossi's estate together with Count Clore, didn't you? Then Duke Rosie must be their accomplice too, right? The boy spoke up in surprise, and the older one replied, equally startled, no, that's impossible. It's Duke Rosie, after all. How could Duke Rosie possibly be suspicious? Then he said, Duke Rosie wasn't only close with my father, but with my mother as well. He and my mother were distant relatives, and they'd known each other since childhood. After that, he added, even when my mother passed away, he stayed by her bedside until the very end, though I was too young to remember clearly. If he had craved power, he would have approached us long ago. Instead, he has lived quietly and done charity work for unfortunate children. Hearing that, the blue-haired one said, "So neither of them is suspicious, huh? But human nature is to betray even the finest friendships." At those words, he fell silent. Then the boy spoke, and the blue-haired one answered, "That's harsh, Klua, but you're not wrong." Then he thought of when his mother died in his childhood. Back then, the two of them had cried out, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Then he thought, Icena and Duke Rosie. It's hard to suspect either of them. But Klua is right. For now, let's keep an eye on both of them. Then the scene returned to the tea party. With the atmosphere like that, the twins could only communicate telepathically. "Arian." "Yes?" "Did you see Duke Rossi's expression? Does he hate Icena?" "Who knows?" Then, suddenly noticing them, the Duke spoke. "Oh dear, it seems I have overstepped. The head maid is right. I shall visit again another day." Hearing that, Arian replied, "Ah, all right." As he was about to leave, Icena said, "Farewell, Duke." Duke Rosie glared at her. "Icena, whether then or now, that woman is still just as irritating." After he left, she said to them, "Your Highnesses, I know this is beyond my place to say, but I still must. Please do not place too much trust in Duke Rosie." They asked in confusion, "Why, Icena?" She remembered a scene from long ago, when she had passed by the Empress's room and seen the Duke threatening her. And then she said, "Duke Rosie is not as loyal to the imperial family as he claims." Arian thought, "This is the first time I've seen Icena wear such a complicated expression when talking about someone." Then Icena said, "I have spoken too much. Think of it only as my opinion, and as a warning to be cautious in such matters. I will go prepare for your next lesson." The two of them remained silent. Then, in another place, a white-haired man appeared. He calmly stepped down into the water and looked below where someone was lying inside a bubble. He slipped inside and said, "I finally found you. Just as Alex guessed, you were on the verge of dying, Jason." The other man raised his head at those words, and the white-haired man tapped him as he said, "The second prince's guard. Call me Naiwi." Then he activated a glowing light over him, and the man slowly opened his eyes and sat up. He asked, and the other answered, "How is it? Do you feel better now?" "Uh-huh. Thank you, Naiwi." Then the white-haired man said, and the other replied, "No need to thank me. I came here under Alex's orders. I'm sure you understand this is only a temporary fix, right?" "Yes. Please convey my thanks to the second prince." Then he continued, "How shameful for a wolf like you to end up like this." "Ah, the pain of being a guard. Our strength is supposed to come from the pride and happiness of our master, especially when our master is royalty. Those two brats really are the worst kind of masters. Instead of taking pride in it, they hate their royal blood. And so, instead of being free, the red wolf has been shackled." After that, the man called to him, and he responded. Then a man said something that left him speechless. "Naiwi, please don't speak badly of my two masters like that. Ick, how devoted. A true guard." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed sharply. It was the boy, and the man was chasing after Count Clore. Then the boy asked, and the count replied in fear, trembling, "So, Count Clore, where exactly do you intend to say you've been all day?" "I still had some unfinished business, so I stayed in the palace library." "Then why do your shoulders look like that?" Because I read too many books." "I see. Good. Very good. If you say anything stupid, I'll kindly spread a few more rumors about your illegal magic book affair." "Igriegagis." "All right, go home on your own." After that, the count returned to his residence. Furious, he thought, "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? The third prince is going to keep an eye on me from now on. That troublesome prince. He must be hoping I'll do something. How am I supposed to contact Duke Rosie now?" Suddenly, the scarred man appeared, making the count jump and scream before saying, "Count, why you? So it's you, Ryalu. What is with that outfit? Where's your cloak?" The man calmly answered, "I went to the palace with Duke Rosie." The count shouted in shock. What? Why didn't you inform me? The man replied, because it seemed you were not at the residence all day. The count touched his shoulder and cried out, and the man asked about it. The count slapped his hand away, and the man clenched his fist. Ack, your shoulder doesn't look. It's nothing. I'll hear your report inside. Right now, I need a bath first. Come in through the back entrance. Yes, father. Arian called to Aegon through their minds. Again, she said, it seems like Icena and Duke Rosie really don't like each other, huh? She recalled the way the two of them had glared sharply at one another without the slightest hint of warmth. Aegon completely agreed and replied, yeah, I thought so too. Arian remembered the green-haired boy with the scar across his face. Then she said, that person named Ryalu. If we said we wanted to bring him with us, do you think Icena would be angry? Aegon answered casually, why would there be a problem with us wanting to take him along? Arian turned to him and asked, you want that too? He immediately replied, Arian smiled brightly and said, then tomorrow, let's ask the Emperor together. That way Icena won't be able to object. Aegon answered, sounds good, though I really don't want to face the Emperor. She thought to herself, we only met for a moment, but I can't stop thinking about him. His scarred face and those dark eyes. She thought, he looks just like us back when we were in Darenina Castle. Arian lay on her side with her face buried in her pillow, thinking, I don't even want to imagine going back to Darenina Castle. But if someone with the same circumstances comes with us, maybe I'll be a little braver. I want to see him again. The night deepened, and the castle fell silent. Elsewhere in Alexander's bedroom, Nawi appeared and called out, Alex, wake up. Nawi called again, Alex. He stirred awake, then suddenly sat upright and cried, Nawi. Resting his chin on the bedside, Nawi said, I go do work for you, and you sleep soundly, huh? Alexander asked, how is Jason? Nawi immediately replied, just as you predicted, he had already started fading, so I cast some emergency healing spells and returned. But it probably won't last long. Alexander said, just as I thought. I should have placed stronger healing spells on him. Niwe flatly objected. No, you were already exhausted after placing spells on the twins. Nawi said, I am your guard. I cannot allow you to ruin yourself for the sake of others. Alex drooped and answered, Nawi sighed and said, don't worry, it's not all on you. There's also Loy and Aji. Nawi continued, in the end, only those three are truly involved, the twins and the Emperor. If their relationship is not repaired, then outsiders can do nothing. Alex fell silent and thought, Nawi is right. In the end, this is a matter between Aegon, Arian, and Father. He prayed inwardly, Father, please, make peace with Aegon and Arian. The next morning, the sky was clear. The Emperor sat in his office reviewing documents when a knock sounded at the door, drawing his attention. It was Icena. After entering, she bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have come to report that the refurbishment of Darenina Castle has been completed. He kept his eyes on the papers, fell silent for a few seconds, then asked, And the preparations? Icena reported, Their Highnesses do not have many belongings, so everything has been completed. The Emperor then said, I see. Icena did not leave. She stood in silence, thinking, perhaps I should tell him about that servant. After all, it concerns their Highnesses. She thought, Duke Rosie would never act in such an utterly graceless way. Not if he is truly the man I know. Then she spoke. Your Majesty, there is something I wish to say. But suddenly another knock interrupted her. The Emperor said, Come in. The door opened, and Aegon and Arian entered, both dressed in blue checkered outfits. Icena bowed and said, I pay my respects to Prince and Princess. The Emperor looked slightly surprised that the two of them had come to see him. He said, It has been days since I last saw you. Arian thought, ridiculous. After that day, you never even came to see us. Then she said aloud, We pay our respect to His Majesty the Emperor. Her tone was respectful, yet distant. He thought, His Majesty the Emperor. Then he asked, What is it? She answered, We have a request. Then she said, When we return to Darenina Castle, we would like to bring along a servant. Icena flinched, a sense of unease rising inside her. Don't tell me. The Emperor said, You may take whatever you wish, so long as it meets your standards. standards. Icena thought, no, the fact that he is Duke Rossi's servant makes me uneasy. She quickly began, Your Majesty, But before she could finish, Arian cut in, Thank you. Icena turned her head and looked behind her, and saw the two siblings beaming brightly with delight. Arian said triumphantly, It's settled. Again Ripliot, yeah. Icena was left utterly speechless. The Emperor asked, Icena, were you about to say something? She softly answered, No, it was nothing. The two of them bowed and said, Then we will take our leave. The Emperor approved. Very well. Then he suddenly called out, Arian, again. Both of them looked up. He said, If there is anything you want, come to me anytime. The two of them said nothing. Then both turned away, awkwardly thinking seriously. He's so handsome. Arian said, If we need anything else. Then Icena called out, Prince, Princess. She looked at the two of them sharply and said, There is something I need to discuss with you, so please follow me. The two froze in fear and shrank back, thinking, right? There's still Icena. Icena led the way. The twins followed behind her, and their guards came last, the whole group walking in silence along the red-carpeted corridor of the palace. Arian asked through voice transmission, Icena is angry, isn't she? Because we accepted that servant from Duke Rosie. Aegon immediately replied, I don't know. She doesn't have any expression at all. Arian said fearfully, We're not going to get scolded, are we? Then Icena suddenly said, Your Highnesses, Prince and Princess. Both of them jumped in shock, panicking as they awkwardly stammered back. Yes, no, what? The glare from the three people behind her made them both go pale and fall silent. Icena said, Members of the imperial family should not answer in such a foolish manner. Arian hurriedly agreed, right, no, The three of them were in a tea room. The two sat at the table, while Icena stood in front of them and said, I advise both of you to be more cautious. You really like the servant Duke Rosie sent, don't you? Arian answered, Yes, we like him. It has nothing to do with Duke Rosie. Is there a problem? Icena sighed and said that the imperial family did not need a servant's permission. However, I do have one request for you two. The children repeated at once, A request. Icena put a hand to herself and said that when they moved to Daranina Castle, she wished to go with them. The two were stunned and asked, How can the headmaid leave the palace? Icena replied that Hajin was here, so it would be fine. I am old now. It is time for me to leave. Inwardly, Icena thought that if Duke Rosie was plotting something, she frowned slightly and thought, I will stop him, at least for the sake of the late Empress. Elsewhere, at Duke Rossi's estate, there stood a luxurious white villa with a green roof and even a swimming pool. His voice rang out, He can't come. In the room, R'yla replied, Yes. Count Clore said he is not feeling well today. Rosie fell silent and thought, I haven't seen him all day. Is he really unwell, and that's why he didn't come today? There was a knock at the door, and someone entered, holding a letter. Duke, this is a letter from the Imperial Palace. Rosie read the letter, smiled, and said, Cheer up, R'yla. He told him, It says here that those twins want to accept you. R'yla looked briefly surprised. Rosie continued, It says here that starting tomorrow, you'll be trained as their servant at Sivilla Palace, and in a few days you'll go to Daranina Castle. He laughed happily and said, Good, very good. Do you remember the way those siblings looked at you? Just because you share the same circumstances, they already feel close to you. He burst into smug laughter. They're easy as pie. R'yla did not answer. Inwardly, he repeated, Same circumstances. He recalled the image of the twins and thought, Their pale skin looks as if it has never known suffering. Those rosy-cheeked children? R'yla clenched the hand behind his back. How ridiculous, he thought. We could never be the same. Arian was sleeping when a noise woke her. She sat up abruptly and looked over at Aegon beside her. He seemed to be having a nightmare, mumbling, Go away. Her gaze lowered. Again. Arian gently touched the hand with which Aegon was clutching the blanket and soothed him. It's okay. He opened his eyes, his face pale, and called Arian. She immediately replied, Yes, Aegon. Trembling, Aegon clung to her shoulders and said that he had dreamed of Daranina Castle, of the time when Rura was beating them. She hugged him and comforted him. It's all right. Rura isn't here anymore, Aegon. He let out a small sound and lowered his head, hugging her tightly. It was a warm scene between two children who had once been lonely and had nowhere to turn. Early the next morning, Hajin smiled brightly and praised them. Today, too, your highnesses are as lovely and adorable as ever. Aegon and Arian seemed to glow even brighter as they answered. Thank you, Hajin, she lamented. Just thinking that we'll only be able to see you for 3 more days makes me so sad. That was right. Only 3 days remained until they returned to Darenina Castle. The truth was, I hated going back to Darenina Castle because it brought back the time we spent with Rura. It was so terrible that not only Aegon had nightmares, but I did too. Emotional scars did not disappear so easily. She said gloomily, but it'll be okay. We're different now. Even if only a little, we had grown. Our scars had faded, and the servants who used to look down on us had all been dismissed. And then, the sound of shoes clicking echoed down the long hallway. R'ylla stepped in and bowed. I greet His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess. The two of them happily ran over. R'ylla, tugging on his trouser leg, Arian asked, "Good morning. What are we doing today?" Meanwhile, Aegon instructed a servant, "Prepare tea and cookies for 3. Aegon and Arian chatted excitedly. "We read stories yesterday, so how about we just sit and talk today?" "Sounds good." Aecina spoke up. "Your Highnesses, he still needs training to become a proper servant. If you call him here every day just to play, that's a little." Before she could finish, Aegon refused at once. "No, he can train later. Right now, the 3 of us are going to play." He raised his voice. "Drop the matter. That's an order." Aecina turned livid. "Understood, Your Highness." Aegon and Arian enthusiastically invited him. "Come sit on the sofa." "All right." R'ylla wondered inwardly, what is wrong with these twins? Why are they welcoming me like this? I started work 3 days ago, but instead of sending me to training, they call me over every day just to drink tea and play. At first, I thought it was probably just curiosity. Aegon grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "Brother R'ylla, you look skinny, but your hands are so big." Arian asked in surprise, "Really? Just because all 3 of us are illegitimate children, do they think they can casually hold the hand of a servant from the slums, as if it's nothing?" He thought in confusion. Even the noble brats don't want to touch us, and these are members of the imperial family. Just then, a servant brought in tea and pastries. Aegon lit up. "Ah, Gick." He was eating with great delight when Aecina reminded him, "Your Highness, you mustn't get food all over your lips like that." Beside him, Arian asked R'ylla, "Brother R'ylla, do you want to eat this?" Aecina reminded them again, "Your Highnesses, both of you must sit up straight." Watching the scene, Hajin could not help thinking. For some reason, the two of them seem even more childlike when they're with this servant named R'ylla. R'ylla grew suspicious. Are these twins really imperial royalty? Arian stammered in reply, "Yes. Just wait a moment." Meanwhile, Aegon was dragged off to wash his face. She hesitated before explaining to him, "We're still not used to the etiquette rules of the imperial family. Actually, we only came here about 1 or 2 months ago." He asked, "Then where were you before that?" She answered gloomily, "We were at Darenina Castle." Clutching the plate of cakes tightly in her hands, she continued, "To be honest, it's a place we never want to go back to. When we were there, we always suffered pain and hunger. It was terrifying, and life there was too hard." He questioned inwardly, they were hurt and starved? Imperial royalty? Arian gradually softened and said, "But we're okay now." She smiled brightly, "Because now we have Brother R'ylla." He was startled. "What are they talking about? We've only known each other for such a short time. Why are they looking at me like that when they don't even know much about me?" He recalled what Clore had said before. "Do you remember the way the twins looked at you? They're like that only because you share the same circumstances." Same circumstances? What is this? Why does it feel so unpleasant? Suddenly Aegon called out to both of them, "Arian, Brother R'ylla." Her eyes widened. "What is it?" Aegon proudly showed them something. "Hajin gave me this. Let's play together." Arian was delighted, and R'ylla looked surprised. The scene shifted to the first prince. He asked, "Aecina is going to Darenina Castle." The knight answered, "Yes." She said it was a direct request she made to the 4th prince and the princess. Loy asked again why. She said she wishes to personally take care of the 2 of them. He continued, "And what about Duke Rossi's side?" The knight replied, "There has been no further suspicious movement. He has not made contact with Count Clore either." Loy fell silent, deeply troubled. Could it really be Aecina? The knight reported, "However, there is one slightly suspicious point." "What is it?" "Nobles such as Marquis Don, Marquis Palin, Count Montbly and Countess Tintin have been frequently visiting the Duke's estate. They may simply be trying to build connections, but Loy stroked his chin in thought. Marquis Dion always opposed the imperial family whenever policy was discussed. He was a greedy man who stubbornly resisted any policy related to the nobility. Marquis Pilsen was the man punished for embezzling funds meant for the imperial family. Countess Tintin openly displayed hostility toward the imperial family at social gatherings. And Count Montbly had been punished for using the imperial palace as though it belonged to him. None of them had particularly good relations with the imperial family. They had even argued with Father purely for their own benefit. Duke Rosie had always remained silent until now. So why was he suddenly building ties with people like them? Scene change. Iji walked down the corridor grumbling. I'm going to die. Killua asked, what's wrong, Iji? He complained again. It's been days since I last saw Aegon and Arian. Iji brightened and said, I really want to squish those super chubby cheeks and touch that silky soft hair. Killua replied expressionlessly, then just go see them. He lit up. I'm going right now. Iji continued, some annoying flies are probably buzzing around them while I'm away. If that's true, I'll punch their mouths crooked and throw them all out. Killua gave a bitter smile and replied, if you do that, the two of them will probably hate you. His expression turned serious. Like Brother Loy said, there's a suspicious man with a scar on his face. That bastard will definitely show up around Aegon and Arian. Killua said goodbye. Then I'll go do my work. As Iji walked away, he reminded him, I told you, you need to get closer to the twins too. He waved a hand. I'm counting on you, Killua. Then Iji trotted off toward Aegon and Arian. Inside the room, a voice made the two of them turn their heads. Aegon, Arian. He flung the door open and said with a cheerful grin, Big brother is here. Then he froze. Icena lowered her head in greeting. Aegon thought, the third prince. Iji's eyes filled with killing intent. Who the hell is this? The moment he pushed the door open and stepped inside, Iji was stunned to see his two little siblings playing with Ryalu. Looking at him, he shouted in surprise, Who are you? The maids bowed politely at his arrival. He stared at Ryalu with cold eyes filled with open dislike. Arian Beaches Urana and Aegon Silver Urana had been playing with Ryalu, and they too were speechless, wondering why he was glaring at Brother Ryalu. Startled by the boy's reaction, Ryalu looked him up and down and realized, blonde hair. This was one of the three princes. With a dark expression, Iji strode over to Ryalu. His face clearly showed disgust toward him. Ryalu thought, but why is he looking at me like that? Has he found out my real identity already? He sat there in fear, thinking that the boy had discovered the identity he had hidden for so long. The boy came over and said loudly, Hey, who do you think you are, sitting here laughing and playing with my two precious little siblings? He pointed at the makeup on Ryalu's face. And what's with this bizarre disguise? Is the Imperial Palace your playground? Only then did Ryalu let out a breath of relief, realizing that the prince did not know his true identity. He was about to say something when Arian and Aegon stood up and ran to stand in front of Ryalu, blocking their older brother. This isn't a disguise. We put that makeup on him ourselves. Both Iji and Ryalu were shocked by their actions. Aegon continued, Hajin gave us the makeup, so we were just playing around with our new servant. Seeing his younger siblings like that, Iji could not say much. In a dejected voice, he said, Really? Arian and Aegon looked gloomy as they told him. The makeup we did got called a weird disguise. Seeing the sad expressions on the younger siblings he adored, Iji panicked and hurriedly explained, Not at all. Not at all. It looks amazing. Truly innovative. A masterpiece, and... At that point, Ryalu flushed red and covered his face in embarrassment. Arian asked the boy, By the way, did you need something? Iji immediately smiled brightly and said, I came because I missed you too. Ryalu gently nudged Arian and Aegon aside, then calmly stood up. Both of them looked at him in surprise. He bowed politely. Your Highness the Third Prince, Your Highness the Fourth Prince, and Her Highness the Princess, please excuse me for a few minutes so I may wash my face. Because she had been too busy talking to Iji just now, Arian only noticed it then and said, all right. She even carefully reminded him, the palace is very big, so be careful not to get lost. As he was leaving, Aegon also told him, Go ahead. Ryalu bowed politely. Yes. Watching him leave, E.G. felt a little jealous and pouted inwardly. Arian and Aegon are getting a little too close to that guy. He muttered, I really don't like him. A little while later, since there was nothing to play with in the room, the three of them went out together for a walk in the garden. E.G. asked, You're going back to Darenina Castle in 4 days? I heard Brother Loy say so. Hearing that, the two of them stopped and lowered their heads. Yes. With some regret, E.G. said, That's so sad. I like us being together. Hearing that, Arian and Aegon fell silent, thinking we hate it there. Arian thought, I don't like Darenina Castle, but maybe not having to meet these members of the Imperial family anymore would be better. E.G. then said, But it's fine. Smiling at them, he said, I'll just come visit you two a lot. Only then did Arian and Aegon feel that something was wrong. E.G. kept talking, I wonder what we should play when I come visit. I've never been there before, so I don't know. At that moment, the two of them were truly shocked. Even after returning to Darenina Castle, they would still have to see E.G. They thought, we never imagined members of the Imperial family could visit Darenina Castle. We thought we would definitely never see them again. It seemed E.G. still did not know what Arian and Aegon's past had been like, and innocently asked, Arian, Aegon, what kind of place is Darenina Castle? When he asked that, the two of them, who had been walking, suddenly stopped, not knowing how to describe that hellish place. Still sensing nothing strange, E.G. continued, It's the place where you two grew up, right? At that point, Arian cut him off. There is nothing good about that place. E.G. looked slightly surprised and turned back to ask, Arian and Aegon painfully recalled everything that had happened there. For us, it was the worst place in the world. After saying that, the two turned and left, telling E.G. it's time for class. We're going back. E.G. still did not understand what had happened to them. Hearing they had to return to study, he only said, all right. As Arian and Aegon walked away, he thought for a moment and muttered, the worst place. A little later, the two of them returned to the classroom. As soon as they reached the room, they saw Ryalu standing by the door waiting for them. Arian and Aegon ran over happily, calling Ryalu. He bowed. Welcome back, your highnesses. Arian asked, Were you waiting for us? Hearing that, he bowed and asked permission. Please excuse me. I must leave now to attend servant training. At that, Arian and Aegon sadly said in small voices, Yes. I'm sorry for clinging to you so much. Aegon, standing beside her, added, Me too. At the sight, Ryalu was somewhat taken aback. He wondered inwardly, members of the Imperial family are apologizing to a servant? Then he bowed politely and said, Then, if you'll excuse me. As he was about to leave, Arian rose on tiptoe and called Ryalu. Then she reached up and wiped a streak of powder from his face, smiling as she said, You still have a little makeup on your face. Seeing that intimate gesture, he blushed and murmured shyly, Thank you. Then he turned away and said, Please excuse me. The two smiled and told him, Okay, be careful. After he left, they invited each other to go play. Let's go too. All right. Ryalu's feelings at that moment were hard to describe. As he walked toward the end of the corridor, a familiar voice rang out. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Ryalu. Those two children are very fond of you, aren't they? As soon as the voice sounded, a familiar figure stepped out from the end of the hallway. Ryalu stared in shock. Duke Rosie, what wind brought you here? Only then did he notice the group of nobles standing behind the Duke. He did not know who they were. Flustered and unsure what to do, he stood there awkwardly when the Duke coldly called his name. Ryalu, how dare you be so rude? These are all noble lords of the Empire. People like you would normally never even catch their eye. Startled, Ryalu hurriedly bowed his head. Please forgive me. Seeing his pitiful state, the nobles burst out laughing and said scornfully, You're too strict, Duke Rosie. What would lowborn trash like this know? Hearing that, Ryalu truly wanted to kill them all. He clenched his fists, trying as hard as he could to remain calm. Ignoring their chatter, the Duke reached into his coat and took something out. I have a task for you. He pulled out a letter and held it out to Ryalu. Deliver this to Count Clore. I still haven't been able to contact him. Ryalu took the letter and noticed its appearance, thinking to himself, a letter without a stamp. After handing it over, the Duke turned away and left with the nobles, laughing with them as though Ryalu did not exist. That night, at Count Clor's castle, the man curled up under his blanket and screamed in fear, "No, I won't go, I can't go." Standing beside the bed, Ryalu said coldly, "This is a summons from Duke Rosie." Count Clor shouted stubbornly, "I told you I can't go. Didn't I say I have a headache?" He was terrified. Those princes were definitely still watching him. Damn it. Seeing this, Ryalu let out a helpless sigh, took out a letter, held it out in front of him, and said, "This is a letter from the Duke." Taking the letter, he looked at it with some suspicion before opening it. As he read, he trembled at its contents. "The appointed hour has come. If you have no intention of writing your name into my blood alliance, then prepare to lose your head after the revolution." Furious, he crumpled up the paper, threw it straight at Ryalu, and cursed, "Damn it, fine, I'll go." A little while later, the two of them rode out from the estate. Wrapped up from head to toe, they slipped away in secret. Ryalu turned back in confusion and asked, "But why, Father Count?" The Count, wearing a hood, was afraid people would recognize him and said in a low voice, "Shut up, I'll wear it if I want to." He then urged him, "Get on the horse. Move." After saying that, the two of them rode together toward the meeting place. Killua stood on a nearby tree branch, watching them leave with a smile. "They're finally moving. I've been waiting forever." On a full moon night, in a magnificent castle, Duke Rosie happily received his guests. "Welcome, Count Clor." Count Clor looked rather haggard, with beads of sweat still clinging to his face as he returned the greeting. "Ahaha, greetings, Duke Rosie." Suddenly, Duke Rossie's expression changed. His face fell as he said, "Count, you've been very hard to meet lately. Thank you for going to the trouble of coming here." That made the already worn-out Count Clor even more tense. His face darkened slightly, and he trembled. Igriegagis. Ryalu found Count Clor's reaction rather hard to understand. Just then, a flowing melody rose from afar, causing the two of them to stop their conversation. The music was beautiful enough to draw both of their attention. It turned out to be Duke Rossie's son. He was playing with deep absorption, moving gracefully in time with the violin's melody. Not just the two of them, but nearly everyone at the party was captivated by the music. Ryalu looked stunned. Duke Rosie said with a satisfied and slightly proud expression, "I have always thought it would be such a waste if I alone enjoyed my son's talent." Everyone eagerly competed to shower Duke Rossie's son with praise. What a marvelous performance. Of course, it's Duke Rossie's cherished son, after all. This masterpiece suits tonight's atmosphere perfectly. To think this is only a small performance, it's truly impressive. With a slightly tense and serious face, Ryalu carefully swept his gaze over the people attending the party, staying on high alert. Questions rose in his mind. These were the same people he had seen before. It looked as though they were pretending this was nothing more than an evening of entertainment. But what was the Duke's real motive? Duke Rossie's son continued to play tirelessly. Lamplight fell across his face, bringing out a sadness touched with loneliness. The piece he played was full of emotion and depth, as though reflecting his own feelings in that glittering world. Even with all the lavish praise around him, he remained focused only on performing. Music seemed to be the one true companion in his life. Outside the window, with the room's light spilling out, someone was secretly clinging to the outer wall, eyes fixed on every movement inside. Even so, he had to give the boy some measure of respect for his skill. For a noble, he was truly exceptional. That person was Killua. Though his face revealed little, his concentration and vigilance were clear in every line of his expression and in his eyes. Looking at the guests, he knew for certain they had not come here merely for a small performance like this, since nobles rarely gathered together. When the performance ended, the atmosphere in the room grew quieter. The lights centered on Duke Rosie and his son, both carrying themselves with solemn authority. Placing his hands before his chest, the Duke said, "Thank you all for listening to my son's performance." Cheerful applause rang out from the gathered guests below. After speaking, he descended and began chatting with everyone. "Refreshments have been prepared in another room. Please follow me." Most of the guests responded enthusiastically. Of course. Only Count Clor seemed deep in thought, his expression strained and unhappy, as if he were being forced along. Duke Rossi's son felt the oppressive heat of the summer night. Sweat dripped from his brow, and tension filled his eyes. Everything around him became blurred and distant. In contrast to the surrounding noise, his loneliness and the lack of sympathy he endured stood out all the more, heavy and uncomfortable. He had not liked this party at all. Killua stood silently in the shadows, heart pounding with worry, his eyes never leaving the room. He was afraid Duke Rosie and the others might go somewhere without windows. Lost in thought, he worried, if that happens, I won't be able to investigate anything. What do I do? Iji will be so disappointed. Is there any way to get inside? That preoccupation made him lower his guard. Duke Rossi's son approached and pulled back the window curtain, and Killua had no time to react. Damn it, I've been spotted. Both of them were startled and panicked, their eyes at first showing fear, confusion, and awkwardness. The young Rosie quickly regained his composure. He simply drew the curtain closed again as though nothing had happened, leaving Killua baffled and surprised. He turned back inside calmly, ignoring him. Killua could hardly believe his luck. He had thought he would have to struggle to deal with the situation or be punished on the spot, while wondering whether this might be a new chance to keep watching. Inside the closed room, Duke Rosie stood before everyone and declared, "Now that everyone is here, Marquis Don, Marquis Dinson, Count Mombri, Count Tanong, and Count Clore." In a low, commanding voice, he said, "The time has come for us to witness the destruction of the imperial family and their tyranny." He presented proof for his rebellion plan, making it clear that this was a threat not only to himself, but to the families of every noble and to the kingdom as a whole. The omen lies in the appearance of those filthy bastards. That is proof that the royal bloodline is no longer pure. Those two are Aryan Beaches Urana and Aegon I Silver Urana. He spoke with confidence and excitement, while Killua stood quietly in a corner, observing his words. What nonsense! What exactly is his problem with the royal bloodline? One of them, looking eager, asked in a tone that agreed with nearly everything he said, "Duke Rosie, what is our plan from here on? As a most powerful man here, you must surely have a flawless plan?" His face darkened. "Do you doubt me?" And no, not at all. We were only curious. Wrinkles deepened across his face. His eyes gleamed with naked scheming, as though he were silently shaping a subtle plot. His cold gaze moved lightly, calculating every tiny detail. His lips twitched faintly. "There is no reason for you to know my plan." There was something unsettlingly self-satisfied about him, as if he were proud of a perfect design prepared long ago. His stern, frightening exterior made it seem as though everything around him were merely pieces in a game he had already arranged. Even so, he still inspired their admiration and obedience. Smiling brightly, he continued, "I will be the one to face all danger. Once my part is done, all any of you need to do is suppress the ensuing wave of chaos. It would be very unfortunate if our key figures were to be endangered, so I will certainly protect all of you." A few pleasing words were all it took to draw them to his side. "Oh, I see." They all happily praised him. "Just as I thought, you are entirely different from the rest of us. Indeed, your grace is truly noble. We all trust you, Duke Rosie." Only Ryalu, who had been standing there observing all along, openly showed his astonishment. His eyes widened, his brows lifted, and his lips parted slightly, as if he were struggling to find words to describe it. He wondered how on earth everyone could be swept up by such a simple deception. What the hell? Did they really believe that nonsense? Are nobles usually this stupid? Suddenly, Ryla noticed a strange presence by the doorway. It was Duke Rossi's son. No one knew how long he had been standing there. His face suddenly flushed bright red, looking as though he were about to explode. Rage, sorrow, and utter disbelief at the terrible betrayal he had just overheard overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, back in the castle, the twin siblings Aryan Beaches Urana and Aegon I Silver Urana were both sneezing nonstop, perhaps because they were the subject of so much discussion among the nobles at that gathering. Aicina stood before them and quietly asked, "Are you two feeling unwell?" Princess Aryan Beaches Urana thought perhaps she had troubled the woman and replied, "No, I think some dust just got in." Before she could finish, Aicina said, "I shall bring hot tea and thicker blankets." 2 cups of hot milk and several butter cookies were quickly prepared. The 2 siblings enjoyed them happily, thinking as they ate, "It's so warm." After all, there were only a few times they had ever been treated this kindly. "Isina, why are you taking such good care of us?" As she brought over the blankets, she glanced at them. She continued, "At first, I thought you looked down on us." Her question took Isina by surprise, causing her to pause in what she was doing. "If people knew you too lacked this much, they would consider you useless. I do not look down on you." As she spoke, she spread the blankets over them. Her eyes drifted toward the window. "The one I look down on is your mother." The 2 of them were a little startled. "You know about Rureo?" "Yes. She bore children for His Majesty. After all." Isina's expression turned thoughtful for a moment as she considered Rureo. She was greedy and always insisted on doing things her own way. She was a shameless woman. However, even without that personality of hers, I likely still would have despised her. At those words, both siblings looked slightly downcast, feeling a little guilty for carrying that woman's blood. Isina closed her eyes and thought, "Just like His Majesty, there has only ever been one empress for me." The twins suddenly perked up. Isina must have cared deeply for the late empress. She said, "Her Majesty was graceful and gentle, just like the 2 of you." Their eyes immediately widened and sparkled, astonishment and joy mixed together, unable to believe what they had just heard. Arian Beaches Urana nearly spat out her milk, while Aegon Isilver Urana flushed red and stared wide-eyed. Perhaps this was the first time anyone had ever praised them to their faces. Isina thought again of the late empress, who had once said to her, "There are so many strange things. I never imagined I would one day become empress, so I want to understand people better and the ways through the palace as well. I cannot fall behind simply because of my own shortcomings. That is why I hope you will teach me." She had always been such a straightforward person. Perhaps that was also the first time Isina had heard words like that from someone of such high rank. "And the 2 of you have said similar things to me as well. We do not want to be left ignorant, so please teach us many things. You truly acknowledged your own mistakes and shortcomings, and you respect people of lower standing as well. That comes from your grace and humility. That is what I see in both of you." Their eyes widened, their cheeks flushed, and it was as though light filled the space around them. The feeling of being acknowledged and appreciated spread gently across their faces as they spoke in unison. "Isina," she immediately added, "of course, you are still nowhere near the Empress." Those words hit them like a punch to the face, and both of them instantly toppled backward. If she was going to praise them, she should have finished the praise properly. They thought she would notice their expressions and comfort them. But Isina simply said, "I am only stating the truth," making tears well up in their eyes. Then she noticed it was time for them to sleep. "Please hand me the cups and the toothbrushes." The twins answered together, yes. In bed, the 2 of them could not sleep. Arian Beaches Urana called to her brother. After he answered with a soft she moved closer. "Do you think we've met a lot of kind people in the palace?" Isina, Duke Rosie, and Ryalu too. She spoke with a bright, deeply satisfied expression. Aegon Isilver Urana blushed slightly and replied, "I think you're right." The 2 of them chatted animatedly back and forth. "Should we put up a sign to keep the imperial family from coming to Delanina Castle? That way only the people we like could enter." "That makes sense. We should write it as soon as possible. After tonight, let's write it in really big letters and put it at the front gate. There isn't even any paint here." There were only 2 days left until they had to return to Delanina Castle. Meanwhile, outside in the dark among the thick trees, surely nothing would happen, right? Suddenly, a bang rang out. A fist slammed hard into a wall, so hard that it cracked, and small fragments rattled to the ground. Inside a room, Prince Iji and Killua were talking together, both looking rather tense. So that's what happened. Bright light streamed from a grand and magnificent residence. Lloyd gasped in shock. "Duke Rosie is the accomplice?" Killua nodded and replied, "I'm not completely certain, but it's very likely." He continued, "Count Clore was afraid we'd suspect him, so he kept holed up in his house. If he and Duke Rosie weren't accomplices, he would never have gone to see Duke Rosie so late at night. At the same time, he also judged Clore to be an utter coward. On the surface, Duke Rosie said he was hosting a musical evening featuring his son's performance. But if that were all it was, a coward like Count Clore would never have come." The image of young Master Rossi's gloomy face rose in Killua's mind, making him a little uneasy as he said, "I can't tell what young Master Rossi's hidden motives are, but every noble present there was suspicious." At that point, E.G. also spoke up with an added report. "Marquis Don, Marquis Finsun, Count Mombri, Count Tanong. Those are all families at odds with the imperial house." He frowned irritably as he went on, especially after Aegon and Aerion returned. They openly opposed and mocked the illegitimate children. Suddenly, Killua brought up one of E.G.'s own bad deeds in a light voice, making him jump guiltily. "Really? Is that why you bully the Mombri child?" E.G. Hearing that, Loy angrily called out E.G. E.G. just played dumb and laughed as if he had no idea what they meant. As for Killua, remembering E.G.'s excessive bullying, he silently decided better not mention the mess he caused in Count Mombri's territory too. Apparently being exposed by Killua made E.G. mad enough to snap. "I'm disappointed in you, Killua." But Killua was not one to back down either, and shot back, "Huh? What did I even do to you?" While the two of them were busy bickering, Loy was still absorbed in his own thoughts. But the one who had gathered them all was Duke Rosie, a man who had always seemed utterly loyal to the imperial family. He recalled the times he had dealt with Rosie. Over the years, the Duke had not only shown no concrete signs of anything, but was also a distant relative of the Empress. Discovering that he had committed treason filled Loy with profound disappointment. And yet he was the very one gathering nobles dissatisfied with the imperial family. A strange silence came over Loy. That same night, in a brightly lit, luxurious mansion, this was Duke Rossi's residence. Inside, he was loudly calling out, "Ladies and gentlemen." He spoke before all the assembled nobles, including Count Chlor, who looked utterly distracted with worry. "The time has come to prove the trust between us." He pointed to the document laid out on the table and said, "Sign this contract and officially become opponents of the imperial family." While the others stepped forward one by one to sign under Rossi's welcoming gaze, Chlor angrily thought, "Damn it, I knew it." He knew full well the sinister scheme behind the contract Rosie had set out. This isn't about trust at all. It's more like, "I've got proof you're all traitors, so just try betraying me." He was also certain that no one would be foolish enough to refuse at this point. Refusing now would be no different from declaring betrayal against Rosie. But Chlor grew uneasy as he considered the worst possibility. If I sign this, and then Duke Rosie gets caught, what happens? He was so nervous and anxious that he bit his own nails. "That damn third prince already caught me once. There's no way they won't catch Duke Rosie too. If that happens, then I'll..." His teeth clenched tighter, and the fear inside him only grew as he muttered to himself, "I'm really finished." Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Count, Count." When he did not respond, the person raised their voice. "Count Chlor." The call made him jolt in surprise. Then Chlor slowly lifted his eyes. All the nobles were staring straight at him. Rosie, with a murderous look on his face, asked, "You're not signing?" Chlor had gone noticeably pale by now, and had no idea how to answer. Perhaps he felt crushed by the pressure of those frightening stares from the other nobles. Left with no choice, he hurriedly tried to explain his delay. "I'll sign, of course. I was just lost in thought for a moment." After that, he rushed forward to sign, under the helpless and contemptuous gaze of Ryalu, who was mingling among them. Ryalu watched Chlor tremble as he wrote his name onto the contract. There was a calculating glint in his eyes at that moment. Then, suddenly, he let out a sigh. The next morning at the palace, someone's thoughts surfaced. Only 2 days remained until it was time to return to Delanina Castle. On the lush green lawn, Aerion asked, "The weather's nice, isn't it, Ryalu?" But he did not answer her at all, and his silence made her wonder. There was something blank and unfocused about his expression. Aegon also did not quite understand why he was like this. While Aerion kept calling, "Ryalu," she called out loudly, "Ryalu, are you okay? You seem more absent-minded than usual today." By then, Aegon had already sat up unsteadily and agreed with her. Ryalu, meanwhile, was startled by her voice and flinched in surprise. He quickly replied, I beg your pardon. Please forgive this servant's disrespect." Aerion did not blame him and instead asked with concern, "You don't need to apologize. Is something wrong?" Both she and Aegon turned their eyes to Ryalu and stared at him intently, making him visibly flustered. Then Arian said, "If you're not feeling well, make sure you tell me, okay?" Even Aegon added, "I'll help you however much I can, okay?" The sweetness of the two of them made Ryalu's face flush red with embarrassment. He furrowed his brows and murmured, "Why are the two of you so kind to me?" His question left both Arian and Aegon a little bewildered. "Well, that's—" Suddenly, both of their small faces turned red. Arian smiled brightly and answered, "Because we want to see you smile, Ryalu." That answer startled him a little. "What?" Aegon sighed and said mockingly, "Wow, you're really good at saying cheesy stuff like that." Arian's face burned with embarrassment at his words, and she shot back, "You think the same thing too, Aegon, you meanie." Setting aside her own embarrassment, she still expressed her feelings and concern to Ryalu. "You can think of it as us sympathizing with you if you want. We see you as a friend who shares the same circumstances as us." Her words caught Ryalu off guard. A friend in the same circumstances. When she saw him silently staring at her, she panicked and hurriedly explained, "I know it's rude of me to say something like that, but even so." Sadness flashed through Arian's eyes, and her voice suddenly softened as she said, "In this empire, any illegitimate child who is born has to carry far more painful memories than happy ones." She remembered the cruel words she herself had once heard. They all said those bastards are filthy, and cursed them, wishing that they would all just die. Her painful words made Ryalu feel sorrowful as well, and he fell silent. Then Arian suddenly smiled and said, "But aren't they the filthy ones, not us?" With conviction, she declared, "We were simply born, and we all have the right to be happy." At the same time, she spoke of her and Aegon's resolve. "That's why Aegon and I decided that somehow we're going to survive in this imperial palace." The two of them even dreamed of a brighter future, and when we're grown up, we'll travel together. While Arian was immersed in happiness at the future she looked forward to most, Aegon came closer and rubbed against her in a clingy embrace. "And we're definitely going to live very happily." Ryalu looked at both of them in astonishment and thought to himself, their desire to be happy is truly strong. Inwardly, he told himself, I can't just think of them as 5-year-old children anymore. Arian's voice still rang out. "So, Ryalu, you have to be happy too, okay?" Seeing that he still did not look any more cheerful, she raised her voice in frustration. "Ryalu never smiles at all. I think you'd look really pretty if you smiled." Aegon, beside her, agreed. "Exactly." Ryalu, meanwhile, could only stand there helplessly. Arian kept looking at him and thought, if I believe this is a place where Ryalu can smile, then even a dreadful place like Delanina Castle would be somewhere I could stay. At that moment, both she and Aegon were thinking the same thing. "You are that precious to us." A bright smile bloomed on her lips as she asked, "If that's the reason we're kind to you, is that too strange?" Right now, both of their hearts were overflowing with happiness at the thought, for the first time, we're wishing for someone else to be happy, not ourselves. Somewhere, the pounding sound of knocking echoed, along with a loud shout. Duke Rosie, open the door at once. That commotion came from Rossi's residence in the middle of the night. He calmly opened the door and asked, "What is the matter?" But before he could finish, he was stunned by what he saw before him. Loy had come, leading a troop of knights, to the entrance of his mansion. With a grim expression and a cold voice, he called out, "Duke Rosie." His icy voice rang through the dark night. "You are under arrest for treason. Come with me now." Under the falling golden moonlight, the magnificent white castle rose into view. Hidden behind that splendid exterior were stories of human hearts rotten to the core. Clack, clack. Each firm footstep struck the floor, the gleaming yellow leather shoes seeming to announce, "My master has arrived." Clack, clack, clack. The footsteps continued at an even pace, echoing beneath the dim yellow lights of the narrow corridor. The solemn faces of His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, as if cut from the same mold, came into view, seeming to carry some important matter to discuss. Creak! The door opened. Inside was a shabby, simple room with only a bed and a table with chairs. Duke Rosie was seated in one of the chairs, as though he had expected someone would come for him. Hearing the door, he looked up without any sign of surprise. Seeing the ruler of the empire and his eldest son, both radiating imposing authority, standing beyond the open doorway, Duke Rosie rose to his feet and bowed respectfully. This servant greets your majesty the emperor and his highness the crown prince. The leather shoes stepped forward, and the sound that had just faded rang out again, as if concluding their majestic performance. Clack! Green smoke drifted outward, and within that green glow, the emperor's voice sounded. Dispense with the formalities. His gaze was razor-sharp, as though it could cut down the man bowing before him on the spot. Surrounded by a green aura, he asked coldly, "Is it true that you were in league with those who try to harm my children?" Duke Rosie calmly closed his eyes and replied in an even tone, "Of course not. How would this servant dare to harm the imperial family?" At that moment, Crown Prince Loy, who had been standing behind him, finally spoke. "I have evidence here." Duke Rossi's expression changed at once. He lifted his eyes to look at him, but neither retorted nor made any move, and simply continued listening. Loy continued, "The kind of magic used to attack those two children, the merchant who sold the spellbook, and Count Clore, the man who was in contact with him." As if absorbed in the scene of the frightened merchant, Loy went on. "When Hajin captured and imprisoned that merchant, Count Clore sought out another merchant and was caught by Hajin as well." Rosie inwardly reproached him. Count Clore, was he being watched? No wonder he never contacted me. He silently cursed that fool. Unaware of Rossi's thoughts and not caring even if he had known, Loy said, after several days without any suspicious movement, "The first place Count Clore visited was your residence, Duke, a splendid manor whose colored lights never go out, much like the ambitions of the people gathered there." The crown prince continued reciting the results of his investigation in an even tone. "Furthermore, I have heard that nobles dissatisfied with the imperial family gathered at your residence." Rosie placed a hand over the left side of his chest to show loyalty. He kept his head bowed, appearing utterly innocent. This servant did not know that they were at odds with the imperial family. "I merely invited a few old friends to enjoy my son's performance." He even smoothly tossed that burning hot potato right back at Loy. Rosie challenged him. "Are you suspecting the noble aristocrats of this empire simply because they accepted this servant's invitation?" Loy was taken aback. "I neither fabricated nor misstated any part of my investigation." The emperor remained silent, then suddenly spoke. "Duke Rosie." He ground out the name, his face full of disgust. "Answer me in the queen's name. Have you betrayed the imperial family?" The green aura around him seemed to flare up with his fury. Duke Rosie raised his head. "Your Majesty means, in the late Empress's memory, does he not?" Loy was bewildered, unable to make sense of the atmosphere around him. "What is with this mood?" Duke Rosie clenched his hand and spoke with unwavering certainty. "I swear with all my heart, you have not changed at all, Your Majesty." He asked, "Do you enjoy testing other people's hearts that much?" His eyes shone with undisguised mockery. "If it weren't for you, Your Majesty, the Empress." Rosie paused slightly, but still chose to speak plainly. "Alona would never have suffered so much." At the sound of that name, the emperor flinched, as if some painful memory from the past had surfaced, so painful that merely hearing the name Alona was enough to shake him. Loy immediately shouted, "Silence! How dare you speak my mother's name and say such things?" Rosie was not intimidated by the outburst. He remained calm and answered, "It was His Majesty who first mentioned the Empress." As for the emperor, he now seemed unable to utter a word, his rage having reached its limit. Rosie continued, "My king, do you not think you bear responsibility for the Empress's death?" Bang! A violent crash resounded, and stone shattered. Loy was horrified, and Rosie immediately lowered his head. The emperor stamped the floor with all his might, as though that blow stood in for the harshest curses he could not voice. It seemed the duke had been right. The emperor could not refute him. After a stretch of silence, the emperor made his decision. "Starting tomorrow, keep close watch on the children until they arrive safely at Delanina Castle. I will interrogate him in detail afterward." The emperor stepped out of that room, as though leaving behind a truth he did not wish to accept. He said, "Take care of the rest, Loy." The crown prince answered politely, "Yes, father." Then he cast Duke Rosie a look of disgust. "We will now search the duke's residence, so prepare yourself." Rosie remained silent, saying nothing, though perhaps a few crafty thoughts were already rising in his mind. Inwardly, he smirked. "In 2 days, you are the ones who will need to prepare yourselves, esteemed imperial family." At the castle, Arian was lost in thought. "We have to go back to Delanina Castle tomorrow." Somewhere else in the castle, a voice rang out, though Arian knew nothing of it. Hey, have you all heard the news? In the middle of the spacious hall, neatly arranged turquoise furniture stood in place, while many nobles dressed in fine new outfits whispered among themselves. I heard Duke Rosie has been arrested. For treason. Someone said in disbelief. Treason? Duke Rosie? That can't be. In one corner, a haggard-looking man was secretly listening in. It was Count Clore. Terrified, he thought, what in the world is happening? I can't believe the Duke was arrested the very next day. Just as I thought, the imperial family has been watching us all along. Our alliance contract will be discovered soon. If that happens, I'm finished. Outside in the courtyard, Ryalu was playing with Arian and Aegon, and the three of them seemed to be chatting happily. Suddenly, Arian heard a shout. You are being disrespectful, Count Clore. The little girl startled and turned around. Ryalu also panicked when he heard his father's name mentioned. It seemed something had happened. He saw his father, Count Clore, striding aggressively into the courtyard, babbling and ignoring the maid's attempts to stop him. I have something important to do. Move aside already. What the hell? Seeing such rudeness, Ryalu blurted out. Father. Arian and Aegon looked at each other, puzzled. The two children turned to Ryalu and asked in confusion, Father? Realizing he had let it slip, Ryalu quickly covered his mouth, but it was already too late. Arian spoke up. Icena, let him through. Both the maid and the count were very surprised, but Icena respectfully replied, Yes, Your Highness, and immediately stepped aside. Count Clore hurried over, calling out, Ryalu, I need to ask you something, but wait, come here. Before he could finish, Aegon cut in. Count Clore, he said in warning, how dare you be so disrespectful? Are you opening your mouth before paying your respects to the imperial family? You are a count, yet you behave like this? Once Aegon had finished throwing his weight around, he mischievously stuck out his tongue in mockery. Count Clore was furious, but all he could do was curse inwardly, that brat. Even so, he regained his composure quickly. Clore thought, but what if the third prince is watching? So he swallowed his anger. He respectfully performed a greeting and bowed his head. Please forgive this servant's rude conduct. This servant greets the fourth prince and the princess. Aegon still refused to let it go. He waved his hand exaggeratedly, acting astonished. I can't believe it. You were rude and slow-witted too. It took you this long just to greet us. Arian immediately chimed in. I think so too. The two of them blatantly provoked Count Clore, but however angry he was, he could not lay a hand on royalty. Arian quickly returned to the main point and asked sternly, What do you want with Ryalu? Grinding his teeth, the Count answered, This servant only wishes to ask him a few questions. Arian and Aegon glanced at one another, silently exchanging a look. Ryalu wondered, what is this about? After hearing him out, Aegon responded casually, I permit it. Arian relaxed a little and said, See you later, Ryalu. Ryalu answered hurriedly, Thank you. Count Clore turned away angrily and led Ryalu out of the courtyard. Aegon and Arian dropped the playful expressions they had worn a moment ago and quietly exchanged words. He said, Father, didn't he? Aegon confirmed, he did. Meanwhile, Count Clore grabbed Ryalu by the collar and hurriedly asked, do you know where that document is? Ryalu asked blankly, The document? Clore snapped, The one I signed yesterday. You've been in contact with Duke Rosie this whole time, haven't you? Do you know anything? Paying no mind to the sadness on his son's face, his loud voice kept ringing out nonstop. If that gets discovered, everything will be ruined. Duke Rosie was arrested for treason. Ryalu did not answer. He seemed hesitant. Count Clore brightened slightly. He hesitated. Do you know? Ryalu said, Don't worry. No one will be able to find that document. The man lit up with delight. Wait, really? Ryalu continued, The plan will not change. Count Clore faltered, then said, I suppose so. There's no way Duke Rosie could be defeated that easily. Ha ha ha. Ryalu remembered what Aegon and Arian had said. And we're definitely going to be happy. Ryalu repeated unconsciously, Happy? Do I have the right to reach for something like that? Ryalu kept thinking, while Count Clore rambled on beside him. You were secretly talking with the Duke without my knowledge, weren't you? Tell me. If it's valuable enough, then even if I have to hear it from a useless wretch like you, I'll put up with it. Thinking of the children's faces, he recalled their words. So, Ryalu, you have to be happy too, okay? Ryalu fell silent. This is difficult. The second prince's palace stood magnificent in the sunlight. Inside the room, a voice asked, How are you feeling? The second prince asked the red-haired young man. Can you go outside now, Jason? Niwi stood with folded arms, looking on as if merely watching for amusement. Jason answered, "Thank you again, Your Highness." Niwi let out a breath and thought, "You're so troublesome. I told you not to overdo it." Jason also felt relieved. At last, I think I can finally meet my master again. Someone approached the prison. The two jailers immediately demanded sternly, "Who are you?" He replied, "I have come under His Majesty's orders." Holding a basket covered with a white cloth, Ryalu said, "I'm here to deliver food to the prisoner, Duke Rosie." The two guards exchanged glances. "Look at that scar on him. Creepy." One asked, "Is he really the one assigned to bring the food?" The other answered, "I'm not so sure either." They had no idea that the real messenger had already been knocked unconscious and tied up. The younger jailer curiously looked into the Duke's food basket. "Let's see what's in here first. Bread, huh? Wow. Even in prison, he's still a Duke." The other said, "All right, you may go in." Although they allowed him through, they still watched Ryalu's every move. Inside the cell, Duke Rosie heard a knock and a voice. "I have brought your meal, Duke." The food was passed through the small hatch in the corner of the room. He said, "The pie was made with the last piece of cheese, so please be careful while eating it." The words sounded like a coded message. And indeed it was. Hidden inside the pie was a secret note. Seeing it, Rosie curled his lips into a smile. Excellent. Outside, Ryalu thought silently, in just a few hours, everything will fall into chaos. At the same time, Arian and Aegon lay quietly on the bed, neither saying a word. The next day would be the day they returned to Delanina Castle. As usual, the two of them were neatly dressed and prepared. With an expressionless face, Icena said, "All done." The maid standing behind her looked at the two children with admiration. Arian and Aegon were dressed in the cutest clothes imaginable. Icena said, "His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and the third prince are waiting for the two of you outside." Arian asked, "What about the second prince?" She replied, "That may be a little difficult." Both of them looked surprised. A little difficult? Even Icena could be uncertain sometimes, but she gradually regained her composure. "It should probably be fine." Arian said, "I understand." Icena pointed toward the door and said, "It is time to go. This servant has already loaded all of your belongings onto the carriage." Outside the castle, the third prince happily waved to them. "Adien again." Arian and Aegon looked slightly bewildered and hesitant when they saw the third prince happily running toward them. "You two are adorable today, too. I don't want to let you go anywhere. Should I just kidnap you both and take you back to my palace?" The crown prince, standing behind him, looked a little annoyed. "You're going too far, E.G." Both Arian and Aegon glanced toward His Majesty. Seeing that cold, expressionless face, Arian thought, the Emperor hasn't said a word this whole time. Well, it's not like we have anything to say to him anyway. It's already time to say goodbye. The third prince cheerfully said, "I volunteer to protect the two of you all the way back to the castle, from here to there." Arian looked puzzled. "Protect us? Personally, Your Highness." Only then did E.G. speak seriously. "We still don't know what might happen. So if you go with me and Quilua, you'll be safe." The crown prince said with a hint of regret, "I'd really like to go too, but I can't leave the crown prince's seat empty. I'm sure it'll be fine if E.G. goes with you. E.G. is very capable in battle." Arian widened her eyes and thought, aren't they being a little too cautious? Is it because of the last attack? Then she answered, "Yes, sir." Aegon, who had been silent until now, also spoke. "Then we'll depart right away," as if to say there was nothing more to discuss. E.G. was startled. So soon? Suddenly, a voice said, "Have a safe journey," making both of them freeze. When they looked toward His Majesty, his face was still cold, but there was a trace of sadness on it. Seeing the two children's gaze, he immediately turned away. The two children kept looking toward His Majesty, even as the third prince said, "I brought cake and macarons too." A little later, they were already on their way back to the castle, with many guards escorting the carriage. E.G. ordered, "Quilua, fly above the carriage roof and watch the road ahead. I'll follow right behind." He replied, "Okay." E.G. added, "You have a bird's eyes, after all. You'll be able to see everything ahead." He nodded. "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a blue hawk. Quietly, he said, "Be careful, Iji." Iji cheerfully answered, "Got it." Looking at the third prince, the little horse said, "Well then, I should get started too." It was a bit stunned, suffering from a bit of culture shock. Noticing Ryalu, the third prince thought, "That guy is Arian and Aegon's servant, right?" He called out loudly, "Hey, you there. Why are you walking alone?" When he saw the man run off, Iji looked puzzled. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Arian hugged her book and asked, "Brother Ryalu is following behind us, right?" Icena replied, "I believe he's with the other servants." The two children found that reasonable. "Oh, right." The carriage continued on, and a voice from inside said, "When we get to the castle, we want to stay with Brother Ryalu." On the other side, the third prince chased after Ryalu, calling out, "Hey you, why did you suddenly run off?" Arrogantly, Iji said, "How stupid. Did you really think you could outrun royalty?" When the man answered only with silence, the third prince angrily snapped, "This idiot is pretty amusing. How dare you ignore me?" As he spoke, the third prince stepped forward, grabbed Ryalu by the shoulder, and shouted, "You're the one Arian and Aegon are so fond of, aren't you? You should have gone with them." The moment he saw the man's face, Iji recoiled in shock. "That scar on your face." The man said nothing more and decisively stabbed something into Iji's body. Iji only managed to spit out, "You insolent," before collapsing to the ground. The third prince lay on the ground, poisoned, as he heard the man say coldly, "I'd bet proud royalty like you can't be taken down by ordinary poison. But what about the kind that can put even a dragon to sleep?" Iji wanted to retort in shock, but the poison had already spread through his body. The man continued, "You'll just have a rough few days. You won't die." Ryalu said mockingly, "Who would have thought the noble third prince would be brought down by someone as lowly as me with such a cheap trick?" Before losing consciousness completely, Iji thought Quilua. As if sensing something was wrong, Quilua let out a loud cry, making the three people inside the carriage cover their ears in discomfort. A bird screeched. A soldier, seeing Quilua suddenly turn and fly away, called out, "Lord Quilua, where is he flying off to all of a sudden?" They murmured among themselves, wondering what was happening, while Quilua flew back toward the palace, without noticing that two black-clad figures had appeared behind them. One of them, a mage, looked toward the carriage and sneered. On a lonely forest road, a lavish gilded carriage moved forward under the protection of soldiers surrounding it, those same soldiers still talking among themselves about what had happened. Among them, two guards were chatting animatedly. Lord Quilua suddenly returned. Did something happen at the palace? Then footsteps sounded behind them. The next instant, a man covered from head to toe scattered some kind of scented powder, and it drifted through the air with a soft whooshing sound. Because of that man's appearance, the soldiers and even the horses all collapsed. A few soldiers had not yet been affected. When they saw a black haze drifting through the air, one of them asked, "Oh, what is this black mist?" Then he accidentally inhaled the strange vapor. His eyes slowly closed, and he fell to the ground. Inside the carriage, Arian found it strange. "Did you hear something heavy fall over?" Icena, sitting across from the two children, looked out through the window as she answered, "Yes, how odd." The bird's scream was strange enough, and now the carriage has suddenly stopped too. Icena started to rise. "I'll go outside and see what's happened." But then came a rustling sound. Two mysterious men opened the carriage door and greeted them in threatening tones. "Well, well, princess and prince." One of the men grabbed little Arian and yanked her up, her face turning pale with fear. The other seized Aegon by the collar and dragged him toward them as well. Holding Arian and Aegon tightly, the two men said happily, "This is easy as pie." Only then did Arian and Aegon get a proper look at them. The two children immediately recognized them as knights. Icena hurriedly climbed down after them and cried out anxiously, "Your Highnesses!" Refusing to let the two knights escape, Icena spread her arms to block their path. "Insolent wretches, release them at once." One of the knights clicked his tongue in irritation. Without hesitation, he kicked Icena hard, sending her sprawling to the ground, then sneered, "Get lost, old woman." Seeing her kicked so brutally, Arian and Aegon, trapped in the knight's arms, cried out in fear. Icena. Tears welled in Arian's eyes, and she clenched her teeth in fury. Her face flushed red as she pounded her little fists against the knight. "You evil, horrible brute." Seeing that, Aegon copied her and the two children caused quite a commotion in their captor's arms. Didn't your mother teach you to be polite to your elders? You're kidnappers, aren't you? Would you enjoy being treated like this? You sneaky, shameless, miserable failures of creation. Faced with this barrage of utterly devastating insults, the two knights fell completely silent, too helpless to say a word. Aicina, still sitting on the ground, said faintly, "Your Highnesses, those words are rather cruel." But Arian and Aegon paid no attention and kept sobbing and shouting. In the end, the kidnappers could no longer endure the hateful noise. These brats are so loud. What a pain. Angrily, they dragged Arian and Aegon farther away, while using one hand each to squeeze the children's throats. Arian and Aegon cried out in pain. Aicina hurried to her feet and ran toward them. "Your Highnesses," but the men still would not let go. "Keep your mouths shut, you little rats." Arian and Aegon thought. It hurt so much. Just as the thought, "Somebody please help us," flashed through their minds, a brilliant light shot toward them like a savior arriving just in time. That light flashed past the two knights, scooped Arian and Aegon from their arms, and vanished without a trace. Both men shouted at once. "What?" A strip of red silk whipped through the air. Aicina came back to her senses and stared at it in fear. "Prince, Princess." Arian painfully opened her eyes little by little, and Aegon did the same. The two children were equally stunned. Jason slowly descended to the ground, and Arian and Aegon both looked up at him. Arian exclaimed brightly, "Red-haired big brother." Jason said gently, "Sorry I'm late." He looked at the two children with a tender, affectionate gaze. "I've really wanted to see you." Arian and Aegon felt deeply confused. Why is he looking at us like that? Suddenly, the two knights pointed at Jason and shouted, "Who are you, you red-haired bastard? Hand over those two children right now, or else." Before they could finish, Jason's eyes flashed, filled with overwhelming fury. "Or else what?" A powerful pressure radiated from his body. "Trash like you think you're worthy of being my opponents?" Meanwhile, in the beautiful palace that same morning, Alexander was fast asleep on his small bed when a persistent knocking disturbed him. He slowly woke, his eyes gradually opening. Rubbing his temples, still looking sleepy, Alexander muttered, "What is it? Who keeps him?" Looking toward the window, he saw Quilua outside. Quilua dropped to his knees heavily, holding Prince Iji in his arms. "Second Prince, please save my master." Alexander rushed over in alarm. "What happened?" "Put him on the bed first." Niwi came running over from who knew where and asked, "What's going on? What happened to Iji?" Quilua's eyes were filled with anguish as he looked at Iji's haggard face. He was unconscious near the palace gate. "I think he was poisoned. If only I'd stayed by his side." Alexander stepped closer and examined the boy. I'll treat him myself." Niwi folded his arms and looked at him. "Are you sure you're okay? Shouldn't we call someone else?" Alexander refused. "No, I'll treat him personally." He turned his face away. "We can't let anyone else know that a member of the royal family has been injured." Alexander's expression turned thoughtful. "If people see the royal family looking weak, many will lose faith. Royalty must always be strong." Niwi spoke in a half-joking tone. "That's easy for you to say, after fainting right in front of people and all." Alexander looked a little embarrassed. "I'm different. My image has always been like that." He continued, "But father and the others mustn't know, so I have to treat Iji myself." "Got it," Niwi replied, then pushed Quilua, who was carrying Iji. "Let's get him inside, Quilua." Alexander clenched his fist. "Even though I already used too much magic healing Jason, I can still manage a little more." Thoughts swirled endlessly in his head. This situation is a scheme meant to mock the royal family. Jason is with the children, right? Over on the other side, Jason's robe fluttered in the wind. "Jason, please protect my siblings." Aicina, Arian, and Aegon hid behind Jason under his protection. The knights instinctively stepped back in fear. "Who is this bastard?" He blew away the black mist with his wind. "I've never heard of him before." Jason instructed Icena, "Ma'am, it would be best if I could deal with them here, but the children's safety comes first, so please return to the palace at once." His words made the two knights turn pale with fear. "If I take them down now, they won't be able to follow you. Then the king can deal with them." Icena still hesitated. "I agree, but all the horses have collapsed. What do we do?" Looking at the horses and soldiers lying on the ground, Icena truly didn't know how to handle the situation. A small layer of compressed force appeared in Jason's palm. He turned and looked at Icena. "Don't worry, I'm strong enough to take everyone." Aegon asked in surprise how. Arian suddenly guessed. "Are you going to carry all three of us?" Jason burst out laughing at her words. He apologized to her. "Sorry for laughing. That was just too cute." Flames of anger practically burst from Arian's face. Icena glared at him resentfully. How dare he laugh at the princess? Jason kept smiling and talking, not noticing that a man had appeared nearby. "Carrying all three would be a little hard." Arian asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Jason had only gotten halfway through saying, "It might be a bit shocking, but I'm going to," when the man holding a sword lunged at him. A second later, the sword drove hard into Jason's back, and he cried out in pain. Ugh, all three of them, Icena, Arian, and Aegon, turned deathly pale in horror. Arian screamed in panic, "No!" Then a mocking voice rang out. "Oh dear, it seems you can't die even from a fatal wound, can you?" Hearing that, Arian and Aegon's eyes widened in terror as they turned around. The voice continued, "Please don't worry, your highnesses. I will protect the two of you from this kidnapper." Duke Rosie lowered his head and smiled with satisfaction at the siblings. Arian was struck with shock. "Duke Rosie?" She frowned and shouted, What is this supposed to mean?" With tears in her eyes, Arian pointed resentfully at the kidnappers in front of her. "He was trying to protect us, and those are the ones attacking us over there." Then one of the kidnappers suddenly spoke. "So you've arrived, Duke." Those words made Arian freeze. The kidnappers spoke again in a flippant tone. "You didn't warn us there'd be someone interfering." Duke Rosie replied, "I didn't foresee this. My apologies." Arian's group stood frozen, listening to their conversation. A moment later, they finally reacted in horror. "What is this?" Arian said shakily. Icena, worried, muttered, "Just as I thought." Then she frowned and spoke with forced calm. "I knew you would do this, Duke." Duke Rosie glanced at her. In the next second, he kicked Icena hard, making her cry out in pain. Arian anxiously shouted, "Icena!" Duke Rosie cast her a vicious glance. "Icena, you've always stood in my way ever since Alona was alive. You were the wall between me and her." He spoke. Icena angrily shot back. "That's because you always lusted after the Empress, you shameless man." She recalled the past, when she had still been a young maidservant. Passing by a closed room, she suddenly heard people arguing inside. "Let me go, please. Why would you do this to Alona?" There, Duke Rosie and Alona were struggling with each other. "Do you know how long I've wanted to have you? And yet, the moment I was away, you became Empress?" Duke Rosie shouted. Back then, Icena had stared in shock from hiding while the two continued arguing, unaware of her. "I already told you, I only see you as a friend. So you're just the sort of woman who craves status after all?" Duke Rossie's tone grew more and more agitated as he roared in anger. "You only wanted the Emperor's power, didn't you? Otherwise, how could someone so emotionless he barely counts as human ever catch your eye?" Before he could finish, a slap cut him off. Alona trembled all over, tears in the corners of her eyes, but she still glared at Duke Rosie indignantly. "As a nobleman of this country, and as my friend, do not insult my husband, especially if you truly love me." That was what Alona said. Duke Rosie, stunned, reached up to touch his reddened cheek and spoke. "How could you do this to me?" Immediately afterward, Alona staggered back in exhaustion, and Icena rushed in to support her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Duke Rosie stared at Icena in shock. "Since when were you?" Icena sternly cut him off. "That is not what you should be worrying about, Duke." She shot him a warning glance. "I think it would be best, from this moment on, for you not to visit Her Majesty the Empress again." The expression Duke Rosie wore back then was extremely vicious, exactly like the look on his face now. Duke Rosie said with contempt, "All women are the same. They all see me as the villain and keep flocking to men with power." Icena cut him off. "Stop talking such nonsense." she shouted angrily at Duke Rosie. Don't you feel even a shred of shame before the late Empress? You truly are a pathetic coward. Hearing that, Duke Rosie ground his teeth and raised his sword with a shout. Shut up. At once, Arian stepped in front of Icena and blocked him. Stop. She was terrified, her whole body trembling, but she still tried to threaten him. Stop it. Don't come any closer. Duke Rosie looked at her indifferently and said, Oh dear, I'll let the two of you see such an unsightly side of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the kidnappers sneaked up behind Arian and Aegon and covered their noses with cloths. Right, it'll be troublesome if we keep dragging this out, one of the kidnappers said. The sleeping drug began to take effect, and the siblings gradually grew weak and started to lose consciousness. Our awareness is fading, Arian told herself. Over by them, Duke Rosie smiled wickedly and said, You two should get some rest. At that moment, in the Imperial Palace study, a stern voice rang out. You're saying nothing was found? The guard bowed respectfully and replied, We searched the Duke's room and even the servants' quarters, but we found no evidence whatsoever of treason. Loy fell silent, deep in thought. He frowned and thought to himself, no evidence. The accusations against Duke Rosie are gradually being lifted. We need definitive proof of his treason. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a servant entered, saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the second prince has sent a message for you. The servant bowed respectfully and continued. He asked that your highness come to his palace as soon as possible. Hearing that, Loy replied, Alex said that? Understood. A short while later, at the second prince's palace, Loy entered and said, You called for me. Alex? Alex looked haggard, his voice trembling as he answered, Brother, Loy said helplessly, You don't look well at all. Though exhausted, Alex still forced a smile. What can I do? I used up every last drop of my magic. Hearing that, Loy asked in confusion, But why? Suddenly, Quilua stepped closer to the two of them and said, E.G. collapsed. At those words, Loy stared at him in shock. Quilua? Why are you here? Where's E.G.? Loy shouted. Quilua calmly answered, He's inside the room. Niwi, who had been lying on the floor, woke up and said tiredly, Alex and I already treated him, so he should wake up in about a day. No need to worry. Looking at E.G. on the bed, Alex said seriously, They used a very potent poison. If he weren't royalty, he definitely would have died. Hearing this, Loy's eyes sharpened, and his voice dropped low. Tell me every detail of what happened. Quilua frowned as well. E.G. said something. Recalling the sight of E.G. fainting weakly in the forest, Quilua continued. He said he'd been tricked by a scar-faced man. Right after saying that, he lost consciousness. Hearing this, Loy was startled. He thought to himself, the scar-faced man. That's the one I saw at Duke Rossie's estate. E.G. was deceived by him. But then Loy realized something and spoke up. If both E.G. and Quilua are here, that means the children are unprotected. Quilua also looked uneasy, but he reassured him. Besides E.G. and me, 10 other knights went along as well. I'm sure they won't be subdued so easily. Loy glanced at Quilua and countered. They even managed to obtain a poison capable of bringing down a member of the Imperial bloodline, so there's a high chance they already prepared measures against the knights. Quilua lowered his head. I can't argue with that. Alexander, standing nearby, hurriedly said, What are you saying? If it weren't for him, E.G. would have been in serious trouble already. The next second, Loy gave an order at once. Quilua, go check the situation immediately. I'll send reinforcements after you. Report back as soon as you confirm the children's location. Quilua immediately bowed and accepted the order. Understood. Then Loy frowned and continued. I'll dispatch more knights and go after the man who deceived E.G. I'll also go see Duke Rosie. Alexandre hesitated. Then Loy cut him off directly. You should rest. While Alexander was still stunned, Niwi beside him cheerfully chimed in, Oh, absolutely, I agree with both hands and feet. Loy also said, You're the best healer in the palace. Since we don't know when we may need you, recover as quickly as possible. Hearing that, Alexander turned pale, his voice trembling. But in a situation like this, I can't. Loy directly gave another order. Niwi, keep an eye on the boy for me. Niwi happily replied at once. Oh my, your highness, you said exactly what I wanted to hear. Leave it to me. Unable to object, Alexander could only sigh. After arranging everything, Loy glanced at Alexander and asked, "Then we'll proceed like this. Have you informed father yet?" Alexander answered, "Father is currently at the palace. I heard from Nus that he's reviewing the troops." Hearing that, Loy sighed. "I understand." Inwardly, he thought, since nothing is certain yet, we shouldn't trouble father. Elsewhere, the emperor stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. The wind blew over him, making his cloak flutter. He lowered his eyes, his voice carrying unease. There's the scent of wolves in the wind. In the pitch-black darkness of her fading consciousness, Arian only felt how cold the floor was. Then a broken, distant voice called out to her, waking her. The voice called, "Arian," and she opened her eyes wide. She and her brother were both bound and lying on the freezing floor. She shouted, "Aegon, are you okay? Where's this? What about Lady Icena and the red-haired brother?" Aegon also didn't know why they were here. "I am okay. As for the others, I don't know. I only just woke up too." Aegon slowly murmured, "I remember." At that moment, a deep voice rang out. "So, you're both awake." Arian jerked in fright the moment she heard that voice. From the darkness, the figure of a middle-aged man gradually emerged, a sword in hand. He said, "You two are awfully quiet." The one who had come was none other than Duke Rosie. He sneered, "I thought you'd be crying and wailing by now. Is it because you're part of the imperial family?" Aegon stared at him. "Duke Rosie," Arian shouted, "what did you do to Lady Icena and the red-haired brother?" He answered, "Wasn't it already obvious?" His voice dropped lower. "I killed them." The two children could no longer stay calm. It was too cruel a blow. Tears welled at the corners of Arian's eyes, and she stammered, "What?" Both children trembled. Arian forced back her tears and asked, "If your target was us, then why didn't you just kill us? Why? We never should have grown close to them. We never should have grown close to anyone. It's all our fault." She blamed herself like it was some useless excuse. She roared, "Why did you have to kill them? Why? I thought you were a good person." Duke Rossi's eyes turned sorrowful. "You're saying I'm not a good person?" "Not at all. I'm giving you bastards a wonderful opportunity, and yet I'm the bad one." Aegon couldn't stand to listen to his words. "What are you talking about?" The sword in the Duke's hand flashed, and in an instant the sharp tip was pressed right against Aegon's throat. He looked down at them with a twisted gleam in his eyes. "The two of you will have the chance to contribute to the Empire through your deaths." Elsewhere, Crown Prince Loy suddenly asked the guards, "What happened here?" He looked around the completely empty room. Duke Rosie escaped? The two guards cried with tears streaming down their faces and begged, "Please execute us, Your Highness. We were watching him very carefully. We don't know when any of this happened." He said he was acting under the king's orders, the servant with the scar on his face. Loy was horrified the moment he heard that. The scar-faced man again. Loy slowly opened his mouth. "Duke Rosie has escaped from prison. This is clearly an act of defiance against the law." Loy waved his hand and ordered, "Seal Duke Rossi's estate immediately and issue a warrant for his arrest." Back with the two children, their faces went pale beneath Duke Rossi's sword point. They stammered, "Our deaths?" He drew the sword tip back and smiled. "That's right, but not now, so get some rest." Arian felt only anguish inside. How could they rest after being told they would be killed? He sat there, smiling at the children on the floor, and asked, "Have you ever been to the market?" Arian didn't understand, but she still answered, "Never. We've always stayed in Delranina Castle and the palace." He smiled and said cryptically, "Every morning, the capital's market is packed with people who come to shop. Every day, they begin their morning with their usual routines. The lively sounds of buyers and sellers, and wagons piled high with goods from across the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say everyone has been to the capital market at least once." The two children looked at him in confusion. What was he talking about? Then he narrowed his eyes and looked down at them. "I intend to display your corpses there. Your bodies will still retain their warmth. They'll still be fresh." The two trembled. Aegon stammered, "What the hell are you talking about?" He turned around and smiled mockingly. "I'll tell everyone the truth, that the Emperor of Uriana has two filthy bastard children, and As for the belief that the imperial family is untouchable by injury, illness, or even death, I will crush that belief right before their eyes. Spreading his arms, he said with feverish excitement, I'm delighted that you bastards have blonde hair. What better symbol could there be? In this empire, no, this will become the greatest stain, the greatest weakness of a royal house in the history of the entire continent. He raised his sword and smiled madly. If the rumor that the imperial family's power is nothing but an empty myth spreads, then won't it shake the power of the royal house that has ruled for centuries, since the founding of the nation? You'll be useful to the empire this way, after all. Both children were thoroughly terrified by this madman. He continued to throw his head back and laugh smugly. That's an honor far too great for filthy bastards like you, isn't it? This way, we can finally take revenge on the emperor. Suddenly his eyes widened wildly. When he sees your corpses, I'll witness that look on his face with my own eyes. The two children immediately went stiff. This man is insane. He still stood there rambling on. This will be the perfect revenge. After all, he treasures you both so very much. The two looked up at him in confusion. What is he talking about? It was the emperor himself who sent us back to Delranina Castle. That's not completely wrong, but Duke Rosie is mistaken. There's no way the emperor actually loves us. Back at the castle, the emperor still stood atop the tower, looking out over everything, when someone called, Your Majesty, drawing his attention. Two guards stepped in. It is time to return to the imperial palace. The emperor looked up at the sky. One of the guards asked, Your Majesty? The emperor lowered his head and said slowly, Show yourselves. The guard, confused, asked, Pardon? In the next instant, an orange figure flashed across the sky. The guard below still tried to ask, What do you mean, Your Majesty? Immediately, two figures appeared right before the emperor. The red-haired youth landed, carrying Icena, whose body was covered in blood. The emperor was startled. The young man forced out the words, Your Majesty. A blue aura wrapped around the emperor as he asked in a low voice, Tell me where the children are. Jason dropped to one knee on the ground, cradling the maid, while the emperor's magic surged outward. Answer me. Where are the children? Icena was unconscious, blood at the corner of her lips. Jason looked exhausted. I don't know. Thinking back to a sword piercing his back, he explained, I was stabbed from behind and lost consciousness. I desperately tried to heal myself. He looked over at Icena, pale and collapsed unconscious on the ground. But when I woke up, only this maid was left, barely clinging to life. A hand seized Jason by the collar, but he continued, I knew I had to inform you, so I tracked Your Majesty's magical presence. He was flustered as the emperor's anger spilled out in waves of magic. Aren't you their guardian? Why couldn't you protect them? After hearing that, Jason fell silent, unable to speak. Then he closed his eyes and said, My power right now is only slightly above ordinary magic. My masters do not feel even the slightest pride in being part of the imperial family. A guardian and master are one, and a guardian's strength comes directly from the master. The emperor frowned. I'm sure you understand that very well, don't you, Your Majesty? The emperor said nothing. His hand remained clutching Jason's collar before finally releasing it. The emperor said, Call the healers to treat them. The two guards jumped. Yes, sir. They hurried off. Looking down at the two on the ground, the emperor asked, Do you know who did this? Jason answered sadly. There were two men in black cloaks with their faces covered. He continued, They both used a very bloodthirsty kind of magic. I've never met the one who stabbed me, but... The emperor paused in thought at those words. Before losing consciousness, Icena had forced out a few words. Jason told the emperor. This maid called him Duke Rosie. The emperor thought of that man's face. Duke Rosie. In his memory, the man had once said, Your Majesty does so enjoy testing the people around you, doesn't he? At that moment, the two guards returned with the healers. The emperor said, Jason. The young man blinked and looked up. Huh? The emperor turned to leave. I'm sorry. The healer bowed his head, and the two guards helped carry the maid away. Jason turned his head after him. He stared blankly. Did he just apologize to me? Is that for real? The emperor reached the doorway and stood in silence. Then he said, If I had instilled in my children the pride of being imperial, you could have saved them yourself. Jason froze in shock. The emperor clenched his hand tightly. The one at fault here is me. I am the worst kind of father. Jason answered flatly. So you do know? Yeah, you're unbelievably awful. The healer and the two guards flinched in terror. He just said that to His Majesty? Placing a hand over his chest, Jason sensed it and said, but you still have a chance to become a better father. My heart is still beating. That proves the two of them are still alive. The emperor was silent for a moment, then said, once your treatment is complete, take Isena to Alexander and have her treated there. Jason turned and asked, where are you going? Only silence answered him. Jason closed his eyes and let out a long breath, thinking, understood. Please hurry. Thinking of the two children, he bitterly reflected, how pathetic that I have to let you become their savior. But I've already reached my limit. He pleaded inwardly, hurry, your majesty. The emperor mounted his horse and rode off. In a ruined place thick with cobwebs, the duke stood holding a sword while the girl and boy sat bound on the ground. The emperor isn't going to save us. The duke looked over. She looked back at him. I don't know what you're expecting, but it's useless. Arian's eyes were full of sorrow. The emperor only sees us as a bundle of trouble. The duke looked smug. These brats don't know anything. Then he said, you'll see soon enough. I have business to attend to, so I must be going. Aegon cast a glance at Arian. Arian grew anxious and thought, maybe we'll have a chance to escape. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. He turned. Come in. The two children looked toward the door and thought, that's the entrance. Two hooded men walked in. The children thought, those are the ones who attacked us. The duke moved to leave. I'm leaving them to you. They answered in unison, yes, Duke. The two children turned to look at them and thought, I thought this was our chance to escape, but this is even worse. One of them said, damn it, this is annoying, being stuck in this tiny room with these two disgusting things. The boy and girl stiffened. The man on the right looked down and said, seriously, who would have thought the emperor was hiding these filthy bastards? The other added, he should have killed them as soon as possible. The old man must have lost his mind. Aegon and Arian were disgusted into silence. The men sneered. What's with those faces? Mad because I'm right? Aegon said coldly. You people are unbelievably dull. They stared in shock. What? Arian said unhappily. People like you are always repeating the same thing. If all you can do is insult others, couldn't you at least come up with something more creative? Again, Froenet. I guess people who spend all their time cursing illegitimate children must feel very proud of themselves. Arian? Maybe this is all they're capable of. I suppose that's why you serve a duke. How pitiful. They snapped. What did you say? Magic gathered in their hands. You little loudmouth brats. Their faces darkened. Before I beat you half to death, how many bones do you want broken? The emperor raced down the road on horseback, frowning as he thought, the anti-imperial faction. He remembered the past. The emperor sat upon the throne while the nobles stood below. Several of them had openly shown their fury when he married Alona and made her empress. The crowd had shouted, the fourth daughter of a baron's family? You intend to make such a low-ranking noblewoman your empress? That will be a disgrace to the Uriana Empire, your majesty. He had frowned in irritation. You still don't understand me at all, do you? The hall had immediately fallen silent. The emperor had then said in disgust, I hate repeating myself. Terrified, the nobles had shut their mouths, and the matter ended there. But after the two children returned, the number of nobles openly opposing him only increased. They had even vandalized the children's room, as if the children were the ones they truly hated. He remembered torn curtains strewn across the floor among shattered debris. At the estate, Duke Rosie, you were the one behind all of this. Swords were pointed as they surrounded young Lord Rosie. The emperor approached. Loy, hearing him, turned. Father. The emperor's expression was grave. Explain. Loy said, Duke Rosie escaped from prison. We have sealed off the duke's estate and are interrogating his son. The emperor ground his teeth. Duke. He looked toward the young man. Young Lord Rosie, I won't waste words. The young man stood still as the emperor said, tell me where Aegon and Arian are. If you don't know, then tell me every place they might be. I will turn them all upside down to find the two of them. Furious magic flared from the emperor. I don't have much time. If you do not speak now, I will wipe the entire Rosie family from this empire. The young man looked at the emperor, pale and trembling, and swallowed hard. Then he said calmly, "Please forgive my insolence, Your Majesty, but may I ask for one thing in return?" Loy shouted angrily, "Young Lord Rosie, you are truly shameless." The Emperor raised a hand to stop him. "Speak," the young man said firmly. "If I help Your Majesty save the two young highnesses, then please spare my family." The gazes of both the Emperor and Crown Prince Loy turned extremely serious. Duke Rossi's son knelt before them and earnestly pleaded, "If I help you rescue Prince Aegon and Princess Arianne, please spare my family." The Emperor asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He replied slowly, "Just as I said." His eyes showed clear resolve as he continued, "Those two, I guarantee that if I assist you, you will be able to save them." Scene shift. At that moment, one of the mysterious men stood before Aegon and Arianne and said, "Answer me." A strange energy was still emanating from his hand, but the two children ignored him and chose to remain silent. Seeing that, he seemed angered and stepped closer to the twins in threat. "How many bones do you want me to break, huh?" The words made them both flinch. But in the end, they were struck by their own question. Of course there was. The Duke himself had introduced him to us. We can't trust anyone. The only people we could trust were Lady Icena and that red-haired man. But now, the two children were utterly devastated. The mysterious man continued threatening them. "What's with you brats? Why so quiet? Want a beating that badly?" Aegon calmly replied, "Go ahead." Looking him straight in the eye, Aegon continued without the slightest fear, "You won't be able to kill us anyway. Do you think we'd beg the likes of you?" Arianne added, "That's right. We would never surrender to a coward like you." One of the men thought to himself, "Are they really children?" The other one, provoked, said angrily, "At first I only meant to scare you too, but now I've changed my mind." The words made the man beside him panic. "What?" That strange energy flared up. He looked at the twins with savage eyes and said, "Now I really feel like breaking something. Arrogant little bastards." As he spoke, he unleashed his attack and hurled that stream of magic toward them. Aegon and Arianne squeezed their eyes shut, thinking, "We're dead." Suddenly, a flash of light burst out. The magic was knocked away and gradually dissipated. The two men stared at the light in shock. The twins were just as stunned. "Huh, what is this?" That mysterious power created a beam of light outside the capital. It drew many people's attention. Alex was startled. "That power, that's the protective magic I placed on those two." Jason looked at the light with disappointment in his eyes. Killua, who was helping the wounded soldiers, also noticed it. He thought to himself, "That's high-level protective magic. That's the second prince's magic, isn't it? But why is it outside the capital?" Then something occurred to him. No way. Duke Rosie, who was in the middle of a transaction, noticed it too. "What was that light just now?" The merchant urged him impatiently. "Duke, what are you doing?" "The money, where's the money?" Angrily, he threw over the money pouch. "Who do you think I am?" "Here." The man cheerfully accepted it. "Thank you, my lord. It took me quite a bit of trouble to find this." Then he opened a box. Inside was a scroll, a powerful dark magic scroll. With this, you could destroy anyone's mind. Duke Rosie took it with a sinister smile. "Anyone? For example, the Emperor?" The other man curiously asked, "Who are you planning to use it on?" Instead of answering, the Duke asked, "Then what kind of magic created that light?" The man replied, "I don't know much about magic, but since it's white, it's probably healing magic." He frowned. Healing. Protection. Could that be the second prince's magic? Thinking it over, he realized that the light had come from the same direction as the place where the twins were being held. As soon as he realized it, he mounted his horse and rushed off. Damn it, something's happened. At the Imperial Palace, Loy looked at the light and asked, "That's Alex, isn't it?" The Emperor replied, "It must be." Only Alex could use protective magic at that level. Alex fell into thought. That must be the magic I placed on those two last time. If it activated, that means someone attacked them. Duke Rossi's son stood before a drawn blade, silently watching the light. The Emperor agreed with Alex. "Yes, but that also means the children are still safe." As soon as he said that, he gave the order, "Head to the source of the magic immediately. Bring the fastest horses." Just then, Killua flew in. Loy blinked in surprise. "Killua?" Out of breath, he tried to speak. "Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Please get on. I'll fly at the fastest speed on the continent." At the place where the twins were being held, the light still surrounded them. The two kidnappers covered their eyes and groaned. My eyes. Arian looked at Aegon and said, Aegon, doesn't this look like the second prince's magic? He replied, it's probably from last time. Arian thought of the second prince with a hint of sadness. Aegon looked at the kidnappers and said, we shouldn't stay here. Let's run. Arian nodded, right? Seeing the men in pain, Aegon said, they're distracted right now. This is our only chance. Arian answered, yes. If we run in the direction they came from, there should be a way out. After that quick exchange, Arian and Aegon hurried off. The other man noticed and shouted, you little. He quickly grabbed Aegon by the hem of his clothes. Where do you think you're going? Arian cried out in shock, Aegon. But then he grabbed her too. You as well. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. No matter how much the twins struggled, he seethed, first, I'll peel the skin off your hands. One finger at a time. Before he could do anything, he was punched and knocked out on the spot. Arian and Aegon stared in shock when they saw Ryalu. He spoke up, thank goodness. You two are safe. The twins looked at him with both joy and surprise. Ryalu. Seeing him, Arian shouted, Ryalu. Ryalu ran to Arian and untied her wrists. She immediately asked, why are you here? Without changing expression, and without answering the real question, he only said, let me untie both of you first. Once his ropes were removed, Aegon could not hold back any longer. Through gritted teeth, he said, did you come here to make sure we die? When Ryalu did not answer, Aegon's anger rose to its peak. He shouted, you're one of the Duke's people, aren't you? After a brief pause, he demanded again, answer me. Ryalu remained silent, showing no emotion, and only said one short sentence. At present, I still cannot answer you. That only made Arian more anxious, her brows knitting tightly, while Aegon's anger flared even higher. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, he snapped, you really are. Seeing this, Ryalu spoke again, hoping to stop the boy's anger. But I sincerely hope the two of you remain safe. After hearing that, the two children wore complicated expressions. Their brows were still furrowed, and they were hesitant and uneasy, both trying to judge how much truth there was in his words and feelings. Then a groan sounded from somewhere in the room, making Arian jump in fear. It was the voice of the hooded man who had brought them here, the one who had just tried to kill them. Struggling to their feet while clutching their heads, the two men got up from the floor. The first one to sit up groaned, damn it, my head. The other said, yeah, I can feel it too. Seeing them slowly regain their senses and rise, all three of them grew visibly anxious, frozen in place, and unsure what to do. The first hooded man staggered upright and recognized the long, scarred face and distinctive green hair. Pointing at Ryalu, he said, aren't you the Duke's servant? The other immediately added, why did you attack us? Ryalu looked slightly annoyed now and said to them in displeasure, you stubborn pests. Hearing that, the two men understood at once and grew furious. The first hooded man shouted, what, you betrayed us? The other still couldn't stand properly and was holding his aching head, but he gritted his teeth and said, let's grab him too and make a little extra money. Knowing he had no choice now but to face them head-on, Ryalu stood and shielded the two children behind him. Step back, he told them, leaving the children spinning in confusion and staring blankly. Ryalu gently explained that bloodthirsty kind of magic places a huge burden on a user's body, so I doubt they can use it repeatedly in a short amount of time. When he saw the men standing again, he continued, run while I distract them. I'll catch up with you quickly. That only made the children even more worried. They could never just leave someone in danger behind and run away, especially not someone they still couldn't trust, someone from the Duke's side who had suddenly come here claiming he wanted to save them. So after hearing him, Aegon shouted, that's ridiculous. Why should we trust you? Ryalu did not turn around. He only said, if I don't save you too, my father will be in danger. After hesitating a moment, he added, can you believe that? At that, neither Arian nor Aegon said anything, their hesitation written clearly on their faces. Elsewhere, in a grand palace, 5 people were talking among themselves. Countess Tenon, the timid Count Clow, a fat man, a long-haired man, and a man with pale green hair. One of the 5 began, have you heard that Duke Rosie has fled? The fat man answered, I heard the crown prince himself is hunting him down, Isn't that right? Count Clow fell silent after hearing that, while Countess Tenin covered her mouth with a feather fan and said, "My imprisoned, then escaped, and now wanted as well? I never imagined it would become this serious." After a few seconds, she continued, "Duke Rosie said things were progressing very well, but don't you think he may have lost his mind a little?" She recalled that night, when he had declared boldly in front of the five of them, "You need not concern yourselves with what my plan is, because I will be the one facing all the danger." Thinking back on it, Countess Tenin continued, "I didn't dare ask before, but those words now seem completely hollow." After that, the atmosphere fell quiet. The long-haired man broke out in a cold sweat and said with a trembling, uneasy voice, "That can't be. It can't. That's House Rosie we're talking about." Meanwhile, Count Klaus silently agreed with Countess Tenin's view and inwardly answered the long-haired man as well. No, perhaps that really is the case, considering that man's behavior. He remembered the time he had stopped Ryalu at the Imperial Palace. Back then, he had asked, "You spoke with Duke Rosie without me present, didn't you? Tell me." The Duke's son had remained silent for a moment before only saying, "Please get some rest, Count." Clow had not understood at all and just asked back, "What?" The boy still gave no explanation and only added, "Even if the Duke's plan fails, I will still protect you, Count Clow." Count Clow had been completely baffled. "Huh? Why would you protect me?" Only after saying that had he jerked in realization and cried out, "No, wait, hold on. More importantly, did you just say fail? Why? Has something happened?" Ryalu had cut him off directly. He said so much, and only now the Count noticed. Ryalu had said nothing more and simply walked past him, ignoring the man calling after him. "Hey." Back in the present, Count Clow thought, "I have a bad feeling about this. That brat Ryla definitely knows something." But then he remembered Ryalu's words. "I will definitely protect you, Count." Just thinking about it felt unbelievable. What the hell is going on? Back where the children had been kidnapped, Arian finally asked him, "When you say your father, what do you mean? Are you talking about Count Clow?" As if recalling something, Rylus said, "Young Master Rosie said that if I could save you too, you would make sure my father was saved." At the mention of young Master Rosie, the image of that silent, mature, and gloomy boy appeared in their minds, making the two children even more uneasy. Aegon turned back angrily, gritting his teeth. "Why that guy?" The two hooded men, having been ignored all this time, only got angrier. One shouted, "You've been whispering to each other this whole time. You're planning to run, aren't you?" The other chimed in, "Who acts like that?" He said it without the slightest shame, leaving the children speechless. Suddenly, one of the two rushed forward. He reached out with one hand to grab them and raised a fist with the other. As he charged, he snarled, "If you run off, the Duke will have us eating dirt." At that moment, Ryalu raised his fist too and drove it straight into the man's face, knocking it sharply to one side. The man cried out, "Arg!" The two children stared at him in utter shock. Then Ryalu slammed his elbow into the other man so hard that blood spurted out, staining his white shirt. But because he let his guard down, the remaining man struck him hard in a vulnerable spot, making Ryalu's face go pale. He lost his balance, and the two children went pale with him, shouting, "Ryalu!" He collapsed to the ground. The hooded man Ryalu had punched cursed and then planted his foot on his head. "Beat his damn face in. Make sure he never gets back up." The two children couldn't bear it and cried out in fury. Arian, in tears, tried to push the man's foot away and screamed, "Stop." Aegon also tried to shove him off, cursing, "You bastards." But they could do nothing. Both men were stomping on Ryla's body. His face was bruised, and he could barely breathe. Blood trickled from his mouth. Seeing that, the hooded man gave a nasty laugh and threatened him. "This is how the world works. Get it?" The other man approached the children, making them cling tightly to each other, as if trying to lend each other strength. He said, "What? You don't like it? Want a beating too?" He gave them a sinister smile while cracking his knuckles. "Just wait. I'll work you over until you wish you were dead." Faced with death, the two children seemed to share the same thought. Why are we so weak? Then they looked over at Ryo, who was still being beaten relentlessly by the other man, his body tortured again and again. The despair was unbearable. In a situation like this, they could do nothing at all. The man was coming closer now, raising his hand to strike. The children fell into despair, trembling in fear. They clung to each other, bracing themselves to be tortured, when suddenly there was a sharp crack and light shone in from outside. The cracking sound made both hooded men turn around and stop. One of them said, "Did you hear something?" The other replied, "Huh? What?" Before he could say anything else, There was a loud explosion, and the wall collapsed instantly. The two children covered their heads and faces with their arms, their eyes squeezed shut. The two hooded men, on the other hand, were shaking violently from head to toe, unable to stay calm. One of them stammered, "No, it can't be." A pair of long legs stepped forward into the room. The sound of measured footsteps entered their field of vision. Then they finally saw his furious face as he ground out, "You savages. I can't believe you dare to do this." Hearing that familiar deep voice, the children thought, that voice. Don't tell me. Only then did they open their eyes a little and look. Standing tall and imposing in the gap where the wall had collapsed, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his dazzling blonde hair unmistakable. It was His Majesty. The two children could hardly believe that this person had come in person to save them. Shock filled their faces, along with disbelief that this could be real. And it wasn't only the children who were stunned. The two hooded men also recognized the Emperor, and they could not believe it either. One trembled in fear. The other shook uncontrollably, muttering over and over, "Why the Emperor?" The Emperor's blue magic spread out and enveloped everything. In a dark voice, he said, "I won't waste words." His cold eyes fixed on the two hooded men as he continued, "The price for harming my children, I will carve it into your very bones." When the kidnappers saw the Emperor, one shook and stammered while the other nearly collapsed in terror. "Damn it, that's the Emperor. Why didn't that man mention this at all? The Emperor came personally to save those two bastards? How could that be?" Even Aegon and Aerion stared at the Emperor in stunned disbelief, thinking, this really makes no sense. Why would the Emperor? And more than that, just now he said my children. The Emperor's voice interrupted the children's thoughts. Frowning at the kidnappers, he said, "You did not kidnap any bastards. You kidnapped the prince and princess of this empire. They are both my legitimate children." The brother and sister widened their eyes in utter shock and stared at the Emperor in disbelief. Sensing things had turned bad, the kidnappers gritted their teeth and looked at the children. "Damn it, we're dead." But, after that thought, one of them yanked the siblings close, grabbing them by the neck and threatening the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I'm truly sorry, but everyone has to survive, don't they? Our lives are in our hands right now. Are you really going to ignore whether they live or die?" The Emperor's killing intent only grew denser as he looked at them. Foolish. At the same moment, the kidnappers raised their hands to attack while speaking. Who knows if that rumor is even true? We'll find out right now. Before he could finish, Ryalu, who had been collapsed behind them, rose up and kicked him hard, sending him sprawling backward. The other man prepared to strike, but the Emperor, who had been watching, cut in. Lowering his voice with contempt, he said, "I will show you what real magic is." With that, he used magic to pull the two children from the kidnappers' hands to his side, leaving everyone there stunned. Then he gently asked, "Are either of you hurt?" After hearing the siblings' answer, "No, sir," the Emperor continued. He used magic to cover their eyes. "I will cover your eyes for a moment now." Purple magic veiled the siblings' vision, while the Emperor's powerful blue aura surged around them, making them tremble in fear. "It's so dark. What is he about to do?" The Emperor raised his hand to eliminate the kidnappers, and they immediately dropped to their knees in terror, pleading, "Please spare us, Your Majesty. We only followed the Duke's orders. We never once intended to harm the prince and princess." The Emperor paid them no mind and struck without hesitation. Silence. A blue light burst from the tower, astonishing Loy and Killua. "It's been a long time since I've seen His Majesty's magic." Loy narrowed his eyes as he looked toward the tower. Father has always restrained himself from using that power because it's too terrifying. But this time is different. Killua looked at the Crown Prince, not quite understanding, and thought it over. "Still, I don't understand why the Duke chose this place. This place isn't suitable at all for kidnapping or imprisoning children. One look at this flower garden tells you it was renovated only recently." After hearing Killua's words, Loy looked at the garden, speaking his old childhood memories of playing there resurfaced. "You wouldn't know, since you were only just born then. This was my mother's former residence, the place she loved most." Killua still didn't understand and asked another question. "Then why did he lock the two of them up in a place you all know so well? That makes no sense." As he spoke, the Crown Prince thought it over. That was true. The man had kidnapped members of the imperial family, yet imprisoned them somewhere without a single guard. So many questions were still unanswered. What exactly was he plotting? Then, all of a sudden, the crown prince noticed from afar that there was a horse tied to a tree. Huh, a horse. Kilua also turned back in surprise to look at it. That horse, it wasn't there a moment ago. At that very moment, up in the tower, the emperor had already dealt with the kidnappers. The blindfolded siblings, unable to see, were fumbling around everywhere. So it was over already? Seeing that, the emperor dispelled his magic. When the magic vanished, the two siblings were startled. Ah, we can see again. Ah, only the leftovers remain. The two of them looked up at the emperor and thought to themselves, we already knew it, but he's unbelievably strong. Suddenly, the emperor spoke while staring toward the corner of the wall, making the siblings turn to look as well. Who are you? In the distance, Ryalu was standing there motionless. Suddenly, Aegon answered, and the emperor's anger flared up at once. He's the duke's attendant. Seeing this, Aerion nervously gripped the emperor's clothes and hurried to explain, but he tried to save us. He's not a bad person. Hearing that, Ryalu looked toward the siblings with a conflicted expression. Then, from the darkness, a voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone. That's right. In this place, the only villain here is your majesty. It was none other than Duke Rosie. His appearance made the emperor even more furious. Step by step, the duke walked closer and said calmly, "Don't you think so, your majesty?" The two men locked eyes. "I didn't expect you to come here first." The male and female leads watched anxiously as the emperor held them in his arms under Duke Rossi's sly gaze. Suddenly, some force made the duke drop to his knees, to the astonishment of Ryalu, Count Klau's son. He tried to resist that power, but he couldn't. It turned out that the emperor had used his power on him. He said, "I'll show you mercy because you are related to the empress." Then he continued, "Now behave yourself and come back to the capital with me." But the duke still resisted and snapped back at him. "Stop pretending to be righteous." Furious and stubborn, the duke declared that if it weren't for the emperor, Empress Alona would never have died. The emperor fell silent at those words. Aerion asked Aegon, could it be that all the duke's hatred is because of the late empress? Aegon replied that he thought so too. Then the emperor suddenly spoke up to answer the duke. Alona had fallen ill, and she had originally only been expected to live 3 more years. He recalled those 3 years in his heart, and how he had placed his guardian spirit into her body to slow the progression of her illness. The twins were stunned when he said that Alona had lived several more years thanks to the guardian spirit's power. The emperor's face grew sorrowful as he admitted that he had still failed to stop her death, and had always blamed himself for not being able to protect his wife. Then the emperor remembered the moment when the empress lay on her bed, smiling at him as he knelt beside her and held her hand tightly. She had told him not to blame himself. Smiling brightly at him, she said she had never once regretted it, and that she was very happy to have married him. Back in the present, the emperor said angrily, "If anyone says Elena died because of me, that is an insult to her." Aerion and Aegon looked at him in surprise. Duke Rosie refused to believe what the emperor said, claiming that from the very beginning the emperor had hidden sinister intentions. He insisted that the emperor had chosen a girl who was merely the 4th daughter of a low-ranking noble family, one who could never threaten his throne, and because she was far too easy to control. The emperor looked at the duke calmly. "Elena was not an object for you to choose. I proposed to her, and she chose me." Hearing that, the duke went mad with rage. He shouted that he had chosen Elena first, that she should have been his, and that the emperor had stolen her away from him. The female lead looked at him in disgust. Those words of his made her feel sick, and Aegon felt the same. He treated other people like objects, so calling him an idiot wouldn't even be wrong. Helplessly, the duke screamed that the empress had fallen ill because how could the daughter of such a tiny family possibly be worthy of such a lofty position? It was all the emperor's fault. Aegon and Aerion were horrified as they looked at him. She couldn't believe that he was talking about her mother like that, and Aegon agreed. His hatred for the emperor had driven him completely mad. Seeing that, the emperor used a little more of his power on the duke, and said that he really had no awareness of his own words. Did he? He wrapped his power tightly around the man, and warned him not to call his wife's name with that filthy mouth. The duke trembled and struggled, shouting back, "You have no right to say that to me." Just look at what the noble emperor is holding. Under the stunned gazes of the twins, he declared that the emperor had produced filthy bastards, as he slandered him, saying that his majesty had fathered 2 children with another woman. The emperor cut him off and firmly denied it. He said with certainty that he had never once betrayed the empress. The 2 children looked up at him, and it truly did not seem as though he was lying. But their very existence seemed to prove otherwise. It couldn't possibly be true, could it? While they were worrying, the emperor suddenly called out to the duke. Then a sharp crack rang out. The duke's arm had been broken. The emperor warned that if he dared repeat those words again, he would grind his bones into fine dust. Then he looked down at the 2 children and said that they were his children, members of the imperial family whom the duke had been serving, leaving both of them staring in shock. The twins grew embarrassed all over again. He had just called them his children and members of the imperial family. Then the duke called Ryalu over. The duke pulled a scroll from his clothes and threw it toward him. Ryalu wondered what it was, and the duke urged him to use it quickly, saying it had taken great effort for him to obtain it. He had already been driven into a corner, so now he had no choice but to deal with the emperor as well. Ryalu held the scroll in his hand and could feel the mana surging within it. Extremely dangerous, saturated with terrifying curses. The emperor looked down on him, unimpressed at being threatened by an illegal spell scroll. The duke angrily told him not to act so tough and ordered Ryalu to erase him. Ryalu hesitated because the scroll was too dangerous, but the duke kept pushing him to use it. He threatened that Ryalu's father's life was in his hands, and that as a son, Ryalu ought to know how to sacrifice himself for his father. Ryalu looked at him coldly and answered, "I know." The twins called out anxiously, "Ryalu." Slowly, he activated the scroll, releasing a surge of dark magic. Seeing that, the duke gave a wicked laugh. "You're finished, Emperor." But before he could finish speaking, that power rushed toward him instead. Everyone stared in disbelief. The duke immediately burst into flames. He turned toward Ryalu. "Why me? How dare you betray me?" Ryalu looked at him with contempt, narrowing his eyes. "It's time for both you and me to pay for our crimes." After Ryalu betrayed him and turned that dark magic on him, the duke sat there screaming in agony. A black smoke enveloped his body, and then a loud explosion rang out. Perhaps because the pain was unbearable, he collapsed in front of Arian and her father. At that moment, he looked utterly miserable, his whole body trembling, his eyes bulging wide, and he would be crippled for the rest of his life. Arian and Aegon were terrified at the sight, but their father remained calm and asked, "That's the kind of magic that destroys a person's mind, isn't it?" Ryalu was about to answer the emperor when he suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing. He coughed up blood, likely because he had been affected by the dark magic. Arian and her brother's eyes widened at the sight. "Ryalu, wait, let us down." The 2 children quickly jumped down from their father's arms to check on him. By the time they reached Ryalu, he could no longer stand and could only keep coughing. Arian asked worriedly, "Ryalu, are you okay? What's wrong?" Standing behind them with his arms crossed, the emperor explained, "That is the boomerang effect of bloodthirsty magic. If it is a defective product from some organization, and especially if it is an illegal spell book, then cursing another person ends up harming the caster as well." Hearing that, Ryalu only gave a bitter laugh. Aegon turned to his sister and asked, "Then what do we do?" Suddenly, the emperor called out Loy. In an instant, he appeared. "Yes, father," he answered, startling both Ryalu and the children. "Ah!" The children looked at him in fear and asked when he had gotten there. In truth, from the moment he heard the duke's voice, he had followed them in and stayed nearby. So when he saw the expressions on his younger siblings' faces, he hurriedly explained in a panic, "I didn't mean to scare you. I didn't frighten you half to death, did I?" Then he stepped over to the emperor, who gave the order, "Take this man and the duke back to the imperial palace, and then summon doctors for them." Hearing that, he obeyed at once. Then he turned and called out to Ryalu, "You there, the one with the scar on your face, tell me your name." Ryalu replied coldly. Ryalu, Killua, who was standing nearby, could no longer hold back. He was so angry his teeth were grinding. "How dare you do that to his highness?" Loy also looked at Ryalu sternly and threatened. "Very well, Ryalu, for injuring my younger brother, the 3rd prince, prepare yourself." Arian and Aegon looked at him blankly. The 3rd prince. Beside them, Ryalu accepted his fate and said he would accept any punishment. But first, I have one request to beg of His Majesty. The emperor agreed. Speak. As soon as he heard that, Rila dropped to his knees, bracing both hands against the ground as he pleaded, Please do not execute everyone in the Duke's residence. Everyone was shocked by his words. Then the emperor suddenly remembered an old fragment of memory. The Duke's son had once said, If I can protect the two young highnesses, then please spare my family. Then the emperor asked, Was this because of the young master? In a firm voice, he said to Rila, Very well. I promise you this. They will be severely punished. But because you sacrificed yourself to save the children, I will reduce the sentence. Arian and Aegon were stunned by their father's words and turned to look at him. Seeing the emperor's mercy, Ryalu was deeply grateful. I am truly thankful for your majesty's generosity. Arian and Aegon turned back to look at Ryalu curiously. Was Ryalu really satisfied with that? Then suddenly he raised his head and called, Your Highnesses, making both Arian and Aegon jump. Yes, they answered. With complete sincerity, he bowed and said, I am truly sorry to both of you for putting you in danger and for not caring for you. I was jealous of your happiness, but I realized that I was the one carrying that prejudice, that children born out of wedlock are not allowed to be happy. Because unhappiness was all I had ever known, I never once dreamed of happiness. I am l'affable, arente y, more stubborn than the two of you, even though you're younger than me. After hearing Ryalu's confession, Aegon spoke up to comfort him. Of course, you're still young too, and you didn't have any decent adults by your side. It sounded a little off coming from Aegon, since he was the youngest person there, leaving everyone speechless. Then a pair of tiny hands touched Ryalu's hand, and a gentle voice called out, Ryalu, we still hope you can be happy. Little Arian, with all the sincerity in her heart, said that to him. Then the two of them looked at him with warm eyes, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. Lowering his head, he sighed, You two really aren't like children at all. After that, everyone left the tower together. The Duke had been taken away by the Crown Prince. The green-haired older brother transformed into a hawk and carried the three of us away. And he even turned back to greet the two of them, which made their hearts pound in fright. Evening fell, and the rustling wind created an incredibly romantic scene. Arian and Aegon stood on the green field, watching the sunset. Because the Emperor was standing behind them, they communicated through their thoughts. Aegon, are we safe now? Yeah, probably. Where should we go now? The two children pondered as they looked up at the deep blue sky. Then the Emperor suddenly called, Arian, Aegon, making them both jump. After that, he gently asked, Where do you want to go now? The two children looked at him and thought, It's like he can read our minds. But we don't even know where we belong in this world. Even the one who gave birth to us didn't want us. Then suddenly, Arian's father interrupted their thoughts. I will take you anywhere you wish to go. If being with me makes you suffer, then it's fine if you want to go somewhere else. You may live wherever you want. I will help you. The two children stood there silently. Perhaps they had never expected their father to say such words. Then he affirmed once more that they were his children. He would never abandon them again. Arian and Aegon stared at him in a daze. The Emperor was so strange. They couldn't understand whether he liked them or not. He had even abandoned and confined them. He didn't deserve forgiveness. But perhaps because of the feelings they still had for him, tears began to stream down their faces. Why did his words feel so warm? Then he bent down and pulled his two children tightly into his arms, as if trying to show them his feelings. Beneath the softly glowing pink sky, the Emperor embraced the two little ones, and a million questions echoed in their hearts. Had we ever been held like this before? Tears clung to Arian's lashes. This was the first time they had felt warmth in this world. Her tears simply would not stop. Had her tear ducts suddenly become more active just because she was a child now? But then Aegon did something utterly unexpected. He was still crying, but he stubbornly pushed the Emperor away, leaving even the Emperor startled. Let us go. Looking at the children shaking with sobs, the Emperor felt for them deeply. But in this situation, he could only answer calmly. I'll listen to whatever you say. If you don't like the Imperial Palace, you may stay at Delonia Castle. It sounded like a good solution, but it wasn't. The moment Arian heard that, she cried even louder, almost screaming, No. Her fierce reaction only startled him further, and he froze for a moment. Arian sobbed bitterly, choking on her tears, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. I hate Delonia Castle. Anywhere is fine except there. Please, Arian kept crying as she tried to wipe away her tears with her hands. You can make me do anything, anywhere is fine, just not Delonia Castle. Why am I saying this? Deep down, Arian probably didn't want to keep crying like this either. She scolded herself inwardly for being such a crybaby, but she still couldn't stop. Her voice remained choked with sobs. I'm begging you, Your Majesty. What was happening? What exactly had these two children gone through and still been going through? They simply could not stop crying. Please, don't take us there. At first, he listened in silence, but then his hand tightened. Delonia Castle. I didn't even realize that place caused them this much pain. Sorrow and regret filled the Emperor's eyes. I was too careless with you. I am sorry. At that point, Aegon finally spoke up. He was clearly crying too, but unlike Arian, who could only plead, he raised his voice sharply. You brought us here whenever you wanted, and now, when it suits you, you want to send us away again. So why are you saying this now? The tears would not stop, and neither would the words. Aegon clenched his fists in resentment. You never cared about our pain from the beginning. At last, he let out all the grievance he had kept inside. Why? Why only now? Seeing her brother like that, Arian's heart ached, and she hugged Aegon as if to comfort him. My other half. In the end, the two siblings were still the ones who understood each other best. They embraced one another from the bottom of their hearts. He might seem a bit cold, but in truth he was very open-hearted. He was like a mirror reflecting her truest feelings back to her. Aegon. Fragments of Arian and Aegon's past flashed through her mind. He could act stiff and polite, but once he finally exploded, he could never stop right away. Then suddenly, a pair of large hands reached out. From Aegon's tears and trembling, I finally understood. Once more, the Emperor pulled both of them into a tight embrace, making Aegon's eyes widen in shock. For 5 long years, his frozen emotions had remained locked away, wrapped in that warmth. The two little ones burst into even louder sobs. This was surely what they had longed for all this time, and at last it was beginning to melt away because of this man. Aegon cried out through his tears once more. Not once did you come to save us when we were drowning in pain and misery. The Emperor calmly listened to every word of blame and resentment. But then Aegon said something that made him go still. You didn't even want us to exist in this world. His eyes opened wide, only to shut again. Their words of resentment kept echoing in his ears. Then why did you suddenly appear? Why? Once you get tired of us, you'll just abandon us again. The children's tears soaked a large patch of his sturdy shoulder. They must have been so full of hurt. If you were just going to abandon us again, then you shouldn't have been kind to us in the first place. He lowered his head and hugged the two of them even tighter. So I really haven't eased your pain at all. His hands trembled as he spoke with all the sincerity he had. I want to give you the things I couldn't give you before. And they could feel his emotions as well. The Emperor was struggling to speak. We could feel the faint trembling in his embrace. He continued gently, I don't understand you very well, because I have failed you too much. I hurt you. I'm truly sorry. He held them even tighter and apologized once more. I'm sorry I did not save you sooner. I am sorry I was not by your side when you were suffering. I am truly sorry. Hearing those words, the children's hearts softened at least a little. I'm sorry. It was the first time we had ever received such a sincere apology. It was only a small warmth, but it melted a frozen heart. Only after a long while did he let them go. Looking straight into their eyes, he said, Aegon, Arian, I still haven't done much for you. It was truly hard for him to say, but he knew that if he didn't say it now, he might never have another chance. So please stay by my side. Hearing him say that, both Aegon and Arian's eyes went wide, as if it were a dream. Tears spilled from them even more. In the end, they still chose to run into his arms. We cried so much it felt like even our eyes would wash away. We couldn't even remember what happened after that tearful breakdown. Nestled in his embrace, the last thing we remembered was falling asleep in the Emperor's arms. That night, the sky was full of beautiful stars. The two of them had already fallen asleep early in bed. The Emperor was there too, silently looking at the two children. His eyes were filled with countless unspoken emotions. Suddenly, he remembered what she had said. Look at them. They are your children. Now, looking at those lovely children, he thought to himself, that's right. He stood there lost in thought, gazing at them. These two children are mine. At the same time, at the Rosy residence, the Duke of Rossi's son was quietly staring at something. Standing before him was Loy. He had just tied up some man and brought him here, leaving the maids on either side stunned. Your Grace. He looked at the man kneeling on the floor and said coldly, the Duke has suffered severe damage, both mentally and physically. There is no need to worry about him escaping, so he will be confined to this house for the rest of his life. All of House Rossi's assets, except for this residence, will be confiscated. Loy then continued, young Master Rosie will be exiled for 10 years. This left all of his guards heartbroken, some even in tears. Ah, so it's the young master. Yet he himself seemed rather calm about it, his face completely unreadable. I humbly accept the order. Seeing that, Loy asked, you're not surprised? But indeed, the young man knelt very calmly. Even after injuring members of the imperial family, my household is not being executed. I'm already grateful for that. Loy found him genuinely strange. He looked down at the young man's father, kneeling on the floor, no longer aware of anything around him. Even when your father has ended up like this. Once again, the young man answered calmly, I foresaw this long ago. And so he recalled the scenes from the past of himself and his father. Ever since Empress Elena passed away, his eyes had remained steady, his expression unmoved as he continued his account. My father was no longer capable of making sound decisions. He spoke of his father's past. His sense of inferiority and obsession toward his majesty and the late empress had driven him completely insane. He spoke of the people his father had hired to commit evil and the crimes he had committed. He brought talented people from the slums to harm others, and he began investing in illegal magic books. Long ago, my father forgot what it meant to be a duke. He lowered his head, somewhat sadly. When my father planned to kidnap and murder members of the imperial family, I had already seen his fate coming. Loy looked at him seriously. So you isolated the duke and prepared a surprise plan. The young man maintained the same attitude. To me, the people in this household matter more than the family line itself. Loy kept questioning him. Even if the ducal residence is now nothing more than decoration, he answered again, I'm satisfied simply because I'm still alive. At last, Loy stopped interrogating him. Fine. Looking at the subordinates kneeling flat on the ground, he declared, from now on, this residence will be guarded by the Imperial Army. Anyone who wants to leave should do so now. They answered in unison, yes. But deep down, the young man still had one question. Even so, the punishment for treason is still too light. For a few brief moments, he thought again of that blue-haired man. Was it because of him? Morning came again, and the birds began leaving their nests in search of food for the new day. Arian suddenly woke up, her eyes flying open. She suddenly realized where she was and grew uneasy. Beside her, her older brother Aegon was still fast asleep. We're on the Emperor's bed. Just then, a voice reached her. So young Master Rosie has been exiled for 10 years? I understand, Loy. That voice was. It was Loy and the Emperor. Seeing him, she suddenly remembered what had happened yesterday. Emperor, Aegon suddenly started sleep-talking, making everyone look toward the two of them. And everything hurts. Again, the Emperor of the Uriana Empire and Loy stood in front of Aegon, a silver Urana, and Arian Beaches Urana's bed, watching the sleeping faces of the two of them with concern. Arian Beaches Urana suddenly woke, giving a small yawn. She immediately noticed their presence, her eyes widening as she stared back, unable to speak. Realizing it was the Emperor and the Crown Prince, she felt confused, tense, and flustered by the situation. Without having time to sort out her feelings, she turned to her brother and called softly. Half asleep, he rolled over, hugged her, and rubbed his head lightly against her neck. She pinched him lightly. Every morning, he really couldn't wake up properly. She had to use both hands to tug hard at his cheeks while he was still drowsy. He cried out, Hey, what are you doing? She whispered in his ear, the Emperor is here, and the Crown Prince too. That made him freeze as if he had instantly woken up. The two clung tightly to each other, their expressions filled with anxiety and fear. Confused, tense, worried, and flustered, unable to understand the situation at all, they could only pretend to stay still and sneak glances at what was going on. The Emperor of the Uriana Empire, who was also Aegon and Arian's father, stood there formally, his expression gentle and refined, his eyes full of affection. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Loy, who was also their older brother, couldn't hold back and raised a hand to cover his mouth, shaking with laughter. The Emperor's face was gentle, his eyes bright and full of care, as though he could see into their hearts and was ready to listen. His mild, warm smile gave a sense of peace and trust. There was a calmness on his face untouched by the harshness of power, only sincerity and deep love for his two children. He smiled softly. "So you're awake?" That made Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana stiffen. Their eyes widened, their brows lifted, and their mouths opened into clear O shapes, showing utter shock, as if they were facing something completely unimaginable. Their breathing may even have turned quicker and uneven from the intensity of their reaction. Inside, they were screaming, rolling over in embarrassment. "Oh my God, this is so embarrassing." He continued, "How are you feeling?" Meanwhile, Loy turned away to the side, thinking they're too adorable. Suddenly, the siblings remembered something, hurriedly sat upright, put their hands in front of themselves, looked up, and answered loudly, "Yes, sir." Perhaps because their reaction was so excessively formal, Loy looked a little surprised, while the Emperor's face carried a trace of sadness. "You don't have to be so formal with me." The two of them thought to themselves, "It's because we're unbelievably embarrassed, that's why. Please just leave." He continued, "There are several matters that need to be dealt with, and you two will be busy as well." At first they were a little puzzled, but when they thought about it again, that was true. Many issues were bound to arise after Aryan Beaches Urana's kidnapping. Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana felt very sad and frightened by that, and softly answered yes. And also, the deaths. Their faces grew gloomy and heavy, their eyes lowering as they stared into the distance, heads slightly bowed as they let out a sigh. The Emperor's face clearly showed compassion for his two children. His gaze softened and grew warmer with concern. He stepped closer and placed both hands on their heads, patting them, which made the siblings jump. When he lifted his hands from the heads of Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana, the two of them could not understand that action. In their minds, he did not like them at all. They raised their hands and touched their own heads lightly. He continued, "Get some more rest. I'll have breakfast prepared for you." He turned to leave, then glanced back slightly. "After you've eaten, come to the second prince's palace. There is someone you need to meet." Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana remained where they were, watching their father leave. Loy had still not gotten over how adorable they were, but he had no choice except to go as well. "Aegon, Aryan, I'll see you later." As his back disappeared with the servants respectfully following, the two were still confused by his attitude and curious about the person they were supposed to meet. In front of the magnificent palace of the second prince, surrounded by soldiers and servants, voices whispered back and forth. "Who is it? No idea." Then a staff struck the ground with a knock. "Their highnesses have arrived." Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana turned to look, and the palace gates opened. Standing there was Alexandra Aegon Urana, the second prince of the Uriana Empire, and beside him was Icena. She smiled gently at Aegon and Aryan. The two stared at each other in shock, then back at her, trembling with joy. Tears had already appeared on their faces. After regaining a little composure, they could not hold back their happiness and ran forward to throw their arms around her. Alexandra Aegon Urana looked delighted to see it. "I was kind of hoping the little ones would welcome me like that too." Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana buried their faces in Icena and sobbed, as if they were finally releasing the burden they had carried in their hearts for so long. "Icena is alive. Icena." She hugged the two children and comforted them. In a gentle voice, she said softly, "Your Highnesses, members of the imperial family, should not cry this loudly." But emotions could not be stopped so suddenly, and the two of them just kept sniffling. Icena let out a sigh, gently loosened her embrace, and patted their backs to soothe them. "I thought we had already cried all our tears out." Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana stayed in Icena's arms. With the loving gazes of everyone around them, perhaps yesterday had simply drained their tear ducts. We were overwhelmingly grateful and happy that Icena was still alive, and the tears just would not stop falling. After that, they gave us a brief summary of everything. A red-haired young man had saved Icena when Duke Rosie attacked us. He had looked somewhat worried. He had long red hair and had suffered only minor injuries. Carrying Icena, he fled the danger, and then the second prince treated both of them. But they said that when Icena woke up, the red-haired man had already disappeared. Aegon I Silver Urana and Aryan Beaches Urana were still emotional because she had survived, their hands clasped as if silently thanking the gods. The fifth royal guard, the guardian knight of Aegon and Aerion, was that same red-haired man. He had long red hair that flowed in the wind when he moved, and his face seemed radiant, handsome, valiant, and decisive. Yet in his eyes there was tenderness and kindness. He wore a distinctive long cloak that gave him a striking and unique presence. I truly felt relieved. He smiled faintly and glanced back. That kind and mysterious red-haired man always gave off warmth. The two of them were thinking about him. Will we get to see him again? Aerion asked, looking gloomy, hoping they might meet him again. Aegon answered confidently, of course we will. I just have a feeling we'll see him again. Hearing that, she smiled, a gentle and bright smile curving softly at the corners of her mouth. If Aegon says so, then I'll believe it. Icena will return to her hometown, so she can recover in peace. I will provide her with enough retirement compensation that she won't be able to spend it all even if she tries, the Emperor said with an extremely serious expression. That made Aegon and Aerion wonder whether he was joking or not. Icena spoke up, please do not waste the nation's budget, Your Majesty. Your Highnesses. She called to the two of them, and they turned to look at her. Yes? Their faces were full of confusion. Yes. She placed a hand over her chest. I apologize for being rude when we first met. Aerion and Aegon seemed not to remember clearly. Right. That. We already forgot all about it. Right. The two of them answered in a panic, trying to outdo each other. She smiled kindly and continued, I am deeply grateful for your generosity. The two of you are both wonderful members of the imperial family. Please live by His Majesty's side and with the other princes. Please continue living as members of the imperial family. The two of them looked at her, deeply moved. Icena, remember that you will always belong to this imperial palace. The scene around them was so emotional that no one could keep from crying. She smiled sincerely. I hope the two of you will find happiness. Happiness? The two of them stared wide-eyed in surprise, as if they wanted to say something but held it back. Then they shut their eyes again, holding themselves back so they would not burst into tears. Thank you, Icena. It felt as though only the three of them remained in the world. From above, Ryalu watched the scene. His two cute little younger siblings were down there. IG was still sitting with his arms crossed, staring at the ground, looking ashamed and avoiding eye contact, hunched forward with his legs bent close together, lacking confidence. IG's whole body trembled as he muttered, I feel too ashamed. I have no face to show Aegon and Aerion anymore. I lost to a mere commoner and became useless, even though I am a prince. That left Ryalu somewhat flustered. IG ground his teeth. More than anything, I'm angry at myself for being careless. Ryalu came closer, sat down, and placed a hand on his head, gently stroking it. Hey, you don't need to blame yourself that much. He spoke calmly. What's important is what you'll do from now on, right? My master isn't someone who mopes around forever. IG's eyes welled up, tears spilling out. I will become stronger to protect Aerion and Aegon. I will become even stronger. As soon as IG said that, he lowered his face and burst into tears. Ryalu smiled brightly and comforted him. There. Hearing you say, that makes me happy. After saying goodbye, Icena left, leaving Aerion and Aegon standing there watching her go. They kept thinking about what Icena had said. Every word repeated itself over and over in their minds. Please live by His Majesty's side and with the other princes. They turned back to look at their father. He looked slightly surprised, then smiled softly. From his eyes, his lips, his hair color, even his clothing, his whole appearance seemed to shine like a radiant halo as he continued looking at them. He softly called, Aegon. Aerion, startled, the two answer at once. Yes? Then their father lifted both of them up. He held them in his arms. I have prepared kites and some delicious snacks. The two of them went completely still, speechless, their faces turning red like ripe tomatoes ready to burst. I heard you like macarons. Come have tea with me. He had only just taken one step when the second prince, Alexandra Aegon Urana, hurried back after escorting Icena to her sick room. Panting, he ran over and said, carrying both of them at once is too much for you. Leave one to me. But the Emperor merely glanced at him. If you've been born a member of the imperial family, then this much is nothing. Then he turned away. Alex chased after him. but I'm also a member of the imperial family. I'm a prince, and I'm the emperor. Go to a prince's work. And no, wait. In a splendid room, a table was covered with delicious food. The emperor sat upright, lifting a teacup to his lips, while Aegon and Aerion still were not used to this at all. They sat there silently with wide eyes, staring at him. Aegon, I heard from Ina that you will be staying in the imperial palace, but there are still many things missing for you. He continued, prepare a play area in their room, and also a place where the two of them can eat together. Add a glass ceiling and an outdoor play area in the garden as well. If possible, just put everything they need there so it will be convenient for them. Understood, the guard replied, carefully writing it down. No, not like this. Aegon's face darkened. Is he planning to keep us from going outside? Aerion answered awkwardly, Your Majesty. He leisurely lifted the teacup to his lips. Your Majesty sounds too distant. That made the two of them freeze on the spot. Excuse us? If you want to object to something, then call me father, just as you do your brothers. In Aerion and Aegon's minds, only two words remained. Impossible. Their mouths fell open as they froze, then answered, Well, please renovate it however you like, Your Majesty. That left everyone speechless. It seemed it would still be a very long time before we could live up to Ina's expectations. An oddly heavy silence fell over the table. Seeing the two of them like that, the emperor spoke up to break the tension. Very well, then. Then he turned to the servants and ordered, Have the court mages repair the room at once. The servant immediately obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing that, Aerion and Aegon thought to themselves, That fast? Aegon asked Aerion, Did he just say the mages are going to repair the room? Aerion, intrigued, answered, That sounds amazing. I'm really curious. Hearing his little sister say that, Aegon added, Should I ask if we can tag along and watch for a bit? But then, after glancing at their father's expression, he hesitated and said, But what if he makes us call him father again? At Aerion's words, Aegon frowned. Then suddenly, the eyes of all three of them met. Seeing the emperor's look, Aegon asked suspiciously, What? Does he want to say something? Aerion didn't understand what was going on either, but she still agreed with her brother. I think so too. The emperor continued staring at the two of them. After staring at them for a while, he lowered his gaze. Adien, again. The two answered in unison, Yes. He lifted his teacup as if he wanted to say something. My children. Then, as if recalling something, he paused for a moment. It's nothing. With that, he turned away and quietly sipped his tea. Seeing him act like that, the twins grew visibly annoyed. The emperor only glanced at them before looking away again. Aegon, now thoroughly irritated, asked, Is there something you want to say? Hearing the question, the emperor remained silent. Inside, he thought, What is this? This silence is driving me insane. His expression darkened, and Aegon pressed him again. Just tell us already. The servant Hajin smiled faintly at the sight. Cheerfully, he thought, the two young highnesses really have changed. Hajin remembered how, in the past, whenever they had to stay with His Majesty, they would become terribly tense. But now, the two of them were no longer afraid of their father. Seeing that, the emperor let out a sigh. Let's go outside. Then the three of them left together and headed to where the mages were working on the repairs. When they arrived, Aerion and Aegon were astonished. Whoa! Aegon spoke first. This looks unreal. Aerion also stared in shock. So this is what they meant by repairing a room with magic. The mages were bustling about at incredible speed. This side is done. We need another 500 white bricks over here. Then the emperor asked, Do you like it? Leaving the two of them even more surprised. Yes. Watching them work, Aerion said to him, I had no idea magic could do things on this scale. Aegon added, And they're insanely fast too. Hearing that, the emperor explained, If they work quickly, they can finish a room in a single day. Both children stared wide-eyed. One day, these people were the Empire's elite architectural mage corps. Aerion could not help exclaiming, Magic is incredible. Aegon nodded in agreement. Yeah, only then did the emperor say, Delonia Castle was built this way. Those words made them both flinch. He continued, There's something else I want to show you. That made the two of them uneasy with surprise. Then he asked, Would you like to go see it? Delonia Castle. The moment he finished speaking, he led them there. He let the two of them go inside first, then turned back and instructed the guards, "Stand watch outside." The guards respectfully answered, "Yes, sir." Standing before the castle, the twins murmured in awe, "This place has completely changed." When Aegon said that, Aerion quietly replied, "Yes. It's nothing like it was when we lived here. It feels like we're standing somewhere completely unfamiliar." Aerion remembered the old garden before it had been restored. The cracked statue by the wall, the withered trees left uncared for and collapsed across the yard. Rura had died after being pierced by branches. As those memories came back, a chill ran through her and she sank to the ground. The Emperor called out worriedly, "Aerion? Again? Are you all right?" Comforted by her brother, Aerion managed to steady herself and answered, "I'm fine." Then she asked him, "Why did you bring us here?" Hearing that, he only stayed silent and turned his face away. Then, looking toward the castle, he said, "I want to destroy this castle in front of you." The twins looked at him in confusion. "Destroy the castle?" He explained, Rura's first request was for a castle with a clear view of the imperial palace. Then he added, and she said she would raise you as true royals and eventually send you back to the imperial palace. Startled, Aerion asked, "Rura said that?" "She never treated us like royalty. She neglected us and constantly tormented us." Hearing Aerion's question, the Emperor fell silent for a moment. Then he said, "I will tell you about Rura. That time, she had climbed into his bed, but he rejected her and shoved her down. As he adjusted his clothes, she sat on the floor and coughed 3 times. Cough, cough, cough. Her voice trembling, she asked him, "Don't you think you're being cruel? How can you throw down a woman carrying a royal child like this?" He coldly asked in return, "The child you're talking about is mine?" She laughed, cradling her belly, and said confidently, "The doctor said it's twins. Of course they're your children, your majesty." The Emperor refused to believe it and ground out, "Nonsense. I have never spent even a single night with you." She laughed loudly and asked, "You don't remember?" With a strange smile, she reminded him, "I'm not human." Pointing to herself, she said, "I'm a Hebe, a spirit of the forest blessed by a dragon." The Emperor stared at her, stunned. She continued, recalling the past. "The first time we met, you told me to prove my healing ability by cutting your hand yourself." Back then, without hesitation, she had licked the blood from his hand. At that moment, "Your seed remained inside my body." Proudly, she went on, "Your blood, your majesty." Then she said excitedly, "A Hebe can conceive simply by taking the other person's blood." It was difficult to calm the conflict between human blood and Hebe blood, but I succeeded. Hearing that, the Emperor flew into a rage. "I'll kill you." But she showed no fear. Instead, she laughed even more crazily. "If I die, you die with me." The Emperor was deeply shocked by those words. "What?" She then explained, "Hebe are beautiful flowers, but poisonous. Once in our life, we can bind our hearts to another person like a curse." As she spoke, she licked her lips, her eyes wild. "And because you're the Emperor of Uriana, you were worth using that curse on. I connected our hearts. Now our lives are one." She added, "From the moment you carelessly gave me your blood, your life fell into my hands, your majesty." Those words left the lofty Emperor frozen in place. After finishing the story, the twins were utterly stunned. A blood curse? Pregnancy. They remembered what the second prince had told them about that curse. Only once in their lifetime could such beings drink another's blood, after which they could control that person's life, and if the target was given an order to die, they would be killed. Back in the present, the twins were overwhelmed with disbelief. They could not believe that Rura had conceived merely from the Emperor's blood. The Emperor simply replied softly, "That's right," confirming it all. Trembling, Aerion asked, "I can't believe it. If that's true, then why did your majesty keep it secret until now?" He answered sadly, "I had hoped you would never know, because even if I told you, it would sound completely unreasonable." Then he added, "If I told you that your mother belonged to a race considered extinct for 50,000 years, would you have believed me?" Hearing that, the twins stared blankly, unable to accept it. So that was what the second prince had been trying to tell us. Aegon seemed to believe his words now, and spoke frankly. "But if your life and Rura's were linked, then why are you still alive, your majesty?" Hearing his son's question, the emperor closed his eyes and answered, "Yes, that is what should have happened." But there was one truth Rura never knew. A large cup had shattered in her hands. Staring at her bleeding arm, she trembled and muttered, "What the hell? How is this possible?" Then she suddenly turned to glare at Arian and Aegon, making the two children cry in fright. At the time, they had only been tiny children who understood nothing. Seeing her look at them with such fury, they could only cling to each other and tremble. She stared at them as if shooting daggers from her eyes. Impossible. At that time, the emperor of the Uriana Empire had been deep in thought. When he spoke now, his gaze was gentle, but his words were cruel as he revealed a truth few people knew. Most mixed-blood children do not live past the age of 5. At those words, both Arian and Aegon stared in shock, mouths hanging open. Yet neither of them could quite believe it. Impossible. They had survived, and they had long since passed 5 years old. A fleeting image returned to them. When that false mother was still alive, Rura had looked at them with dark, furious eyes, as though she wanted to devour them whole. And as the older brother, Aegon had instinctively reached out to protect his little sister. The reason for her explosive rage had been that, while abusing Arian, whose little face had gone pale and whose cheek bore a glaring red mark, the wound had suddenly flashed with light and then slowly faded away. That alone had made her eyes widen in madness. Back in the present, the emperor explained, "After giving birth to you, Rura lost the powers of a Hebe." As he said that, the memory returned. When she saw the mark on Arian's cheek fading, she had nearly gone insane, grinding her teeth, glaring in fury. My healing power. She had injured her own hand, blood dripping down, but the wound would not heal by itself. The emperor continued, because she mixed her bloodline with the imperial bloodline. The result was the complete opposite of what she expected. Another memory surfaced, the last time they had seen her alive, her drunken face, threatening everyone with a shattered bottle. She had screamed at them, "If it weren't for you two, I would have." At the time, they had been confused, unable to understand why she blamed everything on them. But now they understood. So that was what she meant. She had lost her power because of us. Back in reality, they listened as the emperor continued. "I believe that is why she severed all contact with me. She thought that if I learned the truth, I would kill her immediately." After understanding everything, an unexpected feeling stirred in their hearts. Was it pity? Rura truly was a pitiful person. She had feared death so desperately, and yet in the end she died from alcohol and despair. The story continued. Thinking of what he was about to say, the emperor's hand suddenly clenched. Then he said, "So when Rura cut ties with me, I thought." At the same time, they remembered that the second prince had said the same thing. Alex had told them, "Father and the rest of us all believed you had died." Up to this point, the two children had said nothing, only listened in silence as the emperor continued. "That is why I did not go looking for you." A still, sorrowful emotion spread from him. "I did not have the courage to stand before your graves." He remembered the past. Remembered when Rura first told him she was pregnant and threatened him. "If you kill me, you will die as well, along with the children." Her face had lit up with excitement, her purple eyes gleaming in a way no humans ever could. She had taunted him further. "Do you like that? Then go ahead and kill me." Suddenly, she burst into loud laughter. Looking into those eyes, crazed with delight, the emperor had only frowned slightly, thinking that they looked exactly like the descriptions of Hebe in old books. Even then, he had only asked, "What do you want?" She answered with 4 words, "The position of empress." He said only, "Impossible." She shrieked in disbelief. "What? Even though your life is in my hands?" "Even so," he still replied, "I will never agree." Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, and with it the heart of that noble man. His eyes were sorrowful and solemn as he said, "The place beside me belongs to one person alone. Even if I die, that will never change." Still not understanding, she asked, "What?" He offered no explanation, only said, "If there is something else you want, I can give it to you." Hearing that, she understood. Grinding her teeth, she said, "Fine. I don't want to be empress anyway. But the 2 children in my womb are mine, so you must accept every demand related to them." At that, the emperor let out a quiet breath of relief and answered with closed eyes, agreed. But she pushed for even more. And one more thing. Hand Delonia Castle over to me. Make it mine, and no one is allowed to trespass, not even you. The Emperor answered at once, I accept. Seeing him agree so easily, she felt as if she were the fool putting on a ridiculous show before him. Even more enraged, she gritted out, Your Majesty isn't afraid that you may never see them again. But after hearing that, he merely sneered and said, If you're finished, then get out. Watching the man leave without even looking back, she screamed in fury, They are my children alone. Never come looking for them again. Though he had already gone far away, he still heard her shout, You will regret this. He merely frowned. In his heart, he thought, I will never regret it. From the beginning, those children were conceived without my consent, and they will surely die because they are mixed bloods. That was what I believed until the day they were born. Two identical babies, pale and plump and unbearably adorable. When he held one of the babies in his arms, things did not go the way he had imagined. The little girl's body was absurdly small and light, with soft golden hair. At that moment, it was as if I had been enchanted. The words came out on their own. Their names will be Aegon and Aerion. Now, standing before the children, he said, I was afraid you would not survive more than 5 years because you were mixed bloods. He had already experienced losing the person he loved most in his life. Thinking of that, he said, I was terrified of going through the pain of losing family again. Then one day, a maid from Delonia Castle came to the Imperial Palace for an audience. She said, Rura has died. The prince and princess are still at the castle. When he heard that, the emperor stared in stunned silence. In that instant, he knew everything had changed. At that moment, he had been overjoyed. He imagined the two of them still healthy and lovely, and could only hope to see them soon. The fact that the children were still alive meant the curse had vanished, and my children had survived. Those two truths changed everything. Following the surge of emotion, he said, I knew then that I would bring you back. I would take you home and give you a happier life. But then he remembered their misunderstanding of him. You didn't even want us to be born. Seeing the children cry so bitterly, his heart had ached. His trembling hands had wanted to pull them into his arms. He continued, I am clumsy, and I have many shortcomings. Please forgive me. As he said that, he sank down onto one knee. It was not the first time he had knelt before them, yet their hearts still seemed to melt, leaving them unable to say a single word. Looking at the emperor's shoulders, trembling ever so slightly, they felt something in their hearts begin to change. They also remembered that sunset before, how this man's hands had trembled then too. Before them was the most powerful and exalted man on the continent, still kneeling, his entire body unable to stop shaking. The twins stayed silent for a while. Then Aegon was the first to speak. I'm not sure whether I can forgive you. Even after hearing that, the emperor did not rise. He only murmured, I expected as much. Before he could continue, Aegon cut in. But first, destroy it like you said. He pointed straight at the castle. That thing. The two children turned to each other and nodded, then looked back at the emperor. 6 eyes met. Outside, the royal guards were waiting and wondering, when is His Majesty coming out? Another said, I don't know either. Then suddenly, bang! A tremendous crash rang out, throwing the guards outside into panic. Their mouths fell open as more crashing sounds followed. Bang! Bang! Someone shouted, What's happening, Your Majesty? The sight before them left everyone present frozen in shock. The magnificent, dazzling castle collapsed. On that day, Delonia Castle, the existence that had haunted us, vanished. The building crumbled in mere moments, while the wind swept dust through the air. Even if another castle were built here someday, it would no longer be Delonia Castle. This place had collapsed into ruins. That alone proved that Delonia Castle and Rura no longer existed. The two children stared at the fallen structure and said in their hearts, Goodbye, Delonia Castle. Goodbye, Rura. We're going back to the Imperial Palace. Thinking of that great and spacious place that still somehow felt warm, their hearts softened. Then someone entered from outside, a gentle face beaming brightly as he called out, Aegon Aerion. It was Alex. And not only the second prince, the crown prince and the third prince were there as well. The two children thought at the same time, the princes, even the third prince came. We heard he was injured, but he seems all right. The Crown Prince smiled gently and said, "We've been waiting for you too." But the third prince, instead of being fiery and impulsive like usual, was blushing and stammering awkwardly, saying, "I am glad too." The two children were utterly bewildered and, without saying it, shared the same thought. Was this really the third prince? Then Alex said, "Welcome back." Every one of them was gentle, all of them giving off the warmth of a family, warming hearts that had been wounded. Experiencing that, the two children felt as if all their sadness had vanished. They stared blankly at everyone for a moment, then smiled brightly and softly answered, "Yes." Just as Alex quickly said, "The rooms are ready. Do you want to go take a look?" A servant came in to report, "Your Highnesses, someone wishes to see the fourth prince and the Grand Princess." The two children were quite surprised. They had no idea who would want to see them, so they turned and asked, "Us." But they were even more startled when the servant continued, saying it was a request from young Lord Rosie and someone named Riolu. What shocked them most was Riolu. The two hurried over to the servant, ignoring the emperor and the three princes standing nearby. Arian said, "We'll go." "Where are they?" The servant bowed respectfully and said, "I will lead the way." Seeing this, the emperor and the three princes fell silent for a moment before calling out, "Aegon, Arian." At that, both children turned back toward the four of them. Arian answered instinctively, "Yes." The emperor, still silent, revealed his green eyes. The crown prince looked serious. The third prince frowned and clicked his tongue. The second prince, gentle yet still imposing, said, "We'll come with you." The door opened, and Arian and Aegon widened their eyes in shock. Seeing that, Riala smiled. "Your Highnesses." Beside him stood the son of Duke Rosie. The moment Arian and Aegon entered, the two men bowed at once. "We greet the prince and the princess." Arian blurted out in surprise, "Rialu, your hair?" Hearing that, Rialu grew awkward. "It's strange, isn't it?" Arian and Aegon cheerfully replied together, "It doesn't suit you much." "It looks great, Rialu." Riala bowed and smiled gently at the siblings. "I'm so glad. I wanted to come say goodbye to your Highnesses before leaving." Only then did Duke Rossi's son speak up. "Greetings, your Highnesses." Arian blinked blankly. "Ah, young Lord Rosie." Aegon also said dryly, "I forgot you were here too." Arian and Aegon each tossed out one line that stabbed straight into Duke Rossi's son's heart. "Did you call for us because you feel ashamed?" A quiet chuckle sounded. "That's right." The emperor and the princes entered. Alex put on a smiling face and said, "Interesting, isn't it? He actually dared say he wanted to speak with you too." Seeing that, Rialu and young Lord Rosie hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, your majesty, crown prince, second prince, and third prince." The moment he saw Rialu, IG glared at him in anger. Arian worried inwardly. The third prince was defeated by Riala before. He's not going to take revenge, is he? Riala bowed toward him. "Third prince." Then he knelt, his voice full of remorse. "I committed the crime of harming a member of the royal family. If you wish to kill me, then I will obediently accept it." Hearing that, IG looked stunned. "What?" Arian grew more and more anxious. With the third prince's personality, who knew what he might do? Thinking that, she blurted out, "No." IG only frowned and said, "Don't say something so ridiculous. I lost because I was weak. I'm not going to vent my anger on you over that." Then his tone softened slightly as he continued, "And you saved Arian and Aegon, right? Then that's good." Arian and Aegon were astonished. "Oh, so the third prince had this side to him too." IG placed his hands on his hips and calmly said, "I just need to become stronger. It has nothing to do with you." Those words left Riala speechless. After a moment, he hesitantly said, "Thank you for your mercy." IG snapped back angrily. "What do you mean, thank you? I already said I'm not being merciful to you." Alex only laughed. "You should be glad your opponent was an injured IG, because if it had been me, your injured head would already be under my heel." Alex's words reeked of gunpowder, leaving Arian frozen. So the second prince had this side too. Later, in the garden, Arian wondered in confusion. Exile? So that's what it is on the surface. Walking beside the siblings, Rialu said softly, "I'll be investigating the small towns near the border and sending reports on what I observe." Aegon asked, "Reports about what?" Riala smiled mysteriously. "You'll know soon enough." Arian and Aegon looked at him, in confusion. Then Rialu turned to look at Loy and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, thank you for giving me the chance to atone for my sins." Young Lord Rosie also spoke. No empire would ever hand down such a merciful punishment to someone who harmed a member of the royal family. Loy only answered calmly, "That's because the two of you are still young." The emperor also said coolly, "Children should not have to bear punishment in place of their parents." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Becoming family with Arian and Aegon has made me realize many things." Those words made Arian and Aegon blush in surprise. Lowering his gaze, the emperor said that this country needed many changes. Loy looked at young Lord Rosie and said, "Duke Rosie has already been punished for his crimes, and the nobles involved have also suffered the consequences." Young Lord Rosie, Count Clone's name was not on the list you submitted. On the side, Riala looked uneasy as he glanced at Arian and Aegon. IG frowned and loudly said, "Huh? No way, Loy. The one who gave the grimoire to the Duke wasn't on the list." Hearing that, Arian and Aegon stiffened and looked at each other. The Count Clone they were talking about was Rialu's father. Riala shot young Lord Rosie a glance, only to see him say coolly, "Count Clone only delivered the grimoire. He knew nothing else." Seeing that, Arian thought to herself, "Now that I think about it, Riala begged the Emperor to spare Duke Rossi's family." Looking at young Lord Rosie and Rialu, Arian and Aegon guessed, did those two make a deal? It seemed that way. Rialu silently thought to himself, "I should thank young Lord Rosie." He remembered catching young Lord Rosie holding the list that night. At the time, Rialu had asked awkwardly, "What are you doing, young lord? Isn't that the paper the nobles signed?" Young Lord Rosie lowered his head to look at the list, then glanced at Rialu and said, "I do not answer the questions of a gutter rat, but perhaps I can use you." Rialu stayed silent as young Lord Rosie continued, "If you help me, then instead of erasing my father's name, I'll erase your father's name from the list." Back in the present, Rialu lowered his face in thought, thinking about his father. Seeing that, IG thought, it looks like there's some special reason behind Count Clone's matter. In that case, should I bully him over it? Thinking that, IG grinned happily. A second later, young Lord Rosie said, "It is time for us to depart." After saying that, he stepped in front of Arian and Aegon. "Fourth Prince, Grand Princess." Young Lord Rosie bowed sincerely. "I want to apologize to the two of you before I leave." Arian looked at him in surprise. "Lord Rosie," young Lord Rosie said, "everything was carried out under my father's orders. However, I truly wish to become friend with both of you. I hope you understand." Hearing that, both Arian and Aegon looked astonished, while young Lord Rosie was lost in thought. Once these 10 years of exile are over, I'll be grown, and there will be no one left to protect me. If I want my power to return, I'll need a good relationship with a member of the royal family. And the easiest royal family members to manipulate are. Thinking that, he smiled faintly. Looking at Arian and Aegon before him, he thought, these absent-minded, illegitimate children. I need their support because they have the Emperor's attention. I need to apologize properly and send them letters over the next 10 years to grow closer. While he was thinking that, Arian suddenly spoke. "Lord Rosie." She frowned at him and said, "We'll give you a piece of advice." Young Lord Rosie looked startled. "Yes." What Arian said next made the princes jump. "His Majesty had to kneel to apologize to us." Young Lord Rossi's eyes widened as Arian continued. "You are the son of the Duke who tried to harm us. You even assisted in his plan." Arian crossed her arms and frowned at him. "If you want our forgiveness, then shouldn't you at least kneel down and kiss the toes of our shoes?" Young Lord Rosie was horrified. What? Beside him, Rialu gave an awkward smile and thought, "So you didn't know, young Lord Rosie. These two are not ordinary children." Young Lord Rosie gritted his teeth in fury. How dare these little bastards? A second later, he knelt down hesitantly and said, "Fourth Prince, Grand Princess." His clenched hands trembled. "Please forgive." Before he could finish, Arian said, "Lord Rosie, you don't truly want to apologize, do you? And wanting to be our friend was a lie too." Hearing that, young Lord Rosie pressed his lips together. Arian sighed again. How pitiful. At those words, he immediately raised his head. "Is she making a mockery of me?" That was what he thought. But the moment he saw the siblings' eyes, young Lord Rosie was stunned. Arian's lips moved. "We will not forgive you, but I hope that one day you'll be able to be honest with someone." She smiled gently. "Even if you lied, hearing you say you wanted to be our friend made us happy." Hearing that, young Lord Rosie flushed red and muttered under his breath. At that moment, the Emperor and Loy seemed to realize something. The Emperor suddenly stepped closer to him. "Lord Rosie." Young Lord Rosie turned back in confusion. Yes, the Emperor and the princes were all staring at him with killing intent. "By imperial authority, I will change the place of your exile," the Emperor said darkly. Radiating pressure, he declared firmly, "You will be exiled abroad permanently." Those words shocked everyone present. Before the boy could even react, the Emperor coldly ordered, "Take him away." Young Lord Rosie panicked. "Your Majesty!" Arian and Aegon stood there blankly in shock. Arian and Aegon decided to live in the palace, and new trials were already waiting for them. Arian suddenly sneezed. Loy had appeared behind the siblings, his eyes shining as he stared at her. "Did you just sneeze?" Arian and Aegon looked up at him in confusion. That test turned out to be something neither of them had expected. At the Imperial Palace, where Arian and Aegon now lived together with the Emperor, today was a beautiful day under a clear blue sky. White clouds drifted like boats, floating in the air, and the beginning of it all was very simple. An unexpected guest had appeared at the palace, the third prince. The moment he arrived, the atmosphere became noisy, lively, excited, and full of energy. As soon as he entered, he waved his hand and called out loudly, "Aegon, Arian." There was already another guest in the room where Aegon and Arian were staying, His Highness the Crown Prince. The two little ones were sitting obediently and reading books, and the sight alone was adorable. Today, little Arian had her hair tied into two buns, making her even cuter. Aegon still looked a little aloof, but that only made him more lovable. Unable to hold back his excitement, the third prince said, "Let's go play in the new garden. I had something to do yesterday, so I couldn't go." Hearing that, Arian widened her eyes and said, "Huh? You're always making excuses." At words like that, the third prince fell silent, his mood turning gloomy. As expected, "You don't love me because I'm weaker than him." His abrupt change made the two children inwardly think suspiciously, "Is he serious?" Even so, the third prince gloomily continued, "Just wait. I'll become stronger than him. You'll see." The two children hurriedly answered, "Ah, why yes, of course." Then they quickly went off to play. The crown prince, worried that his younger brother and sister would get tired from walking, turned and asked, "Do you want me to carry you?" The two answered, "We're fine." So the third prince walked in front to lead the way. Then came the two children, and finally the crown prince escorted them from behind. Thinking about how Head-Maid Ysena, Duke Rosie, and Rialu had all left, and how each day had passed since the two children moved into the imperial palace, the little ones had also run into quite a few troublesome incidents. While thinking as they walked, they soon arrived. The flower garden was filled with every color imaginable: white, yellow, pink, blue, orange, brilliant shades from many kinds of gorgeous flowers: roses, peonies, gerberas, chrysanthemums, and many more. Anyone who looked at it would gasp at its splendor. Even the third prince, who usually only cared for violence, stood there dazed, admiring it. Little Arian was the most excited of all. She whispered to Aegon, "This new garden is amazing. The mages are incredible to have finished it in a single day." Aegon replied, "Yeah." Looking around, Arian quickly noticed something and said excitedly, "Even the size is different too. It's huge." But Aegon wasn't interested in it and only answered, "Yeah, that's true. But where's the Emperor?" At that, Arian also became puzzled. "Now that you mention it, I don't see the second prince either." Unable to hide her curiosity, she turned and asked the crown prince, "Where are the second prince and the Emperor?" The crown prince answered seriously, "Father will be here soon. Alex has something to do." Hearing that, the third prince seemed a little hurt. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Aegon, Arian, why do you still call them by their titles?" Caught off guard by the question, the two children stiffened, each showing a different expression, but neither answered. The third prince continued, "Are you planning to keep calling us that? Do you never intend to call me brother?" Perhaps because he was so eager to be called that, the third prince's cheeks turned pink. Meanwhile, the two children were screaming inwardly. Aegon whistled and tried to divert attention, while Arian gave an awkward laugh. Aha, the grass looks really nice. Still avoiding the issue, she went over to smell a cluster of pale pink peonies. As she inhaled, she said, "The flowers smell nice too. Try smelling them." But just as she breathed in, her nose suddenly felt irritated, turned red, and her face scrunched up. Then she let out a huge sneeze. Seeing that, the Crown Prince's eyes lit up. "Did you just sneeze?" The two children looked at him blankly. Arian widened her eyes and pointed at herself. You mean this? I have allergies." The Crown Prince hurriedly picked Arian up and quickly started carrying her away, saying as he went, "We're going to the doctor right now. I'll take you there myself." Arian hurried to explain, "It's just allergies." Before she could finish explaining to the Crown Prince, the third prince also shouted, "Arian, you mustn't die." At the physician's building, a chubby, bald doctor examined her thoroughly and came to a conclusion. "Her Highness has a pollen allergy." Hearing that, the Crown Prince lowered his voice and asked again, though it sounded more like a threat, "You mean to say a member of the imperial family is allergic to flowers?" As if I'd believe that. The doctor hurriedly explained, "But, Your Highness," the third prince couldn't hold back and angrily cut in, pointing right at the doctor's face as he scolded him. "Are you sure you examined her properly?" Arian, meanwhile, was internally reacting violently, screaming, "Believe him already." On the verge of tears, she turned to Aegon for help. "Look what they're doing. The royal family doesn't get allergies, so no one believes I have one." Her eldest brother was gloomy, her third brother was threatening the doctor, and only Aegon remained. Yet he answered bluntly, "What do you expect me to do?" Arian felt miserable. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door slammed hard into the wall. It was the Emperor. He strode in hastily, not even waiting for the maids to finish bowing, not even needing an announcement. The moment he entered, he asked what had happened to Arian. The Crown Prince, still carrying Arian, answered the Emperor. Meanwhile, the third prince was still threatening the doctor. The Emperor openly snatched the girl right out of the Crown Prince's arms. Then his manner changed, and he returned to the gentleness of a father as he asked about his daughter's condition. "How is she?" Arian was already in despair because no one understood. "It's just a pollen allergy, but nobody will believe me. Just leave me alone." She turned to Aegon for help once again. "Aegon, save me." But Aegon heartlessly raised his hands in surrender. "The Emperor's all yours. I don't want him carrying me." Arian called out to him in utter hopelessness. When Arian didn't answer, the Crown Prince answered in her place. "She has a pollen allergy." Unable to bear watching his sister like this, Aegon finally decided to divert everyone's attention. He tugged on the Crown Prince's robe, startling everyone. Well, except the doctor, who had been so mentally terrorized he hadn't even noticed. Aegon put on an incredibly adorable expression. His large almond-shaped eyes sparkled brightly. His cheeks were pink, and he lifted his arms to be carried. No one could resist a move like that. The Crown Prince quickly picked him up, and Aegon immediately returned to his usual distant expression. The third prince, however, was unconvinced. Nearly in tears, he shouted in protest, "Why is it him?" The Crown Prince simply ignored him, his face flushed red as he hugged Aegon tightly to his chest, while the third prince ran circles around him, tugging and pulling and patting him, chanting, "Give him to me! Give him to me! Give him to me!" The Emperor was left utterly speechless. Arian looked at them with the same gaze Aegon often used. She hated this. Internally, she cursed, "Nice one, Aegon. You're the one who started this." She also felt that the Crown Prince was becoming more and more like the Emperor. After calming down from Aegon's cuteness, the Crown Prince said seriously, "Anyway, it's a pollen allergy." As soon as the Emperor heard that, he frowned deeply. "You're saying a member of the imperial family has allergies? Are you certain you examined her correctly?" Anyone could tell he didn't believe it either. Arian went completely numb inside, while the doctor broke out in a cold sweat, tears streaming down his face as he explained once more, "Your Majesty, this condition is common in young girls." The moment he said that, the Emperor's stare frightened him so badly that he turned pale and trembled. The Emperor even added a sentence terrifying enough to scare someone to death. "You did your job properly." Yet the imperial physicians still failed to to diagnose the princess. Truly useless. Arian could no longer say anything at that point. With tears streaming down her face, she thought, "He did fine, Your Majesty." The emperor immediately ordered, "Bring the physicians from the medical council here." Someone responded at once, "Right away, Your Majesty." Those words left Arian completely dumbfounded. What the hell? It's just allergies, damn it. Then 6 doctors appeared and laid the little girl on the bed. Around them, 3 pairs of eyes stared intensely as one person held her head. One took her temperature, one examined her, one checked her pulse, one held a medicine bottle, one took notes, and one simply watched. The room was bustling with noise. "All right, everyone, I'm going to take your highness's temperature. Say take a deep breath." Arian regretted her decision. When she had chosen to live in the imperial palace, she had imagined many things, but never this. Then came the blood test. They only drew a little, but the doctor looked even more frightened than the patient because those 3 pairs of eyes were gloomier than before. Tears threatened to spill, yet he still had to comfort her. "It'll hurt a little, just a little." It hurt more than she had expected. Inside, she cried out, "Aegon, it hurts so much." After the results came back, all the doctors concluded that it was a Balian allergy. They even bowed to emphasize the accuracy of their diagnosis, leaving the 3 men completely stunned. Only then did the emperor believe the results. "She's still young and very weak." The eldest brother then said something baffling. "The blood sample was mixed." That statement came out of nowhere, so even the 3rd prince did not understand and asked, Mixed with what?" Without explaining, the emperor simply said, "Loy, go get it." The crown prince answered, "Yes." Then he said to the 3rd prince, "I'll make it up to you later," which kept him from saying more. Since the crown prince had to go fetch something, he entrusted Aegon to his majesty. So the emperor ended up holding both children. Before leaving, the crown prince turned back and said, "Aegon, Arian, wait for me. I'll be right back." The 2 little ones still had no idea what was going on. A little while later, the crown prince returned carrying a basket lined with cloth filled with fruit. The fruit had a reddish-orange peel, and he introduced it, saying, "This helps strengthen immunity." Arian found it amazing, like vitamins, and repeated, "Strengthen immunity?" Afraid she would not understand, he explained, "This fruit only grows in a special region. In the entire empire, there is only one tree, and it only flowers once every 50 years. The moment he said that, the maids there and the 2 children all dropped their jaws. Even the 3rd prince did not know and asked in confusion, "Is this the holy fruit?" The crown prince replied indifferently, "That's right." Then, with quick and practiced movements, he passed the fruit from hand to hand with swish, swish, swish sounds. The 2 children could not understand it at all. If the fruit was that precious, why was he cutting it like that? When he was done, he brought it over. It had been cut into 4 pieces. He had peeled it the way one would peel an apple, and even decorated the peel into rabbit ears. With 2 small plates set beside it, both children stared in shock, sharing the same thought. It felt strangely familiar. Seeing them hesitate, the crown prince held a plate in each hand and directly pushed them toward the children's mouths. Then he gently said, "We're not eating any, so you 2 can have it all." After chewing and swallowing it, both of them thought it was delicious. The 3 men drank tea while watching the 2 children eat. Only later did the little ones discover that this fruit was a treasure of the dragons. It had even been the reason behind the previous battle, and yet he had cut it as if it were nothing at all. During a lesson, while class was still in session, Aegon suddenly called Arian in her mind. She quickly responded, and the 2 of them began conversing silently that way. "What?" He said, "You were sick yesterday, right?" She replied, "All right. So what?" Aegon said, "That's strange. We've never been sick. We were never sick, even while enduring Rura's cruelty." Arian fell silent for a moment before replying. "You think so too?" He answered, "Well, maybe it doesn't matter now." The teacher frowned and signaled, "Please pay attention." Though he said it no longer mattered, he was still wondering, why had this happened? Suddenly the door opened, and someone called out, "Aegon, Arian." Their names rang out repeatedly, astonishing the 3 people in the room. 2 maids standing by the door bowed their heads, while the 3rd prince stood there cheerfully, one hand on his hip and the other raised in front of his mouth, grinning brightly. "Your big brother is here." The moment they heard the voice, they recognized it as the 3rd prince. The teacher quickly bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Your Highness." But he was, as usual, paying no attention to anyone else, and hurriedly saying, "Come on, let's play." Aegon asked again, right now. The third prince answered enthusiastically, I want to show you something. Come with me." With both hands on his hips and a wide grin on his face, he was hard to refuse. It also made the two children curious. "Where are we going?" Arianne noticed the child beside her suddenly freeze and asked, "Aegon, guardian spirit." Arianne, as if she had not heard clearly, asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Aegon's face darkened with discomfort. "Arianne, don't you feel anything?" Seeing that something was wrong, the third prince panicked and asked, "Aegon, are you sick?" Aegon clutched the area over his left chest with a trembling hand and said, "I don't know. My heart is beating so fast." Hearing that, the third prince hurriedly shouted, "Kira, get a doctor at once." Then another voice appeared. "He's sick? He doesn't hurt, does he?" Aegon looked puzzled. Aegon was helped down from the wings, and that same voice said, "Careful. What I mean is, change back into human form," Killua said. "The twins aren't the same as before." Arianne was confused. "What do you mean? What's happening to Aegon?" The third prince anxiously urged him on. "Tell me right now." Killua did not hide it. All right. Stop rushing me." Aegon, when you think about and speak of each protector, your heart starts pounding, right? Aegon confirmed it. "That's right. The same thing happened with the other protector too. My heart started beating faster." Killua lowered his head slightly. "That's instinct." He continued explaining. "Sensing a protector. That is the instinct of the imperial family. A protector will guard its master and obey its master's commands. The imperial family cannot stand united without protectors." The third prince asked, "Then what about our father?" Killua explained, "Your father is a rare case. He is simply too strong." Arianne looked up at him and continued, "Does that mean we have protectors too?" The answer came at once. "Of course. You're golden-haired, so naturally you do." Both children lit up with excitement, their faces full of joy and anticipation. Aegon suddenly hesitated. "Then, where are our protectors?" he asked anxiously. "Why haven't they come to find us?" "Don't tell me it's because we're illegitimate children." Killua did not answer directly. Instead, he said meaningfully, "That is something you must find out for yourself. It is fortunate enough that you can sense that one exists, so be a little more confident." Arianne was still curious. "What about me?" Killua teased her. "You're just slow." That teasing left her stunned. The third prince patted her head to comfort her. "Don't worry. I'll always stay by your side, even if you're slow." Inwardly, she could not help but think that it felt as though Aegon was already better than her. Killua stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Should I give you a hint?" Even though Aegon did not answer, he still offered one. Aegon, that one smells like the wind. Your protector will appear together with the wind." Arianne thought to herself, "So that's it." The third prince cheerfully said, "Now we can get to know each other better, right?" The two children looked up at him as if waiting. He continued, "Even if I'm the kind of younger brother who depends on others, I promise." Slowly, he knelt on one knee before the two children. With a serious face, he said, "I will protect you." Hearing that, they both froze a little and sank into thought. The third prince said nothing more, but they both knew that his heart was sincere. And then Killua's words resurfaced. The thing the third prince longed for was strength, and so he represented that strength himself. Arianne came to a firm conclusion. His strength lies in protecting others. Desire. That question resurfaced in her memory. "What is it that you desire?" The two children fell silent, but in their hearts, they'd already made their own choice. "Perhaps what we desire is." Aegon and Arianne stood before the third prince, their expressions gentle yet tense. With small smiles and slightly hesitant eyes, they maintained a serious, somewhat anxious attitude as they faced him and softly called out, "Third prince." He suddenly shouted in protest, waving his hands, his face scrunched up with grievance. "How long are you going to keep calling me that? How long are you going to stay so formal? Do you act like this with everyone? You speak normally with everyone else, but with me you're way too formal." His reaction left both of them bewildered and surprised, their eyes wide as they stared at their brother's odd behavior. "But we do use honorifics with other people too." The third prince's face looked pleading and hopeful as he begged them. Please. The two children tried hard to steel themselves. Don't pressure us. Aegon and Arion flushed red, squeezing their eyes shut as they thought, let's try. Stammeling auch well, actually, we've decided that we'll live on with you. A strong gust of wind blew past the third prince. He was still crouching at the children's level, his face going blank as countless baffling thoughts and questions filled his head. Then he abruptly stood up, stammering wordlessly as he turned away. And then he ran off. Seriously. Just then, someone else approached, footsteps soft despite the simple shoes. It was actually the second prince. He walked over with a somewhat displeased expression. What are you doing here? Third prince. His hands were clenched tightly, and he stood straight, looking very stern. That made Aegon and Arion's thoughts race. The second prince was never like this, right? It seemed the third prince had really put him in a difficult position. Alex pressed a hand to his forehead, looking a little helpless and a little upset. Father is looking for you. Third prince, I heard you pulled Arion and Aegon out of class. The third prince jolted and straightened stiffly, his lips pressed together, a few beads of sweat appearing on his face as he looked flustered and unsure what to do next. He was afraid of damaging his own reputation in front of Aegon and Arion. Putting on a pitiful expression, he protested, What? But I just wanted to give them a tour of this place. Alex softened a little, smiling as he gently said the third prince's name, as though trying to ease his younger brother's agitation. But that smile grew gloomier, as if he knew perfectly well that this younger brother was only trying to excuse himself. I built this place, and you're showing off my work while also disobeying father. The third prince had been caught. His expression stiffened, and tears sprang out. Unwillingly, he said, Fine, I'm going. Then, turning to Aegon and Arion, he added, See you later, and walked away sadly. Perhaps this was the first time they had seen the second prince being so strict. Aegon and Arion looked up at Alex, and only then remembered that yesterday he had apparently had something to do and had not come. Only now did he bend slightly and look at the two siblings. His face was still gentle and kind, but it could not hide his exhaustion. Softly, he called to them. Aegon and Arion immediately noticed. He did not look well. He looked tired. There were clear signs of fatigue on his face, dark circles under his eyes, weariness, and the slight furrow in his brows gave him an exhausted expression. Even so, he still tried to maintain a caring and attentive face. His lips curved faintly into a small smile, not entirely natural, but full of affection and effort. I'll have someone escort you. I wanted to take you myself, but I'm a little busy right now. I'm sorry. Then he turned and told a guard to escort the children. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, he could barely keep himself together any longer and raised a hand to support his head as he caught his breath. He exhaled heavily, making Aegon and Arion feel worried for him. Alarmed, they anxiously asked if he was all right. Alex bent down and smiled, trying to ease the children's concern. I'm Fine. Sorry, but I have to go first. Wait here and go with the escort, all right? The two children looked at Alex with great concern, their eyes wide and brows drawn together as they studied his face. Alex held his head, turned away, and sighed. I need a rest, leaving Aegon and Arion standing there watching him go. When the escort arrived at the room of the princess and the fourth prince, they announced, The escort has arrived. But the room was empty. It turned out that Aegon and Arion had gone to find a maid and asked to be taken to Alex's room. Your Highnesses, the maid said respectfully, please take us to Alex's room. Aegon and Arion urged anxiously. In the tidy but dark room, Aegon and Arion peeked in from outside the door, watching for movement inside. This is the second prince's room. I didn't think the guardian spirit would be here. On the bed, only Alex lay sleeping peacefully. Aegon and Arion approached the bedside, placing their hands on the edge as they stared at him for a while. Let's see how he's doing. Suddenly, both of them were startled, eyes wide with worry, pupils dilating. He had a fever. His cheeks were flushed, sweat covered him, and his breathing was labored. Aegon and Arion looked around, then toward the window where sunlight was streaming in. He's sick, and there's no servant here helping him. I noticed earlier, too. I don't think the second prince wants many servants. There's a wash basin over there. Let's wet a cloth. But why do we have to do that? The siblings argued energetically. Aegon looked at Alex, his face tense, and said, because we owe him. She thought back to that day when light had enveloped the whole kingdom, light created by his spell. His spell had saved them. They had been found because of that light. As she spoke, she moved toward the wash basin. We haven't even thanked him yet. But with her tiny body, no matter how hard she tried, she could not reach it. Aegon stood there watching for a moment, silently thinking, "We can't. We're only 5 years old. We can't reach the basin." Aegon brought over a chair. The only sounds in the room were Aegon and Aerion struggling. Lifted higher, the two of them tried hard to drag the chair to the basin so they could stand on it. Compared to the size of their bodies, this task was almost impossibly difficult. Step by step, they dragged along, their faces scrunched up as they encouraged each other. Just a little more. At last, they reached the basin. Aegon held out his hands to help Aerion climb up more easily. They dipped a towel into the water. Even by this stage, both Aegon and Aerion were already exhausted. Aegon plopped down on the floor to rest and regain his strength, while Aerion pursed her lips as she fetched the water and wrung out the cloth. The water was ready, the towel had been washed, and she called to Aegon to take it. But Aegon and Aerion were still far too small to carry the basin of water. Aegon took it, but the water nearly spilled all over him. So cold. One of them was soaked, the other leaned against the chair and slowly climbed down to rest for a moment. Then Aegon and Aerion used what little strength they had left to wring out the cloth. At first, Aerion did it alone, using all her strength, sweat beading on her forehead, face flushed red, hands trembling. Seeing how determined his sister was, Aegon joined in too, each taking one end. At last, they finished. The two siblings collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. "This is so hard. A 5-year-old body is really useless. My legs hurt so much." The floor was soaked with splashed water. Aerion suddenly thought that in the Imperial Palace, there were so many servants helping them, and everything was arranged to suit their size. "Oh, my back hurts. They really do care about us." She sat up and climbed onto Alex's bed. With both pity and care, she placed the cloth on his forehead. His face looked so tired, but Alex always takes care of us too. Aegon and Aerion slid back down to their former place by the bedside, one wiping away sweat, the other murmuring that it was almost done as they watched Alex's expression closely. "Why is he sick? Isn't he royalty too?" "Well, he drank that before casting the spell on us." The room fell quiet. After watching for a long while, Aegon and Aerion noticed that he seemed to be doing better. Their expressions brightened again, their cheeks faintly pink. Perhaps because they were too tired, the two of them sat leaning against the bedside in Alex's room. "We should rest too." Aerion suddenly remembered something. "Does this mean we helped him a little?" But Aegon had already dropped his head onto her shoulder and fallen fast asleep. "Seriously? He hardly even did much, and he's already asleep." She closed her eyes and rested immediately as well. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the shadow of a person reflected across it, falling over the face of Aegon and Aerion, who were sleeping soundly on the floor beside the still-present basin, and the puddles of water splashed everywhere. It was Anai. He wore a light gray kimono, and in the morning light, his face looked tender as he gazed at Aegon and Aerion asleep in the room. "I watched you two play nurse." The quiet room was now filled with sunlight. "Watching the two of you is quite interesting." He had apparently been there for quite a while, and it's been a long time since I saw this room this messy. As he spoke, he looked at the puddles scattered across the floor. The sight of Aegon and Aerion sleeping, and what they had done yesterday. In any case, these two really are adorable. Very adorable. Alex woke up, his face still tired and not fully alert. As he hazily sat up, the cloth on his forehead slipped off, and he reached out to catch it. "What is this?" He turned his gaze to the side and saw two tiny heads poking up just above the bedside. And I was sitting beside him. "Tajda." Alex recoiled slightly in shock. "What?" And I said, "How do you feel after being taken care of by the twins?" Those little hands worked very hard. He looked toward Aegon and Aerion, his face flushing red. "They took care of me?" Joy, excitement, and the feeling of being cared for showed plainly on Alex's face. He looked full of energy despite having only just recovered from being sick. And I teased him a little. "You're blushing. You really love those little ones, don't you?" "Stop teasing me." The door opened, and both of them turned to look. Lois stood there, looking worried as he stared at them. "I came to take the twins back, Alex." The Emperor also came to Alex's room to pick up the twins. Holding one child in each arm, he turned and asked Alex with concern, "How are you feeling?" Sitting on the bed, Alex answered politely, Thank you for your concern, father. I'm all right. Especially because Arian and Aegon took care of him earlier. He says he feels much better now. He had just said that while looking at the two children sleeping soundly in their father's arms. The children must have been very surprised to see him leave with such a gloomy face. He hadn't expected them to do this. Hearing that, the Emperor said, "Then next time, bring some snacks they like. I'm leaving now." Alex also looked cheerful. "Yes, sir." Then night fell, and after a long sleep, Arian woke up. She looked around the room and realized this was not her room. Huh? The Emperor's room? When did we fall asleep? Still half asleep and confused, she heard her father's voice. "You're awake." Then he handed them each a cup of water. Arian awkwardly reached out to take it. "Thank you, sir." After taking a sip, she felt the taste of lemon spreading through her mouth. It seemed she really liked the flavor. Standing beside the bed, the Emperor asked them, "So you went to Alex's room?" "Yes, sir." The second prince didn't look very well. Arian answered obediently. Then Aegon, beside her, suddenly spoke up. "Please forgive me, but unlike us, members of the imperial family can't get sick. So why is the second prince?" Before he could finish, the Emperor cut him off. Again, in a sorrowful tone, he told them, "Don't say unlike us." The children looked at him with wide eyes, then obediently replied, "Yes, sir." The Emperor continued, "I'm not scolding you. Once you finish drinking, hand me the cups. Here, is it really all right to let the Emperor do that?" As he took the cups away, the Emperor suddenly explained, "Alex isn't sick. But he obviously looks sick, though." The two innocent children thought that to themselves. But in truth, in this entire empire, Alex is the greatest healer in the world. External injuries, addiction, disease. There is no known illness that Alex cannot cure. However, unidentified diseases and poisons continue to appear. Alex absorbs those poisons and illnesses into himself, and his power helps neutralize them and find a cure. An epidemic spread through the territory Alex governs, and 2 days ago, the blood of a patient was brought to the palace. In order to find a cure, Alex had to introduce that disease into his own body. Hearing this, Arian was stunned. "Oh my goodness." Then she remembered. And I had said back then, he's always like that. No wonder he's always exhausted. So that's why he often falls ill, even though he's a member of the imperial family. Aegon timidly asked the Emperor, "Is that the power of a protector?" The Emperor stepped closer and confirmed, "Yes. Aside from endurance, magic power, and self-recovery, all the other abilities come from protectors." Then, "Is the second prince going to be all right?" Arian asked worriedly. "He'll recover soon, so don't worry," the Emperor reassured them. Then he fell silent in thought again, walked over, and sat down on the bed. "Arian, again, you don't have to call Alex the second prince. We won't force you, but I don't think Alex would want you to call him that. And the same goes for me. You don't need to call me sir, either." The two children stared at him with wide eyes. This situation again. He suggested that they call him father or something. They were speechless. Knew it. Then he suddenly reconsidered. Or instead of father. The children looked at him in confusion. Father sounds a little distant. That would be good. Now, they were genuinely shocked. "Huh, isn't that way too sudden?" "Ahem, and..." Then he went on. "Since we're a family, if there's anything you want, feel free to tell me, all right? Anything at all." Arian and Aegon were still dazed, their minds blank. Aegon called out to Arian through their thoughts. "We've never gone out beyond the palace, right?" "Exactly. And the Emperor wants us to call him Dad, right?" It seemed Arian still didn't quite understand what Aegon meant. "Aegon, you're not thinking." Before she could finish, she turned and saw Aegon already speaking. "Dad." At the sound of Aegon's voice, time seemed to stop. Unlike Aegon's calm expression, Arian was completely flustered. This brat. Are you serious?" "The Emperor has done so much for us. Since we decided to live here, can't we at least do this, right?" Even so, Aegon's sudden change in attitude was surprising. She was still wondering about it when Aegon, eyes shining, called out again, "Dad." In a sweet, coaxing voice, he began pleading, "We want to go outside the palace." Then he turned and asked, "Right, Arian?" startling her badly. Taking a deep breath, Arian began acting spoiled toward her father too. "We want to go out and play, Dad." Hearing that, the Emperor said nothing. But it seemed he had agreed, because a few days later, he had a carriage prepared to take them out. When Eli saw that, he immediately cried out, "I want to go too." He threw a fit, kicking and flailing. "Me too. I want to go too." "Why only father?" Beside him was Alex, wearing an unhappy expression. "Why are you betraying us?" Loy, calmer than the others, asked, "It's just the three of you on this outing?" But the Emperor ignored all of them and pretended not to hear a thing. The two children stood there smiling, hardly able to believe they were really going today. The previous evening, the Emperor had risen and agreed to let them leave the very next day. He really is weak when it comes to his children. Even now, Eli still refused to give up. "Father, let me come too." Then in a grieved voice he said, "This is so unfair. Why do you get to monopolize Arian and Aegon?" But all he got in response was the Emperor's cold stare. "Eli, if you keep speaking like that, I'm going to get angry. I already let it slide when you interrupted your siblings' class." But bluish lights began fluttering around the Emperor. He said sternly, "You play with them often enough already, don't you?" This time Eli was truly scared and couldn't say another word. So it wasn't that he was soft toward all his children. Arian and Aegon silently concluded. Just then, a servant stepped forward and announced, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." "Very well. Loy, manage the palace while I'm gone." Although Loy was deeply dissatisfied, he still had to obey. "Have a safe journey, Your Majesty," Alex added, unhappily. Then the Emperor turned and said, "Arian, Aegon, let's go," ignoring the sobbing voices of his other children behind him. "Don't forget your brothers." Arian, Aegon, sniff, sniff. Hearing their father call, the two children scampered over. "Ah, yes, sir." Then he held out his hands toward them. He said gently, "You might fall." The children felt deeply moved and reached their hands out toward their father. Seeing that scene, the three older brothers watching from afar were terribly jealous. Then he lifted the two children and carried them toward the carriage. Arian and Aegon seemed absolutely delighted riding in the carriage. They curiously admired the scenery outside through the carriage windows. They had finally come outside. On a beautiful morning, beneath blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunlight, mountain ridges stretched one after another like train cars reflected on the clear lake surface. A gentle breeze made Nee's platinum hair flutter. He suddenly dove into the water with a splash, and bubbles rose in clusters to the lake's surface. At the bottom of the lake, Jason was sleeping soundly in his beast form, and I commented while looking at him, "You seem to be in good condition." Honestly, this probably isn't much compared to the last 5 years. Still, it was pretty dangerous, considering you were stabbed. "That damn Duke Rosie." As he stepped closer to Jason, he kept talking, not forgetting to curse inwardly, though that bastard had always been trash anyway. And I continued, "Taking on your true form was a good idea. This way, your recovery time will be shortened." As he spoke, he used his magic to keep Jason asleep. "Hang in there a little longer, Jason. Your master has decided to live in the Imperial Palace now." He comforted Jason a little. "Soon, the two of you will meet again." In a crowded, bustling marketplace, full of people and the cries of vendors, a street performer was singing while strumming a lute, drawing no small amount of attention from those around him. Wow. The two children were excited, since they rarely had a chance to experience a place like this. Curiosity and delight were written all over their young, adorable faces. Aegon asked eagerly, "Do you see that bard over there, Arian?" Arian quickly replied, "I do," while thinking to herself, "Well, this is a fantasy world after all. Look over there, Aegon." As the carriage passed a stall grilling skewered meat, the smell of the tender, juicy meat spread everywhere. The siblings stared at it with sparkling eyes, almost drooling with desire. The skewers on that stall looked so delicious. Sitting opposite them, their father was reading documents, but when he saw his children like that, he thought to himself, "We should have skewers for dinner tonight." The carriage, which looked ordinary from the outside, but was actually a royal carriage, continued clattering through the crowded marketplace. Arian said happily, "I like seeing everyone act so naturally." Again replied, "Yeah. I'm really glad we hid the fact that this is a royal carriage. Otherwise, everyone would be too busy kneeling the moment they saw a royal carriage and escort." "Ha!" Arian burst into laughter. "Oh, so whenever one of those luxurious royal carriages passed with a long escort, everyone would kneel along both sides of the road and behind the carriage." Not wanting people to be overly burdened or have their business disrupted, a method had been devised. As their father explained, we solved that problem with image-distorting magic. So if people look at it, it just appears to be an ordinary carriage. But since there are still so many escorts, some people get confused, while others simply think that's a lot of guards. It must be some pompous noble. He went on to explain calmly. The magic should remain in effect until we leave town, so you can keep looking around without worrying. The two children nodded. Yes, father. It seemed that hearing the words, yes, father, from his two children for the first time made him a little happy. When they saw a child happily playing with a cute little brown puppy, the two children couldn't help exclaiming, "Look over there, that child runs really fast." Arian replied, "That's true." The father sitting opposite them seemed to tremble all over. Outside, children ran and played while their parents called after them, "Be home before dinner." The children answered yes and ran off to keep playing together. Watching that simple yet beautiful scene, the two children felt an unnameable sadness rise inside them. They spoke to each other silently. They look really happy. Yeah, how should I put it? They look very free. It was because back at home, the twins had always had to hide from Jurao and the maids, and they could only run around the forest because no one was there. In Arian and Aegon's minds, those children didn't care who was watching them. They were simply playing together happily. Lost in thought, they were suddenly startled when their father asked a question. "What is it that you want?" Her heart thudded. The carriage continued clattering along. When the Emperor asked what we wanted, what came to mind was the world outside. Sunlight streamed into the carriage, shining over their beautiful golden hair. The two children stared out the window with distant eyes tinged with sadness. When they arrived, the two horses neighed a few times as if to tell their master. Their father turned to them and said, "We're here. We've arrived at Marquis Bessen's territory. We still have to travel a bit farther to reach the estate, so we'll be staying here today." Hearing that, they thought to themselves, "That far? Why do we have to come all the way out here? We could have just played somewhere nearby." But out loud, they simply replied yes. It seemed the Marquis's family had already come outside to wait. Ah, yes. Then their father suddenly did something that seemed rather strange in the children's eyes. He held out his hands and said, "You might get hurt climbing down. This carriage is rather high." Both sides fell silent for a few seconds before Arian and Aegon finally murmured, "Ah, maybe." And the result was, tada! He slowly stepped down from the carriage with one child in each arm. The two children called it exactly what it was. Bessen greeted them, saying, "I pay my respects to the princess and the prince." Mirin also smiled warmly and bowed. "I pay my respects to your majesty." The Emperor replied, "Rise." Marquis Bessen, "Yes, your majesty." He was about to continue speaking, but stopped in surprise when he realized the center of attention was the Emperor holding the two small children in his arms. Arian thought shyly, "This is so embarrassing." After that, the two children whispered quietly to one another. Arian spoke first. "This is the first time I've heard of the Bessen family, but they're nobles, so they definitely won't like us. How can we let them see us in a situation like this?" Everyone there froze for a moment. Then Aegon added, "Who cares? It's better if they know how much the Emperor cherishes us." Only then did Arian begin to understand. "Ah, is that it?" Aegon continued, "Look closely at him. Really closely." Arian answered slowly, "Right?" Bessen's face stiffened for a moment. Then he broke into a bright smile. He welcomed the two children. "Both your highnesses are very lovely. Welcome to Bessen territory, princess and prince." Then he introduced his family one by one. "This is my wife, Mirin, my eldest son, Vandon, and my second son, Webley." Mirin followed up, "Please make yourselves at home." Arian thought, what a friendly smile. But because of the psychological scars they carried, both she and Aegon still felt suspicious toward these people they had only just met. They spoke in their minds. "But I can't trust them." Duke Rosie was like that at first too. Aegon agreed, "Right? And over there." He silently judged the dark-haired boy hiding behind Vandon. "That kid, is that Webley? Look at his expression." He continued, "He looks really unhappy to see us." After the warm greetings, Bessen and the maids led the Emperor toward the rooms. A maid stepped forward and said, "Your Highnesses, your room is this way." But the Emperor stopped her. "No, that won't be necessary." Then he continued, "The princess and prince will stay in the same room as me." The maid replied, "As you command." Meanwhile, Arian and Aegon, who had already expected this, merely thought, knew it. Seeing this, Bessen added, "Then we will move their Highnesses' luggage to your majesty's room." But the two children simply thought, actually, sleeping with the Emperor isn't bad. It's pretty warm, and there's nothing wrong with it. Besson enthusiastically gestured. This is the room. It was a room with purple and white as the main colors, very neat and clean, obviously maintained regularly. At the same time, the two children thought, what a pleasant scent. While looking around the room, Arian was the first to praise it. It's such a sweet fragrance. It smells wonderful. Aegon added, HM, isn't it more of a refreshing scent? It smells fruity, like ripe dried lemon. She immediately argued back. What? No. Their father had heard their conversation, so while taking off his cloak, he explained that is the scent of a flower tended by fairies. It soothes the soul and makes each person smell the scent they love most. Only then did the two children realize it and answer together, I see. Aegon secretly thought, as expected of a fantasy world. But suddenly, the two children turned to one another in confusion. Arian spoke first. But Aegon, don't you like sweet scents? Then Aegon asked in return, Arian, don't you like fresh scents? Was I mistaken? Then the Emperor calmly explained again, leaving them stunned. The two of you mistook your own favorite scent for the scent the other person likes. The two children fell silent, thinking only we never thought about that. In this world, there was only Aegon and me. Having the other by our side was simply natural. We were always one, so I thought we liked the same things and hated the same things. But now that I think about it, after coming to the Imperial Palace, I've realized that we are a little different. Their father spoke almost philosophically. Discovering each other's differences is also a good thing. It's part of growing up. Those words left the two children blank for a moment as they thought them over. Suddenly, he picked both of them up, startling them a little, but he said casually, it's time for dinner. I told them to prepare skewered meat. The two children found today's behavior from their father rather unfamiliar and a little embarrassing, and thought to themselves, we're happy, but is he planning to carry us the entire time we're here? Besson merely laughed heartily and thought to himself, His Majesty truly cherishes the two of them. Once they were seated at the table, plates of delicious food were set down one after another, the porcelain clinking softly against the tabletop. Lord Besson smiled brightly as he conversed with them. I see. So both your highnesses have just turned 5. Marquis, what about your 2 sons? My eldest son is 11, and my second son is 7. Arian and Aegon made little sounds of surprise while chewing. Besson went on, What do you think, Your Majesty, of allowing my sons the honor of playing with their highnesses? No, wouldn't they need friends their own age? His words made the two children, who had been eating, suddenly stop and let out a startled sound. And it seemed they had just thought of something. Why does this feel so familiar? Another Duke Rosie? The Emperor spoke a little, then paused, recalling something. Friends their own age. The two children had stared at the children in town for a long while. After thinking it over, he said, I permit it. And that decision left the two children shocked. What the hell? We're fine without that. Arian glanced at them while thinking, this is so uncomfortable. And this is going to be such a hassle. As she watched, she thought, he doesn't look like he likes us at all, either. Right now, after the meal, both of them felt as if they were being tortured in the playroom. Vanden smiled brightly and openly. Your Highnesses, would you like to play with this? Seeing that, Arian thought, at least the older brother seems pretty nice. But the problem was that the younger one, Webley, looked extremely irritated. He clicked his tongue and spat out harsh words. Ugh, seriously, what were we supposed to do with these bastards? The 4 children had been sitting together in the room, and then the second son of Marquis Besson said he didn't want to play with them. People said children born out of wedlock were cursed, and what if the curse spread to him while they were playing? The two of them looked at him in confusion, and the Marquis's eldest son hurriedly shouted, Webley. Then he turned to the twins and apologized on behalf of his younger brother, saying he was still young and had spoken rudely. Arian thought that, between the 2 brothers, at least the older one was decent. She let it go. Whatever. After tomorrow, they would never see them again anyway, so there was no need to cause trouble. Then Aegon suddenly called out, Webley Besson. Angrily, he said, How dare you say such ridiculous things to members of the imperial family? Webley immediately shot back. Members of the imperial family? You're just a bastard. But his older brother cut him off. Shut your mouth right now. Hearing that, Aegon stood up and grabbed him by the collar. Irritated, he said, "We're the ones who don't want to play with an insolent, stupid brat like you. And before you open your mouth and gossip about bastards, why don't you first learn how to behave properly toward the imperial family?" Humiliated, Webley flew into a rage and jumped up, glaring back at Aegon. From behind him, Aerion said worriedly, "What are you doing, picking on a little kid like that?" He answered, "So what if he's a kid? You wanted me to just sit there and listen to him say that?" Then Vandon Besson, the Marquis's eldest son, scolded his younger brother. "You need to apologize to His Highness. Do you want to ruin our family's reputation?" Upset, Webley shoved Aegon's hand away, opened the door, and ran outside. Vandon looked helplessly as he ran out. Then he turned back with tears in his eyes, and Aegon's gaze darkened, frightening him enough that he hurried after his younger brother to drag him back. Aerion walked over to Aegon and told him that he had gone a little too far with the child. Aegon said in a low voice, "Now we have a family who shares our blood, who cares about us and worries for us." Turning his face away, he continued, "Being looked down on just because of how we were born is like cursing our family itself." Firmly, he said that from now on, he would never let anyone curse the blood flowing through him again. Aerion remembered that this was exactly what Killua had meant when he spoke about the awakening of their bloodline. Aegon turned back to her and asked why she wasn't angry. She said she was angry, but he told her she never got angry unless it involved him. Or sometimes she only lost her temper because of him, which was basically the same thing. The atmosphere gradually grew warm. He said they no longer had to live in silence and suppress their feelings. As Aerion looked at him, her face slowly turned red and her heart began pounding. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was the Emperor, with Marquis Besson behind him. He said it was time for bed, so he had come to take the two of them back. Then Marquis Besson looked around for his children and saw Webley being held in place by Vandon. He asked why they had left their highnesses alone to play by themselves. Aegon immediately reached out and clutched the Emperor's clothes. In a sorrowful voice, he asked, "Is being a bastard a bad thing?" Both the Emperor and the Marquis were startled when they heard that, while the Marquis's two sons turned pale with fear. The Emperor's face darkened as he asked if there was anything Marquis Besson wished to say, while Webley and Vandon trembled. The three of them immediately dropped to their knees behind the Emperor, and the Marquis apologized for failing to raise his son properly. Aerion looked on helplessly as her brother stuck out his tongue at them in satisfaction. Because of their long acquaintance, the Emperor said he would let it pass this time, but he glared a warning at the Marquis. If the Marquis's son was rude to them again, he would not be so forgiving. The Marquis bowed his head and thanked the Emperor for his generosity. Then the Emperor turned and lifted the prince and princess into his arms. He walked away in anger while the Marquis's two sons cried miserably, carrying the twins down the corridor. He said that he would not ask what exactly those two children had said to them. Looking at Aegon and Aerion, he said he was glad they had told him. The Emperor continued, saying that from now on, they should tell him whenever anyone was rude to them or hurt them. He promised that those children would never again dare to think of saying or doing such things. Aerion and Aegon looked at him with flushed faces. Gently, he told them they were no longer alone and no longer needed to hide anything. The atmosphere grew warm again, and the twins thought, "How can he say exactly what we most want to hear?" The Emperor then continued carrying them, and they thanked him. Outside the mansion, the carriage was already waiting. The Marquis, his sons, and the servants stood there to see them off. The Emperor said, "We are indebted to the Marquis and everyone here." The Marquis answered politely, "Indebted? Not at all," and invited them all to visit again someday. Aerion noticed that Webley was being scolded by his older brother. Dissatisfied, he was being pressed to apologize to the twins. He bowed his head, his voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Prince, for my rudeness. Please forgive me." After saying that, his eyes brimmed with tears. Seeing this, Aegon smugly thought that the boy had learned his lesson, but Aerion told him that, sulky expression or not, Webley was still just a child. Then Aegon turned away and said he would think about whether to forgive him. Hearing that, the Marquis's sons became even more dejected. Looking at them, Aerion thought, Just because I was born outside of wedlock doesn't mean I'm fine with being cursed. It really does upset me when they mock my very existence. But when she remembered what Aegon had said, she realized she herself had also been angry for the exact same reason. No matter what anyone said, the two of them still had a family of 4 who always accepted and cherished them. And that meant she no longer had to suppress anything. Blushing, Aerion called out to Webley, "Don't obsess over the word bastard anymore, and open your eyes properly. See clearly who the person standing before you really is." Beneath the sunlight, she said with confidence, "I am His Majesty's daughter, and I am not ashamed of my family or my blood in the slightest." Then she smiled gently under Webley's gaze and said, "You are also the precious son of a marquis, so let's not say things that can hurt each other, all right?" After hearing her, Webley blushed furiously at that smile and could only stammer without answering. His face grew even redder, leaving his older brother utterly confused, and the Emperor, who had been speaking with the Marquis, noticed the scene. He frowned in displeasure, stepped over, and scooped Aerion up. At last, the Marquis's family saw them off. In the carriage on the way back to the palace, the Emperor called for Ariel and told her, "If any letter arrives from the Besson family, bring it to me first." She agreed. Aerion recalled what she had said earlier and realized that she had really spoken those words. Then she suddenly understood that she truly had become a member of the imperial family. Her face turned red again, and she let out an embarrassed cry under the strange looks of the other two. Still, it felt strange how relieved she was. Beneath the clear blue sky, the feeling she had kept suppressed for so long seemed to be blown away by a strong wind. Deep beneath the water, where schools of fish darted about, an orange fox lay sleeping when suddenly a flash of light appeared. After the servant left, Ariel called out. Aegon, who was reaching for the sweets on the table, answered, He was completely focused on the beautiful macarons laid out before him. "Who sweets?" Looking around the unfamiliar room, Ariel asked. "He said this is one of his villas, so it's not used very often, right?" "Still busy eating," Aegon replied. Ariel had already noticed that everything in the room seemed to have been prepared a very long time ago. Then why was everything already so perfectly arranged? Well, it wasn't that surprising since it belonged to the Emperor, but it was still interesting. With the cookies still in his mouth, Aegon said to Ariel, "We only decided to come here 2 days ago. It's still a long way to the estate, so we're staying here tonight." Ariel recalled the earlier time when the 3 of them were still in the carriage on their way here. The Emperor had told them, "We still have a long way to go before we reach the estate, so we'll stay here tonight." Hearing that, both of them had thought the same thing. Is it really that far away? Why we have to go so far? Then she remembered what he had said in front of the villa. "We have other villas too, but this one is the most suitable for you two." A question arose in her mind. Had he been planning to bring us here from the start? Then she remembered the strange voice in the forest. Could it be connected to the voice we heard earlier? As she pondered this, it soon became time for lunch. A servant knocked and entered the room, saying, Princess, I will escort you to the dining room." The two politely replied, "Yes." When they arrived, all the food had already been set out on the table. The Emperor gently lifted his teacup, took a sip, and told them, "I have some work to do, so you two may play freely." Curious, Ariel asked, "Father, are you going to work here too?" He answered gently, "I can handle paperwork here. I am sorry. Once I finish the urgent matters, I'll take you on a tour around the villa." Sympathizing with his packed schedule, Ariel said, "It's all right, Father." Aegon, who had been busily picking at his food, suddenly stopped and obediently asked, "Then can we go to the lake?" Hearing that, the Emperor repeated, "The lake?" Ariel was also a little surprised by the question. Aegon continued, "We're really curious about it." Sitting beside him, Ariel, afraid the Emperor would refuse, hurriedly added, "It won't be dangerous if knights and servants go with us, so," before she could finish, he said, "All right. You two may go there by yourselves." Ariel kept going with what she had been saying. "Yes, it won't be danger." A moment later, after processing his answer, the two of them suddenly gaped and shouted, "What?" Both thought to themselves, what happened to our absurdly overprotective father? They looked at him suspiciously and tried to confirm whether he really meant it. Remaining calm, he asked, "Aren't you going?" They obediently replied, "And no, we're going. We're going right now." The moment they finished speaking, they jumped down from their chairs and ran toward the door. A servant was already standing there, holding it open for them. The two ran off happily and turned back to say, "Then we'll be back later." After they left, a small emptiness stirred in the Emperor's heart as he watched their retreating backs. Some time later, the twins found their way out toward the forest. Ariel asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Father?" Normally, he would never allow something like this. Aegon, who also found it strange, answered, "Exactly. Why is he acting like that?" Filled with anticipation, Ariel said, "We'll find out once we get to the lake." Aegon nodded in agreement. On the way there, Ariel said to him, "It's been a long time since we got to walk around without servants following us closely, right?" Looking around the forest, she said, "This is the first time we've been able to walk peacefully through the woods like this. Until now, we were always either hiding or being chased. But now we're just taking a completely normal stroll." As if a burden had finally lifted from him, Aegon said, "We're not starving, freezing, or scared anymore. And now we have a place to return to." At that moment, images of the warmth they shared with their brothers and father rose in both their minds. After saying it, the two blushed in embarrassment, unable to believe they had finally gained the happiness they had long yearned for. Ariel looked up at the sky and said, "Freedom really feels nice." Then the two of them looked at each other, blushing, and smiled. The two continued deeper into the forest. "Everyone really has changed. Yeah, you used to throw up because you couldn't stand being in the same room as Father." Aegon immediately denied it. "Don't bring that up." As they walked, Ariel pointed toward the lake and said, "The forest path ends here. I can see the lake now." Suddenly, the sight before them made both freeze in shock, unable to believe their eyes. In that lake, beneath the clear, sparkling water, a red wolf was sleeping. Ariel stared in disbelief. "What, a red wolf?" Then she turned to Aegon beside her and said, "It's dangerous. Let's run." He reassured her, "No, Ariel, that is—" His heart filled with excitement and joy. It seemed Ariel had sensed something too. In that moment, Killua's words came rushing back to them. "It is the instinct of the Imperial family, the longing for a protector of your own." The two of them looked together toward the red wolf. A powerful light suddenly burst forth, so bright that they had to quickly shield their eyes with their hands. The red wolf slowly took human form, becoming a guardian who began walking toward them. He said joyfully, "I miss you both so much, Ariel and Aegon." It's the first time I've ever said those words. Faced with that miraculous sight, the twins were too stunned to speak. Seeing their astonished expressions, he shrank his form and said, "I'm easier to look at like this, right?" The two of them were still unable to recover from their shock. Smiling, he said to them, "Hello, my adorable masters." At that moment, it felt as though their hearts might burst, pounding wildly out of control. He knelt respectfully and said, "At last, I can proudly stand before you. Prince and Princess of the Kingdom of Uriana, my masters. My name is Jason, the Wolf of the Red Wind. I was born with the mission to protect you both. I am a guardian." Ariel stared in shock at the boy kneeling before them and introducing himself as their guardian spirit, and thought, "A guardian spirit. At last, we have a guardian spirit." Looking at Aegon and Ariel, Jason said, "My adorable masters, thank you for waking me." "Us? How?" Ariel asked, completely confused. Jason looked respectfully at the bewildered siblings and smiled. "Only my masters could awaken me. Your pride as members of the Imperial family, and your freedom, only those things could wake me." After hearing Jason, Aegon's and Ariel's eyes lit up. "Freedom. I see." The longing Killua spoke of. The brother and sister recalled what they had felt earlier and thought, the feeling we had while walking through the forest, the thing we could never even dream of while living in Castle Delikinia, the thing we regain along with our pride, that was freedom. Jason looked at them and smiled. "Let's go back to the villa. We have to surprise Father, right?" The moment he finished speaking, he transformed back into his beast form and carried the two of them home. Sitting on Jason's back, Aegon and Ariel were thrilled. Jason asked, "Well, are you scared?" Hearing that, Ariel answered confidently, "Not at all. I actually love it. It feels like I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time." As she spoke, Ariel thought, when we can freely look up at the sky with someone we trust completely, just thinking about it makes me so happy. Ariel couldn't say anything more and only looked on, while Jason laughed and said, "Gladly. You should enjoy it." Sometime later, when they returned to the villa, they saw the Emperor already waiting at the door. Aegon and Ariel looked at him blankly. We're back. Jason, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm and smiled innocently. Ah, so you already guessed I would come. How boring. Hearing that, the Emperor's face darkened. Get away from my children. Still smiling as if nothing were wrong, Jason slung an arm around each sibling's shoulders, leaving them stunned. You don't want that? They may be your children, but they are also my masters. The more Jason spoke, the angrier the Emperor became. Magic swirled all around him, making the twins shrink back as they thought, these two, do they not get along? The Emperor said, do not cling to them more than necessary. Then Ariel timidly spoke up. Father, aren't you going to congratulate us on getting a guardian spirit? Father. At once, the Emperor dropped to one knee and placed a hand on Ariel's shoulder. Congratulations, my children. Standing to the side, Jason thought, she really is a sly little fox. Then he muttered, your attitude changes fast. The Emperor looked at the twins and continued. It was a good idea to come here. After losing his power, he decided to hide here. Guardian spirits love nature. After you returned to the Imperial Palace, I had already intended to bring you here. That is why I had this villa built beforehand. Aegon and Ariel looked at their father and thought, I knew it. Father had planned this from the start. The Emperor smiled gently and said, I believed you would succeed. I am very proud of you. Hearing that, Aegon and Ariel were overjoyed. Thank you, Father. That night, the twins slept in the same room as the Emperor in the villa. While he was tucking the children in a bed, Jason entered. Your Majesty, thank you for coming here with my masters. The Emperor looked over at the two children sleeping soundly and replied to Jason, you do not need to thank me. It was the children who wanted this. They have grown so much in such a short time. Jason replied happily, yes. The Emperor added, however, there is one thing that troubles me. Jason asked in confusion, what is it? It's about Arianne. Her ability as a member of the Imperial family is weaker than Aegon's. Her response to the guardian spirit is very faint. Aegon always responds to me more quickly and more strongly. It was the same today as well. Perhaps it is because of the Hebe blood from her mother's side, the Emperor answered. Jason asked, Hebe. Before he could finish, the Emperor continued, Viscount Trembo, their magic tutor, said that the difference in their magical power is strangely large. Arianne has a stronger Hebe bloodline, while Aegon has a stronger royal bloodline. It is only a minor issue, so there is no need to worry. No matter what anyone says, Arianne is still a member of the Imperial family, my daughter. So when we return to the Imperial Palace, I intend to hold a banquet. They have already passed their growth spurt period and now have a guardian spirit, so there is no need to delay it. Jason went on, the children, especially Aegon, won't like it, Your Majesty. The Emperor lowered his eyes and said, yes, but it is necessary. Many people still harbor hostility toward the children. I need a grand banquet to persuade them, and it must be large enough to overshadow the fact that high-ranking nobles deliberately tried to harm them. It is time for them to hold their heads high as members of the imperial family, so that no one can lay a hand on them, whether they like it or not. The next morning, on the way back to the Imperial Palace, Jason said in the carriage, ah, that vacation ended in the blink of an eye. Arianne looked at the Emperor hesitantly and said, yes, it was really fun. We picked fruit and played with puzzles. After saying that, she sent a telepathic message to Aegon. Father worked until late at night, too. It must have been hard for him to make time for us. Aegon sent one back. Exactly. No sooner had they finished than the Emperor and Jason started bickering again inside the carriage. How long are you planning to stay in that for, Jason? He laughed and said, well, it makes it easier to be close to my masters. The Emperor replied, just because you look smaller doesn't mean you're closer to them. Jason answered simply, being small has its uses too. Hearing the two of them argue, the prince and princess siblings could only stay silent. A little later, they arrived at the Imperial Palace. The moment they got out of the carriage, countless servants were already lined up to greet them. Welcome back, Your Majesty, the fourth prince and the princess. The Emperor stepped down while carrying Princess Arianne and Aegon, with Jason at his side. Follow me, Jason. Jason answered, yes, yes. Seeing Jason, all the servants were surprised and curious. Who is that? Who's that red-haired boy? Suddenly, the siblings caught a scent. Arianne said, what is that? I smell something. Arian thought, in surprise, through telepathy, what's going on? What is this floral scent? I don't know either. Then she suddenly remembered smelling it once before. Ah, it's the strong flower scent from when we were in our growth spurt period. The Emperor suddenly seemed to realize something as well. Eli, he said, frowning. Good. Then he turned to the butler and ordered, Butler. Yes, your majesty, the butler replied. The Emperor continued. Prepare a banquet. You have 1 month. Send invitations to the neighboring kings and the other officials. The butler replied, Understood, your majesty, while thinking to himself, this must be a very grand banquet. The Emperor continued, It will be for the presentation of the 4th prince and the princess of the Uriana Empire. Hearing that, both Aegon and Arian were shocked. Father, the Emperor looked at them and lowered his voice. I ask this of you, Arian Aegon, but if you are uncomfortable with it, I will cancel it immediately. Hearing that, Aegon and Arian looked at each other, then at the Emperor, and said, It's all right, Father. We've already decided to live here. After hearing the siblings agree, the Emperor immediately turned to the butler and said, And while you're at it, prepare a banquet to celebrate 3rd Prince Eli's growth spurt as well. The butler bowed and replied, Yes, your majesty. Hearing that, the siblings broke into a cold sweat and thought, What does while you're at it mean? They stared blankly at the Emperor. But brother Eli already passed his growth spurt, didn't he? As he walked, the Emperor said, Yes, this is the scent of a growth spurt. Beside him, Jason added, Out of the 3 of you, the 3rd prince was the only one who had not gone through it yet. Hearing that, the siblings' eyes lit up. I'm so curious. How much has he changed? The Emperor asked, Do you want to go see Eli? The 2 of them answered excitedly, Yes. At the same time, in 3rd Prince Eli's palace, someone with long, glossy blonde hair was leaning against the bed, his face hidden behind a veil. When will Arian and Aegon come back? Eli turned his head, looking very surprised even as he sat at his writing desk. At first, I was only curious. Half-siblings? I have siblings like that. The maid beside him answered honestly, Yes. They moved into the palace last night, making Eli raise a brow. How unlucky for them, to be born in a country that despises illegitimate children like this. He lifted his pen and continued. In any case, father must have had his reasons for not bringing them in sooner. I bet they're very frail. If they do not have pure royal blood, they will die early. In a luxurious room of the upper class, the 2 of them continued their conversation. Anyway, what do they look like? They both have blonde hair and red eyes. The prince resembles his majesty. Unlike the other members of the imperial family, they are very small. Eli could not help feeling restless. He seemed to be thinking something over. Finally, he spoke his thoughts aloud. Misa, I want to meet them. Go ask father for me. Tell him I'll play with them. At such an unexpected request, the maid asked back emotionlessly, Yes? What? At that, he smiled brightly and turned to look at her. Only because I'm curious. Illegitimate children of the imperial family. Doesn't that sound rather historic? At first, it had only been a bit of curiosity. But on the day he met the 2 of them, he remembered that moment clearly. They were so tiny that Eli was a little flustered. However, afterward, Eli spent time talking pleasantly with the 2 little ones, but inwardly he noted, I didn't know they were this small and fragile. They're like little animals trembling with anxiety. Still, they quickly opened up more. He thought that he wanted to protect these pitiful little ones. I have to protect them, so they never have to wear expressions like that again. Eli sat bolt upright and muttered to himself, I'll become stronger. Just then, Aegon and Arian stepped inside. Brother Eli, but before they could run over, both of them froze with their mouths open in shock. Elitimeth, Arian, again. Then he rushed over and wrapped them in a hug, frightening the 2 children. Why did it take you so long? You have no idea how much I missed you both. In his arms, the little 2 could not help feeling dizzy from such an enthusiastic embrace. The scent of roses is so strong. Is this what a growth spurt is like? But then they suddenly stopped and stared at the tall youth before them, smiling. Wait, this is... Maybe they were seeing things, but he looked no different from an actual beauty. This level of beauty was enough to enchant someone at first sight. It made them break out in nervous sweat. An unbelievably gorgeous young man smiled brightly and said, You 2 have gotten even cuter. In front of the Emperor, Eli kept hugging and fussing over the two children, leaving them rather helpless in the face of this man. Brother Loy and Brother Alex are handsome, but how should I put it? Brother Eli is even prettier. Even Aegon, who was a boy himself, had to admit, I think he'd attract even more women. Arian replied, right? I think society as a whole will be shocked. Good grief. It was hard to tell who the child in this room really was anymore. While the two children only stared at him in silence, Eli kept chattering. I've grown up now. What do you think? What do you think? The Emperor, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Eli, move aside. That made Eli bristle. His dear father, the one who had monopolized Arian and Aegon for days, was here too, and even he was left speechless by how clingy Eli was. The Emperor's face tightened a little as he reminded Eli, go wash up. You smell. Hearing that, Eli unconsciously lifted his arm and sniffed himself, making the other two break into a cold sweat. No way, does he really smell that bad? Eli hurriedly waved his hands at them apologetically. I'm sorry. I'm in this state, and I touched you anyway. Faced with Eli's rather exaggerated reaction, Arian and Aegon only said, it's fine. Immediately, he dashed off at full speed, not forgetting to throw back a few words. I'll come back after I bathe. Father, wait here. Even Jason, standing nearby, could not help smiling. The third prince is really busy, isn't he? The Emperor replied helplessly. He's always like this. As for the two little ones, they simply fell silent. They did not even know what to say. Then the scene shifted to after the third prince had finished bathing. Arian's small hands were holding Eli's hair as she braided it, and he asked very comfortably, so, is the scent still strong? To that, Arian answered honestly, it still smells a little, but it's fine. It's very faint now, so it's actually pleasant. Eli was now lying comfortably on the bed, thoroughly enjoying himself. On both sides, Aegon and Arian were gently braiding his hair. Arian liked his hair so much that she could not help exclaiming, Brother Eli's hair is so straight and silky. He cheerfully looked at Arian and answered, yep, but it's not just Arian who likes it. The one sitting on the other side likes it too. It's so soft. Then Eli suddenly said, if my hair had a little curl like Arian's and Aegon's, I'd be even more handsome. That made the two of them wonder, does he not know how beautiful he already is? Then, just as things were cheerful, Eli's tone suddenly changed and became strangely gloomy. You know, he hesitated a little, but then chose to continue anyway. Since I've had my debut, a grand banquet is going to be held. If you don't like it, I can cancel it. But unlike what he expected, they accepted it quite happily. It's fine. We've decided to take part. That surprised Eli a little. Really, seeing Eli react like that, Arian cheerfully and gently said to him, because from now on we'll be living here. At the very least, we should do that much. After hearing that, Arian's image in Eli's eyes changed completely. She was no longer merely tiny and cute. She was tiny, cute, and dazzling beyond belief. Eli was overjoyed. Once again, he sprang up and pulled the two children into his arms. Oh, really? You're both this adorable. What am I supposed to do? What if some strange men start following you around? What if you receive marriage proposals? It seemed Eli was thinking a little too far ahead. First of all, we're only 5 years old. He was incredibly cheerful now and even said, Arian, stay with me in the future. I'll give you a comfortable kingdom to live in. I'll take care of the regional matters, so you could just play with Aegon. That made them think once again, we're children. And it seemed he was gradually showing signs of going completely off the rails. That's right, I can conquer the kingdom in the forest and give it to Arian. That made Arian curiously lift her face. The kingdom in the forest? Immediately, Eli began telling them about the place he had mentioned. Beside the kingdom of Uriana, there was only one other kingdom ruled by an emperor. The royal family of the Forest Kingdom possessed the power of nature spirits, which was why they enjoyed beautiful scenery and fertile land all year round. Then suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. There are rumors that they're busy fighting over the throne, so we could take this chance. But before Eli could finish, the two of them hurriedly cut him off. We're fine. Does this person really have nothing better to do? Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside the door, making all three of them stop and instinctively turn toward it. The ones who entered were none other than Alex and Loy. Alex said brightly, Arian, Aegon, we heard you'd returned. Loy was a bit quieter. Welcome back. Seeing them, Eli also smiled. Oh, brothers. Just like that, they all slipped into conversation together. I heard you've had your debut, Eli. Congratulations. Thank you. They really spoke as if it were no big deal at all. The Emperor's room had gradually become more of a reception room than anything else. Only after a while did Alex shift his attention to the two smallest people in the room. We heard from Father. So you finally met your guardian spirit? At that, Arian smiled in answer, while Eli could not help exclaiming in shock. What? Really? But no one answered him. Alex only said, congratulations. That information left Eli gaping, so wide he could not close his mouth. Then he suddenly remembered the boy standing beside the Emperor earlier. Ah, that small red-haired boy beside Father. Is that your guardian spirit? At that moment, the guardian spirits were also talking among themselves. They were even sitting at a tea table, eating cake and drinking tea. Why are you in the form of a child? You're adorable. I just wanted to look more like my masters. Alex continued, making them all look toward him. That's wonderful news. Jason has wanted to stay by your side for a very long time. Then came another beautiful, radiant smile. Congratulations. The two children stared at the second prince with wide eyes. Now that I think about it, this man with violet eyes keeps smiling. He not only helped us, but he helped Jason too. Brother Alex. The two of them happily said, Thank you, Brother Alex. Thank you. Alex really was handsome, especially when he smiled. On top of that, he smiled often. It's my honor. Seeing that, the other two brothers immediately looked at him with judgmental eyes. Is that really so unusual with these people? Then Loy immediately said, Both of you have grown up safely as members of the Imperial family. I'm proud of you. Not to be outdone, Eli added, If anyone gives you trouble, tell me. I'll scold them for you. These two just want praise too, don't they? Hearing that, the two children were a little surprised, their eyes widening. But after a moment, their expressions changed, and they smiled. Thank you, brothers. Thank you. Outside the vast Imperial palace, murmurs began spreading everywhere. Have you heard? A banquet is going to be held soon. I heard. They only have a month to prepare. I wonder what happened. The nobles and commoners alike continued whispering and gossiping. I heard the twins found their guardian spirit. A guardian spirit? Really? A banquet for the twins? There are rumors that the rulers of other nations have also been invited. Good heavens! The noisy talk spread from mouth to mouth everywhere. No way, for those illegitimate children. Watch your words. There are rumors that the Emperor is very fond of them. Didn't you hear what happened to Count Rosea? What happened? If that's true, doesn't it mean we have to support the twins? At that moment, inside the Imperial Palace, Arian, Aegon, and Jason were walking proudly down the hallway. Suddenly, a voice called out and drew their attention. Greetings to the fourth prince and the princess. So these are people attending the banquet. Arian could only answer, yes. Right after that, they began showering them with praise. Your beautiful smile makes the Imperial Palace all the more splendid. But the twins were not even smiling. Looking at them, Arian thought to herself, more nobles have come to greet us now. Aegon, meanwhile, felt a bit dissatisfied. They used to ignore us and curse us before. Jason smiled and said, It seems the rumors have spread very quickly. Still keeping his cheerful attitude, Jason continued, Rumors that the two of you now have a guardian spirit, and that the Emperor himself is preparing a grand banquet to celebrate you both. Even though they have not said that guardian spirit is me. When he said that last part, both of them turned to look at him. It is only a matter of time before the two of you are fully acknowledged as members of the Imperial family. Aegon looked at her and gave a meaningful nod. Arian did not know what to say, so she only looked back in silence. That night, lying in bed, Arian still could not fall asleep and kept tossing and turning. A member of the Imperial family. She stared upward, her thoughts refusing to stop. I don't feel as much resonance with the guardian spirit as Aegon does. The instincts of the Imperial family. Can I really grow up to become a true royal? Then she closed her eyes again, trying to sleep. I don't know. Beneath the moon and countless stars, soft golden hair fluttered in the air. She looked up at the sky. Did I leave the palace? Is this a dream? It's a dream. Arian rubbed her eyes. I think I'm a little taller in this dream. She lifted a hand as if to reach for the moon. How can it be this bright? Her gaze could not leave the brilliant moonlight. The silver moon, the dancing forest. This is my first time here. and yet it feels strangely familiar. Arian seemed to glow all over. This feeling, suddenly, her eyes widened in fear. She woke up and realized she was in the arms of the Emperor and Aegon. Her heart was still racing from the dream just now. She wondered, what was that dream? One morning in the Forest Kingdom, a voice rang out. An invitation. The attendant bowed his head. The fourth prince and princess of the Kingdom of Uriana have obtained guardian spirits, and a third prince has also had his debut. The blue-haired man turned around. A prince and princess? The attendant bowed his head. The emperor requests that Prince Edward attend as our kingdom's representative. He replied in apparent displeasure. Ichem. He says, representative? What a convenient excuse. That's his way of telling me not to involve myself in the fight for the throne and to mind my own business. Then he fell into thought and continued, all right, fine. There is something that has been bothering me. The attendant asked, something that has been bothering you? Yes. A strange object was glowing on the table. A voice stated evenly. The magic tool that reacts only to Hibi blood gave a slight response. It pointed directly toward the kingdom of Uriana. With a trace of Chinta, he said, Your Highness, does this mean you still haven't given up? The young man only replied coldly, if that really is a Hibi. He placed a hand on the table and said mysteriously, then they will appear before me when I use this perfume. Even if I have to search the entire kingdom, I will make sure they end up in my hands. Servants filed in one after another carrying gifts. Seeing this, the other nobles all exclaimed in unison, oh my, that's so many presents. This banquet must truly be grand. A blue-haired noblewoman said admiringly, you can tell just from the packaging that these are from the finest tailors in the empire. I heard there are dozens of outfits for the prince and princess. The noblewoman beside her nodded and added, that just goes to show how beloved the two of them are. In contrast to the admiration of the two noblewomen, a male noble sneered. So what? He made his disdain perfectly clear. That's exactly why we can't stand illegitimate children. The man next to him joined in as well. Exactly. They're still young, so people excuse it because they're cute. But now or later, they'll just live off our money. Hearing such nonsense, the two noblewomen immediately looked disgusted. The first man suddenly shouted, don't wag your tails at those bastards like loyal dogs. The two noblewomen abruptly panicked and stammered, why, your Highness. Sensing the murderous aura behind him, the noble asked in confusion, what? He turned around and saw Loy glaring at him with a face full of killing intent. Loy coldly asked, what did you just say? Caught red-handed slandering the imperial family, the man could only stutter, why, your Highness, the crown prince. He hastily bowed, and my respects to Crown Prince Loy. Loy replied coldly, at ease. What exactly were you saying about my younger siblings just now? His gaze swept over the nobles in warning and intimidation. Watch your tongues. Then, in a voice sharp as a blade before the nobles bowed submission, he added, unless you want to end up looking like Duke Rossi. Elsewhere, Arian was being dressed in an incredibly gorgeous gown while being showered with praise. Princess, you look so beautiful. This one suits you perfectly. A maid cheerfully suggested. Next, let's try this one. Arian helplessly refused. Ah, no more. They're all beautiful already. There's no need to keep trying them on. At that moment, the Emperor and Aegon were sitting leisurely, drinking tea and eating sweets while waiting, inside the fitting room. However, the maids were burning with enthusiasm over dressing her up. Even Hazan said, goodness, what are you saying? This is your first banquet, so you have to wear the prettiest dresses. Knowing she could not sway the maids, Arian helplessly called for help. Father. Hearing her voice, the Emperor looked up, then casually said, then they shouldn't have sent so many. That way, you wouldn't have to worry about this. In contrast to her misery from trying on so many outfits, Aegon had finished before her and was already sitting there enjoying delicious dessert. While she could only whine, that's not a solution. She was still exhausted and resisting this endless dress, fitting so much that inwardly she cried out, no. As these thoughts ran through her mind, the day of the banquet arrived with surprising speed beneath a clear, beautiful sky. In the grand hall, Arian and Aegon sat on the emperor's lap atop the throne, with their three older brothers at either side. Arian thought tiredly to herself, this banquet is important too. And this banquet. A moment later, she wondered, why am I not sitting in the princess's seat? Once everything had settled down, Loi's handsome, mischievous face and Aegon's calm expression remained composed as the emperor began his speech. This banquet is being held to celebrate the third prince's completion of his manifestation. Next, he mentioned Arian and Aegon as well, while Alex smiled gently, and the fourth prince and the princess sat with their guardian. Both Arian and Aegon remained quite calm despite the crowd and the solemn grandeur of the banquet. At last, the emperor declared, "Please enjoy the feast." He even added a warning. Furthermore, this is also the first banquet for the fourth prince and the princess, so I expect everyone to offer them sincere congratulations. The moment he finished speaking, Aegon immediately chimed in with his own warning. You heard him, right? The nobles below stiffened in surprise at the sight before them. Beautiful hair fluttered in the air, and a gentle voice rang out. Greetings. The moment they heard that voice, both Arian and Aegon recognized who it was. Arya, accompanied by her maids, knelt respectfully before the throne and said, I am Arya Jorgmelia, Princess of the Kingdom of Melia. I offer my congratulations to your highnesses and to the Empire. The moment he saw her, Aegon pointed straight at her and said, You look familiar. The instant she saw him, she showed obvious hostility and displeasure. Her reaction left the Emperor rather bewildered, unable to understand what was going on. Realizing she had slipped, Arya quickly changed to a bright smile and said, Fourth Prince, Princess, I came here to offer my congratulations and express my gratitude. Her words left both Arian and Aegon somewhat puzzled, and Arian asked, Gratitude? Arya quickly explained, I have a very precious pet, a small rabbit with pink fur named Nia. It is a plump little rabbit with soft, glossy pink fur. The moment they heard that, both Arian and Aegon immediately remembered. The pink rabbit, it was that one. Arian blankly recalled the person who had brought that pink rabbit to her. Aegon had carried it over. Using that opportunity, Arya directly accused Aegon of theft, making him flinch. That's right. The fourth prince took it while I was away. The moment the accusation was spoken, Alex shot him an irritated look and called, Aegon. The Emperor bluntly scolded him, Idiot. Loi glanced at him and said, You're seeing me later. Knowing there was no escaping the lecture, Aegon resigned himself and answered, Yes. Arya's gentle voice continued through the hall. A pet raised by a princess is worth even more than what is sold in the market, especially since it was a gift from the crown prince. Hearing that, Arian humbly replied, It really wasn't anything grand. But Arya continued with the presentation of her gift. To express my gratitude, I present precious jewelry from my kingdom. With all our thanks and respect, we offer the finest gemstones found only in our land. The nobles gasped in admiration as soon as they saw the gift. Oh, some even exclaimed, Aren't those stones that can only be mined once every 50 years? Others were captivated by the dazzling jewelry. That necklace. But some noticed something else. More importantly, look at his majesty and the princes. All the nobles were astonished by how doting the emperor and the three princes were toward Aegon and Arian. I heard the twins are deeply cherished. Soon after, the gift presentation continued with many other valuable offerings. By now, Arian was tired and gestured. These are books? I didn't know just receiving gifts could be this exhausting. Aegon signaled back in agreement. Exactly. This really can't be helped. Then someone rather special entered the grand hall. The moment that person stepped in, Arian caught a certain scent. She turned and asked, Aegon, do you smell that fragrance? He asked back, puzzled, what fragrance? She herself could not describe it well and only hesitated. It's that. Suddenly, someone's warm voice rang out. My respects to the imperial family of the Uriana Empire. The instant she heard that voice, Arian looked up in surprise. She saw Edward standing solemnly in the center of the hall. Her face flushed red as she looked at him. She stared and stared, thinking no one else can sense it. A cool, refreshing scent like a forest. Is it really coming from him? Seeing her keep looking at him, he boldly asked, Pardon me, princess, but do you have some objection to me? The moment Aegon heard that, he angrily demanded. Don't you know how to respect the imperial family? Are you dissatisfied with Arian? Without the slightest fear, Edward looked back at Aegon and said, If anyone is being disrespectful here, it is you. Stung by the remark, Aegon shouted furiously, What did you say? Looking for a fight. Seeing his younger brother lose his composure, Loy sternly called out, Aegon. The Emperor calmly said, Prince Edward, please go and enjoy the banquet. And I apologize for this boy. Off to one side, Aegon was still being scolded. That's enough, Aegon. After being given leave to withdraw, Edward bowed respectfully and replied, Yes. Once again, I offer my congratulations to the Empire. Then he quickly turned and left, while Arian kept watching his back intently. A little later, the hall stirred once more at someone else's appearance. Look over there. The nobles all turned their eyes toward the young boy striding into the hall. Who is he? How elegant. The boy stopped before the Emperor and spoke. To the fourth prince and the princess, what do you think of today's banquet? Is it enjoyable? The instant they saw him, both Arian and Aegon widened their eyes in shock. Jason, dressed in refined formal wear, stood in the middle of the hall. He smiled faintly and greeted them. Hello, Arian, again. Helplessness was written all over the Emperor's face, while Arian gaped and praised him over and over in her mind. Jason is so pretty. He only smiled and gestured in response. It's my first time appearing like this, so I was a little nervous. Below, the nobles were still wondering about Jason's identity. Even Edward turned back to look. Who exactly is he? See, he's even calling their highnesses by name so casually. After standing there listening for a while, Edward's figure gradually disappeared into the crowd. In the hall, Jason was still offering his congratulations. Aegon, congratulations on your first banquet. Arian answered on their behalf. Thank you, Jason. Suddenly, he reached out a hand and gently called Arian. This action clearly displeased the Emperor, while Arian froze for a moment. Then, to everyone's shock, she climbed down. Her tiny hand rested in Jason's, and he asked, Will you dance one song with me? She shyly agreed. All right. An overwhelming gentleness radiated from Jason as he bent down and softly asked, For the princess's first dance, would you grant me the honor? Those words left the Emperor and all four of Arian's older brothers staring in shock. One of the brothers even clenched his fist and ground out, Jason. But Jason himself remained perfectly unconcerned. As for Arian, she was so embarrassed she could barely think. This. Jason patiently looked at her and asked once more whether she was willing to dance with him. His gaze and his gestures left her flustered, and she silently wondered what this feeling was. From outside the doorway, someone was watching Jason and Arian. It was Edward. As he observed them, he guessed that little girl must possess Hebe blood. His eyes remained fixed on Arian as a thought crossed his mind. My dear princess, you should become the bait for my plan. Arian looked around at the banquet's grand and luxurious atmosphere. Large and small tables were filled with delicious food, and roses decorated everything beautifully. She thought to herself, the banquet is full of foods we've never seen before, and there are countless rare flowers being used as decorations. The musicians began to draw out clear, beautiful notes from their instruments, and then the atmosphere changed. As the orchestra began to play, her two little hands moved toward her partners. Small Arian clasped Jason's hand tightly and took a step forward with him. She stared at Jason so shyly that her face turned red. I absolutely must not make a mistake. But I only started practicing recently. Will this be all right? Jason noticed the anxiety and embarrassment on her face and smiled brightly. Arian, relax. Under the gaze of so many watching eyes, it was truly hard for Arian to stay calm. But everyone is looking. I'm actually very nervous too, Jason replied calmly. That's because the Empire's only princess is performing her first dance. Then Jason suddenly added, Besides, Arian looks truly beautiful today, so don't worry too much. Arian thought to herself, I think Jason is prettier. Meanwhile, young Jason continued smiling, completely unaware. If anything happens, remember that I'm always here. Jason looked at Arian's lovely little face. Being able to hold hands with you like this now, I'm truly happy. Arian's eyes paused slightly, and she remembered everything that had happened before, all those frightening things from the past. That's right. For us to reach today, we really went through so much. When Jason had the form of a young teenage boy, he helped Arian and Aegon so much. The power of a guardian spirit was the pride of the Imperial family. But we still haven't been able to do anything for Jason. Even so, when we were at our most desperate, Jason still came to save us. Arian's gaze dimmed a little, and suddenly she called, "Jason." The boy asked in surprise, "What is it?" Arian smiled. "Thank you. Thank you for always staying by our side." Jason looked a little startled. In the very next second, he shyly replied, "Yes, I'm very happy as well, Princess." Seeing his princess and subordinate being so close, the Emperor remained silent. His expression suddenly darkened, and killing intent began to surge from him. Sitting beside him, Alex quickly said, "Father, I don't know if we'll be able to keep him by our side at this rate." Alex continued, "Isn't it fine? Just this once. He's worked hard all this time." The Emperor answered irritably, "I know. That's why I'm holding myself back." His face still looked as displeased as before. Otherwise, I would have cut him down the first time I met him. After hearing that, Alex was momentarily speechless and could only give an awkward smile before falling silent. Little Aegon muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Alex looked below with warm eyes. "But I'm actually very pleased. Just look at the eyes of those nobles." He looked toward Arian and Jason, who were absorbed in dancing together. "It's completely different from before." Loy spoke up. "Recently, more and more people have begun acknowledging them as royals. This is the perfect time to make the announcement, Father." The Emperor silently considered it for a moment, then replied, "I agree. I'm really looking forward to it." Arian, standing nearby, looked puzzled at his carefree grin. What does that mean? After the first dance ended, Arian let go of Jason's hand and thanked him. It ended without any mistakes. "Thank you, Jason." Applause rose continuously from all around, and some people praised her. The princess was wonderful. Loy waved his hand and announced loudly, "Attention, everyone." At his words, everyone turned to look toward the imperial family. The Emperor gently began, "There is something I must announce at today's banquet." Arian turned in surprise. "Father." Jason, as if he had already guessed, realized it was a gift from the Emperor. Arian grew even more confused. "A gift?" The Emperor slowly said, 7 years after the Empress passed away, I know there are still some who are confused by the existence of the fourth prince and the princess." The moment those words left the Emperor's mouth, Aegon froze. Arian was no better. The Emperor's eyes grew thoughtful. "Moreover, this empire has long carried the image of one that does not acknowledge illegitimate children, even treating them as a curse and abandoning them." The entire banquet hall fell deathly silent. Not a single person spoke. Even now, Arian and Aegon still could not understand what exactly he was trying to say. Then the Emperor's next words made the small hearts of the two children pound and tremble. "And all children deserve to be loved." The Emperor spoke each word firmly and solemnly. "Children cannot choose their parents. If there is fault, that fault belongs to the parents." The Emperor's words left everyone too stunned to whisper among themselves. Quietly, he turned his gaze toward Arian and Aegon. "The fourth prince and the princess are the pride of the imperial family. They bear golden hair and possess a guardian spirit." A trace of sadness entered his voice. "And yet, if not for this, they would have had to continue living in a harsh environment even now. That is not right." He closed his eyes tightly, still holding fourth Prince Aegon in his arms. "Children should not be treated as a curse for the sins of adults. Therefore, at this moment, I will enact a new law." The Emperor set Aegon down on his feet. Loy slowly stepped forward, carrying 2 rolled white documents in his hands. The Emperor took them from Loy. As Emperor of the Uriana Empire, he began reading from a speech prepared in advance. "Any child born under any circumstance, at any time, must not be discriminated against for that reason." Everyone in the banquet hall widened their eyes in shock. Aegon and Arian were no exception. Loy and Eli added in turn that, on top of that, no one would be allowed to abandon or neglect raising their children. They had to take responsibility for them, and if they were caught, they would be severely punished. Alex also spoke up along with the others, saying that the magic for collecting blood and tracking lineage was currently in its final stages. so no one should deny their own flesh and blood. The emperor raised his voice and officially declared, "Here today, we proclaim a law strictly forbidding discrimination against children born out of wedlock." Aeson and Arion were truly moved by what the emperor had done. "Father," Jason suddenly spoke up. "Now it's my turn." He slowly began to transform. Before long, Jason had turned into a huge, beautiful red fox, making Arion gasp, "Jason!" The fox's sharp eyes fixed on Aeson as it called out in his mind, "Aeson, show them that you are my master too." Aeson quickly ran over. The two children slowly stroked Jason in his fox form. Whispers immediately broke out. "What is that? That boy? Is he a red wolf? Could he be a guardian?" Aeson shouted loudly, "Listen." The members of the imperial family watched the boy intently. Aeson looked at Arion with determination. "This is the chance Father and our brothers created for us. I will never let it slip away." Aeson shouted, "Everything is exactly as the emperor said. It's not just guardians, but golden hair as well." Arion picked up where Aeson left off. "We, whole and unharmed as we are, deserve respect too." The two children pointed at the red fox Jason at the same time. "And at the same time, we can prove that we are not enemies of the imperial family. We also declare that we are among the children who do not deserve to be discriminated against." Then Arion and Aeson spoke in unison. "So, please accept our existence." At first, the hall fell into complete silence, without a single sound, save for the faint wind. A moment later, applause began to rise. They had all acknowledged Arion and Aeson as members of the imperial family. Oh, the hall erupted. "Long live the fourth prince. Long live the grand princess. The two of them are surely of imperial blood." Eli spoke up in dissatisfaction. "No, don't judge us by bloodline first." Killua suddenly appeared behind them. "The nobles are the backbone of the economy, and they're stubborn too, so they won't change that easily." From behind him, Nawi asked happily, "Then should we change it little by little?" Eli was startled by the sudden appearance of the two of them. "What are you two doing here?" Killua calmly answered with a single word, "Eating." Then he raised his wine glass. "And drinking." Nawi, holding a plate of meat in his hand, looked at Eli. "Eating meat, of course. The food is really delicious." Nawi glanced over and added, "By the way, the twins and Jason were really cool too. I wonder what they'll be like when they grow up." Arion and Aegon both showed little reaction to Nawi's words. Afterward, rumors spread that the imperial twins had appeared with a giant red wolf and silenced the nobles. And so the banquet came to an end. The royal declaration of an anti-discrimination law, which had seemed conservative at first, ended up feeling rather unique, and guests from all over agreed that it had left an incredibly deep impression. After hearing the twins' story, Arya of Jorgmelia excitedly praised them. "You two were seriously amazing." After the banquet, Aegon, exhausted, yawned again and again. "Can we take our afternoon nap now? I'm so tired." Arion nodded sleepily in agreement. "Exactly. These formal clothes are so uncomfortable." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them, "Aegon, Arion." Eli waved as he walked over. "Hi." Arion exclaimed, "Eli." He said, "You two must be tired after the banquet. Why don't we go play in a town you've never seen before?" Faced with Eli's recklessness, both children could only stare in shock. "Huh?" Arion asked cautiously. "Is that okay?" Aegon directly cut in, "But it's nap time now." Eli still didn't care. "I know, but Father doesn't really pay attention around this time." Eli put his hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly. "In Kwang Seong, there's a festival in the village and a night market. It'll be fun." Arion was still a little nervous. "Still, I don't think Father would notice." Eli reassured her, "It's fine." After the banquet, I saw Father talking with the ambassadors. "According to my brilliant calculations, we've got 3 whole hours." No one knew where Eli got it, but he had a pen-like item that could change hair color. His gleaming golden hair turned jet black in an instant. It really could change hair color. Arion and Aegon were transformed soon after as well. Arion thought to herself, "Come to think of it, Alex dyed his hair too once." Jason asked, "Ready? Shall we go now?" Under Jason's eager gaze, Arion and Aegon widened their eyes. Eli shouted excitedly, "Okay, let's go." Before long, they were in an old town. Eli turned back and reminded them, "Make sure you stay close to us, got it?" The two children hurriedly nodded. "Yes, yes." Edward, hiding in a corner, slightly peeked out. Members of the imperial family sneaking into a remote village to play around. There were openings everywhere. The streets were lively and crowded. "Look, Tong Holu," a child passing by said. There's even a parade. Aegon held a skewer of food without looking especially excited. Arian, on the other hand, had her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open in amazement. Amazing, Arian said. Ili krinid traitlu. Isn't it fun? They kept walking through the crowded streets. Arian thought to herself that it had been a long time since they had come somewhere so bustling. She grew thoughtful, but then, I smell the forest. So that was what had made her pause. Eli broke through Arian's thoughts as he ran over holding 2 fruit skewers and handed one to Arian and one to Aegon. Arian, try this, Eli said. Arian took the fruit skewer, tried a bite, and judged him. It's sweet. Eli took out a handkerchief and smiled at her. Arian, your face. Let me help. But before he could wipe it, a hand shot out in front of her and stopped him. Jason gently wiped Arian with his handkerchief and said, I'll do it, since I'm Arian's guardian too. Eli said nothing for a moment, stunned. Then his face darkened as he glared at Jason. And I'm Arian's brother. Jason kept the exact same calm expression, not the slightest bit angry, and even smiled back. But I'm already doing it. What was that supposed to mean? Eli kept going. Arian looked at the two of them helplessly and thought they were so childish. Killua watched them bicker back and forth just as helplessly and only asked one thing. Can we keep going now? Suddenly Aegon said, over there. His words drew the attention of the other 4. Pointing at a group of people playing chess, he asked curiously, what are they doing? Jason spoke up to explain Aegon's curiosity. Over there, they're just betting everything on the winner. The 2 brothers watched Aegon and Arian exchange a look. Aegon said, that's chess. Arian replied, I think so too. Aegon told the others that he wanted to try it, and Eli immediately cried out, oh? Then answered, sure, as long as Aegon wants to. He then went over to the group playing, greeted them, and asked to join in. That caught their attention. One man asked suspiciously, haven't seen this brat before, have we? The man sitting across from him chimed in, sorry, kid, this isn't for outsiders. Eli held up a gold coin, and the group instantly changed their attitude. Now, anyone can play. Sure. Ili answered coolly. Aegon and Arian silently watched Eli handle it. Eli pulled Aegon over and, looking full of confidence, told the group that Aegon wasn't a challenger, but his super adorable little brother, Aegon. After hearing that, Aegon's face remained expressionless, and he stayed silent. The group looked rather contemptuous as they asked, this little kid is going to play us? Look, we're gambling here. Before the man could finish, Eli shut him up by raising a pouch containing 50 gold coins. The group immediately changed their attitude again. Go on, young master, you can do it. You'll be fine. Another person even brought over a taller chair and respectfully offered it. Young master, would you like to change seats? Seeing this, Arian thought to herself, they're really that easy to sway? The others sneered as they laughed. This is going to be entertaining. Don't cry, noble young master. Arian thought again, what idiots. Are they looking down on him just because he's a kid? Arian and Aegon both had sharp, confident eyes. Neither said it aloud, but they shared the same thought. It won't be that easy because we're not ordinary children. Not long after the game began, checkmate. We win, Eli said. The man sitting there slumped forward in frustration, while his companion panicked. Arian gave Aegon a thumbs up, and he answered her by holding up 2 fingers. Winning was only natural. Aegon had played chess for his school in his previous life, and the 2 of them often played together whenever they came to the Imperial Palace. But the man still couldn't accept it. His clenched hand trembled as he cursed. He shouted that Aegon must have cheated. How could a child like him possibly beat them? The other man joined in, saying there was no way they could accept this. He insisted that this was a local game only people from here knew how to play. One look at Aegon, and it was obvious he wasn't from around here. Eli spoke up. Why are you making such a fuss? He shot back at them. You're grown men squabbling with a child. Why can't you admit defeat? The 2 men, enraged from humiliation, shouted, shut up. What would you know? Their argument drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Arian looked anxiously at Eli, who was getting angrier by the second. This is bad. What is he trying to do? She thought Eli was about to blow the whole thing up, and she worried their identities would be exposed. In her mind, she wanted to scream, Eli, stop, when suddenly a green light appeared, wrapping itself around the 2 chess players and terrifying them. What is this? They shouted. Our bodies won't move. Arian was still wondering what was happening when Jason raised a hand in front of her protectively. The two men's eyes slowly closed. Then they collapsed on top of each other, apparently asleep. Arian stared in surprise. Once again, her eyes widened. That scent again, the scent of the forest. Footsteps approached. The green light seemed to be coming from this person. Oh, forgive me. It was Edward, his hands still glowing with that power. He added, I truly didn't expect to meet all of you again in a place like this. He spoke with a completely blank expression. His appearance drew the attention of everyone around them. Prince Edward. Arian thought. Still Arian's thoughts. It's that sin again. Then she and Aegon spoke to each other through telepathy. Aegon, don't you smell the forest scent coming for Prince Edward? Aegon replied helplessly. Again? Seriously, what a pain. I already told you no. Why is Edward here? It really feels familiar, like fairy perfume. Arian thought. Edward kept his cold expression without saying more. The murmurs around them continued. Edward was then pulled by Arian's group into an alley and questioned. Hey, Edward, why are you here? Eli asked. When Edward didn't answer, Eli grew annoyed. Hey, I'm asking you. Why are you here? Still, there was no answer. Eli shouted, Hey, Edward. Only then did Edward answer. It was merely by chance. When he saw them leaving the palace, he became curious. Besides, it would be too late to return to the Empire now, so he had simply gone for a walk. Edward looked at Eli and asked, Were you about to use force against commoners just now? Is that how the third prince governs his people? Eli visitlu bristlet. What are you trying to say? Jason added, almost mockingly, What, isn't that true? Eli snapped, Whose side are you on? Killua could only stand there helplessly, saying nothing. Just as Eli was about to argue back, Arian spoke. He's right. If you'd acted, it would have caused a huge scene. It's a good thing Prince Edward showed up in time. Then she thought that Edward being here probably wasn't just a coincidence. At once, every eye turned to her. Edward looked at her and asked, And what is the basis for that statement, Princess? Arian continued, There's a scent on you. A very strange one. And I've been sensing it ever since we arrived in town. Aegon turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. That forest scent. Ever since I first smelled it at the palace, I haven't been able to forget it. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Edward was inwardly surprised and thought, as expected of someone who possesses Hebe blood. She could accurately identify the modified fairy perfume. Edward said to Arian, That's not exactly wrong. Still displeased, Eli turned to Edward and asked, You were following us, weren't you? Edward answered calmly, I merely had a few things I wanted to ask. Eli said, What now? Still in the same irritated tone. Edward's gaze lowered, and a trace of sadness appeared. I just wanted to ask whether I could visit the Duke of Esco. Esco? The Duke of Esco? Eli asked. Edward nodded. Arian curiously asked, What is that? Killua explained, It's a very famous place full of playful peacocks. Even though they're great nobles, they rarely come to the Imperial Palace and mostly just spend their time there. Arian said she had a bad feeling about this. Killua continued, But there are many other noble families there too, especially those accused of rebellious behavior, like Duke Rossi. They say Count Kalun didn't even get a reply to his summons, and, thanks to that, Duke Seo was released from there. Arian let out an understanding oh. Doesn't that sound more like a prison? Eli added, More importantly, Duke Esco and his son are famous for being descendants of dragons. Arian stammered in surprise. D-dragons? Aegon, on the other hand, showed no surprise at all and told her he thought it sounded normal. Then Eli turned to Edward. What do you actually want? Edward as well. Though he was a prince, he was also known as one of the Forest Empire's strange eccentrics. Arian thought to herself, Dragons, dragons. Then she asked, Is it really that famous? Killua continued explaining, rather like a teacher now. Quite famous. Yes, though only in certain fields. There are many renowned researchers there from all across the continent. At 13, a genius female researcher there published 100 papers for the conference. Remember those key elements here. Arian and Aegon stared blankly at Killua's explanation. Edward finally began. Since he was especially fond of dragons, he closed his eyes and continued. It's exactly as you said. Out of all the many races in existence, dragons are the species I like best. Their overwhelming magical power, their enormous size, and their unbelievably beautiful appearance. Everything about them is perfect. And yet, there are still so many mysteries about them that I have yet to uncover. He praised them as if writing an essay. Listening from behind, Eli's face twisted at Edward's endless speech. But Edward still wasn't done. Many people think dragons are extinct and no longer exist. That is nothing more than shallow speculation. How could such a massive creature simply go extinct? Arian thought to herself that she had assumed they no longer existed, let alone gone extinct. Eli cut Edward off irritably. Fine, then what about the Esco family? At the mention of them, Edward's expression dimmed noticeably. He said he was very worried about them. He regarded them as no different from family. Arian and Aegon were somewhat surprised to hear that, but they said nothing. Edward used Uriana as his reasoning. Hadn't they already declared that they were family? If so, then shouldn't he be allowed to go there? So he asked everyone if they could accept his request. Eli rested a hand on his chin in thought. This wasn't exactly a difficult request. Then he simply agreed right away. Killua was shocked that Eli had agreed so quickly and shouted, "Eli? Hey, what on earth are you thinking?" Killua asked. Eli gave a cheerful wink and thumbs up. What's the problem? Wouldn't it be fun to go there? He said confidently. If anything happened, he would take responsibility for Edward. Arian and Aegon could only look on helplessly. Killua told everyone they should head back to the palace, but Eli argued back, it's still early. Let's play a little longer. Killua replied, it's already midnight. Edward then asked permission to leave first. Arian and Aegon turned to look at him, but remained silent. Arian, sleepy now, yawned again and again. Suddenly, Edward stepped toward her. Your Highness, I have something to say to you. Her eyes widened as she looked at him, and she stepped back a little. Too close. Aegon and Arian both noticed at once that the mood in the air had cooled several degrees. You foolish princess, Edward said. Arian's cheeks flushed, and she thought, is it because he's too close? This scent. Why do I have the feeling that, for some reason, I'm about to be possessed? Leaning in close, Edward told her, it would be better if you came with me to see Duke Sio. Arian answered, what? Why me? Because it will be a good opportunity, he replied. Edward spoke mysteriously. The blood flowing through your body. Princess, this is the perfect chance to test Hebe's blood. Arian's face filled with both shock and confusion. He called to her, but she had already gone absent-minded before finally snapping back to answer. And then she thought, Arian, aren't you going to eat your cake? Huh? You. Cake. Lemon. What's wrong? You've been like this ever since we left the town. Really? If something happened, don't keep it to yourself. Tell me, okay? Because of Prince Edward's words, that man, what exactly did he say? About the Duke of Esco. Huh? Are you kidding me? Suddenly she spoke to him through her thoughts. Seeing how sad she was, he leaned against her to comfort her. He said this was a good chance to see the blood of Heron flowing in my body. The only people who know that we have mixed blood are Father, Brother Loy, and Brother Alex. Even we only found out recently. So how did he? I don't know either. I can't figure it out at all. Arian, I'm really scared. Scared that I'll die here. Is Lurikel's blood running that deeply through my body? All the way into my bones and marrow. Maybe Prince Edward sensed it the very first time. Arian, you definitely have Imperial blood. I can feel it. As a member of the Imperial family, I sense that resonance faster and more clearly than you do. And Arian too. He's clearly your guardian, isn't he? But damn it, why? Why is the blood flowing in me not Father's blood, but the blood of the one who abused us, that damned bastard? Arian, what does blood even mean? Don't be afraid, Arian. We're different from Lurikel. Arian, come on. The servants watching them thought they must have a very good relationship, unlike my damn older brothers. Then Arian asked, and he answered, if we go to Duke Esco's estate, will we learn anything more? If you're curious, I'll go with you. Anywhere, anytime. Yes. In another scene, the Emperor was speaking with his children. I cannot approve it. I don't really understand it either. I thought I could decide this myself. But aren't we only going there to visit? It isn't a forbidden place, is it, Father? The territory of the Duke of Esco is rough and windswept. The strong winds, they're harmful to children. I promise I'll be careful. Do you have any reason to go? Arian, I still can't be certain, but I still want to try. I'll do everything I can to stay safe. Please, Alex. Yes, I'll accompany them. Very well. I'm sorry I can't travel far myself at a time like this. Can we finish our magic research after we get there? That's up to you. I don't want to do that kind of research anymore. It's up to you then. Goodbye, Father. What research is it? The blood collection and lineage tracing spell is currently in its final stage. Isn't it wrong to deny your own flesh and blood? We're at the finishing stage now. There's one part we still haven't resolved, so I've been discussing it with Father. Now we won't need to use medicine to change your hair color. If the sea breeze hits it, your hair might look a little different. Sea breeze? At the shore of the Duchy of Esco? Arian thought, then said excitedly, I didn't know it was near the sea. It's so beautiful and cool here. Jason, this place is wonderful. Do you want to go into the sea with me? Eli, stop right there. It's cold, so we're not playing in it. This is a typical northern beach. It feels different from the southern sea, doesn't it? Oh, it's freezing. I hate the wind. Arian thought as she chatted with him. Then someone called out to them. It's my first time seeing the sea in this world. Right, but how different could it really be? Are the kinds of seafood different from where we live? Wouldn't they be? I really want to eat seafood pasta and shrimp gratin on the way back. Just thinking about it already. Arian, are you all ready? Duke Esco will be here soon. Yes, we are. Yes. Then the others continued talking. As for that white wolf, I don't know why, but I'll do whatever you need. Me too. I'll do my best as your guard. Yes, let's go. To the Duke of Esco's estate. When they saw it, they said, honestly, it's gloomy. It really deserves the nickname of a prison. Even the guards look scarier. You wait here. Okay. Killua, you too. Fine. For now, let's talk to the gate guards first. Suddenly someone shouted at them. They asked, and the group replied by handing over the letter. The man took it and said, Who are you people? Why are you here? We came to see Duke Esco. The Duke. This is the Duke's invitation. The letter is right here. This is indeed the high-quality paper used by Duke Esco, but our Duke never invited anyone. Really? Then perhaps it's a forgery. We'll ask the Duke again. Of course. None of you can enter until the Duke confirms it. Suddenly, one of the men spoke irritably, and another clapped a hand over his mouth. What did he say? The young man asked back. How annoying. How long am I supposed to wait? From what I hear, you'll have to wait a few days for the Duke's reply. Prince Edward really looked like he wanted to punch him. Suddenly, Arian ran forward and spoke, but the man shoved her to the ground. Everyone flared up and struck the guards down as they shouted, Wait, can I meet Duke Esco for a moment? I just want to ask. You insolent brat, get lost. What is this? How dare you? Do you even know who you just laid hands on? That could cost you your life. After that, he asked her, and Arian looked blankly at the scene before replying, Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Then a group of soldiers arrived. What's all this commotion? How should I put this? Do we need to make them the Duke's prisoners? Meanwhile, in a room inside, the butler said to Duke Esco that he believed they were intruders. Yes, my lord. The soldiers say there was a conflict in front of the mansion. 2 young men and 3 children. They all appear to be ordinary people. I think they are a family traveling and simply got lost. How troublesome. Duke Esco said, just hit them hard enough to keep them in line. Then, after a moment, if they're really just commoners, we can't throw them into the underground labyrinth, though there are small children with them, and that place is dangerous. So noisy. Who gave you permission to argue back? They won't die down there. Yes. I'll do it at once. Damn it. Why do I feel like this way of handling things is very wrong? Will they be pleased with my pet? Then, in the underground labyrinth, they were suddenly bound. At last, I have returned. Why? Why can I smell the scent of the Hibby race? Weren't they supposed to be extinct? The butler of the ducal house was leading everyone, including 2nd Prince Alex, 3rd Prince Eli, the twins' guardian Jason, and the 2 children Aegon and Arian, all with their hands tied, into the underground labyrinth. The butler and 2 soldiers stopped before the labyrinth gate and brought them there. He pointed at the door and said, The order has been given. The Duke wants you to enter the underground labyrinth. He bent down to look at the 2 children and added in warning, The underground labyrinth is quite dangerous. I may open the door again at night, so wait near the entrance. The 2 children obediently replied, Thank you, sir. Hearing that, the 2nd prince said gently, Unlike your master, perhaps you're a good person. The 3rd prince, clearly amused, added, Butler will definitely reward you later. Since they were speaking so abruptly, the butler only answered, Is that so? But inwardly he was extremely confused, questions piling up in his head. He touched his his chin and thought deeply. I really feel like I've lost my mind. He moved to the mechanism, and the door to the labyrinth opened with a horrific, chilling sound. The butler respectfully invited them inside. Before their eyes spread a vast blue-tinted space, moss-covered walls all around, and ahead of them stones arranged into a pathway. Everyone was stunned. After leading them in, the butler offered his farewell. Well then, good luck, and the door slowly shut behind them with a heavy bang. Once no outsiders remained, the third prince could not hold back any longer. He tore the ropes apart with both hands, and then a flood of complaints followed. I don't like this place at all. It's a dense forest inside an underground labyrinth. Those ropes were useless for everyone except the two small children, who could not free themselves. Anyone else could snap them apart. Even so, being tied up had left marks on them. Jason also tore apart his own bonds, then untied Aegon and Arion. He voiced what he had been sensing. How strange that I can feel it so clearly. The second prince added, it may be because the magic throughout this forest is extremely strong. As if sensing something, the second prince suddenly grew more serious. This is no ordinary forest. Hearing that, Arion began to feel a little afraid. The third prince loved adventurous situations, so he was extremely excited, but he still followed his older brother's lead. So what do we do, Alex? Second Prince Alex still spoke with a calm smile. That kind butler told us to wait, but I doubt that will help. There's no way a prince who loves researching magic could stand still in a mysterious place overflowing with different kinds of magic. He looked back at the tightly shut door. Since they could not get out for now, Alex proposed something bold. He would have to find the place where this labyrinth's magic originated. Hearing that, the third prince became even more excited. He clearly hated just staying put, so he quickly agreed. Yes, the second prince knelt down so he could speak more easily to the two children. Arion, Aegon, is that all right? Can we go together? Aegon immediately answered, yes, I want to. Arion also said eagerly, I want to go too. Since both children agreed, the third prince became even more animated and said, good. If anything happens, I'll protect you. And of course, Jason hurried to add, I will protect them as well. Having been cut off, the third prince's blazing irritation showed plainly in his eyes. He shot Jason a sharp glare, making the atmosphere turn tense, while Jason merely smiled back. The two looked ready to start fighting at any second, but as the eldest present, the second prince quickly stepped in. All right, anyone can do it. Let's just go. So their formation was arranged as follows. Alex walked in front to lead the way. Jason walked alongside the two children just behind him, and Alex and Eli stayed at the rear to guard from behind. The group silently followed the line of paving stones. Even after walking a long while, they still could not see the end. The third prince finally asked, by the way, how big is this place? I've never seen scenery like this before. Jason replied, same here. Arion also found it strange. Thinking to herself, this is odd. She knew she should not let her thoughts wander and ought to trust her brothers and Jason. Yet there was a strange feeling, a very unusual sensation she had noticed from the moment she first stepped inside. Why? Suddenly the scenery seemed to shift slightly, but only for an instant. If one were not paying close attention, it would seem like a trick of the eye. But she was certain something was wrong and said, there's something wrong with this forest. Before she could finish, Aegon cut in, there's definitely a problem. Arion turned to him with a startled, huh, as if wondering how he knew too. The third prince asked, what do you mean? Aegon pointed to a flower growing nearby and said, that flower. It was here before. The third prince did not quite understand what Aegon meant and looked utterly confused when Aegon held out his hand. Inside were two flower petals. So he asked again, a flower? Don't all flowers look the same? The boy slowly explained, the second time I saw this flower, I tore off one petal to mark it. The third time I saw it, I tore off another. And this is the fourth time. I'm certain it's the same flower. Everything pointed to one fact. They were clearly walking in circles. The idea sounded absurd, but the answer was convincing enough to leave everyone shaken. Then Arion said something that shocked them even more. Not only that, I can't smell the forest here. The others found that odd. The second prince was the first to ask, the scent of the forest? What do you mean? Leaves have a smell? Maybe it's just your imagination. Arion immediately shook her head. No, it's different. She explained further. Normally, forests are filled with a fresh, unique scent that belongs to the woods themselves. But this place doesn't have that. And then she concluded, this forest may not be real. Both Jason and Aegon said Arian at the same time after hearing that, while the third prince froze outright and demanded an explanation. I shall explain that a little more clearly. The second prince quickly grasped the issue and said, I understand now. This forest is basically just an illusion. After a pause, he continued, the entire underground labyrinth is under illusion magic. The key point was illusion. Seeing that the two children still looked uncertain, he explained further. For royalty, maintaining an illusion on this scale is not difficult. If everything here is magic, then finding the one controlling it is the top priority. But Arian and Aegon may be in danger. The little girl answered at once, yes. As everyone prepared for a new course of action, Alex said, let's go. It's dangerous, so be careful. The moment he finished speaking, the ground beneath the two children split apart. It cracked open in an instant, breaking away in a large section and forming a hole that swallowed them. It happened so fast that no one had time to react. The two children were left stunned in pure surprise. Their faces shifted from shock to fear. They had time only to cry out once before disappearing. Then the hole sealed itself as though nothing had happened. Before anyone could do anything, the two children were already in free fall underground. Watching them fall, the others felt as though they had been plunged into a freezing sea of despair. Jason lost control completely, repeatedly hurling magic at the spot where the children had fallen, but it did nothing. The second prince hurriedly grabbed him and shouted, Wait, Jason! After struggling to restrain him, he quickly tried to calm him. Jason calmed down, but when he saw Jason's face directly, he was startled. Jason had burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he choked out each word. No one wants to lose them. My masters! He struggled again, trying to wrench himself free from the second prince's grip, shouting, I don't want to lose them again, while Alex kept calling his name. The third prince was usually the most impulsive, but this time he stayed calm. Still, the two of them were making too much noise, and his face darkened in irritation. He smacked Jason hard on the head with the edge of his hand, instantly silencing him. Even the second prince's eyes widened. The blow was so strong that steam practically rose from Jason. The third prince angrily snapped, Calm down, you red-haired idiot, you fool. If you want to destroy this place, wouldn't the forest disappear too? If you're their guard, then assess the situation properly. Then Alex quickly added to reassure him. Eli said, That's right, Jason, so calm down. They'll be all right. Hearing the two of them, Jason stared at them with wide eyes, still dazed. The second prince then explained, To use illusion magic on this scale, the power has to be spread out. There will be several key points. I'll find them, and you too will destroy them. We may even discover what caused the ground to collapse. On hearing that, Jason immediately asked, How long will it take? The second prince smiled gently. Don't worry so much. It'll be done in no time. His face then turned serious as he used magic. Magical research is my field. And of course, he could do what he said. In a moment, he had already found the key point. He said, One step toward the 9 o'clock direction from where they disappeared. Over there. Hearing that, the other two were ready to destroy it. The second prince said, Use all your strength and break it. Back with the two children, both of them splashed down into a pool of water. As they dazedly opened their eyes, they suddenly widened them in panic and thrashed in the water, blurting out incoherent sounds. The moment they realized they were underwater, they had only one thought. We're in water. No, we have to get ashore quickly. So the two of them quickly surfaced and made it to the bank, soaked through. Then suddenly a voice rang out. Oh dear, don't make such a fuss. You only fell into water. Startled, they looked up toward the source of the voice and saw a woman with silver hair, a pair of horns, and sharp hands sitting on a rock. Looking closer, they could see the coldness in her expression and a beauty mark near the corner of her eye. Arian's heart filled with suspicion. Who is this? There was something very strange about her, yet also something familiar, as if Arian had seen her in a dream before, a clear, cool image beneath silver moonlight. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she dared to ask, Who are you? As if sensing something, the woman instantly moved close to her, very fast, then stroked her hair and lifted a lock of it. The strange action startled both children. Only after a long moment did she say, "It really has been a long time, hasn't it? This sweet scent." Then she lifted the strand of hair and lightly kissed it before saying, "I was quite worried. Thank goodness you were still alive." Inwardly, she was thinking, so this little girl is Hibby's child? Seeing such a strange action, both children widened their eyes and said, "Wait, are you?" Before they could finish, a thunderous sound echoed out. Stones rained down into the water with a splash and clatter, and all three froze, not understanding what was happening. It was their group. Jason came first, and, when he saw the woman touching Arian, could not hold himself back. "I don't know who you are, but take your hand off my masters at once." All three of them emerged from above, each with a grim expression as they looked toward the two children. Inside the magnificent castle, the Duke frowned and turned to Butler Deacon. "Are you certain those brats were locked in the underground labyrinth?" Deacon, sweating, looked at him and said, "Yes, Duke." The Duke pointed at Deacon and ordered that if there was any sign the children had escaped, he was to report it immediately. Deacon bowed in obedience. A footstep entered, followed by "Father." The son of Duke Esco came in and cautiously asked whether his father was busy. Duke Esco looked at his son and said, "You need to buy a book, a limited edition Dragon Compendium." As he spoke, he pointed to the paper in his hand. The young man opened it in front of him and said, "I ordered it from overseas. It cost quite a lot." The Duke looked at it and started. "Limited edition? Then yes, you should buy it." As he said this, his face turned pale green. Behind the father and son, Deacon stood in speechless silence. Only then did Deacon weakly ask, "How much is that book, young master?" The young man began sweating as he answered, "Well, a great deal of gold." Hearing the price, Deacon's whole body stiffened as if it might crack apart. The young man immediately asked in alarm, "Can I buy it?" The Duke said, "My son, we must not begrudge money for something so valuable. Isn't your father earning money? Don't worry, buy it." As he spoke, he radiated the shining aura of a great father. "Father!" the young man cried joyfully. Only Deacon remained silent, watching this display of fatherly affection. The son stepped out to the doorway, then turned back and said, "Then I'll place the order." The Duke watched happily, while Deacon's face had gone deathly pale. Once the young man had left, the butler burst into tears and cried out, "Duke!" while the Duke pretended not to hear and looked away. The butler said, "Does your grace know how much debt we're already in? Even just paying the servants' wages is too much for us now." His voice was full of helplessness, while Duke Esco merely let out an "ah" and said, "Commoners really don't understand true value," as though trying to cover up the family's current poverty. The butler spoke up once more. "Duke!" Then he quickly covered his mouth and said, "Please don't worry about that. Once you obtain the medicine from the underground labyrinth, you'll get your money back." He hurriedly tried to explain himself. His eyes narrowed as he stared in one direction, thinking, "That's right. Once he gets his heart back." The scene then shifted. Sitwell was holding the two children, while Jason's group surrounded him from the outside. Both of Jason's hands burst into red flames as he shouted, "Release my masters at once." His fierce eyes looked as though they might devour Sitwell whole. Holding the twins tightly, Sitwell said, "A human mage?" and tightened his grip on them. The twins stared at Sitwell in alarm. Sitwell growled, "You lot." Then he shouted at the group, "Are you trying to steal my belongings from me too?" His face twisted with anger, and a gust of wind sent his hair flying wildly. The twins didn't know what to do and could only stare at him. The girl and the boy looked at each other, thinking this power is overwhelming. We've never felt energy like this before, not even when the Emperor or Jason used their power. Eli gritted his teeth, while Alex said in shock, "The mana is too strong. I've never felt this much mana before." Sitwell clenched his jaw, his expression darkening as he said that they had once again struck a nerve. With angry yet resolute conviction, he shouted, "I, Sitwell, will crush you here with my own hands in the name of Dragonkind's honor." Jason and Alex widened their eyes in shock. "A dragon?" The twins and Eli were just as stunned. Eli blurted out, "That's a dragon?" Eli compared it with Edward, who had once called himself Denigen. Edward had said, "Please come to Duke Esco's house." Duke Esco and his son had been obsessed with dragons, and Eli thought of Sitwell. Then why had Duke Esco left Edward outside the gate? Wasn't that too much to be a coincidence? Eli's head filled with exclamation marks. Only then did Jason speak. "Whether you're a dragon or not has nothing to do with me." A red fireball rose in his hand. "I will punish you in the name of a guardian spirit protecting the royal family." Alex placed a hand over his chest, white energy beginning to gather around him as he thought, "This is too dangerous. I don't know if I can protect everyone with my shield." Jason said, "Interesting." Eli thought, "Damn Edward." With Sitwell flying into a rage, his mana was terrifying. Sweat dripped down the twins' faces. Pale and tense, they exchanged thoughts. "This is bad. We have to stop them." The boy thought, "But how?" The girl replied, "I don't know either." Sitwell said in surprise, "Wait, did you just mention the royal family?" Jason's eyes turned toward him as he strode forward and said, "I have nothing more to say." Jason leapt up and launched an attack at Sitwell. Arian's mouth fell open. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Stop." Aegon and Sitwell both jolted and widened their eyes at her cry. The charged atmosphere between the two sides suddenly went dead silent. Arian spoke up, "Jason, you can't go charging around in here like that. Are you trying to destroy the whole castle?" Aegon, Sitwell, and Jason all stared at her. Jason opened his mouth, unable to say anything, while Eli thought proudly, "Arian, you're amazing." Jason said weakly, "Sorry, Arian." Arian then turned to Sitwell and scolded him too. "And you as well. Don't just start fighting on your own." Sitwell asked, "What did I do wrong?" Arian replied, "You kidnapped us and wouldn't let us go." Sitwell glanced around, then looked at Arian and said, "I'm sorry." Only then did she say, "It's fine." Aegon thought to himself, "Arian is amazing." Alex asked, "Is it true? Are you really?" Sitwell looked up. Alex said, "A dragon? That legendary race that disappeared hundreds of years ago." Sitwell answered, "That's right. Didn't I say so already?" Alex thought in shock, "No way." Eli, meanwhile, said, "Why are you suddenly so surprised?" Alex asked, "I have a lot of questions. First of all, why are you here?" Sitwell fell silent. Then he shook his head, looked down, and said, "There's no special reason. I just happened to be here." He made no effort to hide the truth, and everyone thought he was being surprisingly straightforward. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "It's not important." Sitwell remembered a ruined wasteland, everything burned to ashes. Then he said, "The place where I used to live, the home of that beautiful Harvey, is gone now, even though it used to be such a wonderful place." He went on, 5 years ago, Ruhen, whose power had a tremendous influence, vanished without a trace. He remembered the image of a black-haired woman as he spoke. The twins' eyes widened in shock. Everyone stared at Sitwell. He continued, "Little Hibby. In the end, she was once such a timid, innocent, adorable child." Sweat ran down the twins' backs. Arian said, "Did you just mention Ruhen?" No one knew when the twins had ended up back in Jason's arms, but Sitwell continued, "I'm sorry. I don't know what I did wrong. Forgive me for the wrongs I caused." In the face of Sitwell's stunned expression, Arian said, "She may have been adorable to you, but to us, she was a nightmare." Sitwell sprang up and said, "That can't be. How could that adorable child possibly hurt anyone?" Aegon stared at him, and then Arian said, "We're Ruhen's children. She abused us terribly." Sitwell's eyes grew sorrowful. In a helpless voice he said, "I can't believe that Rureo would be hated by her own children. My heart aches." Alex asked again, "One more question. Were you the one who cast the illusion magic over this labyrinth?" Sitwell said yes. Then he corrected himself and said, "Hibby, no. Arian and Aegon, I'm sorry." Arian, still in Jason's arms, said, "I understand." Aegon added, "I'll let it go this once." Sitwell lowered his gaze. "I see. So humans and Hibby have changed." He remembered Duke Esco and his son telling him, "We'll grant you any request you want. I wanted a quiet place to rest, somewhere no one would find me. So I moved into this basement." Eli let out an impressed wow. Sitwell went on, saying that the Duke and his son had invited him so warmly that he stayed. Eli let out another wow. Then Sitwell added that they had been so sincere at first, but eventually it became unpleasant. Everyone looked at him as he said, "Duke Esco kept bothering me, so I stopped letting him in." Eli asked, "Then why did you come here if you didn't want to?" Sitwell answered that he had only come down here by chance. Arian asked whether the medicine was good, and he replied that it was a miracle medicine that restored mana and stamina. It sold for a high price and was produced only in small quantities in town. He added, "All the underground water veins beneath this floor have turned into medicine. I think it's due to the influence of my power." Alex said in astonishment, "I see. So that's why the lake water." Sitwell nodded. Something must have happened. Arian asked what. He pointed to where Jason was standing, just as though they could see from outside that he had been living quietly here. Frowning, he said to Jason, "Royal Guardian Spirit, you're definitely no ordinary person, are you?" Jason glanced at him sideways and replied, "Who I am is none of your business." Sitwell shouted, "How rude. Give Hibby back to me." Jason answered coolly, "My master's names are Arian and Aegon, not Hibby." Sitwell clenched his teeth and said, "You." But when he saw the twins staring at him, he only sighed. The twins pushed him away, and Arian shouted, "Don't call me Harvey. Rureo, Hibby, Harvey. I don't want to hear any of it anymore. I hate that Harvey blood is flowing through me." Sitwell froze. Eli asked, "Harvey blood? What does that mean, brother?" At that, Alex said, "I'll explain it to you later." Aegon reached out a hand toward Jason and called his name. Jason enlarged himself and came to pick up the twins. Sitwell added, "Duke Esco was so overjoyed he almost cried. With this, your family could buy all sorts of dragon-related goods." After that, they kept coming here more often, so I cast illusion magic over this basement. Eli said, "I see. So that's why Edward was turned away at the gate." Alex said they wanted to monopolize the existence of a real dragon. Arian said, "That must be it." And Aegon added, "Something still feels missing." Jason said, "Well, we have all the information we need now. Let's return to the palace." Alex nodded. "I think I understand Duke Esco's problem now." Everyone said, "Let's go." Sitwell watched them, then said, "Wait." Everyone turned back to look. Pointing to himself, he asked, "Aren't you taking me with you?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Arian and Aegon were in Jason's arms, and the other two had already turned around to leave when Sitwell called out again and asked whether they could take him along. Eli's expression instantly showed what he thought. Why would they need to bring him too? Then Alex asked, "Isn't it fine for you to live here?" Sitwell replied indifferently that he preferred being near Hibby, so they should take him with them. Jason and the others looked at him and firmly refused. Jason said, "What happens if you revert to your original form while sleeping in the Imperial Palace? Do you realize how troublesome that would be?" Sitwell angrily argued with him, saying he had never made such a mistake before. "How dare you doubt dragonkind?" Jason replied, "A dragon is just a kind of lizard." Hearing that, Arian immediately scolded him right in front of Sitwell, telling him not to start a fight. Fox ears appeared on Jason's head, and he had to explain that he wasn't trying to pick one. Seeing this, the second prince brightened and warmly welcomed Sitwell, saying it was no exaggeration that dragons were a supreme magical race, which left the third prince astonished. Alex spoke respectfully. "Actually, I'm worried because the magic I'm studying still isn't good enough. So it would be wonderful if you could give me some advice." Arian looked at Alex in surprise. "Even you don't trust your own abilities?" Then Eli spoke up and said they needed to leave this place first. Jason replied, "If the second prince says so." Sitwell happily accepted Alex's invitation. Then the five of them took the opportunity to ask how they were supposed to get out of here. Sitwell relaxed and prepared to use his magic. Sitwell shouted that they should leave everything to him. Then he blasted a massive surge of power at the cave's ceiling, making it shake before it shattered and rained down into the water. The remaining fragments flew outward. Jason, Arian, and Aegon stared in utter shock, mouths hanging open, as they looked at the enormous hole above them. Arian shouted, "Wasn't the labyrinth under the basement?" Proudly, Sitwell said, "I dug out this area myself, so I could sneak out once in a while. This is still part of the basement, but it connects to the surface." Then he whistled and said, "Everyone, let's get out of here." Hearing the noise, Duke Esco looked out the window and asked, while the butler stammered, "What was that sound?" Then he noticed something. All three of them, the Duke, his son, and the butler, rushed out of the residence. Sitwell greeted them. Arian realized that the man was Duke Esco and that the young man beside him was his son. The butler stared and asked what all this was. The two beside him ignored everything else and called out to Sitwell. Duke Esco and his son blushed and cried, overjoyed that Sitwell had come out of the basement and had finally opened his heart to them. Watching the scene, Sitwell calmly denied it. He said that wasn't the reason at all, and that he only wanted to live at the Imperial Palace in the future, leaving the two of them stunned. Their mood collapsed again when Sitwell added that yes, the Duke was indebted to him, and that he could use any of the potions still left in the basement. Duke Esco, unable to accept it, shouted in front of the main group, "Weren't those offerings enough? Do you know how much money I spent?" Sitwell insisted that he had never received any offerings, making the Duke whirl around and glare suspiciously at the butler. He said he was certain he had ordered them delivered. The butler nervously confessed that there were things he had no choice but to do. He said that the Duke knew perfectly well how dangerous that underground labyrinth was. Hadn't he nearly died wandering there several times himself? Pointing at Sitwell, he said, "Just because you wanted to possess that evil dragon, so many people were sacrificed." Hearing that, the third prince angrily exposed him. Duke Esco said that before he had even met the dragon, many people like them had already been sacrificed just to keep it secret, which made him flinch. Alex continued, saying that the butler must have secretly helped them escape, just as he had promised, which made Duke Esco turn a hateful gaze on the butler. Alex went on, "Under Imperial law, human sacrifice is a crime. Naturally, it is a grave offense." As soon as he finished, the Duke revealed his true colors and snapped. "So what if I did?" He told them not to meddle in his family's affairs and cursed them as outsiders. The second prince and third prince both went still, then repeated, "Outsiders." The two of them reverted to their true hair colors and declared with solemn authority, "Even if they are commoners, they still have the right to live." The Duke and butler gaped in shock at the golden hair, realizing that the two were members of the imperial family. Alex and Eli looked at them in contempt, as if asking whether they truly hadn't noticed something was strange, especially since the two had been using magic to disguise themselves. Once Duke Esco heard everything, he went half-mad and muttered to himself, "Why are royals here?" He said he had only done things his own way, and that if he had known they were members of the imperial family, he never would have touched them. Then he heard his son calling him. The young man's eyes brimmed with tears as he said in disappointment, "Did you really think of sacrificing someone?" Then he broke down, crying even harder. "Even for a dragon, you can't do that." "What?" Hearing his son say that, Duke Esco dropped to his knees at his feet, weeping. "I'm sorry, my son." Arian understood that those tears were real, not shed out of fear of imperial authority. The third prince then summoned his guard, Killua, to step forward. He called to the collapsed Duke Esco and solemnly declared that, in his capacity as the third prince, he was placing him under arrest on the spot. After that, he asked Killua to handle the rest. Then he turned to thank the butler. Meanwhile, Alex was coaxing Nevi out, telling him there was no need to worry and that he should come outside now. Once Nevi finally appeared, Alex looked the butler over, diagnosed a whole list of illnesses at a glance, and pointed a finger at him, casting magic. The spell made the old man look bursting with vitality, as if he were 18 again. Under the tearful gaze of Duke Esco's son, the second prince then said, "I will report this matter to His Majesty. Since there were no victims, I will recommend that there be no punishment beyond this." Father and son were so grateful that they both bowed deeply. Everyone watched the young master sobbing when Sitwell called out, "Young Master Esco." In a warm voice, he comforted him, saying there was nothing to cry about. Resolving legal matters was something his father had to do. For now, all he needed to do was protect the family and wait for his father to return. Hearing that, the young master cried even harder and called to Sitwell, asking one small favor. He said he wanted Sitwell to stay a little longer so he could finish the portraits, the murals, and the quotations attributed to him. Sitwell refused coldly. As if remembering something, Eli suddenly asked Duke Esco whether he knew Prince Edward of the Forest Empire. He said that man had been very worried about him, and that if the Duke had anything to say to him, Eli would pass the message along. The Duke immediately shouted to everyone, "That prince isn't worthy. He's just a fanatic." Arian thought to herself that Prince Edward had a great deal to explain. Once he learned that she was Hibby, and that his purpose in meeting the dragon had been deliberate all along, she would have to meet Edward immediately. Suddenly, a hand slammed a teacup down hard onto the table. It was the Emperor, under the frightened gaze of the servants. Even after the Emperor called his name, the boy remained perfectly calm. He looked straight ahead and said that he wanted to marry the Grand Princess. Arian stared in shock. A tremendous scream rang through the White Palace. Marriage! Everyone was stunned. Who would want to marry a 5-year-old child? The absurd proposal left Arian so flustered that she blurted out, "What kind of insane proposal is that?" With a dark expression, the Emperor ground his teeth and spoke harshly. That was why that boy had said he had fallen in love at first sight during the banquet. Apparently, the proposal he had blurted out that night had made the Emperor want to deny his very status. If only he weren't a prince. Still wearing a severe expression, the Emperor kept his composure and replied that the boy had said he would propose to Arian directly tomorrow. "You should have rejected him at once, father." The Emperor's mood only worsened because of that prince's thoughtless words, and he complained that the boy was truly troublesome. In a suffocating, heavy atmosphere, the prince's marriage proposal to Arian threw everyone in the room into an uproar. Even so, the second prince cheerfully remarked that yes, the boy must have injured his head before coming here. I really want to treat him. As for the third prince, he was furious at the reckless and impudent proposal. "Edward, don't let me see him. Send us to Duke Esco's estate." And all the while, Edward had unilaterally declared that he intended to marry Arian. But even so, the marriage proposal still made her feel that something about it was strange and unreasonable. In this world, she was still only a 5-year-old child. Besides, Prince Edward was supposedly in love with her. She recalled his eyes, a distinctive deep green, like leaves, eyes that seemed to carry many hidden thoughts. This was clearly a lie. Those were definitely not the eyes of someone who was simply in love, unlike Jason's eyes, which were filled only with affection. At some point her cheeks had grown warm. As her thoughts returned to herself, she covered her face in embarrassment. Why am I suddenly thinking about Jason? Then a familiar voice appeared out of nowhere, tinged with disappointment and sadness. It was Jason. "Marriage, my master." He burst into tears after hearing that bizarre proposal from the prince. "I knew this day would come eventually, but it's too soon." In a clumsy, halting voice, she tried to explain to him, "And no, I'm not going to marry him. I'm just going to refuse." Her explanation satisfied him, making him think he still had a chance, and he tightly held both of her hands as he asked for confirmation. "Really? Really, Arian?" She answered with difficulty, "Yes." The affectionate scene made him want to put an end to the romance drama in front of him. "Jason, let go of that hand." Jason replied with obvious defiance, "I don't want to." A reminder came up that there was a special rule between a guard and their master. They weren't supposed to get too close. That only applies to you and Niwi. And hey, angered by the indifferent treatment, he bitterly complained to everyone, "Aren't you all being way too cold to me?" Only then did everyone realize they had completely forgotten his presence this whole time. "Again, Sigit. Who are you? Why are you here?" And Arian said helplessly that she had been so shocked by the proposal that she forgot about him. The third prince, meanwhile, flared up and said, "Honestly, I'd appreciate it if you introduced yourself." Feeling wronged, he spoke up and judged each of them in turn. They really hadn't spared him a glance. Seeing how pitiful he looked after being ignored by everyone in the room, the second prince introduced him instead. "This is Silver Saragon Sitwell. He said he wanted to stay in the Imperial Palace, so I brought him here." Lloyd was excited by the second prince's introduction of the dragon. That meant dragons still existed on the continent. The Emperor kept observing the person before him. "So he really is a dragon." Then he began asking questions. "Why do you want to stay in the Imperial Palace?" Without hesitation, Sitwell immediately answered with enthusiasm, "Because it would be great to stay with these children." The two children froze at how naturally he said that. From the guards to the princes to the Emperor himself, Everyone went stiff and was utterly dumbfounded by that airhead answer. At a loss for words, the emperor said helplessly, "Why did you bring this thing back?" Alex, the second prince, forced an awkward smile and replied, "Please calm down, father. He agreed to help me with my magic research." Hearing that explanation, the emperor could only sigh. Before anyone realized it, the sun had set and it was time to rest. Looking exhausted, the emperor said, "It's time for the children to go to bed, and I still have to deal with Duke Esko's matter, so we'll continue this tomorrow." Arian and Aegon answered in unison, "Yes, father." Sitwell threw his arms around the two children, speaking cheerfully. "Then let's all go sleep together, Arian, Aegon. Of course, my bed should be right next to yours." A strong force grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him away from Arian and Aegon. In a rough voice, Jason said, "You're coming with me." Disturbed and trying to cling to the children, Sitwell made an irritated face and shouted, "Huh? You mangy wolf." He resisted. "No, why should I stay with a rude bastard like you?" Jason replied calmly, "You can't stay beside humans." The other three all praised him for dragging that loudmouth away somewhere else. "Good job, Jason. Keep it up. I've got your back. That guy can be useful sometimes." As if the pain didn't stop there, Sitwell was dealt another blunt remark from Arian. Sitwell, we always sleep with father. So let's sleep together someday, when you two are older, okay? Those words seemed to bring him back to life, and his face brightened again. "That's right. We can sleep together for the next 50 years. The emperor could only trail off at this dragon's absurd daydreaming. This foolish dragon really did have a relaxed sense of time. He didn't know whether to be happy or upset about it. Both children were starting to get sleepy. Aegon yawned as he said goodnight, and Arian, her eyes reddened and shining, looked at Jason and said, "Good night, Jason." On the king-sized bed, only 3 people lay together, their father and her twin brother who had already fallen asleep. Arian kept thinking about what had happened with Jason earlier. When she first met Jason at the banquet, she really had lost all reason. No, it was because Jason was too beautiful. This was different from Guardian Resonance. Thinking that, she grew embarrassed and wanted to escape her own boy-crazy thoughts. Ugh, I don't even know. But as someone who overthought everything, she couldn't stop. Then she suddenly thought about the dragon from earlier. When she thought about it carefully, the first time she saw Sitwell, she had been completely stunned too. The moment she saw Sitwell, it felt like the moment she saw the silver moon in her dream. Was it because of his silver hair? Tangled in images of the people who had left an impression on her, the little girl grew tired. Jason and Sitwell each gave her a completely different feeling. But then, for a while, she found herself stirred up by Prince Edward's scent. Her thoughts kept wandering into fantasies, and then she'd mentally scream at herself and try to avoid them. "No wonder I'm about to get courted, right?" Her whole body trembled, and her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She knew she liked it, yet she still denied it. "It's nothing, but I'm not excited at all. I hate that smell." She tried to find reasons to think badly of him, so she could escape this infatuation. Prince Edward clearly had some purpose. That scent might be one of the tools he was using to achieve it. "When we meet tomorrow, what should we say?" Thinking like that, she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, everyone else seemed fresh and excited, as if something was about to happen. She alone blushed and wanted to hide. It was that ginger scent again, and her heartbeat kept growing stronger. Remembering him, she wondered to herself, "Is it just my mood? I think the scent today is stronger." Edward slowly approached and spoke. "It seems you made it safely to the Duke's estate, Princess." Arian answered, "This is a serious matter." The atmosphere was tense. The third prince had been angry about the issue between her and Edward since yesterday, and he nearly shouted, "Shameless bastard." Luckily, the second prince stopped him, or a fight would already have broken out. With a serious expression, Arian asked, "Was there some other reason you sent us there?" But he answered with a calm face and calm words, showing no urgency at all. "That isn't important." Shouting in front of the person who had caused such a huge problem without even realizing it. "The hell you mean? It isn't important?" His eyes fixed on her, as if hoping for something. "I have many questions too, but there's something more important right now." Before she could say another word, Edward lowered one knee to the ground and lightly took her hand, making her flustered. "I want your answer to my proposal." His composed eyes looked at her, still waiting for a reply, making him think it really was hard for her to refuse, wasn't it? Then he explained. The scent had drawn her attention because the secret perfume had been refined to the highest purity. It was what he had used today. It was different from the scent before. If she truly was a Heibi, then she wouldn't be able to refuse. After finishing his explanation, he blurted out a line that made her turn red as a tomato. Now nod, princess. Those sweet, flirtatious words threw her off completely. He still waited patiently for her answer. She thought it might be easier if she just nodded. But the one who shattered that suffocating atmosphere was the Emperor. Arian, the sound snapped her back to her senses. Oh no, I need to calm down. She realized that because of the scent, her thoughts were becoming more and more unsteady, when suddenly a voice rang out. Step back, princess. Her wide eyes turned toward the man, and she unconsciously called his name. Jason. Edward worried to himself that it must be because the wind had blown the scent away. Feeling disappointed, he looked at Jason and reproached him. How rude. Even if you are her guard, you are interfering in a marriage between royal families. Then another voice rose, full of indignation. What do you mean, rude? The eyes that had been dull with disappointment suddenly widened again at the dragon's words. The dragon cried out, using forest scent. That's the perfect way to lure one or two Heibi, isn't it? His tone turned irritated. Are you playing tricks on these children? Edward froze. Grinding his teeth, Sitwell said, what exactly are you doing to these human children, using that filthy perfume? The others standing there looked confused. Perfume? Sitwell, I don't smell anything. It's a perfume recreated from the scent of the ancient forest. Naturally, the other races wouldn't be able to sense it, but Heibi are completely different. Heibi are known as the spirits of the forest. This scent is extremely attractive to them, but if the amount is too strong, it can overwhelm them. Especially for young Heibi like Arian and Aegon, it can practically hypnotize them. Aegon looked at Arian, deeply curious. Is it like the fairy perfume Besenhue wrote about? But why is only Arian able to sense it? Sitwell frowned slightly. I don't know how a child like you managed to make it, but abandon that idea immediately. His eyes instantly turned furious. It's just like the scent humans make to hunt bees. What a disgusting thing. With tears streaming down his face, Edward replied, Yes, I'll obey whatever you command. Those words made everyone present freeze on the spot. He cried loudly while telling himself, That's right, I wasn't wrong. All my thoughts were correct. Edward lifted his shining eyes in astonishment. Oh, a dragon. Is this a dream? Seeing this, Eli could only think to himself, Is this guy insane? Tears still pouring down his face, Edward kept asking with restless curiosity. Oh, that horn, just like the dragon features in the paintings. When did you come here? To create an artificial dragon, it would take at least 500 years, right? What does that horn mean? Sweating awkwardly, Sitwell answered, I don't know. Stop asking me. Refusing to give up, Edward clasped his hands together and pleaded, beautiful dragon lord, would you permit me to call you my honor? Sitwell answered bluntly without hesitation, No thanks. This guy is such a pain. Hearing that answer, Edward said, That's true. I really am a fool for not knowing how to respect you. Even Eli, standing beside him, felt how troublesome he was. It was as if Edward had forgotten everyone else was there. Suddenly Arian spoke. Prince Edward. With a stern face, she asked, Have you ever hunted a Heibi before? She continued, A Heibi is nothing more than prey to you. Isn't that right? The Emperor remained silent, and Alex softly called Arian. Then Arian said, I'm so tired of this. Heibi, Heibi. Aegon was startled by her expression. Why is Arian so angry? Facing Edward, she said, Prince Edward, answer my question before I get angry. Arian spoke in fury. How did you know I have half Heibi blood? Why did you approach me? Why did you deliberately send me to where the dragon was staying? What is your purpose? Her gaze was resolute as she raised her voice. Tell me everything right now. In front of everyone, Arian declared plainly, Prince Edward, I will never forgive you. Her words left Lloyd, Eli, and Alexander too stunned to say anything. Jason, on the other hand, remained calm, as if he had expected this all along. Aegon, like his brothers, was somewhat bewildered and turned to call Arian. Edward himself was also left speechless by her words, unsure how to respond. At that moment, The Emperor slowly lifted his teacup and said evenly, "I assume you heard her clearly, Prince Edward." He glanced at Edward and declared, "That is the princess's answer. I, too, have decided to reject your marriage proposal." Then he gently asked, "Arian, shall I have the prince escorted out?" She agreed. "Yes, father, please do." By then, Edward had likely been driven half-mad with anger by the Emperor's and Arian's words. He slammed his hand on the table in fury and demanded, "Princess, I told you everything you wanted to know. Is this how it ends?" Suddenly, the Emperor's voice dropped low. "Prince, in order to find a way to meet the last remaining dragons." The Emperor's tone and attitude made Edward go pale. Staring at him with murderous eyes, he warned, "You dared to use my daughter as bait. If you were not a prince, you would already have been exiled. Be grateful for your title." Without another word, he ordered, "Call someone and throw Prince Edward out." Hearing that, Edward panicked and shouted, "Wait, Dragon Sama." He hurriedly pleaded, "Please help me, for the sake of my empire." Sitwell indifferently refused. No, Sitwell's detached attitude made Edward unwilling to accept it. "You can't say that." But of course Sitwell still looked utterly unconcerned. "This isn't even remotely worth worrying about. I'm already bored from listening to your nonsense." On top of that, he gave Edward a rather unpleasant look and followed it with harsh words. "You're far too deluded if you think you're someone special. I've met plenty of brats like you. I'm already sick of hearing this kind of trash. Beneath it all, there's only greed and ambition. Aren't you children a little too arrogant?" His scolding continued. "If you were truly strong and talented enough, wouldn't you have become crowned prince already? In the end, you just want to profit by using others. So what the hell does that have to do with me?" Eli, standing to one side, looked at Edward in bewilderment as he tried to argue back. "In the Forest Empire, prince is only a title. If I do not become emperor, my name won't be recorded." He raised his voice and declared, "I have to become emperor." Sitwell's response was cold. "Be quiet. You still don't understand the problem." He bluntly pointed out Edward's ambition. "In the end, you're borrowing another's power to take the throne. Will the current crown prince do that?" That question left Edward stunned and unable to answer. After a long silence, he finally said hesitantly, "I was certain dragons still existed. That's also why I searched for the Habi. It was wonderful to feel my plan getting closer and closer to success." However, Sitwell looked down on Edward's worthless plan. "You really are something. You're just as deluded as ever, thinking you're special." Refusing to lose, Edward raised his voice again. "If you don't believe there are special humans, then you can't understand the ambition we princes have to inherit the throne." Tired of the back and forth, Sitwell finally ended it with one line. "In short, no matter what you say, I won't help you." From the chair near the window, Lloyd signaled with his eyes, "I've never thought of myself as special." Alexander signaled back, "Me neither." Meanwhile, Edward still refused to let it go. "Why?" Sitwell remained indifferent. "Because it's ridiculous." Then he gave a sly grin and suddenly said, "I want to hear Arian's opinion." Arian's surprise showed clearly on her face as she found herself suddenly dragged into it. His next words only made her more confused and shocked, unable to understand why he would say such a thing. "Arian is the last bearer of Habi blood, so in a way, she is also my master." Hearing that, Arian stared in shock and asked back, "W what? Master? I've never heard anything about that." Sitwell smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened. "Of course not. I never told anyone." Aegon, meanwhile, was left silent by the situation. Sitwell then calmly explained that while there truly was a contract between the two of them, it wasn't a big deal. "All you have to do is keep a promise until one of us dies." Even as he said it with a smile, he thought to himself that considering a human lifespan, it would only be around 100 years at most. Then he turned back to Edward and said, "Sounds good, doesn't it? So think very carefully, Prince Edward." By this point, Edward had gone completely stiff from everything Sitwell had said. Sunlight still filtered in through the window frame. Then someone's voice rang out. "So who exactly should you be showing courtesy to?" Edward quickly dropped to his knees and bowed. "Princess, I apologize if my words contained any disrespect toward you. Please forgive me." Of course, Arian turned her face away and refused the apology. "I don't want your insincere apology." Then she gave an order. "Jason, I want to go outside and get some air." Jason smiled and answered, "As you wish, my master." The moment he finished speaking, a mysterious power suddenly wrapped around Edward. Then Edward was abruptly dragged away. Jason merely glanced over lightly while holding Arian and Aegon in his arms. Only after a moment did he speak. As I said before, the window opened, and he took the twins outside through it. Sitwell stared after them in confusion, while the Emperor helplessly thought, "Why don't you ever use the front door, you wolf?" Sitwell seemed to have recognized Jason. He thought to himself, "A red wolf. You've grown stronger than before." By then, Jason was already outside. Aegon asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Arian?" She asked back, puzzled, "What do you mean?" He hesitated, then explained, "You got really angry." Hearing that, she replied, "That? I just got a little mad." He didn't believe her and raised his voice. "A little mad? I've never seen you that angry before." His firm tone startled her. "Really?" Then she suddenly asked vaguely, "Aegon, are you angry at Father or Sitwell?" He thought back, then pouted and said, "Wasn't Father doing it to help you? I think Father was just too worried about us." At that moment, both of them remembered the dinner table, when she had angrily thought, "He doesn't even deserve to ask about our wounds." And when she had shouted, "Enough, don't ask anymore." Suddenly Jason spoke. "Even if I don't like Sitwell, I think that was still." He thought that what Sitwell had done to Prince Edward could still be called concern. Hearing that, Arian suddenly realized, "Oh, right." Aegon, meanwhile, let out a weary sigh at her. "That's just because you're too dense." Aegon continued in a calm voice. "To be honest, when I first heard him say that, I felt really upset for your sake too. But after thinking it over, I realized I should apologize. It was my fault because my temper isn't very good. If someone from Habibi said something hurtful to you, it would only be natural for me to get angry and snap. Arian, you're the kind of person who tends to bottle up your feelings too." Then, all of a sudden, he brought up the past. "Do you remember when we got those shots because of the pollen allergy?" At that, Arian immediately replied, "Yeah, I remember." Aegon stared off into the distance and said, "Ever since then, I've thought it was strange." Looking at her, he spoke honestly. "Pain, hatred, anger. You never show any of that to anyone but me." Arian glanced over at her deeply thoughtful brother and thought to herself those things. She couldn't deny how well Aegon understood her. He was absolutely right. Aegon had always been someone who openly expressed his emotions in front of others. She recalled that time herself. "Ever since the day we cried in Father's arms, I thought both of us had changed a little." After thinking for a while, she finally began to speak. "About that." Then she suddenly fired a string of questions at Aegon. "Am I as bad as you? I'm not as foolish as you, right?" Instead of being comforted, Aegon ended up getting asked that and snapped, "You little brat." Jason, meanwhile, burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, he placed a hand on her head and gently comforted her. "It's all right. It's all over now." His gentleness made her flustered, and she called out, "Jason." Suddenly, he asked, "Do you two remember the day we met again?" Aegon calmly answered, "Of course. We met at the lake in the palace while we were stopping to rest during an outing with Father." Seeing that he even remembered the exact day they met, Jason let out a pleased hum in confirmation. Then he said, "What the two of you realized that day was freedom. Freedom is the feeling of not being bound by anything. So it's a good thing that Arian can express her feelings in the most natural way possible. To Aegon, and to me as your guardian." A happy smile spread across his face as he added, "The more carefree the two of you are, the stronger I become." He also said with certainty, "It doesn't matter whether it's Habibi blood or diluted royal blood. I only need Arian to remain Arian." Arian's face turned red with emotion at Jason's words. "So don't worry too much about it. You are also my precious master, just like Aegon Isilver Uriana." Even Aegon chimed in, "That's right. Stop worrying, idiot." Then he suddenly asked, "What do you even know about Habibi blood?" But then he waved it off. "Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. Right now, I'm very happy." At that moment, Arian felt an immense sense of relief. She said nothing, only closed her eyes, felt everything around her, and softly replied, "Thank you, Aegon Jason." At the same time, back in the tea room, someone's teasing voice rang out. Hey. Eli asked mockingly, "What exactly are you doing, Edward?" He chuckled and said, Arian and the rest of us have no intention of accepting such a fake apology from you. Alexander smiled brightly like a blooming flower and pointed toward the door. The exit is over there, Prince Edward. Lloyd remained calm, sipping his tea as he added, if necessary, I can have guards escort you on your way. Faced with all this ridicule, Edward was furious but couldn't do anything. Then, in the midst of Eli's delighted laughter at his misfortune, he loudly declared, I won't give up until I receive Dragon-sama's approval. I never. Before he could finish, the Emperor cut in and called out, Prince Edward. He shot him a glance and asked, didn't you have something you were supposed to do first? The question left Edward rather confused. What do you mean, Your Majesty? The Emperor slowly set his teacup down on the table, then said in a deadly voice, hasn't the prince been far too rude? Edward was startled by the anger in his tone and tremblingly answered, why yes. He only dared look at the Emperor with a pale, frightened face and said nothing more. Still in an angry mood, the Emperor sternly declared, this isn't even the first time you've begged forgiveness from my daughter. You truly are an ill-mannered brat. On the way back from the garden to their room, Aegon and Arian ran into Edward again after having tea with the others. He said, welcome back. Seeing Edward, Aegon asked, did you want to say something? Edward hesitated. His words came with visible uncertainty. Arian asked Aegon, don't you think Prince Edward seems a little strange? Edward said to himself, I've never felt this scare before. Recalling the Emperor's words, he thought, it was even more terrifying than the rumors. Even when my older brother threatened to kill me, I never felt like this. Just thinking about it made him shudder. He said, Princess, please allow me the chance to apologize to you sincerely. Arian turned her back to him and said, I do not wish to accept an apology offered for your own benefit. Edward grew irritated inside. What kind of nonsense is that? But she continued, Prince Edward, you said you want to challenge your half-brother for the throne as the second prince, didn't you? From where I stand, what you're trying to obtain is the dragon's power, not the approval of the Forest Empire. At that, Edward froze. If you could, you would have wanted to be born as the first prince, wouldn't you? Edward asked back. And what does that have to do with this? Arian said, because just as you cannot choose the way you were born, neither could we. Since that is your fate and you cannot change it, don't you think it was terribly rude of you to say those things to us, given your own circumstances? We have many memories tied to Habibi that we want to forget. I'm not asking you to sympathize, but you should at least recognize what you've done to me. After hearing that, Edward seemed to understand everything. He dropped to one knee, placed a hand over the left side of his chest, and said, please forgive me. My personal ambitions blinded me. I acted shamefully. Arian asked, this time, your apology isn't for your own benefit, is it? Edward said, the princess has seen through everything. She said, I accept your apology. However, I will not completely overlook this. So from now on, show me actions worthy of that forgiveness. Hearing Arian's words, he understood. I knew the imperial family was extraordinary, but for her to be only 5 years old and already possess such talent and generosity, she is truly admirable. At that moment, Eli and his 2 older brothers were secretly eavesdropping on the whole thing. Eli said angrily, that brat got forgiven that easily. Alex praised Arian. She's too kind. Lloyd said, that's compassion. Sitwell, who had also been sitting there listening the whole time, laughed and said, to make that guy change with just a few words, doesn't that mean she's incredibly capable? The Emperor sat there, only able to watch his 3 children making a spectacle of themselves. The more Eli watched, the more irritated he became. I hate Edward, seriously hate him, and I only just found out Arian and Aegon are half a BB. Alex sighed and said to him, Eli, don't you think you found out rather late? Eli said awkwardly, it's not like anyone ever told me. He sighed. They probably wanted to tell me themselves, so I didn't dare ask. I knew they were mixed blood, but then he remembered the time Arian shouted as she rejected the Habibi bloodline and thought to himself, how much pain must they have endured? I need to treat them better. Outside, Edward placed his hands over his chest and said, I am deeply grateful for the princess's generosity. I will no longer try to use you to seize the position of crown prince. I will earn his approval another way. Aegon said to him, there's something I want to ask you too. Why do you hate the crown prince that much? I don't think it's just because you two have a bad relationship, right? Edward fell silent for a moment before answering. I can't say too much about it yet. But let me make one thing clear. This concerns the survival of the Forest Empire itself. Everyone was startled to hear Edward say that. Is it really that serious? Edward explained, this isn't just about me. It's also about the people who are suffering. You didn't hear wrong. It's no longer just a struggle for power. Arian said to Aegon, that doesn't sound like a lie. Aegon had to agree. Edward went on, I don't have much power right now, so the nobles of the Forest Empire all stand with the Crown Prince. They don't care about the people. They only care about what benefits they'll receive later. I need to change something important that they have all overlooked. I must make a contract with Dragon Sama, no matter what. Sitwell, who had already grasped the situation from inside the room, pushed the door open and stepped out. So, I'm a very convenient tool, am I? It was Edward's first time seeing Sitwell, and he stammered, Dragon Sama. Sitwell said, I have no intention of making a contract with anyone other than Arian. Aegon asked him, since when have you been listening? Sitwell replied, even if I lent you my power, you're not some divine being. Whether you can ascend the throne or not, you still have time to mature. While you wait, do your best to earn the trust of the people of the Forest Empire. If you can't even win the trust of people like them, then how do you expect to win mine? Aegon and Arian thought to themselves, that's some very persuasive advice. Maybe he only seems weak because he acts childish. Edward said to Sitwell, the throne of the Forest Empire can be inherited at the age of 20. I will return in 7 years. When that time comes, please help me. Also, dragons say, Sitwell cut him off. My name is Sitwell. Do your best for 7 years. We'll meet again. And so, with a promise to reunite 7 years later, Edward began his journey home. Arian sat beneath a tree. 7 years is a long time. Sitting up in the tree, Sitwell called down, it won't feel long. Time passes fast for kids. Now, I should go have dessert. Jason asked Sitwell, are you really planning to live in the castle? He replied, I'm going to live here. Aegon felt that was a good thing. It could only help, especially if other people were also targeting the dragon's power. Sitwell said, unfortunately, it's not that simple. Not even the Emperor said it outright, but he'd be delighted if this body chose him. You, on the other hand, will never get that chance. And so, their group gained one more member, and that matter came to a close. 2 days earlier, in the Forest Empire, a blue-haired man was making a report to the person in charge. Edward is still in the Uriana Empire. The man nodded. Edward, that one never fails to disappoint me. It sounds interesting, but leaving that crazy little brother of mine alone is hardly reassuring. The secret of the Uriana Empire. Edward, that fool has always gotten in my way. Edward, what exactly did you find in the Uriana Empire? Even if I give you enough time, you still manage to get your hands on a good card. I'll uncover what that card is, the one you're trying to use. In the Uriana Empire, Aegon and Arian's first public appearance had been decided. Under the bright blue sky, anxious voices rang out. Your Highness the Prince. Your Highness the Princess. The attendants were all in a panic. Oh dear, where are they? Where did the two of you go? In a corner near the tree canopy, Arian whispered, should I answer them? Again disagreet. What for? The two of them sat on a thick tree branch, and he continued, we need to think this through first. Cheerfully changing the subject, Arian said, still, it's a relief. No one treats us rudely anymore. She remembered, a lot has changed since 7 years ago when we were living in Wazon. Thanks to the child anti-discrimination law, hardly anyone is rude to us now, just because we're illegitimate children. Don't you think people's views of illegitimate children have changed a lot? There used to be plenty of servants who treated us badly, but now everyone takes care of us. Aegon grumbled, what a pain. Arian continued, still, but she had to stop mid-sentence because they had been found. Aegon kept muttering beside her, what a pain. Flustered, she explained, don't worry, Hazan, we're very good at climbing trees. Hazan shouted up angrily, is there really no other way? You must maintain your dignity. Besides, it's almost time for class. Only then did Aegon suddenly remember. All right, class, Arian reluctantly said. I guess we have to come down, Aegon. Hazan turned and gave an order. Within 2 minutes, prepare a good, soft mattress. The maid behind her bowed. Yes, ma'am. As Aegon started climbing down, he objected. We don't need any mattress at all. She looked up anxiously. Wait, no. Your Highness, it's dangerous. Then he slipped, and both of them fell. Fortunately, Lloyd arrived just in time and caught them. That was dangerous, you two. Arian happily called out. Brother Lloyd. He set them down on the ground and asked, Aegon, Arian, the next lesson is my history class, isn't it? Hearing that, they stiffened and forced awkward smiles. Lloyd continued, have you finished your preparations and homework? Arian smiled with cold sweat on her face. Of course. It was said that from the time they turned 9, Lloyd had begun teaching them. From the history of the empire, to the situations of neighboring countries, to the names of the nobles. Arian thought to herself, it's important, but it's so hard. Lloyd placed a hand on the two children's shoulders and encouraged them. I know those subjects are difficult, and you're both doing very well. It's hard, but it will be useful to you someday. So keep studying diligently, all right? Hearing that, they both relaxed and answered together yes. Then a voice called out, Arian, Aegon. Jason approached and announced, the Emperor is calling for you. He has something he wants to discuss with both of you. Arian wondered, Father? What could it be? Lloyd added, I was about to tell you myself. Today's lesson is postponed. We need to go see Father. Hearing that, they couldn't hide their delight. Then we'll be off, Brother Lloyd. See you later. Then a familiar voice appeared again. Hey, Prince, what do you think you're doing? Lloyd asked in displeasure. Stop appearing by swooping around like that. What are you going to do if someone sees you? Sitwell replied in annoyance. Ah, so you're nagging me the moment we meet again? What's wrong with flying if I can fly? Sitwell started whining with fake tears. You already told me dragons have to hide their horns. But the moment I see you again, now there's another rule that says I can't fly either. My life is so hard. Lloyd's face darkened. Who are you calling? But before he could finish, Sitwell cut him off. I just saw Arian here. Where did the twins go? Lloyd quickly replied, my father called them away. Hearing that, Sitwell answered with obvious disappointment. Why? So now I have to go all the way to the Emperor's palace. Then Lloyd suddenly turned serious and asked, Sitwell, he continued, you smell like the forest. You went to the Forest Empire. Sitwell didn't deny it. That's right. So what are you trying to say? Lloyd asked again, are you going to tell me what's going on in the Forest Empire? After thinking for a bit, Sitwell answered, Prince Edward is carrying out the promise he made 7 years ago. Not only the nobles, but even the commoners support him. Lately, it seems he started to gain recognition in the Forest Empire. There are many shops displaying portraits of Edward on the streets. The people of the Forest Empire have a strong passion for learning. So it seems that child genius reputation of his has become quite a useful weapon. I also found a whole bunch of secrets. Want to hear them? Lloyd immediately refused. No, he then warned, Sitwell, you need to be more careful. If you keep wandering around like this, rumors about a dragon may spread. Sitwell confidently replied, no need to worry. With looks as good as mine, who'd ever think I was a dragon? Lloyd cursed inwardly this idiot. Out loud, he just said, fine, do as you like. Sitwell continued, your brother must be very angry. Lloyd paused to think. You mean the Crown Prince? Sitwell confirmed. Yeah. Lloyd lowered his head slightly. In any case, you'll be meeting the royal family of the Forest Empire soon enough. Whatever is coming will come. Back to the two children, Aegon said as he walked. It's rare for father to summon us so suddenly. Arya nodded. I'm guessing it's something important. Jason agreed. Yes, probably. Then the sound of wheels and a voice drew their attention. Arian, again. She called out happily, Brother Eli. He smiled brightly and asked, how have you two been? Eli pulled both stiff children into a hug. Arian thought to herself, I guess he's been really busy. I haven't seen him these past few days either. Aegon also guessed he's probably been focused only on magic research. Standing beside them, Jason thought to himself, next time, I should take another route so I don't run into Eli. Outwardly, however, he remained cheerful. It's very nice to see you, third prince. Aegon also gave the usual polite greeting. It's been a while, Brother Eli. Arian asked, you must have been very busy lately. Eli crouched down and replied, that's right. I had a few things to deal with, so I came to see you both for a little while. Then he suddenly became excited, grabbed the two children by the shoulders, and pulled them closer. All right, I have important news for you two. Your first public appearance has been decided. Back where the Emperor was, he rested his chin on his hand unhappily. So he already told them. He let out a soft sigh and thought to himself, that brat. Then he began to explain. There's a rule that a first debut must take place before the age of 12. I know you children wouldn't be comfortable with that, so I delayed it as long as I possibly could. But I think it will be difficult to postpone it any further, so I called you here. I want very much to hear your opinions. Arian replied cheerfully, We're fine with it, Father. Aegon also added, Father, if it's a big banquet, there'll be lots of fish to eat, right? It didn't sound bad if there was going to be plenty of delicious food. Seeing that, the Emperor spoke up. Good luck, my children. Lloyd will be in charge of the first part of the tangent, so let me know if you have any questions or requests. Aegon answered with a simple, yes, while Arian thanked him. His mood seemed much improved as he asked, Isn't that nice? The two children replied, Yes. Just as he was about to turn away, the Emperor called out, Jason. Resting his chin on his hand, he warned him, If you're thinking of being my daughter's first dance partner again this time, give it up. Twice is unacceptable. Jason didn't seem to care much and shot back. An overly strict father is the cause of resentment, Your Majesty. What did I even do? The children beside them silently thought the same thing at once. These two, here they go again. Jason continued. In the end, it probably depends on Arian's choice. At that, the Emperor's face darkened with anger, but he said nothing more and only watched Jason as he spoke with the two children. Let's go, Arian and Aegon. As they walked down the hallway, Arian said, Jason, stop teasing my father. He asked back, You mean it seriously? She answered firmly, Yes, I do. Suddenly, a voice from farther away caught their attention. Arian murmured, That sounds like Lloyd's voice. Peeking into the room, the two children were surprised. Who's that? A man with a serious face was listening to Lloyd with complete focus. Arian praised him inwardly. Wow, he's really handsome. Then she asked the person beside her, Doesn't he look kind of wild? This is my first time seeing him. Who is he? Aegon didn't know either, so he asked Jason. While they were wondering, Jason poked his head in and said, Oh, long time no see. Aegon asked, You know who that is, Jason? He nodded and answered, Yeah, we only met for a short time, but he's a guardian like me. The two children turned in surprise. Are you sure? Jason affirmed, Of course. The person in the room heard the noise, glanced over, and wondered, Children's voices? Jason continued the introduction. The Crown Prince's guardian, Case. Ah, Lloyd's guardian, Case. Aegon and Arian called out loudly, catching Lloyd and Case's attention. The two stopped their conversation and turned toward Aegon and Arian. From the corner by the wall, Jason, hearing someone mention Case, leaned out and greeted him. Long time no see. Case's mouth spread into a bright smile. Hearing that, he looked up and replied, Jason. Aegon and Arian remained standing there, watching Case's every expression and feature. Aegon and Arian's faces lit up with excitement, since it was their first time seeing Lloyd's guardian. Ah, this is the first time we've seen Brother Lloyd's guardian. Their eyes seemed glued to Case and wouldn't leave him. Ah, so it's Aegon and Arian. Lloyd gestured toward him and introduced him properly. This is Case, my guardian. Do you know Case? Case glanced over, seeming overly formal, and softly addressed them. Your Highnesses. Aegon and Arian looked delighted, their eyes bright and sincere, overflowing with happiness. Case lowered his head and avoided eye contact, shrinking in on himself to avoid attention. His cheeks flushed red, and he tried to hide most of his face by pulling his clothes up high enough to cover half of it. He turned his head away nervously. It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess and Fourth Prince. Aegon and Arian froze in shock, eyes wide and lips pressed together, unable to believe what had just happened. To break the tension and ease the atmosphere, Lloyd coughed lightly. I am sorry. Case is rather shy, so he rarely goes out to meet other people. That's why he always works alone, Aegon. Arian and Aegon's confused expressions quickly turned into gentle smiles, their eyes brightening. Ah, I see. So that's why we've never met Brother Lloyd's guardian before. Jason quickly added, It seems your Highness is assigning Case some kind of task. That's right. Aegon and Arian lifted their heads and looked at Lloyd in surprise. What kind of task? Lloyd suddenly became tense, avoiding their gaze as he gave a short, evasive answer. For now, I can't tell you. I'm sorry. Aegon and Arian straightened up, looking at him with nervous surprise. Then an extremely loud sound came from the direction of the window. Again, Arian. From the distance, Sitwell came running over and tightly hugged the two of them, leaving Aegon and Arian startled and flustered, eyes wide, brows raised, mouths open. Lloyd cried out, Sitwell. I finally get to see you too. It's been so long since I last saw you, Sitwell said with an excited expression, still hugging Aegon and Aerion tightly. Everyone around them seemed to let out a sigh, clearly showing how tired and exasperated they were with him. Lloyd turned to Jason and blinked meaningfully, as if to say, "Please drag Sitwell away right now. I have to go now. Jason, please." Jason looked a little surprised, as though this was a very troublesome situation. "Aegon, Aerion, see you later," he said with a gentle smile. Sitwell immediately understood what was going on. He became furious, face reddening, brows tightly furrowed, eyes wide, teeth clenched, fists balled up. A dark aura seemed to radiate from him as he glared at Lloyd's retreating back, leaving Aegon and Aerion confused. Aerion said in surprise, "Really, I think there's still so much we don't know about Brother Lloyd." Looking at Lloyd's back, Aegon and Aerion found themselves thinking about this older brother of theirs, about him, his guardian, and the things he did. Perhaps because of his position as crown prince, compared with Brother Eli, who showed many expressions, or Brother Alex, with his friendly tone, Brother Lloyd felt harder to approach. With his refined and noble appearance, always dressed in elaborately decorated imperial clothing, he gave off an unreadable air, as if he carried heavy responsibilities and looked stern and dependable. Thoughts of Brother Lloyd kept circling in Aegon and Aerion's minds, because he was more distant and reserved than their other brothers. Still, sometimes he seems a little silly too. Aegon and Aerion thought back to when he had protected them. They're still children, still very fragile. Don't overdo it, or it could put their lives in danger. Ah. Aerion's eyes shone with happiness, the corners of her lips lifting gently. "It's okay. We'll learn more in time. We're a family, so we'll have plenty of time to be together." Aegon and Aerion looked at each other, sharing the same feelings and trusting in a future full of happiness. All the while, behind them, Sitwell and Case were arguing. Sitwell still hadn't calmed down and continued yelling furiously in the background, much to Case's irritation. 1 week later, in front of the palace, everyone was chattering noisily. "Your Highness Prince, Your Highness Princess." Everyone looked excited as they brought out all kinds of shoes and jewelry. "Shall we begin preparing for your debut?" a maid asked, her face full of enthusiasm. Aegon and Aerion were alarmed. Ugh, it's finally come. They felt pressured and uncomfortable having to face it. With so many outfits to choose from, neither of them felt they could ever get used to things like this. Stammering awkwardly, they said, The maid replied, "What is it? There are only 2 months left until your debut. His Majesty has prepared a great many outfits. He hopes Aegon and Aerion can discover their own personal style and choose clothes that suit them, so the two of you can feel confident and comfortable. Little by little, you should try different outfits and get used to this new feeling." As she spoke, she picked up a measuring tape. "Then let's take your measurements first. Let's begin. Try on as many as you can." Her eyes sparkled as she said it. Aegon and Aerion clearly showed how tense, worried, and restless they were. Anxiety was written all over their eyes, their bodies trembling slightly, forcing stiff smiles, moving awkwardly, and clenching their hands in embarrassment. They answered reluctantly, stumbling over their words, sounding uncertain. After trying on all the clothes, it was clear everyone around them had helped prepare all the necessary outfits. Only the 2 siblings remained, collapsed on the bed, their faces pale and their eyes dull, showing obvious signs of exhaustion. With weak smiles, they let out hollow laughs and sighed as if their souls had left their bodies, worn out both physically and mentally. "I think I'm about to die." Just thinking about the banquet made Aegon and Aerion feel dizzy, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. "I only had to wear 30 outfits. You wore 50. Their emotions and condition were utterly miserable. "We have to keep doing this for the next 2 months. Before they had even recovered, the butler said, "Your Highness Prince, Your Highness Princess, a letter has arrived for the 2 of you. May I bring it in?" Aegon and Aerion were startled and exclaimed, "A letter? Bring it in." The letter bore a gold seal in the shape of a leaf in the center. Aerion stared at it. "Where have I seen this seal before?" "We learned it in Brother Lloyd's class." With her innocent and adorable nature, she couldn't hide her shock at all, her eyes widening to the fullest as she gasped, "Oh, That's the seal of the Forest imperial family. Prince Edward, chewing as he spoke, seemed just as flustered in memory. The letter read, "Greetings to the Prince and Princess of the Uriana Empire. I am Edward, the second Prince of the Forest Empire. Have the two of you been well lately?" Aegon said. He wrote it in a pretty formal way. Puffed. Aerion laughed and said, "Well, he is a prince. Congratulations on your upcoming public debut. Please allow me to attend as the representative of the Forest Empire." As they read, they exchanged thoughts. "I think the invitation has already been sent, and it reached me rather quickly, but I am very serious about keeping my promise with Sitwell. Let me tell the two of you a little about my achievements. Starting this year, I have been entrusted with diplomatic matters involving the Forest Empire and other nations. So, are you looking forward to our meeting? This is a valuable chance for you to witness my growth. By all means, I hope the two of you will also have some accomplishments of your own, so they can be compared with mine." That was the full content of the letter from Prince Edward of the Forest Empire. After reading it, the two of them looked utterly stunned, as if they could hardly believe such a thing, rereading it carefully with wide eyes and open mouths. What is this supposed to mean? And this letter, when all is said and done, isn't it just him bragging about himself and Sitwell? Aegon said irritably. Aerion let out a breath. Prince Edward really isn't a modest person. Even so, it's still annoying. That jerk. Suddenly, Aegon seemed to think of something, his eyes lighting up. Come to think of it, I don't think this is just empty talk. As he said that, he recalled Prince Edward's training. He must have worked hard over the last 7 years, because back then he really had looked desperate. Aerion was also filled with anticipation and excitement, a smile spreading across her lips as her eyes sparkled, and she leaned forward. "Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. We should do our best so we can show everyone too." Hearing that, Aegon thought for a moment and looked at her. That means more effort, with dressing up. Immediately, both of them looked disappointed, exhausted, and somewhat unmotivated, their eyes drooping and shoulders sagging. Aerion suddenly spoke up, wanting to sound hopeful and excited enough to show some good points about herself. I can't keep letting this terrifying thing happen over and over every time. Let's ask Father to shorten the preparation period." The next day, inside the Imperial Palace, Aegon and Aerion went to meet the Emperor, leaving him quite surprised and unable to believe it. The two of them exchanged thoughts in their minds, trying to figure out how to persuade him. Something like this. That should work." Their father looked at them with wide eyes and an open mouth, his body stiffening as he leaned forward, filled with disbelief and suspicion, as if what was happening was simply too hard to believe. "You want to go to the tailor's shop by yourselves?" The two quickly straightened up and answered confidently, "Yes, father." Looking eager, they continued, "The tailors keep having to bring the clothes all the way here. It's really tiring, and if something gets damaged during transport, that would be unfortunate. We also want to go outside and get some fresh air." Their father thought for a while. In the twins' minds, many thoughts flashed by. With Father's overprotective nature, he won't let us stay outside for long. Looking at clothes and seeing the city would still take a fair amount of time. It really was a brilliant idea. While the two of them were full of enthusiasm, hearts pounding, remembering how trying on clothes took 5 or 6 hours, their father remained completely calm. "I refuse. There are too many dangers outside the castle." The two of them could not have been more shocked. That crushing rejection destroyed the fiery determination they had just had. Aerion continued weakly, "Teach that. If I go with Jason, it'll be fine." While the Emperor frowned in thought, Aegon and Aerion hurried to continue. Right. You know, Jason always protects us. He's very strong and reliable." After thinking it over, he gently closed his eyes. "Then I'll go. You don't need to bring Jason. It's enough if I go with you. I could devote plenty of time to it." The two of them were horrified. What? In an instant, all the plans they had come up with to prepare for the upcoming banquet were utterly ruined. This was nothing like what they had hoped for. Confused, they asked, "But father, wouldn't the city be thrown into chaos if you appeared there?" Aegon and Aerion tried to make more arguments, but he remained unfazed. "Don't worry. There's a way." Aegon and Aerion widened their eyes, staring at him in disbelief. A few days later, under a bright blue sky, a carriage was parked in the courtyard while several servants waited respectfully. Their father and the escort had already finished preparing. As soon as he saw Aegon and Aerion coming out, he called, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Aegon and Aerion replied. "Then let's depart." But the two of them truly had not expected this. Even though he had disguised himself as someone else, there was no way to hide his aura. Going out into town with their father in disguise, with black hair, left Aegon and Aerion stunned. Every girl there blushed shyly as she looked at him. The Emperor and the twins entered with black hair, yet one glance was enough to tell they were no ordinary people. The Emperor stepped forward and said, "I want to buy some clothes for the children." The girls were dazzled by how handsome he was. The Emperor added, "Do you sell them or not?" Only then did they come back to their senses. Bowing, they said, "Please forgive our rudeness just now." He shook his head. "Bring out the finest clothes in the shop." They bowed again. "Yes, sir." The other girls in the store started whispering among themselves about him. One girl with blunt bangs said, "This is my first time seeing them. Where did they come from?" A girl in blue replied at once, "I don't know either, but they really are gorgeous." Each of their faces showed obvious fascination. "Please wait a moment, sir," they said. Meanwhile, the twins were exchanging thoughts with each other. Aerion said, "It looks like the tailors from the palace aren't here." Aegon replied, "The staff here are probably only for display anyway, so it doesn't affect us." She looked at the Emperor and smiled as she said to Aegon, "Father already looks amazing with blonde hair, but with black hair, he's really charming." Aegon nodded in agreement. "That's true." The Emperor looked at the twins and asked, "What is it?" Both of them shook their heads. "It's nothing." He grew curious. Were these two children thinking, staring at me like that? Over on the other side, the young ladies kept sneaking sparkling glances at him, and the twins fell silent as they watched. Aegon said, "They can't take their eyes off father." Aerion nodded. "They're just staring at him." Seriously speaking, their father really was very handsome. At that moment, two people in charge of fitting clothes came over and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Please follow me now to try on the outfits." Sometime later, the twins stepped out wearing two outfits that gave off a noble air. Aerion looked lovely, while Aegon looked like a mature and reliable little gentleman. A shop attendant introduced the children's clothes. These garments are made of fabric combined with Titeria gems, and their sheen changes depending on the angle. Together with these gloves and several accessories, it creates a perfect combination that radiates elegance and nobility. "These are the most fashionable styles right now, sir." The twins' eyes lit up. "They're so pretty," they said, clearly loving them. The attendant said to Aerion, "Come here, little one. Let me take your measurements." Aerion nodded. Another attendant said to Aegon, "Come with me, cute boy." The Emperor's killing intent rose at once, and in a low voice he said, "How dare you address my children so familiarly?" The overwhelming pressure frightened the two attendants. Aerion quickly spoke up, "Father." As the shop attendant wrapped the measuring tape around her waist, Aerion turned to look. Her face instantly went pale with shock as she realized she had gained weight. She turned to Aegon and, using the telepathic link between them, said, "Aegon, do you think I've gotten chubbier?" Hearing her voice, he looked over. The two stayed silent for a moment before he finally said, "Well, with how much you eat, it'd be stranger if you didn't gain weight." Then he continued, "But if you've gained weight, shouldn't that be a good thing?" Tears welled in her eyes as she said, "I know, but still." She poked her head out and looked at her father. "Father," peeking out from the changing room doorway, she said to him, "Can we buy a few outfits we can exercise into?" The Emperor immediately granted his beloved daughter's request. "Of course, anything you want." Looking at the catalog in his hand, he added, "Go ahead and buy them. You can even buy out this whole shop if you want." Hearing that, the two attendants in the fitting room were startled, while she smiled and answered her father, "Yes, father." Then the blonde-haired attendant said helplessly to Aerion, I'm sorry, but we don't have ready-made clothes for little girls. She looked genuinely apologetic. Arian lifted her head and said, then that's fine. Since Arian was someone who had transmigrated, something like that didn't bother her at all. Then she looked at the blonde attendant and said, then just give me a set like my brother's. We're the same size. Aegon fell silent as he looked at her. She thought about how all the girls here wore dresses. She had not seen a single girl wearing pants. For women, pants were taboo, especially for noble young ladies. Aegon sighed and said he thought it was time for him to have a major growth spurt. He wondered why he was still the same height as her. Arian patted her brother on the head and said, so you care about that? Don't worry, you'll grow taller when the time comes, right, our Aegon? He grabbed her and pinched her cheeks, and she struggled and cried out. The blonde woman smiled and said, everything is ready. Then the pair stepped out. Everyone gasped in surprise, and the Emperor stared straight ahead. Before them stood the twins in matching outfits, both wearing trousers. Their ocean-colored clothes highlighted the twins' youthful beauty, making them look like heavenly children. The brown-haired woman exclaimed, how wonderful, and clapped nonstop at how adorable they looked. The blonde woman said awkwardly, it's a little difficult having a girl wear pants. Arian cheerfully asked her father, Father, what do you think? Does it look all right? The Emperor stayed silent and looked at his daughter. She looked back at him too, worried he might disapprove. No father would let his daughter wear pants, right? But the Emperor smiled sweetly and said that both of them looked dignified and splendid, and that the outfits suited them very well. His gaze was gentle as he looked at the two children. Arian immediately replied happily, yes, thank you, father. Aegon added, thank you, father. She thought that father must be feeling awkward. He was praising them, but his face had no expression at all. The two attendants, seeing his soft smile, blushed furiously, their hearts pounding like drums. How could that count as no expression? It really was wonderful. And after that, little by little, trousers became fashionable among children. Arian had become a trendsetter in fashion, though no one knew the truth. Right, Aegon? It really is fresh, isn't it? Isn't it better than being stuck in the palace? The Emperor said nothing. There was no tea, but this was still better. The Emperor's happiness index had truly reached its peak now. He said, I will go with you two as often as I can until we find clothes that suit you. I'll choose the newest and most beautiful outfits. She thought, he's still talking about that. Then her ruby-like eyes widened as something occurred to her. She said to him, that reminds me of a guest. Father, I received a letter from Prince Edward. At the mention of that name, the pressure around him lessened a little and his coldness eased. He asked what the letter said. She answered, he said he would come see us at our first debut banquet. Aegon added, he said he's in charge of Forest's diplomatic matters. The Emperor said, that's right. I've heard about him. Then he continued, diplomacy is the face of a nation. It is rather unusual that the Emperor entrusted all diplomatic affairs to the second prince instead of the crown prince, even though he has only just turned 20. The twins both let out surprise sounds. The Forest Empire had continued to delay the ceremony naming its successor, likely because of the comparison between the Crown Prince and Prince Edward. The prince who had always been silent had suddenly stood out over the last 7 years. Arian said admiringly, Prince Edward is amazing. Aegon asked, when we meet this time, would you like to hear more stories from him? The Emperor simply said, be careful. Arian asked, puzzled, Prince Edward. Aegon added, Prince Edward isn't dangerous anymore. But the Emperor said again, the problem is his position in the Forest Empire. He is still too young, yet he suddenly became so prominent. That means the number of his enemies has increased. Great powers do not overlook young people who suddenly begin to stand out. Then he added, especially Crown Prince Winston, Prince Edward's older brother. I'm rather worried about him now. Aegon asked again. The older brother Edward said he didn't get along with. Arian added, what kind of personality does he have? The Emperor said that he had met him a few times while working and that he was someone with a strong desire to win, a great deal of pride, and above all, he was very competitive, especially with Edward. He continued, Edward has defeated him so many times that Winston's side will be eager to get rid of Edward. Arian repeated, get rid of, Aegon added, but he's his older brother. The Emperor said that they might accidentally become Edward's weakness, and that danger could come unexpectedly. Edward's letter said everything was going well, but now she no longer thought so. Is Prince Edward all right? More than 10 days before the debut. In the Forest Empire, a cup shattered within an instant. A man cried out in alarm, stammering. Edward collapsed in front of the shattered teacup. People shouted, "Prince Edward has been poisoned." A man yelled, "Who did this?" Then the Crown Prince appeared and said it was merely food poisoning. How shameful. The Crown Prince stood there, and everyone called out, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." He added, "In any case, Edward has a habit of doing wicked things, so there's nothing I can do," while looking down at Edward. His eyes were full of malice. He said, "At the Uriana Empire's first debut banquet, I'll go in his place. In the Uriana Empire, whatever you cherish, I'll take very good care of it. So don't worry." That brazen bastard. In Crown Prince Lloyd's room, he was speaking with his guard. "So, Case, did you find anything?" Case bowed his head and reported, "Yes. I found the person behind the ones who have been digging into the princesses and the fourth prince's past." The Crown Prince fell silent, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Case reported, "A prince of the Forest Empire. He is very likely the one behind this." And at that very moment, that sly face appeared just after Arian and Aegon turned around. They looked startled and asked, "Who is that?" He gave them a crafty smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you both." Sensing danger, the twins immediately grew serious, their faces full of caution. He bowed and introduced himself. "I'm the Crown Prince of the Forest Empire, Winston Capel of Forest." Arian and Aegon were startled. So this was Prince Winston? At the same time, both of them recalled what the Emperor had once said, "I've met him a few times while working, but he is someone with a strong desire to win and a great deal of pride." Arian and Aegon looked up at him, unable to understand why he had come here. Winston kept talking even though no one responded. "I am honored to make your acquaintance." Aegon spoke up first. "What about Prince Edward?" Winston replied, "Unfortunately, my younger brother is unwell." The image of Edward collapsing from poison flashed through their minds. Winston gave a deceitful smile and said, "Edward must have been far too diligent with his work. He even picked up my teacup by mistake." With his hands behind his back, he pretended to be a brother worried about his sibling as he said, "So please forgive me." But neither of them believed him, and their expressions turned suspicious. They both thought strange. If it were Edward, he would have sent a letter or something to say he couldn't come. Asking forgiveness? Isn't he the reason Edward couldn't come in the first place? Seeing the hostile expressions on the children's faces, Winston was surprised. What was this? Had they noticed something? He wondered. He calculated inwardly that if he wanted to pin the blame on Edward, he would have to win these brats over first. How troublesome. Well, winning children over shouldn't be that hard. He continued in a friendly tone. "Now that I have seen you in person, I can understand why Edward likes you both so much. You truly do have adorable faces. I also heard that you are smarter than other children your age." Winston did not realize he had already gone wrong. "So, since the two of you were born, His Majesty the Emperor must dote on you very much, yes?" Arian and Aegon looked shocked and displeased. Then the second prince's voice rang out. "Since they were born? That sounds rather old-fashioned, Prince Winston. In the Uriana Empire, words like that are used only to refer to the day of one's birth." The twins turned around in surprise and delight. Arian called out warmly, "Brother Alex." Alex smiled gently. "Hello, Arian, again." Winston bowed. "Greetings, second Prince Alexander. It has been a long time." Alex answered bluntly. "We aren't that close, are we? I was told your younger brother would be coming. Why are you here?" "The person we invited was your younger brother." Winston replied, "Ah, my younger brother is unwell, so I came in his place." Alex looked disappointed and let out a sigh. "I see. What a pity." Winston thought, "A pity?" Alex continued, "And Prince Winston, I should make this clear. Our family does not cherish those two because they happen to be born. We love them for who they are, regardless of how they came into this world." Standing behind him, Arian and Aegon gave the second prince a thumbs up. "Nice, Alex." Alex narrowed his eyes, revealing a sharp edge. "Isn't that simply what family is? Perhaps that is somewhat different from the way you think." Winston said nothing. Alex smiled brightly and continued, "It would do the Crown Prince good to learn a new way of thinking. and I would rather not hear you repeat that rude remark in front of my younger siblings again." Winston bristled. What was that? Looking at the close relationship between the three siblings before him, he thought to himself that they might become his enemies in the future. Alex turned and led Arian and Aegon away by the hand. He did not forget to glance back politely. "So please excuse us, Prince Winston. We are busy, so we will be going now." Winston fumed. How insolent. He scowled and thought, so it's true. Elsewhere in the palace, voices were heard over a tea table. This is strange too. Prince Edward is absent and didn't even send a letter. Aegon turned to his sister and replied, "I was thinking the same thing. I thought he might still be able to attend somehow, with Sitwell's help." Arian answered, "Right." Then she voiced her thoughts. "Besides, about that prince." Arian hesitated slightly. "I have a bad feeling." Alex reassured them. "Don't worry. Winston and his people will only be able to attend. They won't be able to do anything, and they won't even be able to get close to you." Alex smiled. "So the two of you should just enjoy the party comfortably." Both of them looked at their brother with shining eyes. They spoke in unison. "Thank you, Brother Alex." "Thank you." Yes, they thought, brothers really are the best. After leaving the tea room, the second prince's solemn figure stretched down the corridor. His purple eyes glimmered with worry. In the fitting room, the servants were busily cleaning up. Alex entered and asked, "Do you have the outfits my siblings will be wearing here?" The servant was startled. "Second prince, yes, we do." Two splendid blue outfits harmonized with white were laid out. He explained, "These are the outfits the two of them will wear for their debut." Alex looked over the two outfits. The shoes are lovely. The pale blue shoes matched the dress, and the two pairs were a set. Alex sat down and cast a little magic on the clothes. He thought, I'll use defensive magic to block living things, curses, or physical shocks. Alex remained so absorbed in thought that he failed to notice the servant's shock, eyes wide and mouth agape. He kept thinking, since there's an older brother. Then he hesitated, stopped his hand, and sighed. Of course, it would be best not to use this magic. At night, the sky shone brightly with stars ruling high above. 2 days later, on the day of the debut, the palace was splendidly decorated, covered in a golden sheen that emphasized its royal grandeur. In the dressing room, Hazen called out, "Are you two ready? His Majesty is waiting." Arian stepped out and said, "We're ready. How do we look, Hazen?" Arian and Aegon emerged, splendid and elegant, as if they had stepped out of a fairy tale. It seemed that their beauty came not only from their clothes, but also from the hearts and moods of the two siblings. Arian asked, "We don't look strange, do we?" Hazen gasped and opened her mouth wide, unable to resist such beauty. She said, "You two are so adorable. How can you possibly be this cute?" Arian smiled shyly. Aegon lowered his head to look at his shoes, as if something were wrong with them. Sure enough, Aegon spoke. "My shoes don't fit." Hazen quickly replied, "Oh, there are some shoes with a similar design in a larger size." Aegon said, "Oh, then bring them to me." Hazen knelt to help Aegon change into another pair of shoes that fit better. None of them knew that the pair he had just taken off had been enchanted. After changing, Arian urged him, "Come on, father's waiting." The twins hurried to the venue. As they crossed the hallway, the servant from the other day saw them and was startled. "What?" "The shoes the prince is wearing now are different from the pair the second prince enchanted 2 days ago. Those aren't them. They're bigger." On the morning of the debut, in the guest quarters, Winston stood before a mirror while an elementalist adjusted his clothes. Winston glanced over and said, "So today has finally come. Edward did very well, didn't he?" The elementalist replied, "He is locked in a cell, and outside I made it look as if he were undergoing treatment." He added, "The doctors are on our side as well, so we can keep them under control for a while." Winston answered in satisfaction, "Good. Any information about the dragon he was searching for?" The elementalist stood with his hands behind his back and said, "We succeeded in the investigation. It took me some time to find anything because I could hardly detect anything unusual." Winston leaned on his hand and replied, "Is that so?" The elementalist then shared what he had learned. "I heard it is a young man with a mysterious aura, long silver hair, black eyes, and a mole under one eye." Hearing that, Winston asked, "A young man? Does that mean the dragon is young?" The elementalist closed his eyes and explained, "Your Highness, dragons use polymorph magic. They can freely change their age or gender whenever necessary. Winston's face immediately grew awkward at being corrected. I know. I was only confirming it. Then he turned serious again and asked the main point. Anyway, are you saying today is our chance to meet that dragon? The elementalist bowed and answered, yes. It appears to be very fond of the Uriana twins. The dragon will certainly appear at the twins' first debut. At the party, the emperor sat imposingly in the central seat, the princes standing beside him. Arian and Aegon stood one on each side of the emperor, while many nobles stood below. The emperor, elegant and dignified, spoke first. Today, I thank all of you for attending this event. He continued, today is the debut of my two beloved children. That is why this is an extremely important day. Excitement and joy showed plainly on Aegon's and Arian's faces. Please offer them your congratulations. Hearing that, the nobles applauded and said in unison, congratulations to the imperial family. A little while later, the two of them stepped down into the party, and the nobles came over to greet them and socialize. The three princes stood above, watching the scene with happy smiles. Savion stepped forward, lifted her skirt, and bowed in congratulations. Your Highness the Princess, Your Highness the Fourth Prince, congratulations on your first debut. Arian replied, thank you, Lady Savion. One by one, people lined up before them, and Arian smiled brightly. Thank you, everyone. Aegon added, thank you. Using telepathy, she said, try to show a little sincerity, Aegon. He answered in a weary tone, this is so annoying. Arian reminded him, they're the children of noble families, the people who build the empire's relationships. Aegon replied, I don't care. Those noble children are the ones Brother Lloyd carefully introduced to us. Arian frowned. Ugh, honestly. Suddenly, a voice called out to them, Your Highness the Princess, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. The two of them looked toward the source of the voice. The person calling was Webline. He flushed slightly as he greeted them. Oh, it's been a long time. Aegon said absently, Ah, you are. In an instant, Arian recognized him and cried out, Ah, Webline Besson. Arian happily asked after him, It's been so long. What about your family? Webline answered, My older brother and mother had matters to attend to, so only my father and I came. Aegon snarked, My older brother is better. She immediately growled. Aegon, with a rosy smile, she said, I'm happy to see you again after so long. Thank you for coming all this way. Seeing that face, Webline blushed all over and stammered, Oh no. From a distance, Winston watched them and thought, if I want to meet that dragon, I'll probably have to stay close to the twins. He thought to himself, I need to befriend those two. Thinking that, he put on a fake smile and walked forward. Prince Aegon, Princess Arian. Suddenly, a large figure blocked his path. Lloyd stood in front of him and said, Greetings, Prince Winston. Winston immediately faltered in fear and took a step back. Winston forced a smile. See our crown prince. Lloyd's eyes were full of warning as he looked at him. Winston smiled stiffly. It is a pleasure to meet you. He thought to himself, what is with that look? Lloyd stared at him and answered only, The air fell silent. Winston slowly spoke up as well. I wanted to congratulate your highness's younger siblings. The moment he finished speaking, the second prince and third prince appeared from behind him with delighted smiles. Alex said smoothly, Talk with us instead, and Eli, looking rather wickedly pleased, added, How have you been? The two of them firmly grabbed his arms. Winston looked flustered. No, Alex said, there's plenty of time to drink now. This way. Now, then, wait. Lloyd raised a finger toward them. He recalled what Case had said yesterday. The people digging into the princesses and the fourth prince's past are very likely from the Forest Empire. Lloyd thought, I said this was a good opportunity, but since this is Case's investigation, I should treat it as fact. Winston is definitely aiming for something during this debut. Ahead of him, Alex was already stuffing alcohol into Winston's mouth. Lloyd looked toward Arian and Aegon and thought, I told them that Alex had placed a defensive spell on them, so for now they should be fairly safe. I need to go and assess the situation. The party's orchestra began to play. Hearing the sound, Arian said, The music. Then, in dismay, she added, It's time for dancing already. Once the music started, The nobles began whispering among themselves. The waltz had begun to play. I wonder who Her Highness the Princess and His Highness the Fourth Prince will dance with. The Emperor looked down with a thoughtful expression. Then suddenly, two hands were held out in front of Arian, Her Highness the Princess. She looked up. Webline and another young nobleman were inviting her. The other young man spoke first. May I have the honor of inviting your highness to the first dance? Webline awkwardly added, It's fine. You can dance with me. Being invited by both of them, Arian grew a little shy and flustered. She lowered her gaze and looked around the banquet, searching for someone. Arian whispered, Jason. She thought to herself, Why haven't you come yet? Suddenly, the Emperor spoke from behind the two of them. The princess's dance will be postponed. Webline and the other nobleman were both shocked. Your Majesty, they cried out. Seeing that, Arian also turned around and called out, Father! The Emperor glared at his daughter with a stormy face. She tilted her head in confusion, and he closed his eyes with a sigh. The Emperor muttered murderously, Jason, that crafty red wolf pup. None of the four understood what he meant. Then Arian suddenly seemed to realize something and turn around. Wait, so you're the first one I'm dancing with? She asked. He answered, That's right. As soon as he said that, someone approached and called out, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. Aegon stiffened and turned around. Sabian and a group of other noble ladies looked thoroughly delighted as they said, Your Highness the Fourth Prince, how does it feel to dance the first dance with me? Your Highness the Fourth Prince, me too. Me too. Seeing them, Aegon's face filled with disgust, and he stepped back. Then a sweet voice rang out. Oh my Prince Aegon. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice behind them. Sorry I'm late. Arian and Aegon looked at the girl's face and felt it seemed familiar. Jason entered with the girl beside him, and the other nobles began whispering, Oh, who is she? Wow, this is my first time seeing her. The one beside her is probably the princess's and the fourth prince's guard knight. Sithwell excitedly asked him, Oh, dear Jason, are we late? Jason replied irritably, It wouldn't be late if you'd gotten ready sooner. Jason and Sithwell, in female form, made a grand entrance in the middle of the banquet. The Emperor, Arian, and Aegon all stared blankly at the girl. Arian asked, Jason, the person next to you. She took in the face, silver hair, black eyes, and a beauty mark near the eye. It felt like she had seen her somewhere before. Jason and Sithwell bowed in greeting. Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness the Princess, and Your Highness the Fourth Prince. The Emperor froze. Arian and Aegon still had question marks all over their faces, unable to recognize her. Seeing that the two still hadn't realized, Sithwell said, Don't tell me you can't recognize me just because I changed gender? The two of them suddenly realized it. That voice! Sithwell winked with a smoldering look, and only then did they recognize her as Sithwell. She lowered her head toward the noble ladies who had been crowding around and said, Sorry, girls, but today I'm the fourth prince's first dance partner. With that beautiful face, Sithwell asked, That's allowed, right? The noble girls blushed and answered, Why yes. With that matter settled, Sithwell rushed forward. Aegon, I'm here. Aegon shrank back in fear. Jason thought to himself, if it weren't for Dragon Sama. On the other side, Alex and Lloyd stared blankly at the girl, thinking, Sithwell. Winston glanced over and blushed at the sight of her. Silver hair, black eyes, mysterious. A sly smile appeared on his face as he recalled what the Elementalist had said. Dragons could freely change their age or gender. He looked over at Sithwell dancing with Aegon and thought, I see. Arian looked around at the scene in utter bewilderment. Seriously, what on earth is going on? The Uriana Empire, the mightiest nation on the continent, at the first public debut of its prince and princess. As she watched her brother dancing with that princess, one girl thought to herself, a prince and a silver dragon, a young man and a young woman dancing. Someone muttered a curse under their breath. That bastard, another person added. Sorry, I couldn't stop her. Arian watched them dancing to the gentle music, then said to the two beside her, Who's going to stop Sithwell? But the two of them are already dancing. Then she asked Aegon, Aegon, are you okay? At that moment, he was incredibly tense and answered, Don't say anything. I just stepped on Sithwell's foot. Hearing that, she laughed teasingly. While the siblings were talking, Sithwell was gradually losing her composure, but still forcing herself to get through the dance. Sithwell said to him, Steady, steady, it's fine, really fine. At that moment, Jason spoke up, drawing Arian's attention. What a pity. Aegon already stepped on Sithwell. Then he turned to her and asked, Arian won't step on my feet, right? Hearing that question, she smiled brightly and replied, yes, I'll be careful. Hearing that reassuring answer, he looked at her affectionately and said with a gentle smile, I'm looking forward to it, Arian. Then he looked at her almost like a puppy wagging its tail. Seeing that expression, Arian had to hold back her laughter. It was as if dancing with him were only natural. Well, I was waiting for Jason. After a while, the dance came to an end. Aegon and Sithwell bowed to each other. Seeing that, someone exclaimed, Ah, Aegon's dance is over. By the end, the two of them looked completely different, one cheerful, the other miserable. After Aegon returned to where they were, the Emperor personally handed him a handkerchief to wipe his hands. As for Sithwell, she came over to Arian and said with a smile, Arian, little one, want to dance one with me? Hearing the offer, Arian immediately gave an awkward smile and waved her hands. Oh, that sounds great, doesn't it? The others seemed delighted by the idea, but Jason definitely was not. Hearing Sithwell coax Arian like that, he looked irritated. Arian looked at Sithwell in confusion, and Sithwell said to her, Then let this be a replacement for a dance. Then Sithwell stepped forward, leaned in, and placed a kiss on Arian's cheek. Congratulations on your first debut, Arian. Jason looked ready to explode. Everyone there sprang to their feet at the sight. Arian's head spun as she wondered, Huh? Did I just get kissed by a dragon? Seeing her expression, Sithwell giggled. Jason, on the other hand, was furious. Sithwell, he shouted angrily. What do you think you're doing? Sithwell, hearing him raise his voice like that, immediately scolded him back. You're so noisy. If you're not satisfied, do you want me to do it to you too? While the two of them argued, elsewhere the Emperor used the handkerchief he'd just given Aegon to wipe away Sithwell's kiss from Arian's cheek. Sithwell assumed Jason wanted a kiss too, so without another word she grabbed his collar, pulled him down, and kissed him on the cheek, leaving him completely stunned. What? Jason instantly turned to stone. Arian gaped. The Emperor was speechless. Everyone at the banquet widened their eyes, too excited to say a word. Jason kept staring at Sithwell in the form of a beautiful girl. Sithwell turned away in distaste and stuck out her tongue playfully. You. The Emperor seemed unable to bear the sight any longer. He frowned helplessly, hand on his forehead, and warned Sithwell. His voice grew even angrier as he shouted, You're ruining the children's first debut. Arian flinched and immediately shut her mouth. The Emperor's voice remained stern as he asked bluntly, Do you want to become the first dragon ever insulted by humans? Lloyd beside him was still frozen. Sithwell blinked charmingly and said, I'm satisfied with this, though. Don't let me get away, okay? Good luck. Let's go outside for some air. Aegon spoke up. I think I danced very well with Sithwell. Arian looked utterly speechless and replied, That's just what you think. If I were the one dancing, I'd have fainted. Over here, when Lloyd heard that Sithwell was about to leave, he immediately snapped back to himself and said, Sithwell, I won't let you be alone, then seemed to vanish after her at once. Aegon and Arian were startled, and Arian called out, Brother Lloyd. Lloyd didn't seem to hear. With a dark expression, he said, I'll catch you soon. Then the second prince also said, I'm coming too. The third prince declared hot-bloodedly, Me too. Arian thought, Oh no, this is going to turn into a brawl. Perhaps to stop that from happening, Arian spoke up, striking right at her brother's weak point. Hey, aren't you going to watch me dance? All three of them instantly lit up. It was as if sparkles appeared around them. They eagerly replied, I'll watch. Me too. I'll stay here. Beside them, the Emperor stood with his arms crossed, watching his three spirited sons. Arian thought to herself, their skills just keep improving. Once the royal family's strange chaos finally settled, one of the musicians stepped toward Arian and timidly asked, Princess, may I play the next song now? Arian answered, Oh yes. Thank you. Suddenly, from behind her, a graceful hand was held out, along with the long-forgotten voice of Jason. Shall we go, Arian? Arian replied tactfully, Jason, I don't think you've completely thawed out yet. Even so, Arian still let Jason take her hand. The two of them stepped out to the center of the dance floor together, drawing everyone's attention. The third prince put his hands on his hips and asked, "Father, why aren't you stopping her from dancing with Jason?" The Emperor sighed. "Just leave her alone." Lloyd glanced over, but said nothing. However, Alex was not nearly so friendly toward the one who had stolen his little sister. Alex asked angrily why. The Emperor's green eyes softened as he looked toward Arian. Seeing his daughter dance comfortably with Jason, he replied, "Because Arian wants to." Back where Arian was, she seemed a little distracted. My feet feel a little uncomfortable." Noticing the subtle change in her expression, Jason asked with concern, "Arian, what's wrong?" Arian answered honestly, The shoes are a little uncomfortable. I think it's because I'm wearing them for the first time." Jason thought. A trail of red smoke slipped out, carrying a strangely alluring air. Arian suddenly realized that she could move her feet easily now. She thought, "My feet feel better now." Jason winked at her and whispered, "I used magic, Arian." Arian fell silent, not knowing what to say. Then she finally reacted and burst into laughter. Her bright smile, like the morning sun, warmed even the coldest, wandering soul. Cheerfully, she said, "Thank you, Jason." It seemed as though joy itself could spread, because Jason smiled too, and the atmosphere between them became deeply happy. Elsewhere, a slender figure with long, lustrous silver hair nearly reaching the ground sat on the railing with some difficulty. "Top!" Footsteps sounded nearby. A voice followed. "Up close, Milady is even more beautiful. May I have the honor of speaking with you?" A handsome face, reddened with embarrassment, appeared. He shyly addressed her, "Mysterious lady." "Ah, no, Dragon Sama." He placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "Please allow me to introduce myself first. I come from the Forest Empire." Sithwell rudely cut him off. "I know. Prince Winston." Winston said in surprise, "You know me?" "I'm honored." In the same blunt tone, Sithwell interrupted him again. "There's nothing to talk about. I know you didn't come here with good intentions." His ulterior motives laid bare. Winston flushed even redder, both embarrassed and angry. Winston cursed inwardly. What the hell? These royals, and even this dragon. Why is everyone in this empire treating me like this? Dark thoughts still crowded his mind, but I can't back down. My father, the Emperor of the Forest Empire. I received top secret information that the heir will be officially named in 1 month. With grand ambition, he thought, I can't lose the succession. I won't let it fall into Edward's hands. So he still did not retreat and continued, "Please, lend me your strength to save our empire. As a prince, I surpass Edward." Sithwell clearly had no interest in hearing such annoying words and said, "Prince Winston." She turned her head, her gaze sharp. "I want to ask you about the abandoned land of the Forest Empire." Winston was shaken and broke into a cold sweat. Sithwell continued bluntly, "Answer me, Prince Winston. Does the empire you're talking about include that land as well?" He fell silent, unable to answer. After a moment, Winston forcefully denied it. "W, what are you talking about?" Sithwell bluntly attacked Winston. "Your power is not even half that of your half-brother." A fierce wind rose, as if to tear Winston in two, forcing him to raise his arms to shield himself. Mixed in with the wind was Sithwell's voice. "Before I change my mind, get out of my sight." Winston ground his teeth in fury. He could not speak, but Sithwell's words kept repeating in his head like a cursed old radio. "Not even half as strong as your half-brother." In the end, he could only pretend to yield. "If that's the case, I have no choice but to leave." Sithwell, as if reading his heart, added one more line. "Is that so?" Inside the castle, after finishing her dance, Arian sat down beside Aegon and sighed. "Phew, I'm so tired." Aegon complained, "It's finally over. Everyone kept staring at me while I was dancing. I really didn't like it." A maid came over with sweets. Arian thanked her, then answered Aegon. "It was really tense. My mind went completely blank." In the spacious room, only the siblings' conversation could be heard. Aegon observed, "You seem to have a good time dancing with Jason." Arian replied, "Hee hee, Jason made me feel more at ease with his magic." Aegon picked up a piece of cake and said, "Anyway, let's rest for a bit. There's still another banquet area, so no one should come here." The moment he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, where are you?" Aegon immediately froze. Lady Sabian looked around, searching for Aegon while complaining, "I hadn't even had a chance to speak with you, and you already left." Webline and several others follow behind her. Aegon and Aerion cracked the door open and peeked outside. Seeing Sabian still complaining nonstop, both of them were speechless. The siblings whispered quietly to each other. Why are they following us? Who knows? Aegon quickly grasped the situation and said, if we get caught now, we're done for. Aerion nodded quickly. Exactly. But neither of them realized that behind them, a dark shadow was slowly approaching, as if trying to get close to the two of them. Aegon patted his little sister's head and whispered, let's go to the back garden. Aerion replied, what if we accidentally run into them? The maid behind them noticed the light in the room growing dimmer and thought, the room suddenly feels dark. Then the rustling sound behind her made her turn around. But those arms came crawling forward. Several of them latched onto the hem of her skirt, and she cried out in terror, eek! Then she hurriedly turned toward the two royals. Why, your highnesses? But before she could finish, the arms engulfed her. Hearing the strange noise, the two turned around suspiciously. The maid had collapsed unconscious by the wall. Those ghostly arms writhed as they moved toward them. Both of them thought in fear, what is this? From within those ghostly arms came ghastly sounds. Uriana royal family, children, the twin pair, per the contract, capture them. Then they lunged. Suddenly, a holy golden light appeared. A shield of light materialized, blocking the arms. Aerion opened her eyes and said blankly, Brother Alex's defensive magic. Then she thought Aegon. She turned to call him, but to her horror, he had already been captured. She cried out in shock. Aegon was bound and unable to speak, but he sent his voice to her. Aerion, run, she cried out. Again, the ghostly arms said, Uriana, Emperor, twin pair, capture them. Then Aegon was dragged down into the darkness. Aerion rushed forward, calling Aegon's name in panic. A voice came from the darkness. Capture them. One taken. One remains. Aerion screamed, Aegon, loud enough for everyone outside to hear. They all panicked and ran over. Webline Besson said, I just heard Her Highness the Princess's voice. Lady Sabian ran in one direction and said, that room over there. They called out, excuse us, Your Highness. Then they pushed the door open, all of them looking horrified. Inside the room, Aerion was sitting in one spot with her head in her hands. The hands kept trying to seize her, but they could not break through the protective barrier. What is that? They shouted. What is this? The ghastly sounds kept coming from the hands. One remains. When the barrier disappears, take her. Aerion trembled and stammered. No, Aegon, Sabian hurriedly asked. Hazan, do you know any spell that can help His Highness? He immediately answered, That's not magic from the Uriana Empire. The girl in the blue dress cried out, Your Highness the Princess. Then he said, that is, when a red streak suddenly shot in. The red streak struck the arms. The hands vanished, and a figure in a black cloak rushed in. It was Jason. He pulled Aerion into his arms protectively. Sabian cried out, the guard knight. Aerion sobbed. Jason, she cried as she said, Jason, Aegon. Aegon has, he comforted her. It's okay, Aerion. You're safe now. Jason said, this is my fault for being too careless. Aegon is my master too, and I can find him, so please don't worry. Then Aerion fainted. Webline Besson cried out, Your Highness the Princess. Jason said, she's only fainted from too much shock. She'll wake up soon. He looked outside and said, there's something I'd like to ask of all of you. They answered, please tell us. Jason said, inform the Emperor of this situation. Do your best not to let the other nobles find out. He looked toward the maid who had fainted nearby and said, the rest of you maids, take her to be examined. It may be serious. They immediately answered, yes. Then everyone hurried off to do their assigned tasks. Jason kissed Aerion on the head and said, I'm sorry. I will definitely save Aegon. The guests outside complained, what the hell is this? Why did it suddenly stop? I mean, were we supposed to be eating and enjoying the party now? In the infirmary, Alex blamed himself, saying, oh no, I never thought Aegon would change into a different pair of shoes before the banquet. Lois said, that was far too careless. Jason asked, do you have any suspicions? IG said angrily. Isn't it obvious? The culprit is Crown Prince Winston. But the problem is that we have no proof, and on top of that, I can't even find that bastard anywhere right now, even though Kira is looking for him. Loy said, after Aegon and Sithwell danced, I saw Crown Prince Winston go outside, but he never returned to the banquet hall afterward. Alex said, I saw him go out too. I just thought he had drunk too much and had gone to rest. IG said, you saw him too? Just then, someone approached and said, Prince Winston did not go to rest. He came to see me. Startled, they all turned to look. It was Sithwell. Alex asked, what do you mean? Why him? Sithwell let out a sigh, then said, his target was me. Just like Edward before, he is trying to use me in the war over the succession. She went on, but he is far more pathetic than Edward, and he found out that I am a dragon. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Loy thought to himself, so the one digging into the princess and the fourth prince's past. The prince of the Forest Empire. He is very likely behind all of this. Then Sithwell suddenly addressed the emperor. She said, we need to clear this matter up. The emperor replied, no. A green aura rose around him as he said, this is enough. Aegon woke up and shifted slightly. He let out a small sound and sat up, looking around. He thought, it's dark. Is it already night? When he looked up, he saw a sky full of stars and said, what is this? Aegon thought, this forest. It feels very strange. Suddenly, a figure appeared, asking maliciously, are you awake now, your highness? Startled, he cried out, Prince Winston. He asked, did you kidnap me? Winston replied, not exactly. To be precise, my subordinate kidnapped you. Aegon called out, Arianne, meaning to call her, but then stopped as he remembered what had happened then. He thought, Arianne was protected by a barrier at that moment. Thank goodness. He considered it further. That was a magic barrier. Alex made it. The enchanted shoes. And I changed mine before the banquet. Winston looked at him and thought suspiciously, the kid isn't crying? Then he said aloud, all right, Prince Aegon. Let's go over there and talk. He pointed to a sheltered resting spot in the forest and said, how about there? It's set up for tea. Aegon refused. I may be handsome, but I'm not stupid, bro. I'm not drinking anything you give me. Before he could finish, Winston reached out and gripped his throat. Drawing closer, Winston said, why? Do you think I put poison in it? Don't worry, just drink it. Then he added, you should be honored to have been invited here as the son of Uriana and Edward. You have no idea how lowly your birth really is. Aegon clutched at Winston's arm, but he could do nothing. He thought, this is insane. Damn it. Arianne, Jason. Aegon thought, save me. At that moment, both Arianne and Jason suddenly reacted. IG asked curiously, Jason? He said, again. You heard it too? Arianne woke on the bed and said, Brother Aegon called me. She sat up, and her father and brothers cried out in alarm. Arianne. They rushed to her, firing questions one after another. Arianne, does anything hurt? Are you all right? Are you okay? Adian answurd. I'm fine. Then, in fear, she added, but I have to go find Brother Aegon right away. I heard his voice. Arianne cried out, I have to find Aegon immediately. Alex tried to calm her. Aegon, first you need to calm down. But Jason said, Arianne is right. He said, I heard Aegon's voice too. Even if he is not injured, that does not mean he is safe. The Emperor asked, can you determine Aegon's location, Jason? He answered, southwest. I only know the direction. I can't pinpoint the exact location. He blamed himself. Normally, as his guard, I would be able to. I feel like something is interfering with my connection to Aegon. IG guessed, southwest of the Empire is the sea. Don't tell me he was taken away by ship. Alex said, that would require someone to handle a boat. There would be background checks at the port. Would Crown Prince Winston be able to? Jason cursed. Damn it. Arianne looked at him anxiously and called Jason. She thought, what should we do? We do not have time. She thought desperately. He must be in a very dangerous situation. If the target is Sithwell, then they will not harm Aegon, but I cannot just keep waiting. She thought, but I also cannot act blindly like this. If only we had even a single clue. Suddenly, someone opened the door and entered politely, saying, excuse me. Loy cried out, Case. He greeted them, then fell silent, while everyone waited quietly. Intimidated by the number of people, Case finally said, could everyone please come to the dungeon? IG asked, the dungeon? Why there? Case replied, I have apprehended the one believed to be the accomplice in the prince's kidnapping. Elsewhere, Winston held a teacup and asked in an amiable tone, "How is the tea?" "Prince Aegon," he said, "it is made from Loda, a specialty tea of the Forest Empire." Then he added, "Isn't it a wonderfully cool, fresh fragrance?" Aegon did not answer. He asked, "Can we get to the main point now? Tell me why you brought me here." Winston said, "There is no such thing as dignity. Though yes, it is fragrant. Well, there is no need to hide it anymore." He continued, "My goal is the dragon beside you." Hearing that, Aegon was fed up beyond belief. Thinking again, in Aegon's eyes, that was just a lizard. He asked, "Why do you keep relying on Sithwell and Edward? Can't a prince of your country do anything on his own?" Winston said, "Watch your tongue." With a cold expression, he said, "Do not compare me, a crown prince, to an illegitimate child like Edward." Aegon thought, he is absurdly competitive with Edward. He thought, what the hell is he even talking about? Winston continued, "Children born out of wedlock to the emperor should never have had any formal right of succession." Grinding his teeth, Winston said, "But Edward, it has been years now, and he even found a dragon, a creature thought to be only legend." He went on, "At first, I thought it was just a mad idea. That man was probably too obsessed with the Uriana Empire, especially with the twins." He continued, "Just to be safe, I investigated the twins as well, and sure enough, there really was a dragon in the Uriana imperial family." Aegon asked, "You investigated us?" Winston replied, "Of course. You seem not to realize." Hearing that, Aegon fumed inwardly, thinking you can investigate other people and get away with it unseen. "What a bore." Winston said, "I received information that the dragon was particularly interested in the twins. Unfortunately, I missed my chance to seize that girl, but you alone will do." He continued, "I had a proper conversation with that dragon at the banquet, but then, at that time, Sithwell had said, 'I want to know about the abandoned land of the Forest Empire.' And she had said, 'Your power is not even half that of your half-brother.'" Just remembering it drove Winston into a fury, and he said, "There is no need to pretend anymore." Aegon asked, "You think my father and my guard cannot even find me here?" Winston replied, "I am sorry, but I do think that." Winston said, "This place is protected by a spirit barrier meant only for the Forest royal family." He added, "Even that handsome guard of yours will not be able to find you." Hearing that, Aegon was stunned. What? Down in the dungeon, the sack was removed, revealing a white-haired man bound and gagged. He called out, "Your Majesty." The emperor approached and said, "You kidnapped Aegon, Winston's subordinate." Kay stepped forward and said, "This one kept trying to injure himself, so I gagged and tied him up to stop him quickly." Alex said, "Do not worry. If you keep trying to hurt yourself, I will heal you over and over again." He added, "Let us see who tires first. I am rather confident." The man immediately looked terrified. Case said, "Winston's subordinate, an elementalist." Prince Aegon, the emperor suddenly cut him off and said, "Report." Then he ordered, "Remove the gag." The cloth was removed at once. The man immediately shouted, "I have nothing to say. Kill me." A green aura appeared. The emperor said, "Unlike your life, I cannot afford to wait." The aura wrapped around the man's throat as he said, "Things are different now." The elementalist screamed in terror, "No." The emperor asked, "What did you take my son?" Elsewhere, Aegon asked, "It is like a barrier?" Winston replied, "Exactly." He said, "This is actually the sea. Dozens of barriers have been erected here to create a forest." Aegon looked up in shock and cried, "On the sea? Then that is not the night sky." He thought, "This is the sea." Winston said, "This is a defensive fortress used by the Forest royal family in times of crisis or danger. It cannot even be detected, let alone destroyed." He went on, "It is built from the blood of spirits and humans, a hidden treasure of the Forest Empire." Hearing that, Aegon cried out in horror, "Blood." He asked, "The souls of dead humans were used to create this barrier?" Winston said, "Very clever. Are you surprised?" Aegon clenched his fists and said, "A barrier made by killing people and stealing their souls is called a treasure? And on top of that, you use it only for your own greed." He said, "At the very least, Edward." Back then, Edward had said, "This is not only for myself, but for those who are suffering too." What we are hearing is no longer merely a struggle for power. Winston replied as though it were obvious. "That is exactly why that man can never understand. You must pay attention to these things. How else can royal authority be established? He said, such thinking is base. What is an illegitimate child? After all, trembling with rage, Aegon said, you. He shouted angrily. Even so, you are still a prince. This is madness. He started to say more, but suddenly a wave of dizziness spread through him. Aegon let out a dazed sound, huh? Then he collapsed to the ground. He thought, what? What? My body. Winston drank his tea and said calmly, do not get so worked up. He continued, Laura is a powerful poison that induces hallucinations. Once it is used, the victim sinks into an endless dream. Winston said, the royal family of Forest has drunk this tea since childhood, so we became immune to it long ago. You, however, are not. Sleep now, little one. It is late at night. He added, may pleasant dreams always stay with you. Sleep well, fourth prince of Uriana. Aegon opened his eyes. He found himself standing in a meadow, with no color anywhere around him, like an old black and white television. He thought, what is going on? I do not remember anything. And what about my body? It seems smaller somehow. Aegon looked up blankly and thought, this is... A familiar castle came into view. It was the old Delanina castle. Down in the dungeon, Aerion anxiously bit her nails. Standing beside her was Jesser. He said, Aerion, you really do not need to come down to the dungeon. She said, I am fine. She thought, Father told me to wait in my room, but I cannot wait any longer. I need to find Aegon's location as soon as possible. Suddenly, a noise rang out and startled her. Inside the room, the elementalist was being lifted by the throat in the Emperor's green aura, choking out ugly, strangled sounds. The Emperor glared at him angrily. Then the man gasped, I'll talk. I'll tell you. The glowing aura flared. The Emperor dropped him. Sithwell entered and said, Echem, it is rather lively in here. She said, you are quite loyal, aren't you? If you do not tell me where my Aegon is, you're going to have a great deal of trouble. The elementalist cried out, Dragon. Sithwell said, all right, you know who I am. Good for you. The Emperor beside her said, my Aegon. Sithwell ignored him and continued, you keep your mouth shut better than I expected. Then what about this? She said, I will fly across the continent in my white dragon form without blue eyes, and I will spread the story of the abandoned land of Forest. The elementalist flinched. Sithwell continued, the land your master, Prince Winston, and Prince Edward wanted to restore. Back then Winston had said, Garoa, what are you talking about? While Edward had said, this is no longer a struggle for power. Sithwell said, one of the countless crimes committed by the highest-ranking nobles of the Forest Empire. The man went rigid, stammering. No, Aerion stepped in and said, you cannot be serious. Everyone turned. Oh, Aerion. Clutching the hem of her dress, she said, first of all, you used the most cowardly means possible to kidnap my twin brother. So hurry up and tell me where Aegon is. Aerion shouted, if you do not, then even if I do not know what that abandoned land is, I will turn it into a scandal for your empire. The elementalist said, you little. In Aerion's mind there was only one thought, Aegon. And Aegon, with a face full of disbelief, said, why? Looking at the familiar castle before him, he said, this is the old Delanina castle. He stepped closer and said, Father clearly destroyed all of this. What? A pale purple mist drifted toward him, and Aegon stopped short. Singing reached his ears. He thought, someone is singing. That voice. Aegon's face darkened. He walked toward the source of the singing and hid behind a tree, peeking at the purple-haired woman seated on a bench. He thought, Lurureo. Looking at her, he thought, why Lurureo? This is a dream, right? Yes, this has to be just a dream. That must be it. Aegon thought. There is no way Lurureo would ever look that calm. Suddenly Lurureo said, by the way, where have Aerion and Aegon gone? She said, could they be hiding from me again? Or stealing food? Was there something wrong with the way I raised them? Hearing that, Aegon thought, what the hell is this? He thought, we hid and stole food, and when exactly did you ever raise us? Though strangely enough, that part might actually be true. He recalled Sithwell's comment about Lurureo. She was the last child, timid and innocent, a lovely child. He thought, no way. Am I seeing Lurureo like this in my own dream? Dreams are an expression of the unconscious. Aegon thought, but the Lurureo I know is... At that moment she suddenly cried out in irritation. Ugh! Lurureo said, I cannot forgive them. Aerion, Aegon, I swear I will never forgive them or this empire. You have all failed to meet my expectations. She clenched her hands so tightly that the flower branches she was holding crumbled and fell apart, and said, on top of that, they took away my power too. In the end, I regret having children with a human. Luru Reo said hatefully, those cruel, treacherous humans. They burned our homeland and took everyone's eyes. Aegon thought their eyes. Then he remembered, right? After hearing the story from Sithwell, I felt so uneasy that I went looking for records related to it. He recalled, 500 years ago, the mysterious glowing purple eyes of dragons became prized as collectibles. Humans took advantage of the dragons' long sleep, burned their homes, and hunted their eyes. Luru Reo ground her teeth and said, I will never forgive you. I was supposed to become the empress of the empire. I was trying to torment and kill the emperor's children, and they ruined everything. She sprang to her feet and screamed, Aerion, Aegon, where are you? Luru Reo said, they have hidden again and gone off somewhere to play. I cannot forgive them. I am coming right now. Aegon covered his ears in discomfort and thought, damn it, everything really has completely fallen apart. He thought, and Aerion, at that moment, Aegon abruptly realized it and wondered where Aerion was. Looking at Luru Reo, still shouting, Aerion, Aegon, are they hiding in the forest again? He thought, I have to find Aerion before Rureo does. Aegon hurried off at once, thinking, if it is Aerion, she will be in the forest. I am taking the shortcut. I will find her and hide with her. Suddenly something blocked his path. It was two maids. He thought in alarm, the maids of Delanina Castle. Damn it, I get it now. The two of them glanced around and walked right past him. The short-haired maid said, it is starting again. Lady Rureo really is insane. I hate this. The maid with emerald green hair said, that is because she cannot find the twins. Who knows where they have hidden this time? Aegon turned to stare at them in shock. He wondered they cannot see me. The short-haired maid laughed and said, that will make things easier for us for a few days. Those brats really are such a nuisance. The green-haired maid replied, I know, right? Aegon looked at them, thinking, what is there even left to say? They said maliciously, those bastards would be better off dead early. Aegon thought, I am so glad Aerion is not here to hear this. He kept running to find her, thinking, I do not have time to worry about things like this. I have to find Aerion. Then a voice rang out, Aerion, and he immediately saw that Rureo had found Aerion first. Aerion was trembling all over. Aegon thought, Aerion, damn it, Rureo found her first. Rureo opened her mouth and shouted, Aerion, why are you alone? Where did Aegon go? Aerion said, shaking, I do not know, mother. Aegon hurriedly shouted, I'm here. But Rureo could not hear him, and went on scolding, do not lie. Where is he hiding? Aegon thought, she cannot hear my voice. She raised her hand to slap him and snapped. Are you even lying to me now? Seeing the hand come down, Aegon cried out in terror. Aerion! Outside, Aerion seemed to hear him and froze. The Emperor asked Aerion, and she answered, Aegon. I think I just heard Aegon's voice. The two of them were riding on Jesser's beast form. Jesser asked, can you sense his presence? Aerion asked Jesser again. Jesser said, yeah. I can immediately feel Aegon's pain too. The Emperor reassured her, don't worry. Aegon will be all right. He has to be. Lloyd ordered, hurry, Kaza. He replied, yes, my lord. Jesser and Kaza immediately sped up. Aerion anxiously thought, hold on, Aegon. In the palace, a young man with white hair and refined features, wearing a bathrobe and looking as though he had just woken up, spoke up, Alex, the treatment room is ready, right? There were two wolf-like beasts, one with bright red fur and the other black. Both had riders on their backs. On the red one were a little girl and her father, dressed in a majestic robe, while on the black one only a young man rode alone. Alex, with long shining blonde hair and white clothes accented with purple, set a box on the table and said, thank you, Louis. Niwi spread both hands and said, the chakra. No. Mana recovery and the treatment tools are all perfectly prepared too. The two of them grabbed each other's hands and swayed them back and forth, bouncing with excitement. He said cheerfully, "Now, no matter who comes back, we'll be able to help them." The blonde girl replied, "Yeah." Alex thought, "I hope everyone's all right." Louis answered confidently, "I've already handled the situation in Wangxian and prepared various treatment methods, just in case." Alex said, "Father, Lord Lloyd and Arian went to rescue Aegon. Aji, Kira, and Sithwell went to Ferset." Alex thought, "Aji, you really shouldn't go running off recklessly like that." A loud crash startled the man. It was so powerful that the wall beside him cracked with a sharp cracking sound. The man's expression was no better. His face was pale with shock, sweat running down it. It was the Emperor of the Forest Empire. "Emperor, it's been a while. Sorry for being a little rough. Your eldest son has done something extremely rude to my younger brother." The Emperor said, "Winston." Aji replied, "That's right. Thanks for such a friendly welcome. But now this has become an international issue." His eyes burned with anger as he stressed every word. "What exactly are you implying? Are you prepared to go to war with the entire Urian Empire?" The Emperor, already frightened, felt even colder as his face darkened. Behind him, Keela thought, "He looks like a villain." Aji, Uriana, furious, said, "Good. Then first bring Prince Edward." "What do you want?" The Emperor asked fearfully. "Edward isn't in the castle. I heard he went to the recovery ward because he wasn't feeling well." "Really? Do you actually not know who you're trying to fool?" He said irritably, hands on his hips. The Emperor said, "What are you talking about?" Keela answered from behind, "How embarrassing. You can't even manage what's happening in your own royal family." Prince Winston's subordinate confessed. He said, "You poisoned Prince Edward on the Crown Prince's orders." He immediately retorted, "Prince Edward is currently imprisoned somewhere in the Crown Prince's domain. If you see that man, you'll believe what we're saying, won't you?" Poisoning Prince Edward. Winston? Uriana was still upset. Prince Winston really did such a treacherous thing? That's right. And he even kidnapped my younger brother. At that, both Keela and Sithwell were left speechless. Sithwell frowned and said, "You know nothing about what your own son has done. What a useless emperor." His face darkened. "You." Sithwell closed her eyes slightly. "I have no intention of meddling in your family's internal struggle, so stop spouting nonsense." Keela said, "Think about your empire." Sithwell added, "You'd be better off throwing away your son entirely." Elsewhere, Forrest shivered in fear. "Damn, chills down my spine. Mother of..." He let out a string of curses, sweating under the pressure of their angry expressions. He thought, but what can they do? I have the fourth prince in my hands. There's no hostage better than this. That smug thought rose in his mind, and his eyes slid toward the fourth prince. "After staying here about a day, when my subordinate arrives, I'll send a letter to the Uriana Empire through him and exchange the dragon's contract for the prince." The corners of his lips lifted slightly as he thought. Once a dragon's contract is formed, a dragon can never break it, right? As long as the deal is made, everything will go exactly as I want. He began to get angry and said, "By the way, why isn't that cheap bastard here yet? What was his name, Book?" The voice made Aegon stir slightly. Half asleep, he murmured, "Arian." In the dream, he saw Lu Rureo, Arian's mother, about to strike Arian. He thought, no, stop. He looked confused. Huh? He wondered, where is this? How did I get here? Why am I here? I definitely went into the forest. Panicked, he cried out, "Arian." At that moment, Arian had been suffering Lu Rureo's abuse and stumbled into the pond behind me. Splash. The little girl fell into the pond, water spraying everywhere. Rachel only stood at a distance watching. He had tried his best to grab her. In horror, he shouted, "Arian." Wrapping both arms around himself, he trembled. He thought, I think I really did lose my memory when Arian sank into the water. But then why am I here? He suddenly jolted. Looking into the distance, he saw her sitting in a wooden chair, saying, Where did Arian and Aegon go?" Fear gripped him. This was just like the first time. It was like the game was being reset. No way. This dream, if Arian dies, it repeats. Two beasts rushed in with riders on their backs. "We've arrived. Where's Aegon?" He said, "Is it under the sea?" She replied, "I can't see anything. He's definitely down there." The Red Wolf thought, up until now, I can still sense Aegon's presence. "He's here. Aegon is down there. Take me there, Jason, quickly." He said softly, "Arian." Jason thought, "Arian, calm down. Let me go, father." Arian insisted. "Arian, I'll go." said the young man on the black beast. Arian was startled. Brother, the young man said again, right now, I'm the one who understands Winston best. I gave Case a secret mission all this time. 7 years ago, after Prince Edward came here, the Forest Empire launched an investigation into Uriana and the royal family in order to get Sithwell. In the process, you and Aegon became their targets. Arian's eyes widened. Really? I didn't know anything. The young man said because Case blocked all of it. Case? Yeah, it was all thanks to Case, who kept watch on Winston and the royal family all this time. It's also thanks to him that I was able to catch Winston's subordinate. The Black Beast said, it's not entirely my credit, because the Crown Prince ordered me to do it. Arian thought, brother, I always thought he was very hard to approach. But we had no idea he had worked so hard to protect us. Let me help you this time, Arian. Moved? Arian nodded. The Red Wolf said, please save Arian. The Black Beast cried, let's go, your highness. All right, please save Aegon, brother. Arian pleaded with earnest eyes. The young man leaped into the water. Splash, his body gradually sank beneath the surface. The young man thought, I'll get you out of here right now, Arian. Lloyd recalled the time he first met his little siblings, Arian and Aegon. I can't forget the first day I met them. My tiny youngest siblings with those anxious eyes. Lloyd approached the tree where Arian and Aegon were hiding and gently asked, are you all right? After that, he scolded those who had spoken badly of the two children. I want to ask whether I misheard just now. Why don't you repeat what you said? While punishing and speaking to the nobles who had insulted his younger siblings, Aegon cried out bitterly, you're all the same. The little boy stood up, his face filled with utter despair. Was it really that wrong for us to be born? Seeing Aegon scream, while Arian trembled anxiously beside him, Lloyd could not help the ache in his heart. He silently looked at the two children. At that time, before Lloyd was a place he had never set foot in before. Lloyd looked at a spherical mass. Here, standing in cosmic darkness, he looked down at the sphere below. Winston Capola Forrest saw Lloyd and turned deathly pale with fear. What's going on? He looked up at the sky and thought, how did the Crown Prince of Uriana get here? Winston ground his teeth. Could be the guy got tricked. Damn it, useless fool. He was about to move when something occurred to him. No, wait. Winston seemed to hatch a scheme. This could be an opportunity. There's only one person on the other side. He glanced at Aegon, unconscious on the ground behind him. And I have a hostage too, if I play this right. Lloyd, on the other side, was still thinking it over. What should I do? He thought. It's pretty hard to break this from the outside. First, I need to find an opening. Lloyd murmured, The dimensional door slowly began to open. Lloyd seemed to realize a trap had been laid in advance. Open the door first, then lure him in. Inside was Winston. Lloyd looked down. As expected, Winston was standing there with his hands on his hips, smirking up at him. Behind him was Aegon. The moment Lloyd saw the boy, he completely lost his composure. Without a second thought, he jumped straight down into the enemy's pit. Again, Winston laughed softly. Welcome, Prince Lloyd. Lloyd had no interest in him at all. Winston. A thick, killing intent began pouring from Lloyd's entire body. I won't waste words. I'm taking Aegon out of here. In the face of Lloyd's aura, Winston acted as though there were nothing to fear. Why don't you calm down? Let's talk a little. Vines slowly appeared. Otherwise, the vines coiled around Aegon's body and lifted him up. Winston threatened him directly. You don't mind if your little brother gets hurt, do you? Lloyd fell silent for a moment. He thought, is this the magic of this world? Winston smiled slyly. Good. Looks like you do want to talk a little. Without even waiting for Lloyd to answer, Winston got straight to the point. Since your guard has been bothering me this much, you must already know my purpose. I want the dragon. In other words, I want to trade the fourth prince for that dragon. He continued, I hope you understand, since this is to reclaim what should be mine. We're both crown princes, after all. Lloyd said coldly, both crown princes? Winston nodded. Exactly. You and I both have the right to inherit the throne, don't we? Winston kept rambling on and on. How lucky for you that your younger brother seems obedient. But Edward isn't like that. He's surpassing me, that bastard. The moment Winston finished speaking, Lloyd's eyes turned icy. Winston ground his teeth in anger. And on top of that, the nobles are handing power over to him. Even though it's all nonsense, Even father made Edward Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I never even got a chance like that. He asked Lloyd, trying to draw out sympathy. If you were me, if a crown prince like me had to endure that kind of injustice, wouldn't you understand? Seeing Lloyd remain silent, Winston demanded, work with me. We need to maintain a good relationship. As if he had found the light of his life, Winston was overjoyed. Let's become the next emperors together and create a wonderful world. Lloyd repeated Winston's words under his breath. A wonderful world. Lloyd's next words shattered the delusion Winston had cherished all this time. A world created by someone like you could never be wonderful. Winston was so shocked he could barely remain standing. He stammered, what? Lloyd answered bluntly, I have no intention of proving my worth as crown prince to someone who threatens my little brother. For a person like you to say we're the same kind of crown prince is frankly embarrassing. Lloyd's voice was as cold as ice. Disappear, Winston. The Uriana imperial family does not bargain with pitiful trash like you. Lloyd's words made Winston's blood boil like a storm. So you're done talking? In the next instant, Lloyd's whole body was bound tightly by vines as well. He silently looked at Winston, who was puffed up with pride. Ha ha, don't underestimate Forrest's plan. We have ways to restrain intruders. Lloyd still said nothing. I'll make you a hostage alongside the fourth prince. Winston smirked. You're only a little stronger than ordinary people, like the Uriana royal family always is. He truly seemed deranged now. Without a guard, aren't you just a scarecrow? According to Forrest Spirit Arts, your mistake was not bringing that bodyguard with you, Lloyd. Lloyd's gaze suddenly darkened, and then he spoke. Huh. Winston flinched. Lloyd answered Winston's earlier scornful words. It seems you've misunderstood because I haven't used my strength in a long time, Prince Winston. Winston exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Lloyd began to explain. Unlike Niwi, who has healing abilities, and Kira, who handles practical affairs on site with Alex, Kaya, my guard, is usually not near me. Protecting his master is a knight's duty. Winston's eyes widened. As Lloyd continued speaking, an aura surged from him and the vines unraveled. The reason is, you apparently didn't know, so I suppose I'll have to show you myself. Just seconds later, not a single vine remained on him. Faced with such overwhelming power, Winston gritted his teeth. He blew away the spirit magic. Then even Aegon, beside Winston, was set free. Lloyd gradually drew the boy toward himself. He wrapped Aegon, lying limp, into his arms. He doesn't seem hurt at all. Has he fainted? Lloyd turned to look at Winston. He cleared his throat, and the terrifying aura around him only thickened. Let me tell you, Winston, why I don't need to bring Kaya with me. A dark presence welled up more and more densely. He glared at him. Except for my father, there is no one on this continent who could defeat me. Winston's hopes shattered as he stood stunned by Lloyd's words. Lloyd continued, It may be hard to break this place from the outside, but from inside, it's easy. As he spoke, Lloyd began opening a magic circle. I could do anything. Winston Capola Forrest was utterly stunned. How can that be? Such was Forrest's world. Before long, Winston's world began to crack apart. The Emperor and Arian had already reached the threshold of Winston's world. Looking ahead, little Arian exclaimed, That sound just now? The Emperor replied, Like the guiding signal. Lloyd emerged from Winston's world and appeared before Arian and the Emperor. Completely exhausted, he dragged Winston with him and carried Aegon in his arms as he approached the Emperor of Uriana. I brought Aegon back. Lloyd slowly laid Aegon on Jesser's back. Terrified, Arian rushed forward. Again, the Emperor gently took off his cloak. Holding Aegon, Arian burst into sobs. Aegon fine dead? Is he hurt? Lloyd answered, He isn't injured. He'll wake up soon. Only then did Arian calm down a little. She held Aegon tightly and kept crying. Aegon. The Emperor embraced both Arian and Aegon. Lloyd stood there silently without moving, then smiled. Jesser spoke up. Thank you, Crown Prince. La Apolit, saw thee. I ended up stealing your role. Jesser thought. He did everything. Thank you sincerely for saving Aegon. Kaya turned and asked, Your Highness, what should we do with Crown Prince Winston? Lloyd nodded. We should lock him up in Wong Xian, shouldn't we? If we send him back to his country, he may just run away again. Then Lloyd asked the Emperor for permission. Father, may I? The Emperor of Uriana did not refuse. Of course. Arian softly called Aegon. Then she cried out, Aegon, are you awake? The Emperor stared at the boy. Aegon woke up? Aerion answered worriedly, yes. He definitely just called my name. Aegon painfully struggled and called out, Aerion. No. Seeing Aegon go still again, Aerion shook him. Again, wake up. Aerion's right here. Aegon's eyes remained tightly shut, sweat pouring down his forehead. Aerion's eyes widened in horror. The hand holding Aegon suddenly began to tremble violently. Father, Jessa, what do we do? Seeing Aerion trembling like that, even the Emperor didn't know how to react at first. Sobbing, the little girl said, Aegon. Aegon is really strange. Aerion was terrified. Is he trapped in a dream? At that moment, everyone was gathered in Alex's treatment room. Anxious, Aerion asked, what is happening? Alex immediately answered, this isn't just an ordinary poison. He lowered his head and said, this kind of poison can cause hallucinations and make a person wander inside an endless dream. Aerion flinched and thought to herself, hallucinations? Then the Emperor suddenly spoke up. I've heard of it. Larita, a divine poison used by the Forest Royal family. It causes the enemy to fall into an endless dream. Alex also added, that's right, Your Majesty. It's likely a kind of mind-controlling poison. Hearing that, Aerion grew anxious. If it's poison, can't you detoxify him? Niwi looked at her and replied, there are many antidotes here, but none of them can be used for this. Niwi's voice turned subdued with sadness. Alex and I can only neutralize the poison spreading through his body, but if his mind becomes unstable, there's nothing we can do. Hearing that, Aerion's voice trembled. Then, is there any way to wake him up? Alex had no choice but to answer, no. If we force it, his mind and body will only become even more unstable, and we'll just waste precious time. The Emperor couldn't help frowning. This poison is a secret weapon of the Forest Royal family. Only they know how to cure it. Right now, we can't interfere. Then he turned to comfort Aerion. Edward will be here soon. You can wait a little longer. Aerion immediately cried out. What if he's too late? I don't know what might happen to him by then. Aerion was trembling, her face filled with utter terror. Then, can we still save Aegon? The corners of her eyes brimmed with tears. If Aegon can't return to reality, then everything will... Then what? Lloyd suddenly spoke. What if I enter Aegon's dream? His words made Aerion start and look up at him intently. Prince Lloyd, her eyes widened in confusion. Enter his dream? Niwi suddenly said, oh, I know. Isn't that Case's ability? Lloyd nodded. Then he immediately explained, Case has the ability to enter an opponent's dream or render them unconscious. As you can see, we can't interfere from the outside. It's a useful ability for finding an opponent's weaknesses by infiltrating while they're asleep. Seeing Case turn his face away, Niwi gave a sly laugh and cut in, Case is embarrassed. Aerion immediately patted her chest and said firmly, then I'll enter Aegon's dream. Case looked helpless. I'm sorry. I can't use my power on anyone other than my master. Aerion was stunned. Lloyd spoke to comfort her. I'll go, Aerion. He looked at her and continued, I'm not sure whether I can bring Aegon out of the dream, but at least we can understand the situation. At that, Aerion's eyes filled with tears. She lowered her head and replied in a tiny voice, then I'm begging you again, please save him. Lloyd smiled gently. I'll do it without you having to beg. That child is my younger brother too. Right after that, Lloyd lay down on the bed, and Case immediately began helping him. A few seconds later, Case used magic, and a stream of black air poured out from his palm. Aerion jolted as she watched the flow of magic slowly approach Lloyd and Aegon. In an instant, it entered Lloyd's head, and Case spoke up as well. That's it. Niwi and Alex marveled, so fast, and so steady too. Aerion anxiously asked, Prince Lloyd is inside Aegon's dream now, right? Case looked at her and answered, that's right. Then he glanced at Lloyd and said in a softer voice, he'll find a clue. All we can do is wait. Inside the dream, Lloyd landed on a dark and gloomy patch of land. He lifted his head and discovered that this was Zelalina Castle. Looking around at the surroundings, Lloyd thought, this place is in terrible condition. It's shameful to even call this a castle where the royal family lives. As he stepped inside, Lloyd's thoughts wandered. The inside is just as bad. What kind of work are the servants doing? Did those two really live in a place like this? Suddenly, he spotted a small figure running downstairs. Lloyd immediately moved closer to the window to observe. The dust on the windowsill isn't good for children's lungs at all, he thought. Then he glanced downward and was startled. Following the figure, Lloyd frowned in confusion. The boy is heading into the forest. At once, he came to his senses. I have to follow him. Only by understanding the contents of the dream can I find a clue to wake Aegon. Lloyd chased after the small figure deeper into the forest, hoping to bring both children back safely and free the boy from the dark nightmare in his heart. As he took long strides across the green grass, he suddenly lost sight of him. Full of doubt, he thought it was definitely this way. While running frantically, he was startled by a familiar sound. It was Aegon's voice, the boy calling his little sister's name. He ran toward them and saw Aegon standing there, staring ahead. Following the boy's gaze, he saw a purple-haired noblewoman in a wine-red dress, her back turned to him. Her hands were braced at her waist as she glared at Aerion, who was standing right at the edge of the lake, where a single misstep could send her falling in. The woman looked like a madwoman, screaming shrilly as she berated the little girl. "Where is he? Tell me now." Aerion was clutching her arm, her face pale, stammering and trembling so hard she could barely speak. "I don't know." Even though the girl was shaking nonstop, her eyes swollen red and full of tears, the woman still continued threatening her. "Don't lie to me. Where did he run off to?" After watching her for a moment, Lloyd roughly guessed who the woman was. So this must be their mother. Although this was the first time he had met the mother of the two children, Aerion was much younger now than when he had first met her. The woman was losing patience. She raised her hand, her face twisting as she screamed, "So you're still lying to me?" The little girl instinctively covered her face. Lloyd gritted his teeth. This is Aegon's dream? A scene of Aerion being abused? He watched helplessly as Aerion was struck, lost her footing, slipped, and fell into the lake below. Aegon was crying out from this side, but it was as if he were separated from the people within the dream. No matter how much the boy screamed, cried, or begged, it changed nothing. It wasn't only Aegon who was powerless. Lloyd was too. All he could do was watch and bite his lip, because the rules of this dream world were already set. He could not touch anything, could not be seen, and could not interfere in anything other than standing there and watching. But it was unbearably cruel to watch the little girl struggling in the water, while he too was restricted by the dream. Aegon rushed toward her as she flailed, but all he met was empty air. He cried out in panic, wanted to help but utterly powerless. As the girl sank deeper and deeper beneath the water, the little boy could only scream her name. Fury blazed in Lloyd's eyes as he clenched his teeth. Suddenly, the entire space warped into nothing but darkness and gloom, startling him as well. The scene twisted unnaturally, then returned to the front gate of the castle. He realized the dream had reset to the beginning, while Aegon had now collapsed to his knees in despair, unable to speak. Lloyd could see it clearly now. The repeated cycle of fear had completely broken the boy. Aegon knelt there, begging over and over, "Please make it stop." Lloyd was deeply shocked to see the child reveal his greatest weakness, crying uncontrollably, his swollen red eyes overflowing with tears. This was an Aegon he had never seen before. It was a side of the boy that only appeared when he was powerless to protect his younger sister. Back in the room, everyone was even more startled when they noticed movement. All eyes turned toward them, waiting for the result, every face solemn. Case was so worried about his master that he called out aloud, "Your Highness." Aegon also called, "Brother," but Aegon still did not wake. He was only crying silently, tears streaming down his cheeks without a sound. To see a crown prince who was always quiet and strong shedding tears like this showed just how immense his love for his two younger siblings was. Seeing his older brother crying, the second prince also called anxiously, "Brother." The room had been deathly silent, but outside, loud crashing sounds suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention to the door. The second prince went to open it and said to those outside, "What is it?" I said no interruptions. A guard outside quickly answered, "My apologies." However, the third prince, before the guard could finish, a voice came from behind him. "Brother." Hearing that familiar voice, everyone looked over in surprise and saw his hot-tempered younger brother barging in, dragging someone by the collar, with servants and guards trailing behind, and Edward at the very end. Seeing his brother look at him, he said, I'm here." When Edward entered the room and saw the scene, he was so shocked he blurted out, "Oh my God." Only after a moment did he continue, "He's under the effect of," then he said bitterly, "My brother has done something so foolish." Still drowning in guilt, he added, "I'm truly sorry. On my brother's behalf, I apologize to everyone." Not want to waste any more time, someone urged him straight to the point. Save the apologies for later. Find a way to wake him now. Thinking of that, Edward only looked more helpless. He lowered his head and gritted out, "There are medicines that can restore mental clarity, but I don't have any of the materials or records. While I was imprisoned, my brother destroyed all my books and medicine." When everyone heard that, they were all stunned. Their expressions grew even more worried as Edward continued. "Even if we gather the ingredients and start now, it would still take a month. But while we wait, can the prince's body hold on that long?" Trembling, unable to accept it, Arian stammered, "No. Then is there any other way?" Thinking for a moment, Edward continued, "There is one way for the prince to save himself." Everyone stared at him. He explained further, "What the dream shows is the thing he fears most. The prince can only escape the dream if he overcomes that fear himself." The third prince, not understanding, asked, "What?" Even the second prince said, "That's far too abstract. How are we supposed to know what he's afraid of? He's not the type to open up to others." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "I think I know." It was the crown prince. Lloyd had awakened from the dream. Seeing that he had regained consciousness, Arian immediately cried out, "Brother!" Then the others also began calling, "Brother! Your Highness!" Only then did he lift his head, revealing his emotions. Tears were still streaming down his face, leaving the second and third princes too stunned to even ask what they had been about to say. Case lowered his head, handed him a handkerchief, and said, "Please wipe your face, Your Highness," which left Lloyd momentarily staring in confusion. Seeing that, Case bent down, leaned close to his ear, and whispered something rapidly. The crown prince then let out an "ah," took the handkerchief, and briskly wiped his face. Everyone stared at him in shock. While wiping his face, Lloyd looked at Arian and said, "I witnessed Aegon's entire dream. You are the key." The girl looked confused and asked back, "Me?" Then he looked directly at her and continued, "You're the only one who can wake him directly." He wiped away his tears and said to Arian, "You are the only one who can wake Aegon from inside the dream." Hearing that, everyone in the room was too stunned to say a word. They looked at him with worried expressions. Your Highness, IG stood there, pale with alarm, and called out anxiously, "Brother." Lloyd kept his serious expression, waiting for Arian's answer. When she heard him say that, she answered firmly, "Tell me what I can do." A while later, various large and small magic circles had been drawn across the floor, and Arian was laid in the center of them. A lamp containing medicinal incense was brought over and placed in the middle of the floor. Turning to her, someone said, "Now, breathe deeply and focus all your thoughts on Aegon." The people standing behind them could only watch anxiously. Everyone hoped this method would work. Her heart filled with determination, Arian nodded and replied, "Yes." He gently instructed her, "You can't enter the dream directly the way Case does. This medicinal incense blurs the boundary of consciousness, so it will help you slip more easily into Aegon's dream." Standing nearby, Edward said, "I saw you making that medicinal incense, didn't I?" The other replied, "If it's for men, I'm far more confident." His expression turned tense again as he said, "If we can't save the prince now, the Empire will suffer the most. I only want to thank you for giving me a chance to make up for my brother's sins, even if only a little." At that moment, guilt completely filled Edward's mind. The Emperor, who had been standing nearby and listening to their conversation, finally spoke. "Don't think this can make up for everything. All of you will pay for this." Hearing that, Edward's heart grew heavy, and he weakly answered, "Yes, that's true." Then someone clapped their hands, easing the atmosphere, and said, "Then you really have to focus on Aegon for the incense to work. So put up a barrier and keep your distance from them, like COVID." After saying that, he pushed everyone farther away so they wouldn't interfere with Arian's concentration. Standing there, Case encouraged her, "You can do it." Then, from nearby, someone stepped toward her and called, "Arian." She looked at him and smiled, as if all the tension in her heart had vanished, and said, I feel so relieved when you're here." Hearing that, he blushed, seemingly on the verge of tears, and knelt before her. "I'm sorry I couldn't do anything. I call myself a guard, yet I couldn't even stay by my master's side when you needed me." Hearing that, she looked a little flustered. "Oh no, don't say that." Filled with hope that she would succeed, he smiled and said, "You two have to come back together because I don't want to become a wandering wolf without a master again." Hearing that, she seemed to understand his true feelings. After a moment of surprise, she smiled and nodded. "Okay." A little while later, the medicinal incense took effect, and she gradually entered Aegon's consciousness. The people standing there could only worry, afraid that something dangerous might happen to either of them. IG looked toward her and said to the man beside him, "Aerion will be all right, won't she?" Filled with faith in his little daughter, the man answered, "Of course. Everything has been prepared carefully. And besides, she's my daughter." On her side, Aerion was concentrating, calling his name in her mind. Again, again, again. She thought, when I heard that Lorita makes a person see what they fear most, I guessed that what he kept seeing was the place where we lived as children. Delmina Castle. Lou was also the terror of that time. But there was one thing I feared even more than her. Painful memories from the past gradually rose in her mind. Memories she never wanted to see again. In the past, when she and Aegon had been beaten and tortured by that woman, both physically and mentally, that was the fear they shared. But in the face of death, her own death had been the most terrifying thing of all. Nothing else could compare. Back then, she had thought that on some terrible day, even with the healing powers of the royal family, recovery would still be too slow. All she could do was hold his hand and pray. At that time, she had cried so much. She had always prayed to God above, "Please, not my twin brother." So I think it must be the same for Aegon. No matter how different we are, we're still twins. So the thing Aegon fears most is probably losing me to Lou. She could think of nothing else. Therefore, she would go find him, just a little further. At that moment, a sparkling red light began to radiate from her body. Everyone there was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Within her consciousness, she kept thinking that she would appear inside Aegon's dream. Then she seemed to see something. Look, he's right there in front of me. I have to reach him inside the dream. The night was still, the castle sunk in silence. Inside the room, red magical sparks continued to spread from Aerion. Her eyes remained closed as she used her power to enter Aegon's dream. Behind her, the gathered people watched with pounding hearts. After a while, Edward said worriedly, "Nothing seems to be changing on the outside." Standing to one side in a daze, someone could only let out an unclear sound. In contrast, another answered calmly, "Because it's only happening in the mind." IG still looked uneasily toward Aerion, where there was still no visible progress. "Just watching like this is enough, right?" Jesser spoke up to encourage them, making all three turn toward him. His eyes were full of unwavering faith in Aerion and Aegon. "My masters will overcome this by their own strength." Inside Aegon's dream, the two children were sitting side by side, talking. Aerion asked him, "In Achin's future, will they be happy?" Aegon looked at her with wide eyes, but said nothing. Aerion continued, "You always say it, don't you?" Then she repeated words he had once spoken before. "Can we become happy?" Her hands tightened on her knees, and her small lips moved. Yet he still could not see what expression she wore now. "Right now, we can't trust anyone except each other. But like Achin said, if there really is a family that loves us, if that's true, then in the future we'll be happy, right?" Aerion lifted her face. A beautiful smile was on her lips, but her eyes were filled with an indescribable sadness that made Aegon blush and inwardly scold her for smiling with a face like that. He had just opened his mouth to say something about the two of them when, from somewhere, a shrill woman's voice rang out, startling them both. From the distance, she approached with a vicious smile and said mockingly, "I went to so much trouble to find you." The way she looked at Aerion and Aegon was as if she wanted to devour them alive. "So you knew your mother would come looking for you," and ran away. What naughty children. Aerion shrank behind Aegon. The woman's words filled the two children with fear. Suddenly, her tone changed, as if she had noticed the difference in Aegon's height. She demanded, "What trick did you use? My healing ability was stolen from me, and now you're using some other kind of magic too?" The moment she finished speaking, she furiously raised her hand, trying to slap him, her voice turning even more vicious. "This brat is ruining my mood. I can't forgive it." Then she rushed forward to strike him. In a flash, Aegon saw a small figure step in front of him. Lu's slap landed hard on Aerian's cheek, knocking both her and Aegon to the ground. In a weak voice, she said, "Run!" Aegon was horrified, but then he spread his arms and stood in front of Aerian protectively. Seeing that, Lu frowned slightly and asked what the hell the two of them were doing right now. Even though he was afraid, his gaze remained resolute as he looked straight at her. He thought to himself, that's right. Of course he was afraid. She was the one who had abused him for 5 years. If he weren't afraid, that would be strange. But for his 12-year-old self to be unable to protect 5-year-old Aerian, even if it was only in a dream, was truly pathetic. "Wake up!" Suddenly, Lu's scream startled both him and Aerian. When he looked back, he saw her body gradually beginning to dissolve. Holding Aerian in his arms, he watched Lu's body fall apart, yet her tongue remained just as venomous as ever as she shouted bitterly, "God. So in the end, you brats really did get rid of me, you cursed children. Children like you would have been better off never being born." Covering Aerian's ears, he calmly asked in return, "If Aerian and I died, would that really make everything better?" Because now they had people who loved and believed in them. In his mind appeared images of Jesser, IG, and the others smiling and reaching out their hands to them. Lu's voice grew weaker, but she still forced out curses. Things like "you could never receive love. Cursed children like you." Paying no attention at all to what she said, he held Aerian and answered evenly, "I don't care whether you believe it or not. It's already clear now. You can't hurt us anymore." Lu completely disappeared, but he also realized that the scenery around them was breaking apart. His dream seemed to be vanishing, and he turned to look at Aerian. He realized that she too was slowly fading away. She smiled so brightly that her eyes curved into crescents. She praised him for being amazing and daring to stand against Lu, but he said that the one who had dared to stand before her was Aerian. He would return those words to her instead. Memories came back of how Aerian had always been brave, always wanting to protect him before even thinking of herself. Aerian's bright eyes widened. She burst into laughter and let out the words, "What a relief." And at that same moment, a tremendous crash rang out as huge sections of the scenery split apart. Aerian reminded him that now was the time to wake up from the dream, and he smiled and agreed. He reached his hand toward the crack. Aerian's voice was calling his name, and her small hands were stretched out toward him. The two of them clasped hands and gradually left the dream. When he looked back at the 5-year-old Aerian from the dream, she waved goodbye to him before vanishing as well. When he opened his eyes and woke up, Aerian was kneeling on the ground. She smiled at him as tears streamed down her cheeks. Moved, he too felt tears gathering at the corners of his eyes as he said, "It's really Aerian." Behind her, everyone rushed forward at once, calling his name in joy. Jesser pulled both of them into his arms, and everyone crowded around them. Even IG looked so happy he was about to cry. In that warm scene, he realized just how happy he was. Late at night, Aegon and Aerian were sleeping together on the bed, and the Emperor gently touched their hair. IG stared blankly and asked if they were asleep again, only to be quietly reminded by the Emperor to lower his voice or the children would wake up, making him immediately cover his mouth with his hand so he wouldn't make another sound. Lloyd, standing beside them, explained that because they had been through so much inside the dream, this time they were simply sleeping for real. Alex smiled and added, "Aerian too. She had to focus on things she wasn't used to, so she must be exhausted. They're only tired. Both of them are healthy, so please don't worry, Jesser." Looking at Jesser, who had been sitting beside the bed the whole time like a worried little puppy, he gave a tender smile as he looked at the two children. What a relief. There was a trace of pain in the Emperor's eyes as he looked at Aegon and Aerian asleep. They really have both returned safely. Everyone silently smiled, as if agreeing with his words. The Emperor paused for a moment. Then his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked toward them. "Now that they've returned, it's time for us to do our job as well." IG answered excitedly, "Let's go to the prison beneath the tunnels, Father." In the dark dungeon, Winston was sitting in the corner of his cell, clutching his head in both hands, his frightened face trembling nonstop. Inside the castle, Winston suspiciously bit his finger. How on earth did things end up like this? Recalling the sight of Lloyd glaring at him while holding Aegon, he trembled in fear and thought, I only remember Crown Prince Lloyd ruining the plan. What happened after that? Where even is this? Hearing approaching footsteps, he jolted. As the feet came nearer, Winston screamed in terror. In a panic, he braced himself with his hands to keep from falling backward. The Emperor fixed his eyes on him. You toyed with my child in the most vile way, Prince Winston. Lloyd stood behind him holding a lamp. The Emperor's gaze was sharp. Do you think they deserve that? Hearing this, Winston became even more terrified, his mouth hanging open without a single word coming out. Setting the lamp down on the floor, Lloyd closed his eyes and said, illegally using spirit wine in the imperial city of Uriana despite the signed friendship treaty, kidnapping a prince, escaping through a prearranged plan while carefully avoiding location tracking, and poisoning Prince Aegon. He lifted his eyes and continued, at that level, even losing your position as crown prince would be the least of it. Winston panicked. What? He dropped to the floor and shouted, you're just exaggerating everything. What poison? It was only forest tea for hospitality. The Emperor said, Prince Winston. He frowned and ground his teeth. Even for the royal family of Uriana's counterpart, there are times when such stupidity is intolerable. Shut your mouth. Winston's face went pale and his whole body froze. Lloyd said, there's still more charges. Recalling what he had seen from above, he continued, the concoction created by Forrest, the one that imprisoned Aerion, was made from human blood and souls. Winston bit down in confusion. The Emperor said darkly, at the very least, dozens of people were needed to create something like that. No, hundreds must have died. We'll make sure of it. With contempt on his face, the Emperor declared, our Uriana will not sign a friendship treaty with a nation that slaughters its own people. Winston trembled in fear. If the friendship with Iriana was broken because of him, then his path to becoming the next emperor would be finished. He had to stop it. Sweating, he shouted, proof. Show me proof. There's no evidence of any such plan. And besides, why should I be punished by the Uriana royal family? That's Forrest business. Father and son simply looked at him without speaking. The Emperor's face relaxed slightly. I see. So you want proof of Forrest involvement. The Emperor glanced aside. Commain. Winston nearly lost his mind when he saw who entered. Edward stepped forward. Winston sprang to his feet. Huh? Edward? Why are you here? Edward's expression was grave. He said, I acknowledge all the crimes that Crown Prince Lloyd just listed. Winston ground his teeth in irritation. Edward continued. In addition, I confirm that every part of the Forrest plan is true. The Forrest imperial family will repay everything. Winston screamed, Edward, what are you saying? If you admit that, what do you think will happen? And what authority do you even have to take responsibility? Edward stood firm. At least show some remorse. It is truly shameful that the heir of the Forrest imperial family would behave this way. Winston stared blankly, unable to believe it. What? What did you just say? You said to the heir. Edward pulled a letter from inside his clothes. The moment Winston saw it, his heart shook. The imperial seal of Forrest. Edward opened it. I declare, as the Emperor of Forrest, that the only one who shall succeed me as the next Emperor of Forrest is my third son, Edward. Edward looked at his older brother, who stood frozen in shock. I'm sorry, brother. This younger brother of yours will accept the position of next emperor. Winston forced himself to steady his nerves. What? Impossible. Why you? I'm the eldest son. And how do we know that paper is even real? A voice rang out. Who would lie about something like that? Everyone turned to look. The man walked in cheerfully. That appointment letter is real. I received it directly from the Emperor of Forrest. Sickwell threw an arm over Edward's shoulder and said, I'll call on Dragon as witness. The next Emperor of Forrest is Edward. Winston was stunned. Dragon? Edward looked deeply moved. Sickwell. His shining eyes turned toward him. Sickwell said casually. And there's another letter from the Emperor. Hold it up, he said. This is a letter your father sent me in an emergency. I'll read it to you. He began reading aloud. I acknowledge all the crimes committed by Winston. I earnestly request that this matter be kept confidential. The Forest Empire promises to do its utmost to atone. Furthermore, the handling of Winston is entrusted to the Uriana imperial family. Effective immediately, Crown Prince Winston's title is revoked. When Winston heard it, his face turned ugly. Sickwell recalled how that emperor had collapsed to the ground, and how he had said, "If you're thinking of your country, it would be better to give up your eldest son." Looking at the letter, he thought, I said that, but I never expected him to abandon him so quickly. A pity for that pathetic father, but you must pay for your crimes. Winston lowered his head and muttered, "Can a crown prince really be dethroned this easily?" Everyone turned to look at him. He kept talking. Then what was my life for? Did I really lose to a bastard like that? Winston raised his face and shouted, "This can't happen. I'm the eldest son. The throne belongs to me. Edward, you're just a bastard." Sickwell sighed in exasperation. He's beyond reason now. The emperor folded his arms and glanced at him. "Do you want the throne that badly?" He continued. "In that case, I'll tell your father this. Winston, make him emperor." Winston froze. Edward looked doubtful. "Your Majesty?" Winston brightened. As expected, someone with noble blood really does think differently. Before he could finish, the emperor said, "It would be better." The emperor's eyes sharpened and his face turned hard. From the moment Winston ascends the throne, Uriana will regard Forest as its enemy. I will use all military force to attack. Isn't it the country of the man who harmed my child? Every golden star of Forest will be reduced to dust. I will not stop attacking until every member of the Forest imperial family is destroyed. The emperor stepped closer, forcing Winston back against the wall in terror. He continued, "And your throat as well. In the end, I will cut it myself." Winston's face turned white, sweat pouring from him. The emperor said, "Well, Crown Prince Winston, oh no." "Winston." The emperor's face was dark. "Do you still want to become emperor?" The next morning in the castle, Aegon and Aerion, lifting food to their mouths, spoke in unison. "We're sorry." The emperor leisurely sipped his tea. "That's right. Winston will apologize in person." Again said, "That bastard." Aerion looked blank, while Aegon's face burned with anger. "Where is he? I want to hear what he has to say." "But wasn't he the type who would never apologize?" The emperor said. After a long conversation, he acknowledged his wrongdoing. Aegon thought to himself, conversation. Winston lowered his head in silence, then said, "I sincerely apologize, Prince Aegon, Princess Aerion." The two of them were so stunned they were speechless. Winston kept his head bowed, trembling. "Please forgive me." Aerion was astonished. "Is that really the same person?" Aegon blinked. "Let's see." Winston was led away by two guards, and the two of them looked at each other in confusion. What in the world had happened to him? "Wait a moment." A voice rang out. "I should apologize too." Edward stood there with a solemn expression. The two of them brightened. "Prince Edward," Aegon said calmly, "we finally meet." Aerion asked awkwardly, "Are you all right?" Edward smiled brightly. "Yes, thanks to both of you." Everyone gathered around the dining table. Edward said, "This time, I truly shown thanks to the royal family of Uriana." Closing his eyes with composed grace, he added, "Without you, I would never have made it here." IG put a hand behind his head and raised an eyebrow. "Well, of course, Case and I found you." Recalling what had happened, Case nodded. "Just as expected, you were trapped in Winston's castle." IG continued, "We left only Sickwell behind and brought you here." Aegon chewed on a cookie. Hearing that, Aerion asked in surprise, "Why did you leave Sickwell there?" Remembering the scene of that emperor kneeling and pleading, IG answered, "I was persuading the Emperor of Forest. If he wanted Winston to be punished in Uriana, then we needed permission from their emperor." Sickwell said, "What do you mean persuasion? I only showed him Dragon's power once, and then 1,000 more times. The moment the Emperor of Forest wrote the letter and the appointment order, I brought them here before the ink had even dried." Edward glowed with happiness. "This letter and the appointment order will be designated national treasures." Sickwell leisurely ate a pastry. "Once we return, The ceremony appointing the successor will be held immediately. It was originally scheduled for a month later, but because of the situation, it'll happen right away. Arian and Aegon turned to look at Edward. He understood at once. I see. Aegon called out, Edward. He answered, yes. Aegon folded his arms and said, I still have one request for the Forest Empire. May I tell you now? In the Grand Palace, Alex looked bewildered and hesitant. Helplessly, he said, she completely can't control her magical power. He was referring to Arian, who was crying out while power swirled around her. What do we do? After that, he turned and said to Jesser, you must have had a hard time bringing them here too. Jesser scratched his head and answered, it's all right. Still worried, he asked, more importantly, there's no problem, right? This was a special case that even I couldn't sense. Nigue poked his head out from behind and replied, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with Arian's body. Even Alex reassured them. Just as it sounds, the only issue is that nothing can be done about the magical power. Hearing that, Arian let out a sound as if relieved. Suddenly, Alex said, come to think of it, Arian and Aegon are both children born of spirit blood and the Imperial line. Looking at Arian's power, he calmly concluded that Arian was especially strong in spirit power, so even if her magic overflowed, that wouldn't be strange. Hearing that, Nigue added, and while saving Aegon, her magical aptitude seems to have awakened too. Arian suddenly cried out, but then why can you do that now? Alex answered awkwardly. At that time, after saving Aegon, I fell asleep immediately. So the magical power naturally disappeared on its own. The moment she heard that, Arian asked in alarm, oh no, what do I do? Do I have to sleep? Aegon, not knowing what else to do, could only say, in a situation like this. Then Alex suddenly cut in, wait. He took out an incredibly cute little pouch. He held it out in front of Arian and instructed her, smell this scent and take a deep breath. Relax and breathe in like this, slowly. Obediently, she sniffed with all her might. She kept inhaling as hard as she could, while the magic still swirled around her. And then, after a moment, her magical power gradually began to dissipate. Inside, she rejoiced. It's solved, right? Aegon, standing behind her, looked a little surprised. Looking down at her own hands, she exclaimed, that ended simply, didn't it? He agreed and asked, right? Then from now on, can we just do this whenever it happens? Someone answered, that's only a temporary method. Alex explained calmly. Your own power has to be handled by yourself. If your power grows beyond your own capacity, your body could develop abnormalities. Nigue cheerfully added, or you could get a high fever or age rapidly. That remark frightened Jesser, and the twins pale. Then Alex suddenly seemed to think of a solution. He spoke up with a suggestion. In that case, how about we start learning magic from now on? This suggestion made Arian ask in surprise, magic? At that point, Aegon added, if it's basic theory, I know a little. I learned from Baron Chambo. Hearing that, Alex explained, that's only the fundamentals. If you want to control magical power like Arian's, you need more advanced study. He carefully went on. First, focus on how to handle your power. Formal study will come later at the Magic Academy. Those words left Arian gaping in shock, while Aegon asked, the Magic Academy? Alex answered gently, it's an academy where noble children with magical talent go to study. In a few years, the two of you will attend there as well. As soon as they heard that, both Arian and Aegon looked stunned. Oh, both of them thought to themselves, a magic academy. So a place like that exists. At that point, Alex made another suggestion. First, let's find an easy magic book and begin from there. Hearing that, Niwi pouted and said, the Imperial Palace only has difficult books. At those words, he suddenly remembered. All right, he made an interesting proposal. Then we could go to the All Things Magic Shop. The name of the store made both Arian and Aegon curious. The All Things Magic Shop. The two of them found themselves looking forward to seeing the place. Somehow it sounded really interesting. A little later, on a broad street, Arian and Aegon walked around in high spirits. She spoke first. It's been so long since I've been out walking beyond the Imperial Palace. He added, yeah, it's been a long time since I've gone out too. Then she happily turned back to look at someone and said, and besides, this is my first time going out together with Jesser. Then suddenly, something behind them made both of them widen their eyes in helpless disbelief. It turned out Jesser's handsomeness had made all the ladies turn their heads to look while he gently fussed over the two of them. It'll be dangerous for both of you if you run too much. Arian and Aegon didn't know what to say in that situation, with all the ladies competing to admire Jesser's looks. His beauty and gentleness completely captivated them. "Even if you fall, I'll catch both of you." Seeing the two of them just staring at him, he asked blankly, "What is it?" Arian hesitated and answered, "In nothing." But both she and Aegon were thinking the same thing inside. "What is this? Déjà vu?" Khajiit, who was with them, remained completely calm and unconcerned. Then Jesser suddenly pointed ahead and cheerfully said, "Ah, over there." As soon as he said that, the siblings both looked in the direction he pointed. They saw a large store, and the two of them immediately started murmuring excitedly. "This place looks special. The building is bigger than I thought, right?" It was a huge magic shop. A moment later, the store doors opened. Arian stepped inside and gasped in amazement. "There are so many books. Are they all magic books?" Even Aegon exclaimed, "There really are a lot." Then he curiously asked, "Is it okay to leave them all scattered around like this?" Jesser immediately explained, "Don't worry about that. Every object has location magic on it." Hearing that, Arian blinked blankly. "Oh." As she looked around, she murmured, "That's amazing." So even books could carry traces of magical power. Then suddenly, she spotted something. Purple smoke seemed to rise from it, stirring her curiosity. In the corner of the shop was a mysterious book, and it drew her attention. Her face went a little blank. Arian kept staring at that beautiful book and wondered, "What is that book?" She moved closer to it and thought, "Only this one has several extra layers of magic on it." And on top of that, the book was giving off beautiful patterns. It made her curious. Even though it was carelessly placed among the other books, it felt different somehow. Strange purple energy kept leaking out from it, and all of that gave her an ominous feeling. But before she could get any closer to the book, someone called out to her. "Arian." It was Aegon. He said, "I don't think there are any books for beginners here. Let's try upstairs. There are stairs over there." Hearing that, she nodded. "Igriagaja." As she followed him, she glanced back at the book and thought, "Don't Jesser or Aegon feel anything from it." In the back of her mind, the book still lingered. It was obviously a magic book so difficult that only high-ranking mages could use it, so maybe that was why it felt that way to her. Feeling like there was nothing she could do, she decided to follow Aegon and thought, even if I take it, I wouldn't be able to do anything with it. There'll be a book better suited to my level." As she hurried after him, she called out, "Wait, Aegon." Meanwhile, she failed to notice that someone hidden in the darkness was secretly watching her. That person muttered, "Your Highness the Princess." Upstairs, someone pointed at a book and said, "Ah, beginner magic books. Prince Alex's name is written on the back." Jesser smiled and replied, "Prince Alex is an excellent mage, so it's not strange for his name to be in textbooks." Arian agreed in surprise. "Oh, right." At that moment, an idea came to her. "That's right. If I show that suspicious magic book from earlier to Alex, maybe he'll know something about it." Immediately, she said out loud, "Aegon, Jesser, I'm going downstairs for a moment." She hurried down the stairs. Her face looked a little flustered. The book she had seen earlier was gone. "It's not here." The other books were all still the same. Feeling upset, she said, Did someone already buy it?" At that moment, Aegon and Jesser came downstairs after her. Aegon curiously asked, "What's wrong, Arian?" She hesitated. "In nothing." But inside, she sulked, "I want to show it to Alex." A little later, the three of them slowly walked out of the store. Jesser cheerfully said, "Now that we've picked out the books, let's go outside." Arian only answered softly, Aegon then suggested, "Since we're out, let's get some street food." He said excitedly, "The grilled meat skewers are really good." Meanwhile, from a dark corner, someone secretly watched them. There were no mistakes. That person carefully observed both Aegon and Arian and thought, "They've both grown so much. Even their hair colors are different. But that is unmistakably Her Highness the Princess and the fourth prince." The person slowly removed his hood and thought, but it was Ryu, the one watching them. He stared after the three of them and wondered, why would the princess be interested in magic? He was filled with doubt. Could it be that the princess knows of this book's existence? But while he remained confused, Arian happily continued walking with Aegon. A line of narration appeared in her mind. Of course, back then I knew absolutely nothing. A skewer was raised into the air, and a delighted voice cried out, "Fruit skewers!" Arian happily spent time with Aegon and Jesser as she thought. That day, I was just excited to go out with Jesser beyond the Imperial Palace walls, and before long I forgot all about that magic. Several days later, back at the palace, she began her studies. After returning to the Imperial City, Aegon and I started learning magic. Aegon and I listened very diligently to every instruction. During those lessons, I displayed a talent for magic. Was it because of my royal bloodline and my soul? I was able to improve far beyond others my age. Baron Shambo said I had magical talent. Unlike me, Aegon could also use magic, but only at a decent level. In any case, Aegon's magical power was only half of mine. Even so, since he was still better than most ordinary people, we were able to study magic together without trouble. From creating fire to the amazement of Jesser, Aegon, and Shambo alike. Like this, to both Aegon and me being able to use magic to levitate objects, time steadily passed. The sky remained as blue as ever. And at the palace, for years later, footsteps sounded and someone called Arian Aegon. The emperor, still as dignified as ever, asked, "Are you ready?" A reply came, "Yes." Arian even asked happily, "The academy uniform looks even prettier when you actually put it on, doesn't it?" Aegon added, "I bet the food there is really good too." By this time, both Arian and Aegon had grown up, and the two of them had become strikingly beautiful. Arian said to herself, 16. That was when we entered the Magic Academy. Their eager voices rang out. I wonder what kind of place it'll be. That's right. In the magnificent and imposing palace, a man with dark golden hair said grimly, "Is this?" It was the emperor. Holding a book in his hand, he solemnly continued, "That magic book?" Loy respectfully answered, "Yes, sir." Then he continued, "That book, The Murderer's Tears, was something Ryu wandered the continent for years searching for. He has returned, and in the end it found its way to the magic shop of the Uriana Empire." Then another voice said, "As expected. If it is not that family, no one can use this book." The emperor gently set the book down. Loy stood beside him with his hands behind his back, his expression severe. "What will you do, father? It's too dangerous to keep it in the imperial palace." The emperor answered calmly, "Send it to the academy." Then he continued, "The sealed room inside the academy is the safest place to keep this book." Loy answered, "Yes, I will do as you say, father." The emperor nodded at his son's respectful attitude. Then suddenly, a sweet childish cry of "Father" rang out. It was Arian and Aegon at 12 years old. Arian hugged a pillow in her arms and said with a bright smile, "We're going to bed first." Aegon, beside her, yawned sleepily and murmured, "Good night." Loy and the emperor stared at the two children with slightly blank expressions. But then both their expressionless faces quickly turned red from how cute they were. The emperor reached out gently toward the two children and said, "Father was just about to go to sleep too." Beside him, Loy shyly added, "Good night, Arian Aegon." Arian beamed and replied, "Good night, brother Loy." Aegon, beside her, let out another big yawn. Then the emperor gently took Arian and Aegon by the hand, preparing to leave. He turned and said to Loy, "Loy, I'll leave the rest to you." Loy answered, "Yes." Then he looked at the book resting on the table. Dark, ominous energy swirled around it. Loy glanced at the book with a resolute expression and thought, "I've placed multiple magical seals on it. Can she still sense it?" The book still looked gloomy. Outside, Arian quietly turned a glance back toward the room they had just left. She stared at it, a huge question mark forming in her mind. A voice softly called her name, "Arian," but she kept staring in that direction. Aegon, standing beside her, sleepily said, "What are you doing? Let's go to bed. I'm really sleepy." Only then did she turn back and answer, "Okay." The scene shifted to 4 years later, still in that same castle. The emperor stood in front of the castle gates, with servants lined up behind him. "Arian, Aegon, are you ready?" The two answered brightly, "Yes." By now, Arian and Aegon had become spirited teenagers. The older they grew, the sharper and more refined their beauty became. Arian smiled brightly and said, "Hajin, everyone." Aegon, handsome behind her, added on behalf of his sister, "Thank you for everything until now." Hajin and the servants behind her all looked at their masters with shimmering eyes. They were already on the verge of tears. Hajin spoke up, "Princess, Prince, Even so, the emperor maintained his cold expression as he said, Aegon, outsiders are basically forbidden from entering the academy. He continued, even members of the imperial family cannot enter without completing the proper procedures. That is the rule. His gaze darkened as he looked at them. So be careful in everything you do, and don't forget that you are no longer alone. Hearing that, Aerion gave him a reassuring smile. Then both she and Aegon stepped forward and embraced the emperor, and he wrapped his arms around them. Aerion comforted her father. Don't worry too much, father. She continued, Rasen is with us, after all. Hearing that, the emperor felt somewhat reassured. All right. The scene shifted to a vast line of grand buildings. It was the Royal Magic Academy, the finest and largest magic academy on the continent. Students could only enroll from the age of 16. There, one could study everything related to magic, such as magical theory and the science of spirits. It also held the greatest number of magic books on the continent. It was a sacred place for anyone who dreamed of becoming a mage. The scene shifted to the day of the academy's entrance ceremony. In a corner of the dormitory, Aerion and Aegon were sitting together talking. Worried, she said, there's no one here. Aegon replied casually, of course there's no one here. This is my room. Why are you so nervous? Beside him, Aerion broke out in a cold sweat. Still a little uneasy, she slowly opened a suitcase. A cry came from inside. Meow. When she opened it, there was a creature that looked neither quite like a dog nor quite like a cat. Beaming, she reached out to pick it up. Rasen, wow, you're so cute. Rasen looked at her and thought, ah, so we've arrived. Then he returned to his human form. How troublesome. The academy forbids everything except magic, so this was the only way. Then he turned his face aside and smiled. Good children shouldn't imitate this. When transporting animals, place them in a proper cage to ensure their safety. Aerion stared at him in disbelief and said, Rasen, who are you talking to? Then she excitedly continued, but I was really surprised. I didn't think father would send Rasen with us. Aegon leaned back slightly and replied, me too. The scene flashed back to the previous night when the emperor had tiredly said, just in case. Aerion picked up the thought. Father said. Aegon, looking a little worried, replied, about a guard? She answered, yes. Meanwhile, Rasen said calmly, there's something more important than that. Both of them turned their attention to him. What is it? Smiling, he pointed to himself and said, Aerion is in the girls' dormitory and Aegon is in the boys' dormitory. So who am I supposed to stay with? Hearing that, the two of them froze for a moment. Then Aerion firmly declared, I'll take Rasen. I like fluffy animals. Beside her, Rasen blinked. Fluffy. Seeing that, Aegon also answered firmly, I like fluffy things too. You know that. I'll take Rasen. Rasen replied with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts resignation. I don't mind the two of you fighting over me, but is my fur really that important? Aerion immediately lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Rasen, do you like me better? He was flustered by the expectant look on her face. But then he smiled calmly and answered, yes, since I'm staying in Lord Aegon's room, I'll remain here. Aerion looked shocked. Beside her, Aegon raised a finger in satisfaction and said, good. Aerion protested bitterly. Why? What? Rasen smiled softly and gently placed a hand on her head. Because Aerion is a young lady now. She lifted a hand to her head, confirming Rasen's touch. Suddenly, a knock came from the door, making all 3 of them turn to look. Aegon asked in a low voice, who is it? Behind him, Rasen and Aerion hid behind the bed. When he opened the door, he saw a pink-haired girl smiling. Prince Aegon, do you have a moment? She continued, smiling brightly, one hand placed over her chest in a gesture of respect. I heard that you'll be giving the speech as the freshman representative at the entrance ceremony. On Aerion and Rasen's side, she thought to herself, wow, she's so pretty. Outside, Aegon only replied coldly, I know. The girl smiled and answered, yes, sir. Both Arian and Aegon had earned the highest scores on the entrance exam. Aegon let out a helpless sigh. Why'd I have to lose? I don't even want to talk about it. In his mind appeared the image of Arian smiling smugly at him. See, I won. The speech goes to Aegon. Hearing that in his imagination, Aegon silently cried inside, utterly depressed. The girl kept that same smile as she said, the entrance ceremony begins in 30 minutes. Hearing that, he said tiredly, I'll go soon. The pink-haired girl continued, please proceed to the hall. We ask that you make haste. On Arian's side, she giggled quietly and whispered, good luck with your speech, Aegon. Meanwhile, he let out one sigh after another. A little later, they both headed toward the door, looking ready to leave. Aegon said, I'm going to the entrance ceremony. Arian smiled and waved goodbye. See you later, Rhysand. He smiled and waved back at the two of them. In the auditorium, the spacious hall was fairly quiet, and everyone was already seated. A loud voice rang out. I will be giving the speech as the representative of the first-year students. I am Aegon I, Silver Iuria of the Iuria Empire. With his solemn expression, Aegon looked especially handsome standing there. He said, it is an honor to study alongside the outstanding talents gathered from every empire. As a fellow student of the same class, one who will walk the path of magic together with you, I would like to thank you all. Seated below, Arian looked up at him with shining eyes and murmured in admiration, oh, he's actually doing pretty well. But whispers rose all around her. Oh, is that the princess? Is that really the princess? I'm so nervous. More murmurs followed, reaching Arian's ears and drawing her attention. To think I get to attend the same place as the prince. Look at me just once. He's so handsome. Do you think he'd answer if I greeted him? Hearing that, Arian sighed inwardly. None of them know what he's really like. All he does is eat and sleep. The voices of girls came from every direction. Looking around, she thought, by the way, is there anyone I know here? Kazan and Arirua? Then suddenly her gaze stopped in one place, and her eyes widened a little in surprise. Over there was someone with long platinum hair standing out among the crowd. Arian stared at that person, and the beauty of their face became even clearer. Arian thought to herself, oh my God, he's so pretty. I think he's a boy. He's wearing the boy's uniform. Then she shyly turned her head away. Sorry for staring so much. The people around her were whispering too. Oh, is that him? No doubt about it. A face prettier than any female student. Someone else spoke up. A month ago, he suddenly appeared at Viscount Bottle's house. An illegitimate child. Those words surprised Arian, and she looked at him, thinking what? His eyes were quiet, his expression rather gloomy. Arian was startled. An illegitimate child? Behind her, the mocking laughter and ridicule continued without end. What luck for bastard. Sagira sat there as the malicious jokes pierced straight into his chest like sharp arrows. It was heartbreaking. He seemed already accustomed to it. He suddenly appeared and was acknowledged as family immediately. Viscount Badra is suspicious. Sagira stayed silent and did not argue back. Arian glanced at him and thought, he can hear all of that, can't he? She remembered, unable to say anything at all, just like we were before. Arian bit her lip, heart aching. There are still illegitimate children like this. There's no one like that left in the Imperial Palace anymore. Those monsters wearing human skin kept sneering and mocking him. He must have used some dirty trick, right? Be quiet. A low shout, quiet but powerful, rang out and startled them. It was Arian. She turned around with an irritated expression and said, someone is giving a speech right now. Stop that pathetic little conversation. The one who had just spoken first trembled and stammered. Why, your highness, the princess. Seeing Arian's action, Sagira turned to look at her, seemingly grateful. Arian lowered her eyes, her feelings complicated. This is so infuriating. There are still people like this. At the podium, the teacher in charge praised him. That was truly a wonderful speech, Aegon of Uriana. He lowered his head, enjoying the applause and praise directed at him. The teacher continued. Next, we'll hear from the third-year representative. Arian looked up in surprise. Sidwell, you startled me. You're a student here too? Standing there and shining in his own way, Webley spoke up. I am the third-year representative, Webley Basin. I sincerely congratulate all of you on your admission. Murmurs spread through the hall. Who is that senior? He's so calm and amazing. Arian secretly thought, why do I suddenly feel so shy? When he was little, he used to be such a mischievous child. Webley was probably embarrassed standing in front of so many people, because his face had turned red. Covering her mouth? Arian thought. Even so, he really grew up wonderfully. Imagining that naughty little child growing into such a composed young man really was moving. Arian sighed in admiration, clearly enjoying herself. The rude impression he used to give off as a child had unexpectedly turned into calm warmth. Aegon sat down beside Arian and asked in a serious yet teasing tone, "Are you staring at him and drooling right now?" Arian startled and called out, "Aegon." She shot back, "You're not much better." "Nice speech, Prince." Aegon replied, "You're too loud." He asked, "It seemed kind of noisy earlier. What happened?" Arian glanced slightly behind her and began to explain. "Did you see the pale, purple-haired boy sitting in the back left?" Aegon answered, "Yeah. He's a striking beauty." Arian said the other students were babbling that child is illegitimate. Hearing that, Aegon immediately grew more serious. He looked back as if to confirm whether what he had heard was true. Arian thought, if something like this happens again in school life, I don't want to just let it slide. Aegon agreed, sharing her feelings. When it was over, the students hurried through the halls and left together. The entrance ceremony had come to an end. Suddenly, a woman approached Arian and struck up a conversation. "You were really cool back there." The woman smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Arian. I'm Lisa, a new teacher." Arian's face flushed. Excited, she realized this was the beautiful woman who had come to pick up Aegon that morning. "Actually, I also." While Arian drifted off in thought, Lisa continued, "I met Aegon earlier, didn't I?" Aegon replied, "Ah, yes." Arian snapped out of it and asked, puzzled, "But what do you mean by cool? What are you talking about?" Lowering her eyes, Lisa answered, "You helped my younger brother. The child everyone was calling illegitimate is my younger half-brother." Arian widened her eyes in shock. Aegon was surprised too, though he only frowned slightly. Then the two of them confirmed at the same time, "You two are half-siblings?" Lisa looked pained. "My father, Count Badra, is not an honorable man." Lisa smiled, but it only made her seem more heartbroken. "He's also an adulterer, though it isn't known publicly." Arian replied, "I see." Her expression showed sympathy. Lisa continued, "However, Sahira suddenly appeared a month ago, so he seems to have become the talk of the school. My poor little brother has been occupying my thoughts so completely that I didn't have time to hide his identity. He was sent here almost as if he'd been cast out." Arian protested, "Hide his identity? But discrimination was outlawed 7 years ago. Why should he have to hide who he is?" Lisa answered as if she knew the reality all too well. There are still plenty of people who bully others in less obvious ways. Reality doesn't change that quickly, Lady Arian. Arian and Aegon fell silent. That seemed to be how this society worked. If not this, then something else. Ugly things never truly disappeared. They only changed form. Lisa suddenly said, "I've said too much. Please forgive me." Then she asked, "But may I ask one more favor of you?" Lisa bowed politely and said with utmost respect, "Please become friends with my younger brother." Arian and Aegon were both startled by the request, too taken aback to think. In the classroom, recalling Lisa's words, Arian absent-mindedly thought, even after hearing all that. Looking at the desk in front of her, she thought, "I can't believe we're in the same class." Aegon agreed. "Yeah, and he's sitting right in front of us." Looking at the pale, purple hair in front of her, Arian praised him from the bottom of her heart. "He really is beautiful." Aegon said, "He is. The boy's uniform looks awkward on him, though." "Attention!" A rather loud voice rang out, and Arian and Aegon immediately fell silent. A teacher in a purple robe with a baby-faced appearance stood on the platform and stammered, "Nice to meet you all. I am Zito, and I'll be in charge of your first class." Zito looked quite flustered. Before we officially begin today's lesson." Aegon commented, "He looks pretty timid." Arian agreed. "Exactly." Zito still didn't seem confident. We'll be conducting a mana test." Arian was surprised. "Mea suring mana?" The teacher continued, "This is to test your abilities and determine your attributes, so." The mana amplifier. A spherical object with the beautiful blue color of a galaxy was placed on a bronze stand. Even someone who knew nothing would be able to tell it was no ordinary item. Zito explained, "Place your hand on this crystal sphere and focus your mana." Arian thought with interest, "Oh, first, Miss Adele." The girl whose name was called wasn't ready and jolted. Igriagis. The short-haired girl approached the sphere, shut her eyes tightly in fear, and placed her hand on it. Suddenly, a stream of blue magic rose from the sphere. Zito immediately brightened. Miss Adele has an aptitude for water magic. I'd say about level 5 out of 10. Arian blinked. Oh, Adele asked uneasily. Would that make me 5th rank? Can this really show all of my ability? Zito stammered again. In next is the princess. Oh no, Miss Arian. Arian grew a little nervous. Ah, I guess it'll be quick. Stammering, Zito said, I'd be very grateful if you'd come forward. Princess, oh no. Arian let out a sigh. Honestly, at the academy, calling students by name was part of the teaching rules. Outwardly, however, she still answered politely. Yes, she glanced slightly behind her and thought carefully. The teacher is timid too, and everyone else seems weaker than I expected. Maybe it'd be better to hide my abilities. Suddenly, she heard a few snickers. Huh. Some male students were mocking her. It's the street princess's turn. Now we'll see whether the royal family's magic is really all that amazing. Arian realized they were the same boys who had badmouthed Sahira at the entrance ceremony. Arian made up her mind. I've decided. She stepped forward with the bearing of a queen, and teacher Zito gestured. This way, please. Arian placed her hand on the sphere, and Zito clasped his hands in anticipation. Adien remembret, listen, adien, again. On that outing, Brother Iji had said, when you're living among others, you absolutely have to overwhelm them. Show them the full extent of your power. That way they won't dare mess with you carelessly. He had warned them before they came to the academy. With that handsome face, he had also slyly added, and, if necessary, stand above them, ha ha ha. Arian thought, I should put at least some of Appa's advice to use. A stream of pink magic began to flow out of the sphere. Arian focused all her strength and pushed her hand firmly against the sphere. Flames burst forth. Teacher Zito was so shocked he couldn't speak. Vuvuha akropka. All the students, even the ones who had mocked Arian just moments before, stared with their mouths hanging open. Aegon, clearly used to this, folded his arms and reminded her, Arian, don't burn down the classroom. The flames pouring from the sphere grew stronger, and Zito backed away in fear. Arian looked at the blazing fire and smiled. The flames slowly spread, reaching all the way to the back of the classroom. Some of the students turned pale with fright. Then the fire took the shape of an eagle and gradually approached Arian. She placed a light kiss on the head of the fire eagle, as if strengthening it. Suddenly, the flames vanished, and a deep pink aura spread around Arian as thousands of flower petals rained down. Her classmates went from one shock to another, marveling. Wow, there are flowers everywhere. It's so beautiful. She's on a completely different level. Arian stood there, unconcerned by what everyone was saying. Down below, the whispers continued. Is this the power of royalty? Arian justified herself inwardly. I didn't mean to scare them, but if there are people who look down on others just because they're illegitimate, then I'll make sure they understand. Arian resolved herself. From now on, I won't let that happen again. Soft sunlight shone down over the beautiful empire. A heavy sigh echoed out, and everyone grew gloomy. The emperor, looking dejected, rested his chin on his hand. In the conference room, amid the tense atmosphere, someone spoke up. Why, Your Majesty, is something troubling you? With just a glance from him, everyone froze. The emperor then began speaking at length. Open the imperial treasury to support the food shortage in the border regions. Ensure preservation magic is used during transport so food does not spoil. Apply regeneration magic to the damaged farmland. Then leave the soil to recover for a year. In the meantime, instead of having the residents farm, repair the border defenses, and provide enough compensation for them to maintain their livelihoods. Establish a policy forbidding hostility toward the races beyond the border and make sure violations are punished severely. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Huh? Their eyes also held a trace of admiration. Why, yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor spoke again. Very well. This meeting is adjourned. At that, everyone responded in unison. Long live His Majesty. Perhaps part of their enthusiasm came from being dismissed early, which only increased their loyalty. The Emperor replied, After the meeting ended, murmurs rose again, this time with praise. His Majesty is amazing, so thoughtful, but he looks utterly miserable. The answer came at once. Of course he does. Her Highness the Princess and His Highness the Fourth Prince aren't in the Imperial Palace. A stealthy figure approached from behind the Emperor. Unaware, he muttered to himself, Arian, Aegon, are you two doing all right? Floating in the air, Sewell smiled and interrupted his thoughts. Don't worry so much. Why is your whole family like this? An arrogant emperor and princes nearly dying from worrying over their younger siblings. As he spoke, Sewell laughed aloud, recalling the prince's various expressions. The emperor angrily called out, Sewell, beneath the clear blue sky, he said irritably, you're so noisy. Stop flitting around all the time like a fly. Sewell protested, a fly? That's absurd. Couldn't you compare me to something prettier? Seeing the man before him still silent, he asked, you're worried, aren't you? Looking down below, the emperor answered, it would be a lie to say I'm not. I'm relieved that Jacian is there, but Jacian can't openly deal with problems that arise at the academy. The emperor lowered his head, his face clouded with sorrow. Most of the academy students are noble children, and their magical talent has already been acknowledged. Many of them take pride in their strength and lineage. I only hope Arian and Aegon won't be hurt by children like that. Growing even more serious, he added, especially Arian. She's so gentle, and her personality is so lovely and considerate. That makes me worry all the more. Sewell paused to think, then replied, I agree with you, but you're worrying too much. He comforted him while placing his faith in the two of them. Don't worry, Emperor. They're probably doing far better than you think. Children always exceed adults' expectations. The streams of light and flowers slowly faded away. A boy in the back let out a quiet gasp, thinking the petals are disappearing. Her magic is different from ours. A girl up front said aloud, she's on a completely different level. As the applause gradually grew louder, Zito, flustered, said, Class 1, Lady Arian. No, Miss Arian. Stepping down from the platform, she didn't forget to glance at the one who had spoken ill of Saheera, startling him. He gave an awkward laugh, but seeing that only made Arian angrier. In contrast to her forceful presence, the two of them looked utterly deflated. Aegon muttered inwardly, I'm really tired of you, Arian. She flopped into her seat and replied, you know why. The instructor continued with the names. Next, His Highness the Prince. Oh no, Lord Aegon. Standing beside him, Zito lowered his voice. You may begin. Aegon looked down at the crystal sphere. As he brought his hand close, the sound of rushing wind rose up. When he lifted his hand higher, blue streams of light appeared. One student exclaimed, this time it's white petals? Arian raised her eyes and thought, white petals from ice magic. They murmured in amazement. So beautiful. The girl with glasses reached out to catch one. These petals, are they ice? As he cast his spell, Aegon thought to himself, unlike Arian, my magic is the opposite of hers. He lightly snapped his fingers and made a quiet vow. I'll help you, Arian. The frozen petals suddenly began to sparkle, their dazzling beauty filling the classroom. Aegon's eyes were full of seriousness. Zito stammered, see Class 1. As Aegon passed by her desk, he glanced sideways, and Arian whispered, well done. Aegon asked, so? Is this enough to wipe the looks off their faces? Filled with pride, she happily gave him a thumbs up. Then she answered confidently, still, my performance was prettier. He agreed and praised his little sister. All right, you win. On the platform, Zito grew increasingly tense and depressed. They both seem even more talented than I am. What on earth am I supposed to teach them in the future? He continued, and now, finally, Lord Saheera. As he said that, Saheera stood up. Igrigajis. Aegon began commenting, finally, it's Saheera's turn. I thought I was going to die of boredom watching the other kids show off. Full of anticipation and curiosity, Arian asked, what kind of magic does Saheera use? Aegon offered his guess. Healing magic, maybe? Wouldn't that suit his personality? She added, or maybe magic that makes plants grow. Either one of those would probably be really beautiful. They focused their gaze on the platform. Oh, it's starting. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew dark. The two below reacted with both surprise and confusion. Huh? A purple aura slowly spread out, and gentle winds made the sphere turn violet. Whispers broke out around the room. They couldn't believe it either. What is that? Suddenly, cracks appeared in the crystal sphere, and Sahira jolted in surprise. He hurriedly pulled his hand back. Teacher, I'm a little tired. Can I stop here? Zito agreed. Yes, right? I can see that it's cracked. That's destruction magic. If you had broken the mana amplifier, you'd have been rank 3. Well done. Though he was praised, Sahira only bowed awkwardly. I'm sorry. Arian thought to herself, destruction magic? That's a field of magic I've never even heard of. Fixing her attention on the boy before her, she sank into thought. Come to think of it, is destruction magic supposed to feel that strange and frightening at first? To use such magic while having a face that beautiful. Because she stared too long, their eyes accidentally met. Sahira dipped his head slightly, his cheeks faintly pink. Arian couldn't resist that beauty either, and her own face turned red as she thought, so pretty. Aegon, behind her, quickly stopped her. Don't make it so obvious. That's embarrassing. Sahira sat down and quietly said, Your Highness, P-Princess. An awkward atmosphere settled over them. No, Legiati. She became so flustered that her words came out in a jumble. And no, yes, wait. She told herself, he spoke to me first. Glancing back at her, Sahira said, at the entrance ceremony earlier. Thank you. I didn't have the courage to thank you then. Sahira smiled and turned his head slightly, lowering his voice. Thank you very much. Suddenly embarrassed, he snapped his gaze back to the front and stammered. And no, I mean, thank you. The two of them froze with the same thought. He's adorable. Class was over, and Arian walked across the academy grounds with her brother. Cheerfully, she shared her feelings. I want to hear him talk more. That was wonderful. Today, the sky was clear, and dazzling golden sunlight glittered across the land. Suddenly, Riolu and Besson heard someone calling out in broken bursts. Wait. Then Arian and Aegon suddenly came running out from behind a wall, shouting loudly, startling Besson into blurting, Huh? While Riolu jerked in surprise and said, P-Princess, Prince. It seemed that seeing Riolu suddenly appear in front of them had shocked both Arian and Aegon beyond belief, while the two boys themselves showed little expression. Arian asked in surprise, Why are you here? Her voice was so loud that a flock of birds took off in fright, flapping away. Riolu and Besson sat there silently listening to her ramble in confusion. What in the world is going on here? Closing her eyes as she recalled it, she continued, We said goodbye back in chapter 58, and it sounded almost like a reminder for readers who might have forgotten. She stood up and slammed the table dramatically. So how are we meeting again after only 11 years? The four of them were currently in the student council room, invited there under Webley's name. Only then did Riolu happily speak up. Well, even if I explained it, you probably wouldn't believe me, right? Aegon narrowed his eyes and said, Why are you stating the obvious? Aegon still looked dissatisfied and pressed on. So you really couldn't contact us at all? You didn't contact us for such a long time. Arian nodded in agreement and added, Exactly. It's been so long. That was awful, Riolu. After saying that, both of them fell silent and waited for his answer. Only after hearing all their questions did Riolu finally let out a small sound and calmly explain, It's supposed to be a secret, but since both of you are members of the Imperial family, I suppose it's fine to tell you. Besson sensed something was off and called out to Riolu. But Riolu did not stop and continued. I came here under His Majesty the Emperor's orders to inspect the condition of a certain book. I'm sure that's not something you would have expected. A book, Riolu replied. It's a magic book. Aegon let out a confused sound. Riolu slowly explained. 11 years ago, under the Crown Prince's orders, I searched for that book for 7 whole years, starting from the coastal regions of the continent. I traveled all across the continent. Arian asked again, Why did Lord Lyall order you to do it? Riolu. He answered each of her questions in turn, because under Duke Lhasa, I was in charge of a legal magic trade. It was the kind of book that would have been almost impossible to find through legal channels. As he spoke, Riolu looked embarrassed. That's not exactly something to be proud of, so please don't make it sound like I'm boasting. Aegon suddenly murmured. Even the Crown Prince would do something like that. Of course, once the search ended, that illegal market was wiped out as well. As Riolu spoke, he recalled someone brimming with fiery spirit, the Crown Prince's guard, who had once cut in and said, "Ah, old man, I know him. I searched for a long time, and in the end, I think the book may have fallen into the hands of the Uriana Empire. I believe I had a chance to touch it 4 years ago." He thought to himself, but back then I saw those too, so maybe I didn't pay attention to the book. After that thought, Riolu continued, and then, to his majesty, this was the place. It turns out the emperor announced long ago, "I have sealed that book inside Akante Academy." Aegon asked curiously, "Why here?" Aerion followed up, "Wouldn't it be safer in the castle?" Riolu said, "The academy is the place where every kind of defensive magic and sealing technique is gathered." Even the emperor said it would take more than a week to completely destroy the academy. That sounded both new and fascinating, leaving the two of them wide-eyed in amazement. Riolu added, "As for Darylina Castle, it wouldn't even take 10 minutes. Besson, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "Of course, that's assuming there's no outside interference. If there were resistance, it would take longer to destroy." Riolu picked up from there. "As you can see, no one except the Emperor can take over this academy by force." The two of them both looked surprised. Riolu still had not finished. "It has already been 4 years since that book was sealed here, and one of the Emperor's orders is to regularly inspect the sealing mark. Today is that inspection day." Hearing that, Aegon said, "Then by that logic, meeting us here was just a coincidence." Aerion then asked, "Then why was Webley with you, Riolu?" That left him momentarily unsure how to explain. Webley's face turned bright red, and he stammered shyly, unable to get the words out. Aegon sneered inwardly. "Just look at his face." Webley finally explained, "I'm in charge of special security within the academy under His Majesty's orders." Aerion blinked in surprise. "Special security?" Webley slowly explained, "My duty is to protect the book both inside and outside the academy, and I'm also allowed to examine that book. Before that, I needed to share information with Lord Riolu." He said jokingly, "Oh, what information?" "That I am descended from the family who created that book. That's also top secret information connected to infiltrating the academy. According to the information provided, everyone born into that family had light purple hair." At those words, both Aerion and Aegon froze for a moment. Aerion thought, if the hair is light purple, then Saheera. At that moment, Lisa, with her pink hair, suddenly heard someone call her sister. Her face lit up with joy as she replied. "Saheera, Saheera." A beautiful white-haired boy stood there. Lisa spoke first. "You kept me waiting quite a while. So, how was your first day at the academy?" He answered, "Not bad at all. There are better people than I expected. Everyone's better than I thought." Lisa suddenly fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft breath. "This is a little awkward, but when no one is watching, keep an eye on that book. I think it'd be ridiculous if I treated you warmly. When it's just the two of us, talk normally, little brother, Saheera." His face hardened as he said, "You need to be careful, Lisa." Webley suddenly spoke up. "Do the two of you have any guesses?" That made them both pause and think again. He continued, "Saheera, the classmate in your class. I intend to keep an eye on him from now on." Only then did Aerion finally speak. "Saheera," Riolu said, "Your Highness the Princess, Your Highness the Prince, do you ever feel insulted by the fact that you yourselves are actually illegitimate children?" For a moment, both of them fell silent. He continued, "The two of you are too generous to people in the same situation. To me as well. But just like what I did, remember that anyone can have ulterior motives behind what they do. I don't want either of you to get hurt. I truly mean that." Aerion and Aegon both smiled and softly answered. Webley added, "I still don't fully understand Saheera. I don't even know whether he really belongs to the Badra family, or whether the information that he's illegitimate is true. But from his actions so far, can we tell what his intentions are? Meanwhile, Sahira asked Lisa, "Did you find the location of the seal?" She replied in a long breath, "Today is the day of the seal inspection." The inspector came and left, and I followed him the whole time along with several of the academy's higher-ups. He was a man wearing a black hat, and he had a scar on his face. He was hard to follow because he was very alert, but I'm sure the sealing room is somewhere beneath the principal's office. He asked, "How tight is the security?" She continued, "That door can't be opened without the academy's sealing mark. If it's possible, then it would have to involve the principal." Hearing that, he replied, "The principal of the academy is one of the top mages on the continent. We could kill him easily enough, but we can't bring him back to life." Lisa said, "That's a problem too. There's no way around it except brute force. If we take all the students hostage, we can control the mages here, but it'll be harder if the situation gets blown up." Sahira lowered his eyes. "If that won't work, then what about creating a voice with more authority than the principal?" That suggestion made Lisa gasp in surprise. He answered, "That's right. The authority of the imperial family." So the imperial authority they were talking about meant Arian and Aegon. Lisa asked doubtfully, "Would that even work? They look so soft." He folded his arms and thought for a moment, then continued, "They won't cry. That's what makes it interesting. But no matter what, you have to take part too, if our goal is the same." Riolu slowly pulled up his hood, preparing to leave. "Well then, I'm off." Arian cheerfully replied, "Take care." And Webley politely said, "Farewell, Lord Riolu." Arian and Aegon seemed to have the same thought, and the two of them called out at the same time, "Riolu!" He looked at them blankly, only for the two of them to run over and wrap him in a warm hug. Arian said with both joy and regret, "We were so busy that I'm only saying this now, but I'm really happy to see you again." Aegon also spoke emotionally, "See you later." The two of them left Riolu so stunned that he froze for several seconds. A moment later, he smiled warmly and answered, As Riolu's figure moved farther away, Arian and Aegon stood behind the door and happily waved goodbye, silently wishing him a safe journey. When Riolu was almost out of sight, Webley called out, "Your Highness the Prince, Your Highness the Princess, you should return to the dormitory now." Arian answered brightly, "Right?" Webley repeated what he had said earlier, his tone serious. "And as I mentioned before, please be careful around Sahira. Of course, I'll protect you, but the two of you should still be cautious of your classmate." Both of them listened seriously to what he said. Arian replied, "Yes." Aegon returned to his dorm room, and Arian returned to the girls' dormitory. As soon as Aegon stepped into his room, he said, "I'm back." Jason, who had been reading a book, turned to him with a bright smile and greeted him. "Welcome back, Aegon." Jason asked enthusiastically, "So, what do you think of the academy?" Aegon called out somewhat gloomily, "Jason." The next second, he put on a disappointed look and muttered dejectedly, "So it's not the little wolf after all." That made Jason ask, half annoyed, "Was my fur really your actual goal?" Without answering Jason, Aegon changed the subject. "The school isn't bad, but it seems like something of a headache happened." Jason asked curiously, "What happened?" Aegon slowly told him everything. After finishing the story, he leaned against the bed tiredly and sighed. "I'm worried about Arian. She's been paying a lot of attention to Sahira from the start. Arian won't be able to endure their mockery when they call him a bastard, no matter how pretty he looks. I'm the same, but Arian has already gone soft over that face." Jason asked helplessly, "That face?" Aegon sighed and replied, "If only Sahira weren't a bad person, then he wouldn't hurt Arian." Hearing that, Jason felt that Arian was truly fortunate to have an older brother like Aegon. Jason walked over and patted his head. "You really care about your little sister, Aegon." Aegon only replied coldly, "I know." As Aegon continued lamenting, "I'm just too kind," he failed to notice that Jason's expression had already turned thoughtful. The next day, in the classroom, a voice rang out, "Your Highness the Princess," making Arian flinch. Several noble girls in the class crowded around her desk, trying to flatter her. One said in a sickeningly sweet voice, "Oh my, your skin is so beautiful. It's such a shame I'm not seated beside you." Another asked, "What subject do you like?" Another put on a fake smile and said, "Ah, it's my first time seeing golden hair this close. It's so dazzling." Sitting in the middle of them, Arian felt awkward and didn't know how to answer, so all she could do was smile stiffly. Aegon was in much the same situation on his side. Several boys had also gathered around him to get closer. Your Highness the Prince, do you like this subject? You like sports, right? Come to the sword training grounds with us later. Unlike Arian, Aegon remained cold and paid them no mind. Looking at the group happily fawning over them, Arian used the twins' ability to speak to Aegon. Why are all these classmates gathering around us too? He answered, they're nobles and we're royalty. I really want to chase them away. They're seriously annoying. In the middle of the crowd, Arian suddenly noticed Saheera sitting at the desk in front of her. A brown-haired girl kept chatting nonstop. Your Highness the Princess, would you like to go for a walk? Not paying attention, she bumped into Saheera, who was sitting in front of her desk. She turned in a hurry and said, sorry, but before she could finish, she saw Saheera's face. At once, she changed her face as fast as lightning, frowned, and snapped, Ugh, how disgusting. I touched filthy trash. My father says if you bump into a bastard, you'll be cursed with bad luck. Saheera's eyes clouded with a hint of sorrow, but he said nothing. Seeing the girl insult Saheera so viciously, Arian angrily said to Aegon, these girls dare say that right in front of us? We're illegitimate children too. He wondered, is it because they don't know? If they knew we were bastards too, they probably wouldn't have come over here in the first place. Just like 11 years ago. Back then they were all just nobodies. Arian angrily replied, that's exactly why they can discriminate against illegitimate children without being afraid of us. The brown-haired girl turned back and said, Your Highness the Princess, come for a walk with. Before she could finish, Arian suddenly stood up. With a cold look on her face, she brushed past them and walked straight toward Saheera. Without thinking too much, she grabbed Saheera's hand tightly and hurried outside. Come take a walk with me. Everyone stared in shock, especially Saheera. Aegon looked at her helplessly to himself. That idiot. After they stepped outside into the academy grounds, Arian thought helplessly, this is bad. I know Saheera is suspicious, but that was different. I just hate seeing things like that. Then she cheerfully asked, Are you okay, Saheera? Sera en sueur de quadri. Yeah. Thank you, Princess. Arian laughed softly and replied, When there are a lot of people around, it gets uncomfortable, huh? Looking at Saheera, she continued, They act respectful toward me, but treat you like that. Are you really okay? Hearing that, he thought to himself, this princess is clearly nothing like the people from the kingdom I've met before. Arian is emotional and full of justice. In the back of Saheera's mind, he thought, my background as the old Duke Badra's illegitimate son is fake. I needed to share blood with the nobles in order to enter the academy. It's easier to forge the identity of an illegitimate child than a legitimate one. Ever since I was known as a bastard, most people in the Empire have treated me like filth. Even though there's a law banning discrimination, it's still like this. Such narrow-mindedness in this empire. But why? Why is this girl, who is a princess, acting as if it were her own business? Saheera hurriedly pushed the thought away. What the hell are you thinking, Saheera? Looking at Arian, he thought darkly, I have to use this child to achieve my goal. Don't start thinking nonsense. Then Saheera suddenly called out, Your Highness the Princess. Hearing that, Arian said, Saheera, the school rules say we should call our classmates by name. He acted shy as he replied, sorry, I didn't really know. Then he stammered. In that case, Arian, standing in front of her, he looked timid as he said, Can I be friends with you, Arian? Arian was a little startled, but then she remembered what Webley had said. Everyone, be careful around Saheera. She answered firmly, no, as she stood there. Awkward and unsure what to do, a voice called out, Your Highness the Princess. When Arian turned around, she saw Aegon and Webley. In Saheera's surprise, she called out in confusion, Aegon, Webley. Webley hurried over and called to her, Your Highness the Princess, are you all right? Arian looked surprised as she turned back. Webley, again. Webley stepped in front of Saheera, creating a private space for the siblings. That seemed to surprise him quite a bit. Aegon spoke up and lightly scolded her. Why did you suddenly run off? You idiot. Seeing Aegon's faint frown, Saheera kept his face calm, but inwardly guessed. So this one is angry? His expression changed then. Webley was the third-year representative. Being this openly obstructive, was he trying to stop me? Sahira's hand trembled slightly as he realized his plan would not succeed right now, and he thought, I wanted to finish this quickly, but not here. Sahira let out a soft sound, successfully drawing the twins' attention. At some point, he had already started acting again, and tears were brimming in his eyes. In a trembling voice, he softly said, Arian. His expression instantly turned the one blocking him into the villain, leaving no room for defense. That scene made the twins blush. Whatever the case, he really was beautiful. Annoyed by Webley getting in the way, Sahira said, Arian and I were talking. Then, from the distance, a figure appeared. It was none other than Jason. The moment he arrived, he broke into a bright smile and said, May I interrupt for a moment? Then he slowly walked forward under the astonished gazes of all four of them. Webley could barely even speak. Gugard, he covered his mouth to hide his shock. Aegon was full of questions. Why is he here? Arian, on the other hand, looked delighted and immediately spoke to him. Jason, I heard Aegon mentioned, I noticed Jason's eyes suddenly shifted to Sahira, full of mockery. He said, It's troublesome when a malicious little fly keeps clinging to the two of you. Sahira stood to one side in silence, seeming to understand that his presence had become unnecessary. He took the initiative to leave. Arian, let's talk later. I'm a little uncomfortable around strangers, so excuse me. Arian agreed and let him go. Watching his departing back, Webley immediately said, He approached Her Highness the Princess. That means my suspicion was probably correct. Only then did Aegon reveal, actually, Arian was the one who dragged him outside. Arian and Jason both stood there with awkward smiles. Webley was utterly shocked and exclaimed, What? Your Highness the Princess, I told you to be careful. Arian's cheeks flushed pink as she apologized. Just that face alone made Webley's heart skip a beat. Avoiding her sparkling eyes, Webley stammered. Anyway, his gaze then turned sharp at once. It's still only a hunch for now. We'll keep watch, and when they make their move, we'll catch them red-handed. Just then, another figure approached and said cheerfully, Oh my, the children have grown so well. It was Juliana, the principal of the academy. With a kind face, she gave a gentle smile and said, Is everyone all right? All four of them were rather surprised and greeted her. She continued kindly, I was only passing by. What a lively gathering. The twin royals and the third-year representative, too. Arian repeated in confusion. Representative? Juliana's attention turned to Jason as she said, I don't believe I've seen this face at my academy before, have I? Webley and the twins hurriedly tried to explain. Principal. But before anyone could explain, Jason quickly stepped forward. Taking her hand respectfully, he said, You'll turn a blind eye, won't you, madam? Hearing that, the principal laughed out loud and said, I already let it slide once, didn't I? It's not the first time an Imperial Guard has snuck in here. The twins were startled and blurted out, It's not the first time? Webley stood there silently, saying nothing, and Jason also wore an awkward expression. Only Arian and Aegon kept asking questions. Juliana maintained her bright smile and said, Are you two curious? If you want to know, ask the second prince. The twins thought to themselves, so it was Riolu. Webley spoke up. Principal, we ran into Sahira's accomplice, she replied. Is that so? As she recalled the crocodile tears he had put on earlier. Principal Juliana nodded and said, I see. So it was because of that book, just as I thought. She continued, Understood. I'll increase the magical security force, not noticing that Sahira was standing in a hidden corner, listening to the entire conversation. He ground his teeth. Damn it. The principal cut in. Well then, the next class is about to begin. Everyone, head back to your classrooms. Aegon and Arian obediently replied, Ah, yes, goodbye, ma'am. Watching the children leave, she thought to herself, strengthen the security. Letting out a soft sigh, she murmured, As I thought, is this really the only way? Meanwhile, in the classroom corridor, a buzz of chatter began to spread, along with admiring looks. Aegon, Arian, and Jason had arrived there. Arian said, Jason, you don't have to come with us. He immediately replied, It's been so long since I've seen you all. I'd regret it otherwise. Let me at least walk you to the classroom door. Arian said worriedly. But outsiders aren't allowed into the academy. Jason, if people find out you snuck in, what are we supposed to do? Blushing, she confessed. Even if it's only for a little while. I don't want Jason getting into danger. His eyes widened for a moment. Then he broke into a bright smile. My lady always says such adorable things. Her face reddened, and his affectionate gaze deepened as he said, So of course, that really surprised me. After walking a bit farther, Aegon spoke up. We're at the door now. Let's go in. The three of them said their goodbyes. See you later. Go on then. Outwardly everything seemed fine, but inwardly Aegon was on guard. Webley, and Jason too. As an older brother, I need to stay sharp and keep an eye on them. Lisa said in surprise. What? The principal said she's going to strengthen the magic defenses. Saheera replied coldly. Yeah. Lisa raked a hand through her hair. What a headache. How did it come to this? He thought to himself, and that Webley guy, is he still going to keep getting in our way? One day, you'll pay for this. Using the twins is going to be difficult now. Webley is obstructing us. And that red-haired one, too. Saheera said, I heard he's an Imperial Guard. I have a bad feeling about him. Lisa replied, I trust his judgment. He's never been wrong before. If that's the case. Her face darkened as she whispered her scheme. Then we should make our move too. Under the bright moon, a frothing mug of beer sat on the table as a voice rang out. Information? Huh, said the man in the beret. Hey, I don't know who you are, but what bastard would sell information to spies? Normally, they come to me and buy information. He added, if the matter isn't appropriate, I won't get involved. Lisa, wearing a black cloak with the hood pulled over more than half her face, cut him off. The Iang Byong family on the island. On Hideon Island. You know it, right? He answered, Hideon Island? Yeah, I know it. Then he said, that entire Iang Byong family on that island died 12 years ago. Hearing that, Lisa's hand clenched involuntarily. The man continued, the Iang Byong family used an incredibly powerful kind of magic, so they were coveted in the underworld. I heard it was a magic that erodes everything, and only the blood of that family could even touch it. Lisa said, a book containing that clan's secret magic. The man immediately flinched. Lisa said, I heard that magic book is currently in the Magic Research Institute. Fierce flames burned away all the buildings around them, and thick black smoke rose into the air, making it hard to breathe. Coughing, a small, hazy figure stretched out a hand and cried, Run. Run away now. A young Saheera had fallen to the ground, terror on his face and tears streaming down, while that person said, Saheera, even if you're the only one left. That shadow said, Please keep living, Saheera. Then he jolted awake from the dream. He sat bolt upright. Realizing it had all been a dream, Saheera went still for a moment, then pressed a hand to his forehead and let out a weary, despondent sigh. Meanwhile, Arian and Aegon were eating breakfast when Arian suddenly stopped and looked in one direction. She looked toward Saheera and spoke to her brother through telepathy. Saheera doesn't look well at all. Aegon turned to look and replied, Probably had a nightmare. While chewing noisily, he commented, This fried shrimp is really good. Arian thought to herself, I wasn't planning on eating with him anyway. Saheera's figure, sitting and eating alone, looked lonely and desolate. She immediately sent another telepathic message. Aegon, do you want to go eat with him? Aegon quickly replied through telepathy, Hey, I'm talking to you. Pull yourself together. Startled, she answered, Huh. Aegon said, Didn't Webley already say Saheera is suspicious? We should wait for Father's orders. He continued, Father put Jason by our side because he's worried. Since Father and Jason are both taking this so seriously, what reason do we have to get close to him? Saheera could be dangerous. Looking at Arian, Aegon said, Even so, you still want to get closer to him, don't you? Hearing that, Arian couldn't deny it. Aegon said, I don't trust Saheera, but he remembered the words of the other noble children. That bastard child is so lucky, huh? My dad said if you so much as brush against a bastard child, you'll have bad luck. Arian replied, Even if Saheera is suspicious, no, even if he really is a bad person, I still don't like them mocking him just because he's an illegitimate child. With a determined expression, Arian said, Even if it's only a little, I want to help him so he doesn't feel alone. Aegon immediately replied, That's far too emotional. Left speechless, she didn't know how to answer and could only let out a small, Ugh. Then he opened his mouth and said, but he stood up and added, if that's what you want. Confused, she murmured. Suddenly, Aegon raised his voice. Everyone, listen up. Everyone looked over, whispering among themselves. Aerion had no idea what was happening and softly called, Aegon. Aegon said, listen carefully. I'm only going to say this once. About me and my sister Aerion. We're illegitimate children, just like the bastard children all of you despise. That single sentence stunned the entire dining hall into silence. Aerion cried out in shock and confusion. Aegon! The murmuring around them grew even louder than before. He lowered his gaze to her. Having no choice, Aerion smiled and said, honestly. She stood up as well and said, does everyone remember the anti-discrimination law enacted 11 years ago? No child should be discriminated against because of the circumstances of their birth. She added, none of you have been following it at all. Aerion gave a soft smile and said, I suppose none of you remember, since you were all too young back then. They thought to themselves, aren't we all the same age? She continued, that law was enacted by His Majesty the Emperor, our father, for our sake, and for children like us, so they would not have to suffer that kind of humiliation. Aegon said, here at the Academy, every now and then I see groups of people mocking others over their origins and making fun of them. Don't do that again. They immediately shrank back. Aegon added, we will not let it slide. The students kept murmuring among themselves. Saheera stared at the two of them in shock. Aerion clapped her hands together. Well then, everyone, she smiled brightly and said, could you hurry and spread this news everywhere for us? The students panicked upon hearing that. Then Saheera's eyes met Aerion's and Aegon's. Aerion gave him a warm, friendly smile. Saheera felt something stir in his heart, a faint warmth. A little later, as he walked past a group of people, he heard them talking. Did you hear? His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess are illegitimate children too. From now on, we'd better watch what we say. Saheera thought. So the Prince and Princess being illegitimate, together with that law from 11 years ago, can dull the rumors? What they just did wasn't necessary at all. He thought, by revealing the truth themselves, they've only created a weakness for themselves. Why would they do something so foolish? Saheera bit his lip and thought, no, actually, I know why those twins did that. When he saw Aerion smile, it was as if she were telling him, don't worry, you're not alone. He thought, I've heard words like that before. Saheera thought, I'll put the plan to use those two on hold for now. There's nothing for me to focus on there anymore. They have protectors by their side. If I approach them, it'll be too dangerous for me. Besides, people of the imperial family don't enjoy this kind of blessing anyway. But, he thought, the kindness of those two children hurts me. In his heart, he remembered his two younger siblings calling out, Saheera, Saheera, please keep living, Saheera. Everything was swallowed by a sea of flames. 11 years ago, the clan had been destroyed. He thought, during all that time, not a single person helped us. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. So, is Saheera? It was Webley. With his arms folded across his chest, he asked coldly, got a minute? Seeing him, Saheera politely said, Senior Webley, is something the matter? Inwardly, he thought, why is this brat? Webley said, you're using a rather unusual kind of magic, aren't you? You learned it from Master Zato. Saheera replied, yes. Webley said, I know of a clan that used a special magic similar to yours. Saheera didn't answer. His expression turned cold and dark. Webley said, that special magic of yours, I want to see it. There are people born with magical power and with attributes uniquely their own. Just as someone born with fire magic cannot use ice magic, even a person who has mastered magic cannot alter the innate magical power they were born with. In other words, in the case of this special magic, through that magic alone, Saheera could easily reveal who he really was. To put it plainly, Webley Basin wanted to witness that special magic with his own eyes, which meant only one thing. He wanted to confirm Saheera's identity. It seemed Webley Basin already knew about his clan. The special magic of his mercenary clan looked, at first glance, like destructive magic, but its true nature was completely different from the rumors. Unlike destruction magic, which physically damages a target, this magic corrodes and erases anything it touches in an instant, even humans. Because of its brutality, his clan's magic had been given the nickname Slaughter Magic, and there was no way Saheera could show that in front of him. Hearing Webley Basin's request, Saheera merely gave a faint smile. Magic is forbidden for use outside educational purposes. Senior, can a representative of Class 5 to 3 really force a first-year student to break school rules? Saheera turned and challenged him. Then he feigned reluctance. If you really want to see it, it's no trouble. I could even show you right in front of the princess and the prince. At that, Webley Basin felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Grabbing Saheera by the collar, he shouted, "You brat, I won't forgive you for hurting those two." Saheera fell silent, recalling Arian and Aegon in his mind. His eyes lowered, carrying a strange tenderness. "Me too. I don't want to do that to either of them." Then Saheera brushed Webley Basin's hand off his collar. "Let me go." Straightening his clothes, he said, "If you want to see my magic, then you'll have to fight a magic duel with me. I'll be waiting." "Excuse me." As he turned his back and started to leave, Webley hurriedly called out, "Wait." He was about to say more when a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the smiling principal. "Ho ho, young people certainly are passionate." Webley Basin looked at her in confusion. "What is it, Principal?" Then he stood there awkwardly and asked, "Principal, when did you get here?" Juliana cheerfully replied, "From a moment I wanted to see that abnormal magic with my own eyes." So she had been standing there from the very beginning. After that, as Webley Basin escorted her to the principal's office, he asked in puzzlement, "Why didn't you step in while you were there watching?" "That was a chance to confirm Saheera's identity," she calmly replied. "I wanted the boy to answer on his own. I have no intention of driving that child away. If only Saheera would come to me himself. I have no desire to make things difficult for him." Hearing that, Webley Basin was very surprised. The mercenary clan of Hadal Island was completely wiped out 12 years ago. If Saheera is truly the last descendant, then this spellbook should originally belong in that child's hands. She analyzed the matter gently. Seeing that, Webley Basin was flustered and wanted to protest. "But your majesty," she gave a light laugh and said, "Of course I know. I understand your concerns as well. A magic book is something that ought to be with its rightful owner. While I must obey His Majesty's orders, as a mage, I find it deeply regrettable. Still, that is not something I can decide. I can only hope that His Majesty will issue a benevolent command." Webley Basin did not think so. He thought, would Her Majesty really do something so vague? After a long conversation, her mood suddenly shifted. By the way, the reason I came to see you, Webley, was actually something else. I have a request." And exactly 1 month later, when Arian and the others heard the principal's request through Webley Basin, they were all surprised. "Really? That's right. 1 month from now, the Academy Festival will open. The Emperor will probably come as well. For security. I almost forgot." Looking tired, he sat there and made the announcement. Hearing that, Arian and Aegon exclaimed, "It's a school festival, so it's going to be fun. There'll be lots of delicious food too, right?" Jason, standing behind them, added, "Now that's something to look forward to." While everyone was enjoying themselves, Webley Basin reminded them, "Your Highnesses need to be careful." Arian innocently asked, "Father too?" Webley Basin continued, "During the festival, the rules are usually relaxed. Outsiders are also allowed into the Academy on festival days, and their numbers increase several times over. There will be all kinds of magical events as well. At the principal's request, I'll be in charge of security, but the two of you must be very careful. Some may take advantage of the commotion to target the magic book or approach you." At that, Jason immediately reassured them, "Don't worry about that. I'll always stay by Arian and Aegon's side and protect them. So please don't worry." He was about to address the two royal siblings when they called out in unison, "Webley," startling him. It seemed they were so excited about the festival that they had completely ignored what Jason said. "Outsiders can come onto the grounds during the festival, right?" Arian asked expectantly. Webley Basin confirmed, "Yes, that's right. Anyone can," making them even more excited, while Jason stood behind them in stiff silence. Then Arian happily turned to her brother and said, "Not just father, our brothers can come too. Isn't that wonderful?" Aegon looked at her and replied. After that, they excitedly chattered away. When father comes, won't it be really lively? Exactly. Jason stood there speechless, able to do nothing but force a dry laugh. Only after finishing did they finally notice him. "Jason, what's wrong?" He immediately replied in dejection, "Yes, no, it's nothing." Arian looked truly excited. "A school festival. I can't wait." At that moment, in the Uriana Empire, the three princes rushed in calling, "Father." The emperor replied coolly while continuing his work, "I can still hear you, IG." IG excitedly told him, "Father, the Academy Festival is coming up, right? Right?" The emperor calmly answered, "That's right," but yet IG was bursting with excitement. "I want to go. I absolutely have to go." Seeing that, Alex happily said, "This is a chance to see Arian and Aegon again after such a long time." Loy added, "I'll make sure to clear my schedule that day, no matter what." All three of them looked eager and united in wanting to go. Looking at his sons, the emperor thought for a moment and said, "I know there's really no reason to refuse you, but the festival is still being prepared, so..." Just then, Sidwell suddenly popped out from nowhere. "I want to go too." Then he hopped around like a child. "Arian and Aegon will be there, and it's even a festival. I can't miss this chance." Alex immediately tried to stop him. "Sidwell." IG openly showed his disgust. "What? Sidwell's coming too." Loy calmly said, "I told you before." Then everyone started talking over one another, making the emperor sigh helplessly. "Sidwell, why? Why won't you let me go? What? Are you going to leave me out because I'm old? What's wrong with my age? Don't get worked up. It's too noisy. This is all because of IG." Everyone calm down now. The emperor sighed tiredly. "What a ridiculous day." Back at the academy, someone asked, "There's always a school festival." Hearing that question, one girl from a group of female students eagerly answered, "That's right. It's held a month after the entrance ceremony to welcome new students like us." A long-haired girl excitedly added, "The upperclassmen said they prepared a magical event, so it's probably going to be really fun." Another girl in the group continued, "And outsiders are allowed to attend too. So does that mean we can see our families?" Just as she said that, everyone suddenly fell silent, and the three of them all glanced in the same direction. The direction they were looking was where she and he were standing, talking with someone. When the three of them saw Arian and Aegon, their eyes lit up at once, thinking, could it be that not only royalty come to the academy? One of them suddenly said, "I heard the princes are really handsome, incredibly handsome." Saheera heard those words and showed no reaction at all. He simply looked at them indifferently. At that moment, Aegon suddenly shouted, "What? There are no food stalls at the Academy Festival." The person facing him answered awkwardly, "That's right, Your Highness." "Ah, no, Aegon. Since most of the students are nobles, their parents strongly opposed having street food prepared." Hearing that, his whole body trembled. Aegon lowered his head in disbelief and muttered, "Impossible. No food stalls at a festival? How can such a tragedy exist? The student cafeteria will still be operating as usual, so if anyone gets hungry, they can go there." At that, he furiously pointed straight at the two of them and shouted, "What are you even talking about? That can't compare to food stalls. You know nothing about the charm of street food." Aegon's anger startled the two of them so badly their hearts nearly stopped. Seeing her brother like that, Arian could only silently think, why does Aegon care so much about food? Without paying attention to the girl beside him, he continued, "I can't accept this." Then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he turned to her. "Come on, Arian." She flinched when she heard him. "Huh, where are we going?" At that moment, he pulled her over to Principal Juliana. When Juliana saw the two of them, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "You want permission to bring street food into the school festival?" At Juliana's question, Aegon eagerly said, "Yes, ma'am. We even have the students' signatures of approval." Standing beside him, Arian silently thought, that was fast. When Principal Juliana took the paper, she looked rather surprised and said to him, "That's quite a lot." Aegon immediately looked very proud of his achievement. Principal Juliana smiled gently, seeming somewhat pleased, but she did not know that in a corner where she couldn't see, Aegon had forced those people to sign, frightening them into it. Juliana lowered her gaze and said, "To maintain order at the academy, The rule is that no stalls are to be set up. But the moment they heard that both of them looked at her with pleading eyes. Seeing that, she said, "All right, I'll make an exception. But in return, may I choose which shops are brought in? That should be fine, shouldn't it?" He answered firmly, "Yes, thank you, ma'am." Agen even added, "Also, please remember skewers, fried bread, candied fruit, Singapore tofu pudding, takoyaki, red bean bread, fries, boiled eggs, herb-roasted chicken, lemonade, and ice cream." Hearing him rattle off such a long list of food, Arian immediately cut him off. "Again, Juliana Lauget. Oh ho ho, I'll keep it in mind." Hearing her trust him like that, Agen became even more excited. "I'm really looking forward to the school festival." Meanwhile, Arian had remained completely silent the whole time. By then, everyone was already busily moving around, making preparations, their faces bright with excitement. And on a beautiful, clear day, the festival was held. Someone asked, "The Royal Magic Academy?" Another person loudly announced, "The new Student Welcome Festival officially begins." That group of female students happily went to enjoy the festival. The girl in front said, "Oh, I think they used wind magic on the confetti. It's so pretty." The girl in the middle chimed in, "Where should we go first?" Then suddenly someone pointed somewhere. Hey, over there." At that moment, Agen and Arian's father and older brothers were approaching, and their arrival left all the students there utterly stunned. They stared at them and thought, the imperial family. Everyone had come except for one man, Sidwell. As everyone looked at the imperial family, some shouted, some admired them, and endless murmurs spread. "So majestic, they're really beautiful." Agen and Arian quickly ran over to him, and Arian happily said, "Father." They ran up and threw themselves into their father's arms, creating a lovely scene. He asked, "You two are a princess and a prince. Has everything been all right?" Both of them smiled brightly. "Yes, not wanting to be left out." IG rushed in to join the fun. "Arian, Agen, I miss you two so much." The twins looked past him. Brother IG. IG's behavior made the Emperor annoyed. Before IG could hug them, Sidwell was one step faster and rushed over to embrace them both, shouting, "Ah, you two are still so adorable." Arian and Agen looked rather flustered. Arian softly cried out, "Sidwell." Loy also walked over. "Don't forget me. Adien, again." Alex stepped up as well. "I'm very glad the two of you are still healthy." Seeing her brothers like that, Arian happily said, "Brother Loy, Brother Alex." Regardless of the greetings, Sidwell floated closer and kissed the twins several times, saying as he did, "All this time, I kept worrying that the two of you would suddenly grow up again." But before he could continue, an arm yanked him away. It was none other than Jason. Smiling, he said, "Greetings, son of Uriana." Sidwell immediately grew angry at Jason's action. Jason had already lifted Sidwell right off the ground, and Sidwell furiously demanded, "It's you again. You're still as rude as ever." "As if you're any different," Jason replied. Those nearby saw this and asked, "Who is that?" Someone beside them answered, "No idea." Sidwell kept smacking Jason in the face. Seeing that, the Emperor said, "That's enough, Jason." Jason answered, "Not yet." Then he added, "There are more dangerous elements than usual today. We should be extra cautious." After that, Jason continued, "Your Majesty's presence makes me feel more at ease." The Emperor merely gave a short response, when suddenly a voice called out, "Here it is." Arian then said, "Father, I'll show you where we usually study." Agen, standing next to her, said unhappily, "Let's go to the food stalls first." The Emperor agreed, and everyone brightened. Their older brother cheerfully said, "Let's go, let's go." Their family began walking away, laughing and talking as they went. "First, the nearest stall," Agen said. While they were still chatting happily, two pairs of eyes were already staring at them from afar. Sahira and Liza stood hidden in a corner. Liza spoke first. "I didn't expect the entire imperial family to come." She frowned. "It's a little dangerous, but I can't give up an opportunity like today." Recalling the past, Liza continued, "I leaked information that there was a magic book in the academy. After that, they gave me more information." She said to Sahira, "A star surrounds the center of the academy. Somewhere in the structures that form each point of that star, there is a magic book. I already told you that. Then Liza's gaze turned dark. Of course, information brokers sell their information here and there. Plenty of people have surely tried to verify whether it's true. Because today was the only day outsiders could enter the academy, it was the best chance for those searching for the magic book, and for them as well. Liza warned, "Prepare yourself, brother." Sahira replied, "Don't worry about that." Sahira lowered his eyes slightly and said, "I wake up every morning with that resolve." The scene shifted. Arian and Aegon were walking toward the stalls, and Arian chirped to the Emperor, "This is it, father." Aegon chimed in too, "Here, here." IG caught the smell of the food and said, "Oh, it smells so good." But when Aegon looked again, his expression turned confused. The stalls. The food area was completely empty and deserted. He blurted out in surprise, "What? Why isn't there a single person here?" A cook at the skewer stall answered him, "It's improper to walk around eating these things." The customers all left. Those words made him furious, and his face darkened. "Unforgivable. I can't forgive people for treating food like that." Arian softly called his name, again, but it was useless because his anger had completely clouded his reason. He was so upset because this entire food section had been his idea, and he had prepared everything himself. Irritated, he thought, "Food zone, I'll save you. I'll change those attitudes." Seeing him like that, Arian began to panic. Aegon seemed to radiate a blazing aura of anger, along with a fierce determination to rescue the foods he held dear. Elsewhere in the Royal Magic Academy, where the festival was underway, Lynn and a girl with twin tails were walking around. Lynn turned back and asked, "Is it really here?" The twin-tailed girl rummaged through her bag as she said, "It is. That informant definitely said it was here. Let's check again." The twin-tailed girl added, "A magic star surrounds the center of the academy, and each point, like I said." She held a magic detector, but it spun around wildly. She cried out, "Damn it, this magic detector is giving me trouble." Lynn replied, "Hey, this is the Magic Academy. Of course it won't work. Why did you even bring that thing?" The twin-tailed girl answered, "Just in case." At that point, she was completely at a loss and could only resign herself to figuring it out on her own. Lynn suddenly sniffed as if smelling something. By the way, then his stomach growled loudly from hunger. He said, "What smells so good?" Hot, fragrant meat rolls sizzled on the grill, glistening and steaming. A mouth opened wide. Ah, and in one bite swallowed a chunk of meat. The girls watching grew wildly excited and kept screaming. IG appeared in a dazzling fashion with a meat skewer in hand, speaking in his flirtatious voice. "These skewers are really delicious. Why doesn't everyone try them?" As he spoke, he raised a freshly grilled skewer. The girls were completely captivated and answered in unison, "Yes." Then a colorful fruit skewer appeared with a flourish. "Here." Second Prince Alex appeared and said, "Eating too much pork belly isn't good for your health, so let's have some fruit too." The Crown Prince held a piece of bread, took a bite, and said, "Red bean bread is also essential for the stamina needed to study." Striking a handsome pose, he added, "Red bean bread is wonderful." The three of them stood together and said, "Come on, everyone, give it a try." The entire area erupted with excited squeals. Truly, handsome men were remarkably effective. Crowds surged forward, shouting over one another, "10 skewers for me." Another said, "Fruit skewers for me." Yet another cried, 20 red bean buns. Move aside, move aside. The place became a chaotic crush. The Emperor, the twins, Jason, and Sidwell stood there watching the crowd push and shove while eating. Passers-by pointed toward the commotion and said, "What the heck is going on? Why is it so lively? Wow, that smells amazing. It's worth lining up for." Another passerby replied, let's go, let's go." With a darkly satisfied expression, Aegon said, "Everything is going according to plan." He added, "If you want to attract attention, you have to use handsome men first." Arian repeated, "Handsome men," and fell silent. Someone called out, "Arian, Aegon." It was the third prince. IG ran over excitedly and said, "I did well, didn't I?" The Crown Prince added, "I wonder if you two are satisfied." Second Prince Alex cut in, "Not bad, right?" The three princes appeared together. Aegon raised his thumb and praised them. "Well done." All three princes lit up with joy. Jason took out the festival map, examined it, and said, "By the way, besides this place, there are 4 more stalls." The Emperor asked, "Really?" Aegon nodded to confirm it. Everyone said, "This academy really is huge." Isn't that because Aegon requested so much food? Looking at the map, Jason let out a small sound of realization and said, "That's rather unusual." The map had many complicated structures. Jason said, "It seems the academy has 5 bastions surrounding the central section, and a food stall has been placed at the tip of each point." Everyone asked, "So were they intentionally pushed outward?" Someone answered, "Oh, because the nobles don't like them." IG added, "Or maybe they were trying to keep them out of sight, so they wouldn't cause too much noise." Everyone looked at IG. The Emperor frowned and replied, "That sounds like something only the principal would do." He added, "She's the type of person who always considers even the smallest details." He started to say, "Perhaps," but before he could finish, he suddenly jolted. A thunderous boom rang out, followed by the blazing force of an explosion. Jason pulled the twins into his arms, and Arian cried out in alarm. What was that? In front of them, flames surged upward, terrifying everyone and making them scream nonstop. The Emperor immediately said, "Alex, I'll go put out the fire. You set up a shield for everyone." Alex answered, "Yes." The Crown Prince added, "We'll go too." Everyone began running in a panic. Alex raised his head, looked up, and made a short sound. Flames were erupting in front of many people. A passerby pointed upward. "What is that?" Everyone looked up. Something was blocking the flames. "Is that a barrier?" Everyone said. "It's a shield, and it's huge." In the distance, the Emperor, IG, and the Crown Prince kept extinguishing the fire, while Alex created a protective barrier for the crowd. Jason stayed with the twins. Arian said, "And each food stall is actually a magical device that can create a giant shield." The twins remembered Juliana's words and said together, "Principal." Back then, she said, "Instead, I'll choose the shops." That should be fine, shouldn't it? Over there, as the Emperor continued extinguishing the flames, he thought, as expected, the fire roared as though it meant to swallow the entire academy, exploding with another massive blast. Arian said, "There are explosions coming from other places too." The barrier protected the people, and the academy remained safe. Another barrier activated as well. Arian asked, "That's good, but what exactly is going on?" Sidwell called out, "Hey, Alex, what on earth are these barriers for?" Alex replied, "I don't know, but right now, they're being used to—" Before he could finish, Sidwell continued, "It feels like they anticipated this from the very beginning and prepared for it." Then Sidwell said, "Didn't you realize that?" Arian's gaze turned thoughtful. She remembered Webley's words. "You must be very careful. They may use the commotion to target the magic book." Or, she cried out, "No way." As the barrier appeared, her steps halted. Meanwhile, someone else who was moving through the area said, "Damn it, what was that explosion?" It was Len and the twin-tail girl. Len, clutching his injured arm, said, "The moment we got to the place the informant mentioned, it was just a trap. A magical device loaded with explosive magic. Some brats planted it." From a distance, the two of them looked toward the barrier. The twin-tailed girl stayed silent, while Len said, "I'm guessing the same thing happened at the other 4 locations." Len seemed to have realized something. He thought, "It's like they lured us here on purpose." Saheera and Liza were running quickly toward the center. Webley shouted, "Security forces, gather!" Everyone answered in unison, "Yes, sir." The people around them buzzed noisily. Webley then ordered, "The explosions occurred at the 5 street stalls. Split up and investigate the cause of the explosions." The soldiers replied, "Understood, Sir Webley." He turned and said, "And also," then he looked back and saw that someone was missing. Saheera. Webley thought, that direction, the center of the academy. Back at the scene, the Emperor and the others were standing there when Arian said, "I have a guess." She continued, "Do you know about the magic book sealed here, Father, Brother Loy?" The Emperor nodded, and the Crown Prince asked, "How do you know, Arian?" Arian answered, "There's a classmate of mine with lavender-colored hair." Remembering Saheera, she continued, "Webley told me to be careful around him." "No way." She shut her eyes tightly and thought, "I hope you're not the culprit, Saheera." The Emperor closed his eyes, then said, "We need to go to the principal's office, Arian." "Yes," she answered. He said, "Most of the teachers and students in the academy have surely been sent to the explosion sites. Because of the earlier blasts, the central section of the academy, where the principal's office is located, has been left empty." He said, "The place where the magic book is sealed is right at the center of the academy." The twins were startled when they heard that. Then he added, "The magic book or the principal? One of the two is in danger now." At that moment, the principal was standing there, facing a long-haired man with purple hair. Boom, boom, a loud sound rang out. It was a huge explosion. The blast made all the students fear for their lives. Fortunately, the school had a barrier, so no one was hurt. Elsewhere in the academy, a female student said. Through the window, Principal Juliana looked down and said with weary exasperation, My. Behind her, Sahira appeared and said to her, That really is an impressive barrier. The principal turned around, her face gentle. I think so too. She greeted Sahira, while his expression remained cold and entirely devoid of a smile. You knew I would come, didn't you? Sahira asked. Juliana calmly replied, I had hoped this wouldn't happen. You sold information about the book to the black market men. Still smiling, she continued, You even deliberately leaked false information as well. Her previous sentence had been warm, but in the next, she narrowed her eyes and said without a trace of friendliness, What if there had been casualties? Sahira coldly replied, There was no other way. It was all to throw the academy into chaos. Then he added, Besides, you had already prepared for everything. He began listing what the principal had done. Juliana said that Sahira's goal was never to hurt anyone. He had only come to find that book. Since Juliana already knew, Sahira had nothing left to hide. The only reason he had come here was the magic book containing information about his clan. Tia of Delia, he said. The murderer's tears. It was a black book adorned with golden patterns and purple gemstones, beautiful and mysterious. Sahira had been waiting for a very long time. He had created a fake identity to take advantage of the Empire's nobles. He had come this far, chasing after the location of the magic book. At last, his goal was right in front of him. Sahira's already gloomy face grew even colder, radiating a terrifying aura. He bluntly said that if Juliana refused to cooperate, then even if he were to be executed, he would still kill her first. Student Sahira, Juliana was speaking when a loud crash rang out, followed by someone shouting, Principal! A young man came running in, panting, and asked if she was all right. That young man was Webb. Sahira turned to look at him, his face filled with rage. The principal shouted, Student Webb. He froze for a moment, then frowned and said, Sahira. Losing his composure, power flared from his hand as he shouted that Sahira had been behind everything. Sahira remained calm, watching to see what he would do. When Juliana saw Webb charge forward, she hurried to stop him. Webb rushed in, but Sahira slipped past him in an instant. He moved right behind the principal and struck the back of her neck. As Juliana collapsed into unconsciousness, she only had time to murmur, Oh dear, I let myself get distracted. Seeing her slump down, Webb panicked and called out anxiously, Principal! Sahira told him to stop making noise. It would be best for him to stay quiet and run. But Webb stubbornly continued confronting Sahira. Sahira's eyes turned sharp and icy, brimming with killing intent, as he told him to get lost and threatened. I won't repeat myself. With a mocking, contemptuous smile, he said, Junior, didn't you say you wanted to see my magic? Then look carefully. I'll only do this once. Sahira fired a stream of power at him, leaving him no time to react. Webb's arm was seized by Sahira's magic. Sahira's magic enveloped his arm, turning it completely black. In his mind, Webb could only think, what is this? Boom! Sahira was suddenly forced down by some other power. He shouted, What the? Webb was released as well. Sahira's face tightened with alarm. What is this? What is going on? It felt as if something immensely heavy were pressing down on his body. Then a voice said, You won't be able to move. It was Arian's group and Aegon. Sahira looked startled. Arian frowned, her expression also showing some surprise and fear, and said, Sahira. Sahira ground his teeth and looked up, calling inwardly for the princess. Sitting on the floor and clutching his arm, Webb also called out, Princess, Your Highness Prince Aegon, the Uriana royal family. At that moment, Aegon finally noticed the principal slumped against the desk, her eyes tightly shut, and he cried out in alarm. The principal over there, Sidwell glanced over too and said that she had probably only fainted. He could still sense her magic. Arian and Aegon crouched down, and Arian anxiously asked Webb if he was all right. He only replied, I'm sorry, before coughing. Jason stared at Webb's arm in shock. It was the first time he had seen a wound like that. Was it corrosion magic? The Emperor looked at Saheera and said, "Then it's certain. This child's identity." Saheera looked displeased, still pinned to the ground by magic. Arian, still worried, hesitantly called his name. He said nothing, only looking even more irritated. Loy said that this wound could not be treated without magic. If only they had brought Alex. Sidwell was crouching nearby, while Alex and IG were helping people outside. Loy pulled Webb to his feet and told him to lean on him. Webb immediately turned red with embarrassment and stammered, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you mustn't." Arian hurriedly waved her hands in flustered panic. Loy said to the Emperor, "Father, I'll take young Master Burson to Alex. You can handle the rest yourself." The Emperor calmly told Loy to hurry. Webb was so embarrassed that his face turned red and his whole body trembled. Inwardly, he could only think about the fact that his hand was resting on the Crown Prince's shoulder. He swore eternal loyalty, overwhelmed by the honor. Then came the steady sound of footsteps as the Emperor walked towards Saheera. Suddenly, something made everyone turn their attention. The Emperor stretched out his hand to shield Arian and Aegon, and Jason also moved to protect them. "Don't come any closer." A pink-haired woman was gripping the principal by the throat. It was Lysa, with one hand choking the principal and the other releasing magic. She said, "If any of you come closer, the principal dies." The Emperor's face hardened, and Arian cried out in alarm. "Professor Lysa!" Juliana showed signs of waking, letting out a faint sound before calling, "Professor Lysa." Weakly, Juliana continued, "So you two are from one of the families of Heddle Island." Seeing that she had woken up, Arian called out, "Principal." Aegon asked in confusion, "Weren't all members of Saheera's clan supposed to have lavender hair?" Lysa answered his question. "She was mixed blood. Her mother came from Heddle Island." "Mixed blood," Arian said. As Lysa recalled memories of laughing and playing with her siblings, she said, "Even though I'm mixed blood, and even though my hair is a different color, I still grew up on Heddle Island with my family." Her expression darkened immediately after that, and now every single one of them is dead. Hearing that, both Aegon and Arian were shocked. Lysa said that Saheera was the only family she had left alive. Saheera had also fallen silent. While Arian was still thinking, a wave of power burst out, and Lysa continued, "Even the Imperial family should stay out of this, because this is our family's matter." Lysa's face turned frightening as she shouted, "To avenge the Heddle clan, I will reclaim the magic book here." In the principal's office, the scene before them was utter chaos. By now, they understood why Lysa had been so desperate to get that magic book. Her voice rang out, heavy with resentment. "To avenge the Heddle family, I will reclaim the magic book here." One arm held Juliana tightly as a hostage. The situation was extremely tense. The Emperor frowned and asked coldly, "How old are you two?" Saheera, kneeling on the floor, looked completely baffled. Why was he asking that now of all times? The Emperor replied in an icy voice, "I only want to confirm something." Even though she was facing the Emperor himself, someone so exalted, Lysa showed him no respect at all and answered bluntly, 20. Saheera, on the other hand, was rather terse under the Emperor's questioning and quietly answered, 21. Everyone in the room nearly toppled over in shock at his age. No one could believe someone like Saheera was only 21. What? What? 21. Yeah. Saheera looked helplessly at them as they froze over his age. Lysa answered them in irritation. "Saheera is my older cousin." The truth was merciless. No matter how they looked at him, none of them could believe he was only 21. "That face is 21? You gotta be kidding." Saheera was speechless. He could not understand why everyone was so surprised and found it strange that they cared so much about his age. "There's nothing I can do about it. What's so wrong with me being younger than you thought?" Then the Emperor answered directly, 12 years ago, the Heddle clan fell and the magic book disappeared. Back then, you would have been around 8 or 9. The hope they had nearly lost returned for a moment, because the magic book they had been searching for all this time had not actually been gone forever. Lysa, angered, asked, "Did any of you read it before?" Saheera's expression seemed full of despair. Lysa's gaze turned razor sharp, and in a low, serious voice she said, "That's not very important. Even if we don't know what's inside, we can still learn through our clan's magic." Before them all, Lysa claimed the book itself was not that important. but in truth it would be of great help to her in quickly finding a way to avenge the Heddle clan. Hearing her answer, the Emperor seemed to reflect on whether the value of that book really mattered. I thought so too. Then he turned to Principal Juliana and said, Principal, you are the only one who can open the sealed room, correct? Juliana answered in confusion, Yes, very well. As you command, Your Majesty. The Emperor began giving orders. After opening the seal, hand that book over to them as they wish. Everyone in the principal's office was bewildered as to why he would hand the book over to them. Even Arian, unable to understand what was happening, called out, Father, but he ignored her. She thought to herself, how can he just give it to them so easily? Sidwell, who had been present through everything yet silent, sensed something strange and asked, Are you all right, Your Majesty? The Emperor's expression did not change as he replied to Sidwell, I'm fine. The Emperor stared coldly at the two before him and said, They need to learn to take responsibility for what they've done. Upon receiving the Emperor's command, Juliana said, Understood, and began opening the sealed room. She raised her magic staff, and wind began to appear from nowhere. On the floor, a circle appeared, covered in many strange patterns and coded symbols. Juliana explained that the sealed room was directly below them. Originally, it was not kept here, but I brought the magic book here along with my own seal. She thought to herself that although she did not know what His Majesty intended, she had no reason to object. The book had originally belonged to the Heddle clan. They had the right to reclaim it. A black hole appeared, and a violent wind surged from it, as if trying to pull everything inside. Everyone stared, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Jason said in astonishment, A magic formation right in the principal's office. It's directly connected to the room below. The wind gradually turned into swirling smoke, and the book truly emerged from that black void. Everyone was stunned. Arian was shocked. That book, I remember seeing it before. It was a strange book with a sinister aura, something no one would want to touch. But as she looked at it, memories from several years ago suddenly returned. This was the same book she had seen in the shop 4 years ago. This magic, there's no doubt. It's the magic of the Heddle clan. The book was called Tears of the Murderer. The moment the book appeared, Liza pounced on it as if she had found treasure. Heddle, a cunning look spread across her face, and her sinister voice revealed her true nature. No doubt about it. I can feel the magic in this book. The book radiated powerful magic, making her think that the nature of slaughter magic answered to the blood of the Heddle clan, overflowing with magical power. Her true self was now fully exposed. With a triumphant expression, she gave the order, Release Saphira. The boy and I are leaving. The Emperor could only look at her, seemingly unimpressed by her delight. His calm attitude made her exclaim, What? He spoke evenly. Thanks to the principal's magic, there had been no casualties so far, but, judging from the current situation, she was completely a terrorist. Still, that's fine. Keep the book. After that, I'll send both of you to Wongsung prison. Furious, Liza realized she had fallen into the Emperor's trap. Gritting her teeth, she spat out, What? With no way out. She immediately raised the book in front of the Emperor and said provocatively, How dare you still talk like that when I'm holding this book in my hands right now? Her reckless thoughtlessness made many people in the room panic. But the Emperor simply stood there, neither resisting nor ordering anyone to seize her. Liza opened the magic book. The power released from it spread through the entire room, and she called to Saphira, Come on, let's go. The magic was so overwhelming and so terrifying that Arian trembled at once. Aegon and Jason were both worried for her. It was that same disgusting magic as back then. Arian stared wide-eyed at her father's attitude and said, Father, what are you doing? If that kind of magic is used in a place with so many people, he only answered with a sigh at the situation. Hurry, let's go. Suddenly, Liza clutched her chest. Then she coughed violently and spat out blood. In confusion, she gasped, What? How is this possible? Her body quickly lost strength, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Saphira cried out in shock, Liza! Juliana lowered herself and touched her, saying, Miss Liza. No one understood what had just happened or why she had suddenly fainted. Arian, stunned, asked, What happened? Only Sidwell remained calm, casually saying, Your Majesty, you really are cruel. Seeing that they still did not understand, Sidwell explained. You children still haven't realized? If that girl Liza used even a single spell, the side effects would occur. Arian and Aegon gradually understood as they looked at Liza lying on the floor, continuously coughing up blood from the backlash. Only then did the Emperor finally speak. Tiara of the Slayer responds only to the pure bloodline of the Heddle clan. It reacts violently to impure blood, and it can even lead to death. In the past 12 years, thousands have lost their lives coveting the power of this book. Arian and Aegon were horrified by the price of touching the book as they listened to their father. Looking at Liza collapsed on the floor, he continued, The child called Liza is unlikely to die, because she does carry Heddle blood. But I cannot guarantee what will happen if we leave her like this. He had known that the book could harm anyone who held it, yet had not told Liza, so there had to be a reason. But the one suffering the most at that moment was Saheera. He broke down in tears, in unbearable agony. Liza, please, release the magic. Please, I'm begging you. It was as if every support he had left had been stripped away. He screamed her name, Liza. The room fell silent. All that remained was the sound of miserable sobbing. Even then, the Emperor kept that cold expression and said bluntly, What can you do? Unless you are the second prince. If you agree to be taken into custody, I will have that girl treated. Everything had reached a dead end. In pain and bitterness, Saheera finally accepted it. I surrender, Your Majesty. Please save her. Faced with such a pitiful sight, Juliana looked at the Emperor, hoping he would agree. At the same time, she reproached herself inwardly. I thought the magic book ought to stay by its rightful owner's side. Perhaps my thinking was too narrow. Saheera said, I wasn't prepared well enough. There was still something I failed to grasp. Juliana answered gently, I owe you my life, Your Majesty. The Emperor replied, Don't mind it. You're my subject too. Somewhere in the room, sorrowful eyes were fixed on Saheera. They were Arian's. Seeing Saheera so drained and broken as his family member lay collapsed before him made her heart ache. Saheera, and so the story begins, not long ago on a small island where the people all had lavender-colored hair. The land on the island was barren, unable to support crops or livestock. Though the islanders had no ships, the place was still quite wealthy. It was all because of their powerful and unique magic, and because so many people coveted it. Before long, the people of the island came to be known as a mercenary clan for their use of slaughter magic. Then one day, a man came to the island and shattered the peace that had always existed there. He brought many subordinates with him. On their ship was a great deal of gold and treasure. It turned out he wanted to negotiate with the villagers. He told them, I have plenty of money to hire everyone on this island. Will you all work for me? But both his actions and his words were lies. Some of what he did even involved kidnapping and trafficking children. Realizing that these people were no good, the islanders all refused the man's offer. They said firmly, even mercenaries have their own rules. We do not wish to involve ourselves in your affairs. We're sorry. Yet the man ignored them and left. It seemed as though the story ended there, until the sun set and gave way to the darkness of night. In an instant, the whole island was swallowed by a sea of flames. Towering fires rose everywhere with no sign of stopping. It turned out that under that man's orders, his followers had brutally set the island ablaze. The scene was utterly tragic. Horrific screams rang out without end. The island was no longer a place of peace. And yet, unexpectedly, two children still managed to escape. Clinging to each other, they hid inside a small cave. Trembling in fear, they looked out over the island and watched the people they loved die in the flames. Returning to the present, in Alex's treatment room, Liza still showed no sign of waking up. Meanwhile, Saheera sat beside her in handcuffs, worrying endlessly. Also in the room were Arian, Aegon, Jason, and Alex. After wiping his hands, Alex said helplessly, I've done everything I can, but it was not completely hopeless. He continued, It'll take some time for her to recover because this is the side effect of a book. I'll give you some medicine, so make sure your older sister eats properly and takes it on time. Seeing the situation, Aegon asked Alex. She still can't open her eyes. Would she be all right? Alex explained that it would take a few days for her to wake up, though it would also depend on her own willpower. Hearing that, Saheera lowered his head and muttered quietly, "Thank you." Sensing the gloomy atmosphere, Aerion thought for a moment, then spoke up. "Thank you, Alex." Alex replied, "What are you thanking me for? You were the one who asked for help." While speaking, he suddenly turned toward Saheera and glared at him as he said, "Otherwise, I'd never help someone who committed terrorism at my former school." Saheera knew Alex was blaming him, but still gave no reaction. Only then did Aerion call to him. "Saheera, after you've served your punishment, have you made any plans for how you'll go on living with your sister?" Hearing that question really did make him pause for a moment, but he still kept silent and refused to answer. Even though she knew he was deliberately staying quiet, Aerion persisted. "I know this may be a little off topic, but please listen to our story. Saheera, is Lysa the only family you have left? When I saw Professor collapse, you looked utterly desperate." Saheera only turned back to look at her without answering, but that alone was enough to confirm it. Seeing that look in his eyes, Aerion quietly pitied the fate of the two of them, because she thought the siblings were just like her and Aegon when they were little. She still remembered vividly what it felt like back then, when their father had not yet come for them, and they had to endure senseless beatings and harsh living conditions. At this point, she said to Saheera, "I don't know the details, but that's all I can say. The revenge plan is over." Aerion sincerely wanted to persuade Saheera to turn back and start over. "You two are each other's only family. Please don't make choices that put one another in danger anymore. Revenge like this only takes away the happiness you still have." But the loss they had suffered was too great to make up for, and the brutal cruelty those people had inflicted on their loved ones had become a fire of hatred inside Lysa and Saheera that could never be extinguished. That was why Aerion's advice could not shake Saheera's resolve for revenge. His expression darkened as he said to Aerion, "Happiness? What nonsense are you talking about?" He bitterly continued, "Would you still speak of happiness if you saw your homeland burned to ashes with your own eyes? Would you have the courage to just stand there and not take revenge on those who murdered your people?" Hearing that, everyone was stunned. But Aerion asked in return, "You did all this out of hatred, but will Lysa wake up now?" Saheera answered without a moment's thought, "It doesn't matter." He even believed revenge was something that had to be done. This isn't about happiness. Revenge is what kept us going. Vengeance is our right and our duty. In a dark, grim voice, he even declared, "Even if I have to destroy this entire country, I will never give up." Hearing that, Aerion could not say anything more. Aerion, Aegon, and Jason went outside and returned to the flower garden behind the palace. Sitting beneath the shade of a great tree, Aerion let out a sigh. "You two look a little tired." Seeing that his little sister was not like her usual self, Aegon encouraged her. "Aren't you the most energetic one of all?" At that, Aerion only gave her brother a strained smile. "That's true. I won't deny it." Aegon could only say helplessly, all right. Then he asked his sister, "How did you end up with the habit of empathizing with people so quickly?" While he was speaking, a maid ran over and called out, "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, the cookies you requested in the kitchen are finished. Shall I bring them here, or to the tea room?" The moment he heard the cookies were done, Aegon sprang to his feet and replied, "All right, I'll go to the tea room. If you're eating cookies, you have to drink tea with them. You can't just eat them plain." Seeing that, Aerion teased her brother, "You asked for cookies the moment you got to the castle." Aegon even invited Aerion and Jason to come eat with him. "Aerion, Jason, let's go." But Aerion still wanted to stay there a little longer, so she refused. "I want to enjoy the breeze a bit more." Jason felt the same. "I'll stay and wait with Aerion." Seeing that no one would go with him, Aegon had no choice but to go in alone. "All right then." As he left, he still looked back and pointed at them. "Don't stay out too late. I'm not at ease leaving you two alone together." Aerion answered to reassure her brother, Yes. A little while later, Aerion suddenly said to Jason, "Jason," pensive and a little downcast, she asked, "Does revenge bring happiness?" Jason thought to himself, "She's still thinking about it." Recalling what had happened earlier, Aerion continued, "Saheera is drowning in so much pain and anger that I could feel it. When I first met him at the academy, he had happiness once. Are those actions really so absurd?" But Jason answered her, "I don't think those feelings are absurd at all. If I were Saheera, I would do the same." He continued firmly, "If anyone harmed you or Aegon, I would also seek revenge to the very end, even if it destroyed me in the process. Arian was very surprised by Jason's answer, but then she said, "No, Jason, you have to listen to me, all right? Because you're my guard." Seeing the look in Arian's eyes, Jason only said, yes, that's true." Arian turned to him and said with complete determination, "No matter what happens, don't destroy yourself for revenge. Don't try to throw away your happiness. That's an order." Remembering Sahira's eyes, filled with dark hatred, Arian continued, "I don't ever want to see you consumed by that kind of dark, negative power, Jason. Never." She looked up and smiled at him. "I want you to stay happy forever, like a beautiful little wolf." Hearing those words, Jason froze for several seconds. Arian was about to continue, but Jason had already taken her hand and gently placed a kiss on it. Jason softly pressed a kiss to Arian's hand, leaving her completely stunned. That kiss lingered for a while, and Jason finally, reluctantly, drew his lips away from the back of her hand. The girl's face had turned as red as a tomato from embarrassment. Arian fell completely silent, and Jason said, "Thank you, Arian." She began imagining a beautiful future for herself and Jason. "I want you to stay happy forever, like a beautiful little wolf." Jason smiled faintly. "Thank you, my lovely mistress." Jason's words, sweet as sugar, left Arian unable to say anything at all. Only a small sound escaped her. Suddenly, she jumped to her feet and said stiffly like a machine, "Aegon is waiting." Jason had only just stood up when Arian hurriedly ran off. "Come on, Jason." He softly called her name, Ari. But once the little girl's figure disappeared from sight, Jason swallowed the words he had meant to say and fell silent. Sidwell came flying over from who knew where. Looking at Jason and Arian, he chuckled, "Aha!" Hovering awkwardly in the air, he sighed, "Just look at these people." Elsewhere, Aegon was holding a cookie with a thoroughly helpless look on his face. Jason gently helped Arian sit down in the chair opposite Aegon. "Aon, seed." The girl stammered in reply, "Why, yes. Thank you." Aegon truly could not enjoy this meal when the entire table was overflowing with romance. Honestly, these people. The teacup on the table clinked lightly a few times and then stilled. Holding her teacup, Arian asked, "Brother, has Lady Lysa woken up yet?" At Arian's sudden question, Aegon was startled for a moment. "Alex is still treating her, but she should wake up soon." "Don't tell me you don't trust Brother Alex's skills." Arian immediately denied it. "No, that's not it." She lowered her face slightly, sadness shadowing her eyes. "It's just, I'm still a little worried about Saheera. He only has one family member left." Aegon stayed silent, chewing his cookie with cheerful little crunching sounds. He slowly replied, "We can go visit them often and talk to them, all right? We're having tea together right now. I don't want to talk about things like this." Realizing the moment, Arian said nothing more. Aegon continued, "He must be very lonely too." The image of a lonely Saheera appeared in a dark room without a trace of light. He turned his head and saw those familiar friends. After that, we went to visit Saheera almost every day, and the academy was closed during that time as well. While talking with Arian and Aegon, Saheera did not answer throughout the conversation, but when our shadows touched the ground as we turned to leave, he always said quietly, "Thank you." Aegon studied Saheera's expression very carefully. That expression was completely different from the Saheera who knew only revenge. Arian waved goodbye to Saheera. "I'll come back tomorrow." Saheera had once been someone truly terrifying, but for many reasons in the past, those very things had made him become that way. Arian, Aegon, and Jason left together. Suddenly, Jason lightly patted Arian on the shoulder. She turned to look at him. "Jason." He instantly became flustered. "Are you all right?" Seeing such a cute expression on Jason's face, Arian blushed. She smiled so brightly that her eyes squeezed shut into crescents as she walked alongside him. "Thank you." Aegon was once again left out. These people, a gloomy killing intent seemed to radiate from his whole body. Looking at Jason's cheerful face, Aegon thought angrily, "What exactly are you doing, Jason?" Not long after, the three of them returned to the Imperial Palace. Arian said, "It's almost time for dinner. Let's go find Father." Aegon agreed. "Sure." As they approached the Emperor's office, Arian suddenly heard Loy's voice. Oh, that's Loy's voice coming from Father's office. Aegon thought it worked out perfectly. Two birds with one stone. Convenient. Let's bring them both along. Before Arian could knock, she suddenly froze when she heard the words, "It's a kidnapping case." Loy's voice continued from inside. Recently, there have been rumors that a series of kidnappings has been occurring in the district under IG's administration. Everything he said next reached Arian's and Aegon's ears. The victims are children between the ages of 4 and 13. Arian and Aegon were shocked. What? A mass child kidnapping? Loy reported. From what I've investigated, the criminal organization has recently expanded its range. It appears to be the work of Grits. The Emperor found the name somewhat familiar. Grits. I remember that name. I recall eliminating them 15 years ago. There are still survivors. Without waiting for Loy to answer, the Emperor folded his arms and thought it over. Agi, leave it to him to handle. I'm busy with too many things as it is. Arian, already shocked, became even more stunned. Aegon said nothing, looking helpless, thinking about it. Ever since Agi had shown signs of improvement, their father had assigned him all sorts of tasks. Aegon thought on, Brother Agi used to do nothing but run around playing with us, mostly causing trouble and breaking things because of his violent nature. The work Father gave him helped rein in those violent tendencies and also stabilized his state of mind. With these kinds of missions, Agi will keep growing. That's why he's always exhausted. Loy doubted Agi's suitability. Are you really sure? I don't think it suits him at all. The last time he was sent as mediator between King Zaxor and the Duchy of Reuben, you ordered him to resolve it peacefully. But Agi walked in full of rage, saying, "Let's see now, you damn bastards." Killua had hurriedly tried to stop him. "Please be patient, Agi," the Emperor replied. "I know it's difficult, but that boy needs to learn how to solve problems without using his fists." Loy objected. However, not long ago, the lord of that territory replaced Agi and led soldiers to subdue them. But, after pausing briefly, Loy finished the story. They seem to have been wiped out. The Emperor suddenly seemed to realize something. Outside, Arian and Aegon were still listening closely to Loy's words. At Greed's hideout, there were mercenaries from the Heddle clan. Arian's eyes widened in horror. The image of 3 silver-haired figures rose in her mind. There's no doubt that man used the Heddle clan's unique massacre magic. The little girl listened even more intently. Aside from Saheera and Lady Lysa, wasn't the Heddle clan exterminated 12 years ago? We still don't know. The Emperor spoke up and asked, what exactly happened? Loy guessed. I think, 12 years ago, a few children of the Heddle clan survived. Arian froze. What? That means... A trembling hand was clutching a tree branch tightly. There were still 3 members of the Heddle clan alive. The frightened children clung to one another, as if facing something utterly terrifying. The sound of approaching footsteps drew closer and closer to the children. Lia stopped in front of the child, holding a wooden stick. The moment the child saw her, he swung the stick. I'll go away. But Lia effortlessly caught the branch in her hand. The wind blew fiercely without stopping, and the branch in the little child's hand dried out and died. The child opened his eyes wide in fear, while the 2 children behind him screamed, Why you? A monster! Leah's gaze turned dark and deep. Her hand fell lightly on the child. Leah spoke slowly. There's no escaping. I will not forgive anyone who disobeys my master. Come back. A voice sounded from behind Leah, making her turn around. That's enough. Saiyan approached with his subordinates behind him. It'll be troublesome if they keep running away. The children were so frightened their faces turned pale. His next words were horrifying. Kill them. Naturally, Leah would not go against her master Saiyan's orders. Yes. A little while later, Leah bent down. The mission is complete. Saiyan praised her. Well done. Thanks to that, the brothers caught them quickly. Screams echoed through the air. No, please don't. Save me, Saiyan said in dissatisfaction. Honestly, if the Heddle back then had just obeyed, they'd be rich by now. Arian pressed her ear against the door, eavesdropping on her father and her brother Loy's conversation. With Aegon and Jason beside her, she thought to herself, there are still other survivors from the Heddle clan. I have to tell Saheera about this. Inside the room, Loy stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening solemnly as the Emperor spoke. The Emperor asked coldly, 12 years ago, when the island burned, Did that man take in a child and raise them as his servant? Loy immediately replied, given the circumstances, that is highly likely. However, Grits is the Heddle clan's enemy, so why would they help him? What exactly happened to them? The Emperor lowered his eyes and answered calmly. They were brainwashed. Hearing that, both Arian and Aegon, standing outside, were shocked. The Emperor continued, I can roughly guess what they did. Most likely, that man controlled the Heddle with magic. There is someone in that organization who is very skilled in brainwashing techniques. Arian was horrified as she listened. She could not help clenching her fists, wondering if the Heddle children had been brainwashed for 12 years and treated like slaves. Loy hesitated, still unable to say anything, when a click sounded behind him, drawing both his and the Emperor's attention. Arian, Aegon, and Jason stepped inside. Loy was a little surprised to see them. In contrast, the Emperor's expression did not change in the slightest. He had already assumed they had heard everything. Arian spoke first, clearly and firmly. Father, I have a request. Then she looked over at Aegon. You too, right? He answered lightly. Arian placed one hand over her chest and said, the kidnapped children and the people of the Heddle clan. We want to save them. As Prince and Princess of the Uriana royal family, please entrust this first mission to us. But despite Arian's confidence and determination, the Emperor flatly refused with a single word. No, this was not a mission that could be entrusted to just anyone. Arian wanted to know why. He answered calmly, you are still too young. I cannot assign such a dangerous mission to you. I can permit anyone but you. Just stay in the Imperial Palace. Arian wanted to object, but she could only clench her fists and remain silent. Aegon was not surprised at all. He merely thought, as expected, it won't be easy. Jason, meanwhile, thought to himself, you're going to be hated for this. Arian remained resolute. Father, you created laws against discrimination toward illegitimate children. At this age, Brother Agi had already received his first mission, didn't he? What she said was so bold that even Aegon was surprised. He could only marvel inwardly. Father's favorite daughter is actually arguing with him. That's amazing. The Emperor's expression still did not change. With his head lowered and arms folded, he tried to persuade her. There are many ways to help without taking on this mission. Besides, before he could finish, Arian cut in. That wouldn't be helping. Father, it would be pretending it has nothing to do with us. If we hadn't met you back then, we might be going through the same thing right now. Arian's words made even the Emperor waver slightly, and Loy said nothing either. Arian lowered her head a little, her voice softening. In her mind now, all she could see was Saoirse's lonely figure. She continued, and Saoirse is my friend. I can't tell him that members of his Heddle clan are still alive and then just sit around waiting for someone else to rescue them. As she said this, her spirit suddenly flared up again. Aegon said nothing, but his face looked far more serious and authoritative as well. Arian said confidently, we're 16 now. We may not be as capable as Brother Agi, but our magic is strong enough. I'll go myself. Please allow it. After hearing that whole speech from his beloved daughter, the Emperor could only part his lips slightly, unable to say anything for a moment. A while later, the three of them came out looking dejected. Arian walked sadly, tears streaming down her face, lamenting in disappointment. Oh no, after I tried so hard. Aegon walked beside her helplessly. It would have been a real shock if Father had agreed. Only Jason said nothing and merely smiled as he walked beside the two of them. Because of what had happened earlier, Arian sulkily told the Emperor, Father, I'm very sorry, but we'd like to eat dinner separately. That left him startled and confused. Jason stifled a laugh and thought, so that is how you take revenge, Your Highness? That evening, while Arian and Aegon were eating sweets and drinking tea, he suddenly turned to her and remarked, Still, you really were brave. You actually argued with Father. That made her flustered as she stammered. And no, I just... But before she could finish, Aegon praised her honestly and then thought to himself, if it were me, I might have acted in secret on my own. In that respect, we're pretty different. Aegon turned his gaze to Jason and called his name. Jason responded at once. Aegon asked whether he could get them some magic hair dye, enough for both him and Arian, as long as it wasn't too flashy. Jason immediately widened his eyes and agreed, but Arian was a little worried. Aegon calmly held the piece of cake in his hand and explained that this way was still better. He wasn't confident he could persuade their father, because no matter how old they got, in the emperor's eyes they were still 5-year-old children, and he would always protect them. So they should sneak out and show him that they weren't children anymore. They could handle this themselves. As he said that, Aegon smiled with complete confidence, and Arianne found herself unconsciously trusting him and agreeing. But none of them knew that someone was listening outside the door, silently smiling as he watched them. That night, Jason went out to get the magic hair dye. He was still thinking that Arianne and Aegon really had grown up, when he remembered Arianne's smile as she encouraged him, and how she had not forgotten to ask him to buy her some fruit candy skewers as well. He found himself unable to refuse. But when he recalled the image of her standing before the Emperor and trying to persuade him to let them go on the rescue mission, Jason blushed and thought she was amazing. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere. "What do you think?" Jason immediately turned around, only to see Sidwell, in the form of a woman, smiling brightly and wishing him a good evening. The two of them floated in the air. Slightly startled, Jason asked why he was here. Sidwell shrugged and answered teasingly, "The three of you seem to be having quite an interesting conversation tonight. I just happened to overhear it and followed you." Hearing that, Jason said nothing, but Sidwell continued, "By the way, are you okay? Arianne, her relationship with that Heddle boy. Arianne really cares about that boy named Saheera. If she saves those Heddle children, their relationship will get even better. That boy is very handsome, sure, but I'm still better looking." Arianne, after saying that, he put on a picture-perfect face and even deliberately let a single tear fall down his cheek. Jason paid no attention and only coldly asked, "What the hell are you trying to imply?" At once, Sidwell's gaze sharpened as he looked at him. Seriously, he asked, "Jason, your feelings for Arianne have gone beyond what a guardian should feel for their master, haven't they?" Jason could not help being surprised. Still sounding playful, Sidwell continued, "Would you really be fine if I dug deeper into her relationship with another man?" But Jason said nothing. He coldly turned away, leaving Sidwell a little blank-faced because his teasing had failed. Jason turned back to him and said irritably, "Stop making those indecent comments. As a guardian, I only follow what Arianne and Aegon want." With that, he quickly walked away without looking back. Not only did Sidwell not get angry, he laughed loudly in mockery. "Running off that fast? So now you only follow orders? What a model guardian." "Yeah, very model indeed." After laughing, he folded his arms and nodded to himself. "Well, the wolf is still very young. It's surprising that he has two masters, and his heart is far too much like a human's. It can't divide its feelings in two. Sooner or later, you'll notice your own bias toward one master." Thinking of Arianne and Jason, Sidwell suddenly looked delighted like a young maiden and sighed, "Ah, how fun. Isn't this the romantic love story of legend? The beautiful Princess Arianne and her handsome guardian." After leaving, even though he still refused to admit his feelings for Arianne, Jason's unhappy face had turned red. A guardian's duty was to protect their master. Born at the same time as the master, to care for the master unconditionally, to be born with the mission of protecting and caring for the master. That was what a guardian was. But Sidwell had once said, "Jason, your feelings for Arianne have gone beyond what a guardian should feel for their master, haven't they?" How rude. Jason had never heard of a guardian seeing his master as a lover. However, now his heart had been seen through. That's right, Princess Arianne. Jason truly liked her. He loved Arianne, his master, her honest and kind face, her adorable nature. Before he knew it, Jason had already been drawn to her. Then he asked himself, is that really true? He remembered the moment when Arianne looked at him warmly and said, "I want Jason to be happy forever, like a beautiful red wolf." In that moment, before he even realized it, Jason had lost control of himself. He kissed her hand as if confessing his heart. He did not even know whether that had been a guardian's unforgivable sin or not. While he was lost in thought, Arianne suddenly called out, "What do you think?" Jason startled and looked at her awkwardly. Then, as if waking from a daze, he said, "Sorry," and quickly changed the subject, saying the sky was beautiful. The kind driver steering the carriage turned around and asked, "Are you children uncomfortable? The road's pretty rough." Arianne and Aegon answered politely, "Oh no, not at all. Thank you for asking." Hearing that, The man smiled cheerfully. That's good. It's hard for city kids to find work. We're almost at the village, so be patient a little longer. Yes, thank you. After that, they sat in the back and talked. Do you think Father knows we've left already? Arian asked her brother. He slowly replied, Father finding out is only a matter of time. We'll just do everything we can. We can investigate the situation and come right back if necessary. He said it confidently, and Arian nodded. All right then. Soon they arrived in town at the Red Cat Tavern, a tavern in a Western style. The tavern owner's voice rang out. The three of you are looking for a job you can do together? The three of them huddled close together and pretended to be weak, hoping to be accepted. There are only 3 of us in our family. My older brother is rather frail and needs medicine. Could you please help us? Agan even pretended to cough. Cough, cough. The owner, with a fierce look, refused. No, go look somewhere else. Meanwhile, Nuna was standing inside, watching. Seeing that things were not going well, Agan lowered his hood. Please don't say that, making both the owner and Nuna flinch in surprise. Then, with an earnest expression, he said, Could the 2 of you reconsider? The owner stood there blankly. What is this? The handsome boy's face was pushed aside by Nuna's hand as she said, Of course. Then she stood there admiring Agan for a moment and said, Quite handsome, isn't he? After that, she ordered, You 2 over there, take off your cloaks too. At that, Arian and Jason cautiously did as told. Jason assessed the situation. They're looking at us like merchandise. Arian whispered back, Really? Once they removed their hoods, the 3 of them looked strikingly beautiful and handsome. The other 2 were instantly stunned by their looks. Then Nuna turned and pinched the man hard, scolding him. You idiot, you almost let premium goods slip away. Are your eyes broken or what? After that, the 2 of them whispered to each other. No, Nuna. They're too old. We only sell little kids. She snapped back. With looks like these, they could be used for anything. From a short distance away, Arian and the others watched them. She thought she could guess what they were saying about them. Then Nuna ordered, Send word to Sain immediately. We got 3 new products, and they're extremely special merchandise. At last, Arian and the other 2 had succeeded in their mission. According to the information Jason had gathered, the owner of the Red Cat Tavern was a third party that specialized in supplying children to Grits. She was a true villain. They lured abandoned children or children far from home by offering work, lodging, and food. Then Nuna confidently led Arian's group inside. Follow me. Arian followed her with the determination that she would make this woman pay for what she had done to the children very soon. Nuna stopped at the door of a warehouse and introduced it. This is a storage room. You'll wait here for a bit. Yes. Then her face changed, and she shoved Arian into the room. Agan and Jason, still outside, looked on in alarm and worry. Arian. After that, the man shoved the other 2 inside as well. Agan sighed. They really are practiced at this. After locking all 3 of them in the warehouse, Nuna laughed gleefully. Perfect. Now I can sell this fine merchandise. Just rest here quietly. Then they locked the door and imprisoned them inside. The 3 of them sat there and discussed things. The first step was a success, right? Arian said, This is fine. Jason replied confidently. Beside them, Agan remarked, It's really dark in here. Jason immediately said, I can make light. While they were talking, the 3 of them suddenly heard crying coming from somewhere. Sobi, Sobi. Jason created light with his hand. The crying of children. Thanks to his light, they saw 3 frightened children huddled together in the corner of the room. These were the kidnapped children. Arian immediately ran over to comfort them. Don't be afraid. Jason checked them over. No injuries. At the sight of someone there, the children burst into tears and clung to Jason like he was their last hope. Light, is that magic? Are you a wizard? Please save us. Feeling extremely awkward, he turned back and asked, Agan, what should we do? Agan knelt beside the children and said, Not now. If we help you now, you'll just get caught again. Those bastards will only kidnap more children sooner or later, and we don't know when you'll be sold. Hearing that only made the children even more terrified. They cried their eyes out as they looked at him. If you save us now, those people will just catch us again? I'm so scared. Seeing that, Arian turned and reminded him, Brother, don't make them despair like that. Well, again hesitatet. Then, with firm resolve, Arian stood up and said to the children, Don't worry, little ones. We will definitely save you. We promise. With the people sent here by the Emperor. Her words left Aegon and Jason completely dumbfounded. What? What did you just say? At that moment in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor held a letter in his hand and read it, his face darkening. Father, we're sorry for leaving without permission. We will handle this ourselves, so please don't worry too much. We'll return soon. Your beloved children, Aerion and Aegon. The Emperor trembled with rage, terrifying the servants around him. Then he picked up the smaller letter beside it and read. It was Jason's letter. Honestly, an overly strict father only gets hated. The Emperor was so furious that he crushed the letter in his hand. His aura blazed with fury. Jason, you better not come back. If you have any sense, I'll turn you from a red wolf into a black wolf. Even the servants standing nearby were frightened by him. He really was terrifying. Then he ordered, call Sidwell here at once. The servant did not dare delay. Yes, your majesty. At once. At that moment, Sidwell was lazily eating an apple while lounging in a tree, saying casually, looks like it's time to collect my room and board. Back at the palace, the sound of a pen scratching continuously filled the room. Meanwhile, the Emperor sat with a dark expression that concealed a great deal of anger. The officials beside him, holding documents, were somewhat afraid, but they still continued their reports. This is an urgent report from the Duchy of In. And here are the reports on grain production in the southeastern region of our nation after the luncheon meeting. The three men kept talking nonstop until the Emperor finally looked up and glared, silencing them. Then he said, I'm almost finished. Wait outside first. The three immediately obeyed in unison. Yes. Once outside the door, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They spoke among themselves. His Majesty doesn't seem to be in a good mood today, but none of them knew why. That's true. What could the reason be? The room had barely gone quiet when Sidwell pushed the door open and walked in without asking permission. The moment he entered, he announced his presence by shouting, I'm here. The king said irritably, be quiet for a moment. That one sentence could never stop Sidwell's non-stop chatter. He immediately replied, why so grumpy? I heard you were desperately waiting for me. The king continued writing as he answered, I called you in so I could pay your room and board. At the mention of room and board, Sidwell leaned on the desk and said, room and board, is it? Then he continued teasingly, for the richest man on the continent, what exactly are you planning to make me do? Scene change. On a forest trail, the carriage driven by two large men continued moving without any rest. Inside the carriage, Aerion, Aegon, Jason, and the three children all sat in silence. As the carriage kept rattling, Aegon frowned. Isn't this carriage shaking way too much? He looked around and continued, there's only one tiny window. Is everyone all right? Suddenly, Aerion caught a scent in the air. Noticing something had occurred to his sister, Aegon asked, Aerion? She immediately said to her brother and the others, I smell the forest. It's a very large one. Hearing that, Jason immediately thought of something. He said, if it's a large forest. Then he took out a map and pointed. The only large forest nearby can be this one. It's quite far from Serd, isn't it? Aerion and Aegon spoke in unison. Then it's time to save those children. The two of them looked at the three pitiful children sitting beside them, still full of fear and anxiety. Aerion, Aegon, and Jason moved at once. They said to the children, kids, move back a little. As they said that, flames suddenly burst up. It turned out that Aerion had cast magic. As she did, she said, now it's time to go home. The flames grew larger and then blew apart everything inside the carriage. The loud crash, like an explosion, startled the two men driving it. They cried out in confusion. What was that? En explosion? Cough, cough. Meanwhile, Jason took the children down from the carriage while the two men were still distracted. Aerion and Aegon stayed behind and told Jason to take the children to safety first. Jason, take the children somewhere safe. But Jason hesitated, worried about the two of them. Aerion. Seeing his hesitation, Aerion and Aegon smiled brightly and encouraged him. Don't worry, just take the children first. But before he could leave, the two men noticed and shouted threateningly, what do you brats think you're doing? Where are you trying to run? In contrast to their ferocity, Jason calmly attacked the two men with magic and knocked them unconscious on the spot. Then he said, "I'll be right back," and immediately transformed into a wolf. At the sight of the wolf, the three children were frightened, yet still amazed. "A wolf." Jason gently wagged his tail and said, "There's no time to be shocked. Hurry." Hearing that, the three children finally trusted him. "Ah, why yes. It really does seem like the Emperor sent you." The three children climbed onto Jason's back. Arian and Aegon said goodbye for the moment. "Go safely, kids. Hold on tight so you don't fall." With that, Jason flew up into the sky and took the three children to safety. As they rose into the air, the children were thrilled and overjoyed to have escaped the child traffickers and regained their freedom. "Wow, we're flying. Wow, this is amazing. Oh my gosh." Just as they vanished into the distance, the two men regained consciousness. One of them groaned in pain. "Ow, my head. I think I blacked out for a while." But then they remembered the children and frantically rushed into the carriage to check. Where did the brats go? What met their eyes was Arian and Aegon huddled together, pretending to be scared and on the verge of tears. The two of them acted as though they were crying and pleading with the man. "We were so scared. There was suddenly a loud noise, and I'm weak, so I fainted. I'm so dizzy." The two men believed them, though they still looked confused. A little later, they turned to discussing what to do. "Is there any explosive left in the luggage compartment? The people before us probably didn't clean it out, damn it. But how did those kids escape? Should we go look for them? How are the two of us supposed to search? Comb through that whole forest." But then one of the men reminded the other, "You know Saiyan will never forgive us if we're late." At the name Saiyan, the siblings froze and exchanged thoughts. Saiyan. Madam mentioned that name before, too. Arian and Aegon spoke silently to each other through their thoughts. Arian said, "No matter what, that person is the boss." Aegon agreed. "That's right." The two men were so afraid of being punished for being late that they gave up on searching for the three children and continued on their way. "Let's go. Those other two are premium goods, so they'll probably let the missing brat slide." The two men locked Arian and Aegon up again to prevent them from escaping. "Come on, move. Don't even think about running." The siblings pretended to comply. Yes. The carriage started rattling along the forest path again. Inside, Arian and Aegon thought to themselves, "Let's go meet this man named Saiyan." Scene changed to the prison in the Imperial Palace, where Saheera sat in gloomy silence, still worrying constantly about Lysa. Alex stepped in front of him. Seeing Alex arrive, Saheera lowered his head in greeting. "It is an honor to meet the second prince." Alex said to Saheera, "Saheera, His Majesty has summoned you." He asked in confusion, "Why would His Majesty summon me?" But Alex could not answer that in advance. "I have no obligation to answer you. Follow me." On the way there, Saheera anxiously hurried to ask Alex about his older sister's condition. "Excuse me, could you tell me how Lysa is doing?" Alex replied, "She still hasn't woken up. Fortunately, she held on, but may take a long time." Saheera was about to speak, but Alex turned back and said coldly, "What is there to say? She brought it on herself." When they arrived at the Emperor's room, Alex pushed the door open and announced to his father, "Father, I've brought him." Saheera stepped in and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Your Majesty, son of this nation." The Emperor did not waste words and went straight to the point. "I'm very busy, so I'll get straight to it." The Emperor said to Saheera, "Arian and Aegon infiltrated the base of the people who wiped out the Heddle clan." Saheera froze in shock and stammered, "The enemies of our clan?" The Emperor rubbed his brow and continued, "That's right. I told them not to because it was too dangerous." The Emperor repeated what Arian had said before. How could I just sit around waiting for someone else to save them if members of his clan might still be alive? Hearing that, Saheera blushed with emotion, and the hatred in him seemed to ease a little. At the headquarters of the criminal organization Red Cat, the man brought Arian and Aegon inside. Seeing the room, the siblings silently exchanged their thoughts. Arian was overwhelmed. "Wow, this place is so extravagant," Aegon remarked, "but there's nothing truly refined here, just lots of glittering lights." Aegon murmured. Can you guess what kind of man he is? Then came the click of the door and approaching footsteps. Aerion thought, he's here. The two men immediately greeted him respectfully. Ah, Lord Saion has arrived. Saion stood before Aerion and Aegon, looking them over. Are these the new products you were talking about? Saion was a middle-aged man with a large build. He said to the two men, for what I heard, they were supposed to be very special merchandise. The two children looked up at him and silently confirmed it. This man was Saion. He smiled in satisfaction. Madam deserves praise. At this level, they could even be sent as gifts to the imperial family. Aerion tensed. I really don't like that look in his eyes. Compared to that woman, he's much scarier. Those are the eyes of a predator. Saion spoke up suspiciously. But why are there only two? I heard there were three. The man standing at the end smiled awkwardly and explained, there seems to have been some misunderstanding. There were only two from the start. The one in the middle added, yes, it was always two. Saion glanced at the two children, making them stiffen. He continued, the more I look, the more I think these faces don't match those old rags. Saion crouched down for a closer look. Then he said, rosy faces without a scratch, as if someone has been taking careful care of them every day. Both of them grew anxious at those words. His gaze shifted to their hands, and he said suspiciously, clean nails, glossy hair. It's hard to believe these are ordinary children from the countryside. His sharp deduction left Aerion stunned. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening rang out, followed by a voice. Boss! Saion turned and asked, what is it? Behind him, the two children were still frightened. Then came the report. The third prince's soldiers have raided Red Cat. He stared in surprise. What? Aerion whispered to Aegon. Prince IG soldiers attacked the tavern earlier. Aegon made a guess. Maybe. I don't know. Could father have told them to come look for us? She quietly agreed. That's possible. Saion scratched his head in annoyance. Damn it. The third prince again. What nuisance. He doesn't even directly manage the estate. So why does he find us every single time like a ghost? He muttered irritably. And, of all places, Red Cat too, the place with the highest income. If it weren't for him, half this continent would already be my customers. Saion fell silent for a moment, then said, bring Lia to me. The subordinate nervously repeated, Lia, sir? But the injuries from the last fight are still. Saion did not care and ordered, if I said bring her, then bring her. The two children wondered, Lia? Slow footsteps approached. Saion, did you call for me? She staggered in, one leg and one arm wrapped in bandages. The two of them widened their eyes in shock. Pale violet hair, the mark of the Heddle clan. This was one of Saheera's relatives. Saion began speaking. Are you listening to me, Lia? Aerion thought, but she really doesn't look well. Aegon added, she's badly injured. Her arm is even broken. Saion ordered, Lia, go to Red Cat now and deal with the soldiers there immediately. Aerion could not believe her ears. What? What is he saying? She's injured. Lia gently replied, as you command, Saion. It was the exact opposite of Aerion and Aegon's outrage. Then a voice rang out. Wait a second. Everyone's attention turned to them, and Aerion immediately grew tense. She stammered, that girl looks really badly hurt. We just thought, this might be a bit too cruel. Beside her, Aegon cursed under his breath. Idiot. The subordinate looked at them in confusion. Huh, why do you care? Aegon calmly replied, sending an injured person out to fight seems very harsh to us, ordinary children. Somehow, Aegon was still trying to salvage the situation, even though it had nothing to do with them. Saion hardly cared and let out an irritated breath. What a pair of talkative brats. What do you think, Lia? She was silent for a moment before answering. I will go and return. Everything is according to my master's orders. He sounded pleased. Good. There was nothing more the two of them could do. Aerion remembered what the Emperor had said. Maybe he has controlled their minds with magic. She grew tense. Father did say that, brainwashed into following orders faithfully. I'll save you, Lia. Saion turned and instructed his men, then dressed them in something nice and locked them in the special room. I need to think about where to sell them. The men obeyed. Yes, sir. Sitting on small chairs and dressed in luxurious clothes, the two children listened as the subordinates said with satisfaction, these two are going to sell for a lot. The man beside him raised a hand. Won't we get a bonus? Aerion interrupted them. Will that girl from earlier be okay? Aegon continued. She looked like she was in a lot of pain. The subordinate looked helpless. You're on about that again? Seriously, you kids are way too nosy. Though irritated, he still answered in the end. Don't worry, don't worry. Those brats are tough. They don't die that easily. The two looked at each other and thought the same thing. Those brats? Arian put on an innocent expression and asked, Ah, are there any other girls with pretty hair like hers? The man answered without suspicion. Yeah, there are two more. One of them's a boy. Hearing that, Aegon silently praised her. There are 3 Heddle children here in total. Nicely done, Arian. They continued. We have to go now, so we're locking the door. Don't get any ideas. Just stay put and behave. The two answered together, yes. The middle-aged man muttered. Aren't these kids a little too naive? The brown-haired youth agreed. No wonder they got caught so easily. Then came the sound of the door shutting. Arian spoke first. What do we do, Aegon? He began to plan. Let's see. One option is to wipe everything out and leave. Then he recalled what Saiyan had said. Why Red Cat? The place with the best income. Aegon seriously laid out their objective. Anyway, there's another base besides Red Cat. We have to gather as much information as possible. She nodded. Yeah, but if we're locked up in here, we won't be able to collect any information. Again, Bao said. Then what are we supposed to do? Arian offered an idea. The best thing would be if someone bought us, and we left naturally. That way we could gather more information without drawing attention. And I could tell Father where this place is. Aegon was a little doubtful about how likely that was. Will we really be sold that quickly? She sounded uncertain herself. Well, since we're special merchandise and all, maybe? I don't know. Maybe we'd sell faster than expected. In the small room, the door suddenly opened with a startled cry. Be boss, Saiyan asked tiredly. Now what? Why all the noise? The subordinate held out a bottle in his hand. Look at this. Saiyan could not hide his surprise. In his hand was a small glass vial containing a green liquid. He asked in astonishment, what is this? This isn't something that can be easily made, even in the royal household. Who brought this here? The subordinate stammered. A faint humming sound followed. Sidwell strode in confidently. The subordinate began explaining. He isn't one of our regular customers. He said he wanted to buy some pretty children, our highest grade merchandise. Saiyan paused to think. Sidwell dropped into a chair. Seeing him, Saiyan grew curious. He's just a young man. Sidwell kept a calm expression as he said, I heard about Red Cat and came here. I never expected there to be a secret base in a place like this. Saiyan suspiciously wondered, did Madam introduce him earlier? As Sidwell took out a case, he said, I want a few pretty ones. This is everything. Opening the case, which was filled with rare items, he cheerfully added, Go ahead, take a look. Saiyan froze for a moment at the sight, then cautiously asked, Your name is? Sidwell smiled faintly. My name is Sidwell. I want a boy and a girl, so adorable, they leave me speechless. Saiyan watched him and thought. A customer introduced by Madam suddenly shows up just when Red Cat is under attack. And at the same time we happen to have charming merchandise ready? He frowned. Is it just a coincidence, or... Looking at the suitcase packed with glowing green potion bottles, Saiyan thought, these are genuine. I can tell. He examined the potions closely. Even the palace's magicians might not be able to make something like this. Rare items that ordinary people might never see in their entire lives. And now there's a whole chest full of them right in front of me. He thought, only an idiot would pass up a deal like this. Saiyan agreed. Very well. Then he said, as soon as I prepare merchandise worthy of satisfying you, I'll bring it right away. Sidwell smiled. I'm looking forward to it. A little later, Arian and Aegon were brought in, both looking blankly confused about what was happening. Saiyan asked, what do you think? Sidwell replied, simple no. He leaned closer and said, these children are even more adorable than I expected. I'll take them. A little later, in the carriage, a voice rang out. Sidwell. Aegon and Arian both asked, why are you the one leaving with us? He burst out laughing. Then said, yeah, bingo. Sidwell continued, why are you so surprised? Wherever you are, of course I'd be there too. Both of them cried out, stop joking around. Arian asked, did Father send you? Aegon said, otherwise there's no way to explain this. How could you find exactly where we were? Arian added, and there's something I'm wondering too. Why were you even looking for us? Aegon said, even Father didn't know the exact location. Sidwell leaned back and glanced outside. About that, a soft sound made them all look out the window. Jason was flying alongside the carriage. Jason, A moment later, seated inside the carriage, Jason said, "Perfect timing." He explained, "Your father asked me to bring you two back. While I was looking for you, I ran into Sidwell." Jason had been flying when Sidwell waved him down. Sidwell said, "I came to Prince IG's territory to look for the two of them. When I first arrived, I had no idea where to start, so I was wandering around, worried. And then I thought, could those red wolves in the distance possibly be a clue?" Jason said, "Lucky for us, I knew where Red Cat was, so the soldiers Sidwell brought charged straight into the tavern. Madam scared me a bit, so I ended up telling them where the secret base was." Sidwell laughed loudly. "See? We really are fated, aren't we?" Jason snapped. "How did your conclusion end up being that I'm scary?" Then Jason looked at the two of them and asked what mattered most. "Arian, Aegon, are you all right? Nothing happened to you, did it?" Arian replied, "We're fine." Aegon added, "Nothing in particular." Arian happily raised a hand and said, "They even gave us nice clothes while talking about us like special merchandise." Jason's eyes went to her wrist with her remarks. "That's a relief, but..." Jason asked about Arian's wrist. She looked down and answered, "Ichem? Oh, those are rope marks." Aegon said, "They even massaged them afterward." Arian added, "It doesn't hurt at all." Jason reached out and took her hand, pulling it forward. He leaned in and examined her wrist closely. The moment Arian saw his eyes, she suddenly remembered the time Jason had kissed her hand. Her face flushed bright red. Her heart pounded as she thought, Jason. Why all of a sudden? Jason instructed, "Don't move it for now, Arian." With his other hand, he used healing magic. Arian stared blankly and answered, "Ah." The marks on her wrist disappeared. Jason said, "All right, I can at least do simple treatment with magic." Then he looked up, only to find Arian's face red as a pomegranate. Jason called out in confusion, "Arian!" She jumped and hurriedly said, "Ah, thank you, Jason. I'm fine now." Arian covered her face and thought in embarrassment, "Ugh, idiot. It was just a little healing. What are you even thinking?" Aegon looked at her and thought, "What's with her?" Then his attention shifted towards Sidwell. Sidwell wore a satisfied expression, his eyes sparkling as if full of stars. He thought, too adorable. Aegon let out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Saiyan held the glass vial in his hand and said, "You mean they slipped away?" The subordinate immediately answered, "Yes, sir. I followed your orders and tailed Sidwell's carriage, but I failed." The man explained, "I stayed right on him, but the moment I took my eyes off them for a few seconds, they vanished." Saiyan muttered to himself, "Vanished suddenly. Illusion magic? Anyone carrying that many potions obviously isn't some ordinary mage." He sneered, "Could I have predicted this? Now, this is interesting." Back to Sidwell. The carriage rolled on through the dusk. Suddenly Aegon asked, "By the way, where is this carriage going?" Sidwell replied, "To the Imperial Palace, obviously." Aegon and Arian jolted and cried out, "What?" Arian drooped. "We still haven't gotten any information." Aegon added, "Father's going to be furious." Then he asked, "Can't we stop and investigate a little more?" Sidwell refused firmly. "No." The two of them froze, still shocked that Sidwell would be this strict. Sidwell said, "The Emperor personally asked me. I absolutely must bring you both back to the palace as quickly as possible." Then he added, "Dragons may make promises easily, but they do not break them lightly, so I must return you both." The two drooped and weakly protested. "No," Jason said, "His Majesty is very worried. You both definitely need to apologize. I'll go with you." They answered, "Okay." Arian said gloomily, "But I still wanted to bring back some kind of clue." Aegon agreed. "Yeah." Hearing that, Sidwell rummaged through his pocket and said, "Ah, there's no need to worry about that." He held up a gold card between two fingers. Aegon asked curiously, "Oh, what's that?" Sidwell said proudly, "A preferred customer card." The two of them instantly understood and thought the same thing. "A VIP card." Sidwell waggled the card and said, "Saiyan gave it to me. Said he'd see me next time." Looking at the card, Sidwell added, "He's probably curious about who I am, so he gave me this." He said, "So don't worry. Your adventure isn't over yet." The two of them brightened at once. Arian said in relief, "Thank goodness." Aegon added, "Then first we should report what we found to Father." Then both of them thought of one more thing and apologized properly. Elsewhere in the palace, the Emperor sat with a dark, hollow expression. Aegon and Aerion stood before him. He said nothing, and his entire body seemed wrapped in a gloomy aura. Aerion sent a telepathic message. What do we do? Father must be really angry. Again repli telepathically, definitely. They hesitantly began to speak. Aerion said, F father. Aegon added, we're sorry. The Emperor looked at them both, then bent down and wrapped them in his arms. I was very worried. The two of them drooped. We're sorry. Sidwell nodded to himself and said, what a wonderful scene. Aerion said, Father, we saw a child from the Heddle clan at Grit's hideout. Aegon asked, may we tell Saheera? The Emperor replied, do as you wish. Aerion then said, and there's one more thing I want to ask you, Father. She asked, may I go to the hideout with Saheera one more time? The Emperor asked why. Aerion immediately answered, the Heddle child I mentioned had been brainwashed. She said, Sidwell told us there are 2 ways to undo brainwashing magic. Back then, she had asked, really? Sidwell confirmed, of course. The first way is to have a mage directly dispel the magic. That's the surest method. But you can't use it if you don't know who cast the spell. Aegon said, we didn't see anyone who looked like a mage. Aerion added, we don't know. Sidwell continued, the second way is, he revealed, a psychological shock can also break brainwashing magic. In other words, let that girl meet her family again. The two of them immediately understood after hearing that, and said in unison, it's Saheera. We can bring him here. Sidwell nodded in approval. That's right, he said. Even if it's only 50-50, it's still worth trying. Back in the present, the two of them silently looked at the Emperor, waiting nervously. Then they both pleaded, please, Father. Please. But he looked very unwilling. Suddenly, Jason waved from behind them and mouthed, hey. Then he whispered, if your majesty doesn't let them go, they'll hate you for it. At that, the Emperor was furious and ground out Jason, inwardly thinking, I'll deal with you later. He lowered his gaze to the two of them. In the end, he gave in and reluctantly granted their request. Fine. A little while later, hurried footsteps echoed loudly through the hallway. The two of them called out, Saheera. Gripping the prison bars and panting, they looked in. Saheera, kneeling behind the bars, stared blankly when he saw them. Princess, Prince. He stood up and came closer. Your hair. Aerion hurriedly said, no, don't worry about that. Aegon added, we've got something more important to talk about. A little later, the two of them had explained everything to Saheera from beginning to end. He said, a child from the Heddle clan? Aerion confirmed, that's right. He even said there were 3 of them. Aegon added, that place was practically a mansion. We met her there. Her name is Leah. Beside him, Aerion nodded eagerly. Yes, Saheera said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, making Aerion stop mid-sentence when she had been about to ask, Saheera, do you know? Saheera burst into tears, sobbing as they streamed down his cheeks. Saheera, Aerion called. He choked out Leah. Leah is one of my little sisters. He remembered holding Leah's hand when they were small, the two of them smiling brightly. Saheera asked, how is Leah now? The twins hesitated a little before answering. Aerion said, a little. Aegon finished, she's hurt a little. All over. Aegon said, it looked like Grits didn't care at all, but before he could finish, he flinched and looked back. Dark purple-black energy was rising around Saheera. His whole body was overflowing with killing intent, his face shadowed in darkness. As he said grimly, that bastard Grits abused all the children of the Heddle clan. The two of them looked at him and thought at the same time, Saheera. Aerion spoke to Aegon through telepathy. It's okay, Aegon. He'll calm down soon. Aegon replied, sorry. Heddle magic really is terrifying. Aerion then said, Saheera, if you want, I can take you to Leah. Saheera jolted in shock. He asked again, huh? Really? The two of them firmly confirmed it. Yes, said Aegon. Aerion added, Father already gave permission. Though in the Emperor's heart, the answer was absolutely not. Aerion said, but in return, you have to promise me one thing. Saheera hurriedly agreed. Of course. Anything. Aerion said, I'll take you there, so we can rescue Leah and the other children being hurt. I need your help to win without having to fight the Heddle children. Saheera repeated, without fighting. Aerion said, before they were Grit's tools, they were your siblings. And besides, those children are victims too. Aerion said, so promise me this. You will prioritize saving the children over getting revenge. Rescue them, not revenge, okay? Promise me, and come with us. Aegon added, if you don't promise, we're not taking you anywhere. Saheera remembered what the Emperor had said to him. Aerion and Aegon had infiltrated the base of the man who had nearly wiped out the Hiddle clan. The Emperor had said, Aegon told me this himself. You can't say your clan is still alive and then just sit there waiting for someone else to save them. Back in the present, Saheera looked at the two of them and thought, these people, they're willing to risk themselves for me, even though I can offer them nothing in return. Save them, not revenge, Saheera repeated inwardly. Then he said, I promise. The twins brightened at once. Saheera shouted, great. That's great, Saheera. Come with us. Jason, hiding behind the wall, watched everything. He thought, even without forcing him, Saheera had no other choice but to promise. Leah's life is in the second prince's hands. After all, looking at the harmonious scene between the three of them, Jason thought, it would have been easier if I had just threatened Leah directly, but he smiled. That's what makes my master special. In the distance, their conversation was winding down. Aerion said, we'll see you again tomorrow morning, okay? So go get some sleep, Saheera. Saheera replied, yes. Good night, your highnesses. Walking down the corridor, the twins yawned repeatedly. Aerion complained, I'm so sleepy. Aegon said, is it already this late? Aerion, exhausted, swayed backward and Jason caught her. I'm suddenly so sleepy, she said. Jason replied, you were teaching from dawn, after all. Of course you're tired. Looking at her gently, he said, get some rest, my adorable master. Jason added, we're almost at your room, Aerion. Aerion answered, okay. Beside them, Aegon silently watched the two. When they arrived, Aerion waved and went inside. Aerion's and Aegon's rooms were next to each other. Hers had a pink door, while his had a sea blue one. Aegon asked, so Saheera is sleeping in Jason's room tonight? Saheera replied, yes. Jason said, sleep well, when Aegon suddenly called out Jason. Confused, he responded, what is it, right now? Aegon crossed his arms and said, it's about you and Aerion. Aegon coldly pointed straight at Jason and asked, Jason, I'll ask directly, do you like Aerion? Jason answered in surprise, yes, but that's only natural because she's my master. Aegon immediately objected, no, not like that. I'm asking about romantic feelings. Hit right in the heart, Jason blushed in embarrassment. He thought, Aegon is exactly like Sidwell. Flustered, he said, Aegon, where did you even learn words like that? Romantic feelings? Seriously? Aegon sat with his legs apart and his arms folded like a little old man, unmoved by Jason's deflection. He asked seriously, are you lying to your master? Frowning as he stared at Jason, he said, don't forget that I can sense things too. I can tell that your feelings toward me and your feelings toward Aerion are completely different. Startled, Jason asked how. Aegon replied, you're softer with her. Gentler too. That's how. Saheera sat there stiffly. He clearly didn't understand much about romantic feelings between men and women. Aegon, as if he had Jason cornered, said, be honest. Your feelings for Aerion. Jason said shyly, I'm not really sure, but after steadying himself, he blurted out an incredibly cheesy truth. I like Aerion. She's the cutest person in the world. Aegon wasn't surprised at all, while Saheera looked at Jason as if judging him. So this is... The next second, Saheera said in disgust, a grown man having those kinds of feelings for a princess who's still a minor? Disgusting. Jason stared at him in shock. Huh? Disgusting? Aegon told Saheera to watch his words around Jason. Still looking at Jason disdainfully, Saheera replied, sorry. I have a lot of younger sisters, so I'm sensitive about this. Sweating, Jason said, wait, hold on. Then he shouted, what do you mean, grown man? Saheera snapped back, what are you talking about? Anyone would think you're an adult. Jason protested, it's because I'm a guardian. I was born with a sturdy body, that's all. Jason hurriedly explained, a guardian is born and exists alongside their master. So technically I'm only 16 too, just like Aerion and Aegon. Then he added, you're the only adult here, Saheera. You're the creepy one, approaching my master with ulterior motives. You're the disgusting one, you scumbag. He had spoken so fast that he was out of breath. Saheera was speechless. Aerion, needing to explain, said, he just hates being mistaken for an adult seducing a minor. Aegon asked Jason, so what then? Are you going to confess? are you planning to date Arian? Jason fumbled that. Well, a moment later, his mood visibly sank, and he said gloomily, I'm only a guardian. How could someone like me ever? Sahira said helplessly, he's got it bad. The princess really is adorable, but still. Jason quickly pulled himself together and said optimistically, feelings don't need to be returned. As her guardian, I treasure both my masters, Arian and Aegon. It's just that my feelings for Princess Arian are a little more special. So things are fine as they are now. Aegon angrily shouted, what are you talking about? Then what if Arian dates someone else? Are you really okay with that? Even as he said it, he was thinking, Arian dating someone? No way. Hearing Aegon's teasing question, Jason's mood instantly dropped, and he looked dejected. Aegon yelled, see. Though he sounded loud on the outside, inwardly he actually felt sorry for Jason. Looking at Jason sitting there in misery, he thought, how can Jason be this naive? Is it because he's 16? I was reincarnated, so I'm different, but Jason isn't. He usually acts so mature, but right now he's such a kid. After thinking that, he made up his mind. As the older brother, I have to step in. Sitting seriously in front of Jason, Aegon began, listen carefully, Jason. You can't brush off these so-called special feelings that simply, if you don't make things clear, you'll regret it. And if the day comes when you're the one who makes Arian cry, I'll hold you accountable. Remember that. Jason froze for a few seconds, then quickly nodded. Please don't worry. Aegon only answered good. Meanwhile, Sahira sat there quietly watching the whole thing. Aegon thought, I didn't expect Jason to be like this. And Sahira looked at him with sympathy, since he was an older brother too. After the conversation ended, Aegon left while yawning over and over. I am sleepy. I'm really going to bed. Behind him, Jason and Sahira said goodnight. Jason fell into thought. I really do think things are fine this way. But Aegon's words still echoed in his head. If you don't make things clear, you'll regret it. The next morning, a voice called out, are you ready? Arian replied brightly, yes, we're ready. Pointing at the carriage, she added, everything's prepared. The emperor instructed, you'll depart after lunch, while the crown prince said, Alex still has to go with you. Arian replied cheerfully, it's better to leave early in case something happens. Aegon still looked cold. Stop making such a tired face. All of them were dressed for action. Arian and Aegon had dyed their hair again. Normally, they didn't need to when meeting the Heddle clan, but this time it was because they were worried the twins might become targets. They couldn't let their faces be exposed. Jason smiled faintly as he watched them say goodbye. He called out, Aegon, Arian, hurry up and get in. Arian said helplessly, okay, let's go. Then she ran after them. Wait for me, Arian. Suddenly, she slipped and stumbled. Fortunately, Jason was nearby and caught her. He asked gently, Arian, are you okay? Holding on to Jason's arm, Arian only then realized he was supporting her. Concerned, he asked, you're not hurt anywhere, are you? Seeing this, Aegon thought in confusion, wait, that's allowed? When she didn't answer, Jason called, Arian? She jolted, looking blank for a second, then smiled brightly. I'm Yufine. As soon as she said that, Arian darted away. Thanks, Jason. I'll go first. Jason answered, startled, Okay. The emperor stepped over and asked, aren't you going with them? Jason replied, someone has to drive the carriage. Aegon turned back and called, Arian. In his head, he suddenly understood. So that's it. Arian's face had already turned bright red, and her heart was pounding. Aegon teased her. Hey, why's your face so red? Embarrassed, she shoved him and hurriedly said, come on already, go. Hurry up. Then Aegon said, Jason, making her freeze. He continued, it's because of Jason, isn't it? Her face redder than a tomato. She shouted, no, it's not like that. Looking at her, Aegon frowned. Arian, he thought, this brat, did she hear our entire conversation last night, or what? Arian, meanwhile, looked at him in total confusion. The sound of the carriage continued steadily as Jason held the reins. When the horse reacted, he said, all right, good job. In a gentle voice, he said, there's shade over there. Go rest there and wait for me. Okay? Take care. Inside the carriage, Aegon spoke up in praise. You're pretty good at driving a carriage, Jason. Hearing that, Arian flinched slightly and blushed furiously. Suddenly Sidwell turned a sly gaze on her. Aegon had already noticed that expression and said, right, Sidwell? Don't you think Jason is very talented? Sidwell flinched slightly, then awkwardly replied, I hate admitting it, but it's true, Jason. Sidwell kept staring cheerfully at Arian, while Aegon had another thought entirely. This little brat. Don't tell me she really did hear everything we said yesterday. Suddenly, a voice drew his attention. Sahira was sitting in a corner, fidgeting anxiously with his hands. Aegon spoke to comfort him. "Relax, Sahira." He looked a little surprised and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. It's just thinking that I might see my siblings again." Tears were already threatening to spill from his eyes. "How much have they grown? Are they healthy?" Aerion tried to comfort him from his side, but Sidwell spoke up in a tone that sounded almost mocking. "You really care about your siblings a lot, don't you?" Encouraged by that, Sidwell continued, "I heard the other one hasn't been brainwashed either. What will you do if you end up having to fight them?" Sahira looked startled, then his expression darkened. "That won't happen." Sidwell glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "I hope not either." Seeing how calm Sidwell looked, Sahira grew uneasy. Just how old is this man to speak to me like that? And what exactly is his status? Jason turned at the sound of the call. "Jason, it's here. Stop here." Everyone followed Sidwell, and Aerion asked curiously, "Where are we, Sidwell?" Sidwell said confidently, "This is a secret passage leading to Grit's hideout." "Rien répété. A secret passage?" While Aegon asked suspiciously, "Something like that exists. But there's nothing here." Sidwell smirked. "Of course, it would reveal their hideout to outsiders. They used a kind of magic to conceal this place. Madam said there's even a route that leads straight into a trap." Aerion said, "I see. I can't tell at all." Aegon said, "Wow, did we get the wrong place? Should we go back to the carriage?" Sidwell replied calmly, "It's enchanted, so no one except members can enter." However, as he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket. Then he pulled out a card, the VIP card Grits had given him, and said, "He told me I could come in." The twins stared at the card in surprise. The thing Grits had given him began to glow. Sidwell chuckled softly. "This card is a fairly elaborate magic item. Seems like it has a few complicated functions, but, well, it'll be useful." As soon as he said that, the card lit up and a swirling current wrapped itself around it. Jason and the twins stared in shock at the sight before them. A moment later, what appeared before them was a door materializing in midair. Aerion looked uneasy as she studied it. "Let's go," Sidwell said. The door creaked open. They stepped inside, and the interior was dark and silent. Once all five of them were inside, the door slowly shut and vanished before their eyes. The five walked through the darkness, and Aerion asked, "What is this? Where are we?" Suddenly, before the glowing door ahead of them, a figure appeared. The sight startled them all. Saiyan appeared, wearing an arrogant expression as he said, "You arrived earlier than I expected, my very special guest." Everyone's attention focused on the man before them. Only Sahira wore a very strange expression. Standing before him, Sidwell cheerfully said, "You even made something like this, so of course you'd appear the moment I arrive. I suppose that's only natural, right? Thanks." Then his eyes turned sharp and dangerous as he said, "Tracking magic, brainwashing magic to turn others into your accomplices. You're pretty talented, aren't you? Too bad none of it works on me." Saiyan answered calmly, "Even so, you aren't one of my usual guests. There are quite a few things I want to ask you. I certainly don't want to imagine the day my reputation is destroyed." Hearing that, Aegon said furiously, "You lunatic, what the hell are you?" But before he could finish, Aerion screamed. Sahira had rushed forward at some point without anyone noticing. He shot ahead in a flash, his whole body giving off a dangerous energy as he charged straight forward. Saiyan noticed. "Lavender hair," Zahira shouted, "D." Yet the man looked completely unconcerned and even curled his lips into a smile. Suddenly, Sahira's magic couldn't reach Saiyan because something blocked it. Seeing that, Sahira was shocked. Aerion and Sidwell realized it at once. The magic power was the same color as Sahira's, similar magic colliding and canceling each other out. That was all. Sahira froze as several people appeared. The three standing before him were Len, Leah, and Sarah. At the sight of them, Sahira cried out in joy, "Leah! Len, Sarah, you're alive!" Aerion shouted, "Watch out!" when she saw Leah's movement. A powerful energy burst from Leah's hand and hurled Sahira away. He was violently thrown back and slammed to the ground. Aerion panicked and was about to run to him, but Jason stopped her. Kneeling on the ground, Sahira asked in a trembling voice, "Why?" Jason had already prepared his magic. He said, "I'll attack." Seeing that, Sahira panicked and tried to stop them. No, don't do that. You can't do that. He doesn't want anyone to hurt his family. The three children all raised their hands and unleashed a kind of magic. Then it shot straight forward. Jason noticed it at once and immediately counterattacked. Sahira knelt on the ground and pleaded pitifully. Liao-Lin, Sarah, it's me. Wake up. I'm Sahira, please. But it was all useless, as their eyes were frighteningly empty. Sayin said sinisterly, I've been with them for years. Did you really think my brainwashing would wear off that easily? Sahira ground his teeth in fury. Take your filthy hands off my siblings. Aegon spoke up. Calm down, Sahira. Worried, he added, we can't just talk them out of this. We have to fight them now. Sahira's whole body trembled slightly as he said, I can't. He remembered that all of these children were his blood siblings, the ones he had raised and cared for since they were very young. He said with difficulty, with all the love I have for them, I can't hurt those children. At that moment, Sidwell said, Is that so? Then now, his eyes narrowed slightly. Sidwell said, I'll do it, and immediately used magic to everyone's shock. A burst of violent energy crashed down, making Sayin scream, Hey, what was that? Sidwell and Sahira stepped forward to see what had happened. Along with Jason's expressionless face were the frightened expressions of Arian and Aegon. Arian suddenly widened her eyes. Lin, Sarah, and Liao were lying neatly on the ground, not far away. The moment Sahira saw them, he shouted, Liao and Sarah? Arian asked in surprise, What is this, Sidwell? Aegon cut in as well. We said we wouldn't fight, but you nearly blew this place up. Sidwell turned back and calmly replied, Me? What's the problem? He smiled. Don't worry. It looked bad, but they're fine. Arian and Aegon were speechless. Right? Sidwell continued. That guy is very strong, so he won't be hurt. Arian and Aegon said in unison, Oh, really? Aegon said irritably. But the kids fainted too. Sidwell let out a sigh. We had to use magic anyway, even if we didn't want to fight. Aegon's irritation rose to its limit. Whatever. Let's check on the kids first. From the top of the towering staircase, Sayin weakly called down, Don't forget about me. Arian was startled to see him. He can use defensive magic too? Even so, he didn't protect the kids. Aegon was upset by that too. What the hell? Did your own brainwashing get to you? They're your subordinates, aren't they? By then, Lin, Lia, and Sarah had sat up and were lightly knocking on their own heads. Ugh, Sahira knelt on the floor and asked anxiously, Lia? Lin? Suha. Lia called out weakly, Brother. Sahira. Sahira stared at his younger sister in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, all three of them clutched their heads and cried out, my head. Sahira truly couldn't understand what was happening. A glowing red stone shone, its black aura illuminating the dim room. Sayin grinned wickedly as he caressed the stone hanging from his neck. A sharp crackling sound echoed through the silent room, and the light shone directly onto Lin, Lia, and Sarah's heads. Sayin laughed loudly. Have you all lost your minds? Sahira moved over and rubbed each of their heads. Why are you like this? Lia screamed in pain and despair. It hurts so much. She rushed forward and gripped Sahira's shoulder tightly, making him flinch. Lia's eyes were terrifying now. She dug her fingers hard into Sahira's shoulder. Sahira grabbed the arm she had pressed against him. Stop. Arian and Aegon shouted, Sahira. At that moment, Lin and Sarah also lunged at Arian and Aegon, their eyes sharp as if they wanted to tear them apart. Arian looked up and saw Lin about to attack her. A whooshing sound rang out in an instant. In just a few short seconds, Jason easily knocked Lin and Sarah backward with a sharp blow. Jason reassured them while looking toward the two children. No need to worry. He moved behind Lin and Sarah and struck the backs of their necks, making Lin let out a faint sound. Ugh! Jason glanced over, and another smack echoed through the room. Jason caught Lin and Sarah as they fell unconscious into his arms. All right, he quickly turned and awkwardly explained to Arian, I only made them dizzy and knocked them out. Arian had understood his intention from the start. It's okay. Jason looked helplessly into the distance. He saw little Sahira holding the now unconscious Leah in his arms. Things seemed settled over there too. Sahira looked at her in anguish. "I am sorry, Leah. Wait for me a little longer." When Arian ran over, she saw the wound on Sahira's shoulder. "Sahira, your shoulder?" He turned back and replied, "I'm fine." Sidwell watched Sayan's figure slowly disappear behind the wall. "Well, someone's running away." Sahira also looked in the direction Sidwell was watching. "Take care of my siblings." Arian blinked in surprise. Before Arian could even answer, Sahira had already run straight after Sayan. Arian looked at him. "Hey, Sahira." Holding Leah, Sidwell said to Arian, "Go after him. I'll take care of these kids." Sidwell continued, "Don't worry. Who else can take care of these three right now except me?" Hearing that, Arian felt reassured and ran after Sahira. "All right, let's leave them to Sidwell. Let's go." Arian flung the door open with a bang. She stared in shock at the enormous room inside. Arian silently looked at the crowd in the room, who had appeared before them without warning. The people inside began whispering. "Who are these guys? I think I saw a suspicious brat run past just now." Sahira was moving too fast to notice them. Then they looked at Arian and said, "Wait, aren't those the ones sold yesterday?" Arian was struck speechless by their words. Another one recognized them too. They're the merchandise, but why are they here? They already paid in full, didn't they?" They kept muttering. "Did you forget something?" Arian and Aegon couldn't take it anymore and charged straight ahead. "Move! Save me! Oh gods! What did I do to deserve this?" Jason looked at Arian and Aegon helplessly. Are they really still like this? Meanwhile, the two of them were furious. Are they seriously treating us like goods? That's so damn irritating. When they reached a fork with two paths, Arian became more confused than ever. Which way now? Left? Right? She looked back and forth but still couldn't decide. They both look the same. Aegon guessed Sahira probably hasn't gone far. Everything looks identical here. Suddenly, a humming sound rang in Arian's ears. She remembered the magical power lingering on Sayan. The same kind of magic she had sensed from the magic item Riolu had used earlier. She shouted, "This way." With that, Arian, Aegon, and Jason all ran straight ahead. But the magic was growing stronger, and Arian felt a flicker of unease. When they arrived, the first thing she saw was Sahira lying on the ground, barely conscious. She looked up again. Before her stood Sayan, radiating astonishing power. Without hesitation, Arian hurried to Sahira's side and helped him sit up. "Sahira, Sahira!" He coughed painfully several times. He warned Arian, "Be careful." His magic. Sayan curled his lips into a delighted grin. He still stood there arrogantly, as though ready to receive every attack Arian and Jason could throw at him. Arian looked at Sion and thought, just what is that amplified magical power? Jason noticed something there. A turquoise liquid scattered across the floor were glass bottles lying everywhere. Jason thought, mana vials? Where did he get those? Those mana vials had come from none other than Sidwell. Sayan laughed heartily. "I'm truly enjoying this." He looked at Jason with murderous eyes. "You all, I suspected it from the start, but I still hoped another member of the Heddle clan would come." Sayan slowly gathered a pitch-black aura in his palm. "I have many questions for you. Answer them slowly, won't you?" Arian was shocked to realize this magic. It's so familiar. She suddenly remembered. The magic Riolu used to attack us when we were little. Arian had never expected things to come to this. "I thought it was only a magic item." Arian remembered Sahira holding his three younger siblings tightly. She also remembered how exhausted Len, Leah, and Sarah had looked. Then Arian lifted her eyes to the man before her, saying, "This man was a powerful mage." Arian and Aegon supported Sahira, with Jason standing behind them. Facing them was Sayan, wrapped in dark energy. The male lead looked at him anxiously and said, "I see. It's not common to encounter a high-ranking mage. Usually, we only see them in the royal family or at the academy. No one would normally think a criminal organization would have a mage like this." On top of that, his massive build and sinister expression were terrifying, which made Aegon uneasy, and Arian agreed. The three of them stared at him wide-eyed, thinking, no matter how you look at him, he doesn't have the face of a mage at all. This guy definitely stole his magic power. Sayan glared at them angrily, not understanding why these brats were looking at him with such contempt. Supporting Sahira, Arian directly exposed him. The door leading to this hideout and the brainwashing of the Heddle children. It was all you, wasn't it? She looked at him and shouted, "You have that kind of power, and you use it for crime? Aren't you ashamed?" Saiyan sneered in contempt at her words. He replied with a sly laugh, "It's not that I use crime because I have magical power. I learned magic for the sake of crime. I refuse to be victimized twice." Hearing that, Aryan suddenly remembered the past. The Emperor had once said, "Grits, if I recall correctly, they all vanished 15 years ago. The ones who survived." Saiyan also remembered what had happened 15 years ago. Grits had been at the height of its rise after inheriting the organization. And at the inheritance ceremony, someone appeared and wiped them all out. That person was the Emperor of Uriana. That strength had truly been enough to leave him speechless. Before absolute magic, swords and arrows were useless. To survive, I resolved to learn magic. Fortunately, I had more talent than I expected. Ever since I learned magic, the members of other organizations who only knew how to swing weapons were no match for me. And after making the Heddle clan my subordinates, things became even easier. And this man of medicine, even the royal family, can't easily produce something like this. Saiyan thought that if he could distribute it however he liked, he would become even stronger and gather even more money. To do that, it had to be put in the hands of the one carrying this, he thought, and then asked them, "Where is Sidwell?" Aegon answered gruffly, "Why are you asking about that, brat? We won't tell you." Saiyan spoke up, "Sold as a slave yesterday, and you call your master that brat?" Then he laughed slyly. "Well, fine. If he's on your side, that's even better," he shouted. "He'll make an even better hostage," and fired black streaks of magic at them. Fortunately, Jason was quick enough to create a protective shield in time, blocking the magic before it could strike all four of them. Aryan realized that it was dark magic. Jason explained, "If you get caught in those dark magical bindings, you stay conscious for a moment, but then you won't be able to endure it." This man had truly studied it well. As he finished speaking, he put all his strength into creating an even larger magical shield. Saiyan seemed to flinch back in unease. Aegon, annoyed, summoned the power of frost and said, "It's useless. This should end now." He launched his power towards Saiyan. "I'll freeze you solid." Aegon's magic gradually froze Saiyan's hand, and Saiyan thought in surprise, "That brat can use magic?" Then he let out a sneer. Saiyan moved a little, and the ice shattered into pieces. "Stop with these petty tricks." Everyone was shocked that he had escaped. Was Aegon's magic useless? Aryan looked at him anxiously. "Is he really that strong?" Jason said, "It's the vials." Looking at the medicine bottles scattered across the floor, he said, "If you drink a mana vial, your magical power temporarily increases several times over." Saiyan grabbed a bottle in one hand and downed it in one gulp. Jason continued, "And those vials, just looking at them, you can tell how pure they are, if he drinks several of them." Watching him finish it, Aryan thought he drank another one. "That makes 3. I've never even tried one before." In episode 37, Alex told Sidwell they were extremely expensive and made only in very small quantities. Aryan could feel the dark magic radiating out as Saiyan cracked the joints of his hand. Saiyan laughed wickedly as he felt the power surging through him. As expected, this medicine is the real thing. He directed his power at them, overflowing with strength. Jason swiftly stepped in front before Saiyan could reach them. A huge wave of power shot toward their group. Jason stood in front and created a shield large enough to protect everyone. With cold eyes, he looked at Saiyan, who smugly said, "Not bad defense. Where did you learn that?" Then he launched an even greater wave of power at him. Sensing that something was wrong, the heroine called his name. Jason shouted, "Nobody move. I'm Fina." Aegon objected. "Why are you telling us not to move? We could just defend too." Jason answered, "Stay still." Saiyan looked at them and said with an evil grin, "You can't move, can you? How is it? You don't have time to counterattack, do you? I wonder how long that shield will hold. I'll keep hitting it until it shatters into pieces." Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly stopped. The power of the medicine was real. And suddenly his heart began pounding rapidly. To the confusion of the other 3, Saiyan abruptly coughed up red blood. His hand was smeared with it, and his eyes gradually became unfocused. Saheera and Aryan asked in surprise at the same time, "What's wrong?" Jason calmly replied, "A side effect." He continued, "That man made a mistake. 2 vials were the limit." Saiyan felt his body becoming strange. "What? What's happening to my body? He shouted as his face gradually began to age. The male and female leads, and Sahira, all cried out in shock. What? He suddenly got old. His power also gradually faded. Arian remembered what Alex had said. If magical power exceeds physical stamina, the body will definitely suffer for it. His guard had also said you could get a high fever or age rapidly. Jason calmly explained to everyone, that's why it's so rare. It's not just because it's hard to produce. It's because there aren't many people who can actually use it. Watching Saiyan fall to his knees, coughing violently, Jason continued, no matter how high-ranking a mage is, if he drinks several vials at once, the body can't handle that sudden surge in magical power. If he takes the risk, he bears the consequences. Saiyan struggled to breathe and looked forward. Sahira stared back at him with a dark expression. While old Saiyan sat there in a daze, shocked, Sahira stepped in front of him. With a darkened face, Sahira glared and said, "Enemy of my clan." Only then did old Saiyan understand everything. This guy. Without waiting for him to speak, Sahira was about to deliver the finishing blow, but Arian called out in time to stop him. No, Seda. She reminded him of the promise they had made earlier to stop him from killing the old trafficker. You promised me you'd save the children first. You decided to face your siblings as their savior, not as a killer. Hearing that, Sahira halted his movement, but he still tightly seized Saiyan's hand. As he squeezed harder, he cast magic on Saiyan's hand, making the man cry out in agony. God. Then Sahira said, take me to where the children are. He even threatened Saiyan, making the old man shudder in fear. If not, I'll make your entire body rot away slowly. Seeing Sahira like that, Aegon and Arian did not try to stop him. They only thought, Sahira is terrifying. When they reached the place where the children were being held, the children, they were still crying loudly. Sahira and Jason stood with old Saiyan between them, while Arian and Aegon went to calm the children. They are there. Don't worry. You're safe now. It's okay. At that moment, one of the children sniffled, looked at Saiyan, and asked Arian, by the way, who is that old man? Why is he tied up? The oldest girl among them hugged the younger children and said angrily, it looks like he's the one who captured us. Even Arian found a hearty answer. This isn't exactly a coincidence, she thought. It would be hard to explain to the children. Just then, a somewhat smug voice came from behind them. I knew it. It was Sidwell. Smiling brightly with his hands on his hips, he said, I thought everything would turn out fine. The moment old Saiyan saw Sidwell, he shouted, you. As if he understood exactly what Saiyan meant, Sidwell openly admitted that the vial he had given him had been tampered with. You already used the vial I gave you, didn't you? Saiyan cursed at Sidwell. You bastard, you set me up. What kind of medicine was that? To ruin my whole body with just 3 bottles. Faced with his fury, Sidwell only laughed, shrugging and even provoking him further. Looks like you were using low-quality goods. To be honest, I just mixed together a bunch of random stuff. Standing there arrogantly and laughing at old Saiyan, Sidwell said, don't compare my vials to the ones you know. There's a huge difference between them. He continued, but what I didn't expect was that you'd drink as many as 3 of them. Your greed really has no bottom. Hearing Sidwell talk about the vials, Arian suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, Father never really told us about those vials either. Are pure mana vials also very dangerous? Aegon thought for a moment and said, probably. After all, they were never mass-produced. Jason, who had been standing there silently for a long time, finally spoke up. Please don't hand those vials over to evil people. Sidwell, they're dangerous no matter what. Hearing that, Sidwell pouted in protest. What? Didn't they help settle things quickly? Only now did Arian notice Jason. It turned out that because he had transformed earlier, his sleeves had been completely torn apart. Sahira hurriedly asked Sidwell about his clansmen. Sidwell, my siblings. Before he could finish, Sidwell said, the brainwashing hasn't been fully resolved yet, so I put them to sleep for a while. It'll take some time for them to regain full awareness. First, take them to Guangxian. Only then did Sahira finally relax. That's great. Hearing what Sidwell had just said, old Saiyan suddenly realized something. You just said, Alex. Arian asked Sidwell about the children. Sidwell, are Sahira's younger siblings still in the tower? Aegon also asked, will they be all right? But Sidwell had already taken care of everything. Don't worry, there's protective magic on them. Then he added, well then, I won't be going back with you all now. I need to take the children somewhere safe. Jason tossed the suitcase full of vials back to Sidwell and said, Sidwell, take all this medicine you made with you. I'm not carrying something this dangerous. Catching it, Sidwell scolded him. What do you mean dangerous? After Sidwell left, everyone started dividing up tasks. Sahira spoke first. I'm going to bring my younger siblings out. Could you all keep an eye on Saiyan? Agen agreed at once. Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Then Agen cast ice magic, freezing the lower half of old Saiyan's body. He said, let's see you run now. Saiyan grimaced in pain. Damn it, why did I end up like this? Aryan turned to Jason and said, Jason, your sleeves? Only then did Jason raise his hand and notice that his sleeves had been shredded. He said, oh, that must be because I used defensive magic for too long earlier. Honestly, I'm not very good at that. Saw the... Aryan asked worriedly, are you okay? Seeing her concern, Jason smiled gently and said, don't worry, Aryan. My duty is to protect you. Aryan froze for a moment when she heard that, then said, hey, Jason, last night, as she said that, her face turned a little redder than usual. She took a breath and said frankly, there's something I want to tell you, Jason. When we get back to the Imperial Palace, let's talk. Jason blushed too when he heard that. Agen turned around and saw the young pair acting awkwardly, but had no idea what was going on. He broke the embarrassing atmosphere by asking, what are you planning to do when we get back to the palace? Hearing her brother's question, Aryan answered awkwardly, and nothing. Meanwhile, old Saiyan had heard the entire conversation between the three of them and thought to himself, the Imperial Palace again. These brats are servants of the Emperor? At that moment, he spoke up. Hey, you commoners, did the Emperor send you here or not? Only then did the three of them turn to look at him. Agen said, you can think of it that way. At that moment, Agen's hair returned to its original blonde color. He said, do you need any more explanation? The moment Saiyan saw that blonde hair, he finally realized it. Blonde hair, the symbol of the royal family. Then he remembered, right, years ago there had been rumors that the Emperor had an illegitimate child. He looked at Agen and thought, unlike the others, he was never sent on outside missions. Very few people have ever seen his face until now. Agen asked him, what? You still don't recognize who I am? At that, Saiyan suddenly burst into crazed laughter. Internally, he cursed, damn it, my plan to build up my organization has completely fallen apart. Because of the side effects of the vials, my body aged instantly. I can't even escape in this condition. He glared. That's right. I've got nothing left to lose now. He stared at Jason, Aryan, and Agen. Then he came up with a vicious scheme and muttered, well, everything's over anyway. A jet-black aura spread around him. It turned out his real target was Agen, but at that moment Agen didn't notice at all. He intended to drag Agen down to death with him. The Emperor's son, it'd be lonely to go alone. I should find a companion. Frozen in place by Agen's ice magic, Saiyan was of course unwilling to submit quietly. The moment he learned that boy was the Emperor's son, his mood darkened. An evil plot rose in his mind. He decided to use the last bit of strength he had left. I'll take him with me. As soon as he thought it, he acted. The red necklace around his neck began to glow, and black, sinister energy swirled around it with a buzzing sound. Everything happened so fast that no one could have predicted it. Meanwhile, no one on the other side was paying attention to Saiyan. Acting like an annoying third wheel and a protective older brother figure, Agen walked over and separated the two, cutting into their conversation. Turning away from Aryan, he asked, so what are you and Jason planning to do when you get back to Guangxian? The question flustered Aryan so much that she felt like steam was coming out of her head. All she could do was shout, hey, I said it was nothing, but she stopped halfway through. She sensed danger nearby. This magic energy, she turned around, and the others turned with her. The little girl with twin ponytails pointed and shouted, that man. As if afraid no one would believe her, she hurriedly continued, that necklace looks really strange. The black aura was growing thicker and buzzing louder, while Saiyan's face twisted viciously. Suddenly, he glared and screamed, die, son of the Emperor. The black aura shot straight toward them. As the guardian of the two young royals, Jason reacted instantly and rushed forward, placing himself in front of both of them. He used his magic power to block the black attack. Red and black energy collided, crackling sharply through the air. Of course, it wasn't enough to overpower Jason, and he quickly gained the upper hand. But how could that illegal traitor Saiyan let go of his hatred so easily? He started screaming again. I won't go alone. He looked like a demon now, his eyes full of selfishness and malice. The necklace glowed once more, and more black energy shot forward, this time aimed at the little girl with the twin ponytails, the very one who had exposed him. Arian dashed forward at once, trying to block the dark energy for the children, and it pierced her shoulder. She immediately collapsed to the ground. No one there had time to do anything except call Arian's name over and over. The little children also cried, "Big sister." Meanwhile, the man behind it all looked extremely pleased with himself, cackling. Aegon and Jason ran over, still shouting, "Arian!" Her face had turned deathly pale. It was obvious how badly she was hurting. Seeing her so weak, Jason was furious. But when Saiyan spat out one more line, "Damn it, a worthless commoner," Jason no longer wanted him dead. He wanted him to suffer worse than death. Jason wrapped his magic tightly around Saiyan's neck. His red eyes blazed like thousands of flames, and with a darkened face he threatened him. "Confess what spell you used. Now!" Saiyan's throat was constricted so tightly he couldn't breathe, and only broken sounds came out of his mouth. "GHK, Steve, stop." But Jason couldn't calm down anymore. He continued threatening him. "Speak. What happened to my master?" Then a weak voice said, "Stop." It was Arian. "I am okay." Aegon was both panicked and shocked. His lips trembled, unable to form words. Jason, meanwhile, calmed down a great deal the moment he heard that familiar voice, though his cheeks were faintly flushed. Aegon still asked anxiously, "Are you really okay?" The children quickly crowded around her, all asking if she was all right, especially the girl with twin ponytails, who pushed forward and asked, "Big sister, does it hurt?" Arian replied, "I'm fine. Don't worry." But Aegon, still unconvinced, grumbled, "How can I not worry? Your face was pale enough to scare everyone just now, and now you've recovered like nothing happened." After answering their concerned questions, Arian turned to comfort Jason too. But before she could finish saying, "And Jason, don't worry," Jason suddenly turned around and wrapped her in a tight hug. A soft chorus of "Oh" rose up. One little girl covered her younger brother's eyes. Children shouldn't look at this. Seeing that, Arian called softly, "Jason," but Jason only held her tighter and said, "I thought Arian was badly hurt." Nearby, Aegon watched with silent disgust, not even bothering to comment, just letting them be all lovey-dovey. Thinking that, Jason said, "Thank God, my master." He still held her tightly, his face looking almost tearful, cheeks flushed pink. Hearing those affectionate words, Arian's face reddened quickly too. As the obvious third wheel, Aegon naturally took it upon himself to ruin the mood. Dark-faced, he leaned in with a look of complete displeasure and barked, "Hey!" Then he physically pulled the two of them apart, ignoring how red and embarrassed they both were, and declared, "Cut out the lovey-dovey nonsense already." Then he turned to Arian and asked, "Arian, I'm asking again, are you really sure you're all right?" To prove it, she waved the arm on the side that had been struck by the black energy and said, "I'm fine." Even so, Jason still wasn't fully reassured. He kept saying, "Arian, are you really okay?" Then he added, "Once we get back to the royal castle, we should investigate again. There's something strange about this." Aegon answered in her place, "I agree." Arian could only say, Jason said, "Sidwell is bringing the soldiers, so we'll have to wait a bit." Meanwhile, in another place, Sidwell and the Imperial soldiers were on their way to meet up with them. Sidwell walked in front, his face clearly showing his current mood. "I'm doing a great job, aren't I?" Back with Arian's group, Jason looked around from atop the wall, then jumped back down and said, "Arian's condition is more worrying, so we should return to the Imperial Palace first." Arian objected immediately. "I said I'm fine, Jason." Before she could say more, they heard a clattering sound from the distance, clop, clop, and everyone turned toward it. It was Sidwell bringing the Imperial soldiers. The moment he arrived, he exclaimed, "Tada! I'm here!" This tactless silver dragon had barely shown up before he started rambling. "I brought the soldiers. See you later at the Emperor's palace." His irresponsibility left Jason and Aegon thoroughly unimpressed, if not openly disgusted. Aegon said, "Why are you so noisy?" Knowing the silver dragon was useless, Aegon had no choice but to organize things himself. He stood up and gave orders. Split into 3 groups. First, safely escort all the children here into the carriages. All the soldiers answered in unison, "Yes, sir." At that moment, Aerion suddenly felt Aegon seemed very mature. Then she called Jason's name, tugging at the corner of his clothes. "Jason." He turned and asked, "What is it?" But the instant he did, he saw Aerion rising on tiptoe and leaning close. The two were suddenly face to face. Aerion was blushing deeply, her heart pounding. She leaned to his ear and whispered, "After Alex examines me, there's something I want to tell you." This time it was Jason's heart that started beating 3 times faster than usual, and his cheeks turned as red as tomatoes. That was the result of someone who had never been this close to anyone before. Now all he could think about was the look on Aerion's face just now. The Imperial soldiers then split up and got to work, each taking responsibility for bringing one child home. They fulfilled their duties well. Before leaving, they all said, "Let's go home now, okay?" The children obediently answered, "Yes." They took the children away one by one, and even Saheera was left standing there blankly because there was nothing more for him to do. The scene shifted to the Imperial Palace at sunset, with the sky dyed in color by the setting sun. The Emperor summoned everyone. He said, "The kidnapped children will receive medical examinations and return home at sunrise. The Heddle family is in the tower's treatment room, and the criminal Saiyan is being held in solitary confinement. All of his subordinates have also been arrested and imprisoned." In the end, everything was handled well. Congratulations to the princess and prince on completing your first mission. Everyone there applauded in celebration, led by Hagen and the other attendants. Then he dropped the serious tone and returned to being a loving father, pulling the two into an incredibly warm embrace, practically glowing as he said, "You both did wonderfully." Jason was already used to seeing this. The Emperor kept asking, "Are you hungry? I had food prepared." But Jason couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted, "My Emperor, the princess needs to see the second prince." The Emperor turned to Alex in confusion, but Aegon answered for everyone. Saiyan used a strange spell on Aerion. "She seems fine, but we should still be cautious." As if afraid he had misheard, the Emperor repeated, "Saiyan?" Aegon said, "Yes, that man." The moment he heard the confirmed answer, the Emperor's expression darkened. The cheerful atmosphere of celebration turned rigid at once. Aerion hurriedly said, Father, I'm really fine," but he immediately cut her off. "Go to Alex at once." Hearing that, she could only quickly answer, "Yes." Jason, acting as her escort and deeply worried about her condition, also said hastily, "Let's go, Aerion." At that moment, Aerion felt helpless. "Honestly," she said, "everyone, Father, I'm really fine. There's nothing." Before she could finish the sentence, she suddenly felt dizzy. Her whole body swayed. A buzzing filled her ears, and her eyes turned blank and unfocused. Jason sensed something was wrong. As she collapsed, he called, "Aerion," and caught her immediately. He kept calling her name, "Aerion." Her face was now sickly pale, and her trembling lips let out a weak sound. Then everyone else started calling her name, too. "Aerion." Other voices rang out as well. "Call Alex, quickly." Someone answered, "Yes," and another voice kept calling, "Aerion." She weakly opened her eyes, looked around, and slowly began to come to. She saw Jason and the Emperor in front of her and moved her lips. But before she could say more, Jason cut in, "Aerion, stay awake." For some reason, she looked more recovered than she had a moment ago. After a pause, she finally asked, "Who are you people?" A few seconds later, she asked again, "Where is this?" Aerion lay in Jason's arms while Aegon and the Emperor looked on in extreme worry. Suddenly, Aerion spoke fearfully and asked Jason, "Sir, who are you?" Jason couldn't react in time. He froze and let out a confused, uncertain sound. The Emperor stared at Arian in disbelief. Aegon called her name as if to confirm it. Arian, the Emperor asked. Arian, what are you saying? Ignoring all their concern, Arian shrank back in panic, her eyes full of fear. She trembled violently, drenched in cold sweat, and asked in a shaking voice that the royal family, the Emperor, tried to soothe her. Arian, Jason stared at her in horror, still holding her tightly, while Aegon remained deeply worried. Then suddenly she screamed and lost consciousness. Outside the Imperial Palace, evening had fully settled in, staining the high rooftops orange. In front of Arian's room, the Emperor asked anxiously, "How is she?" Jason, looking miserable as if he still couldn't believe the truth, replied, "She's much better now, Your Majesty." The Emperor lowered his eyes and said, "Good." But deep in his gaze, a father's anguish remained. Jason continued, "But she still won't let me in." Remembering how Arian had thrown herself into Aegon's arms and cried, he explained, "The princess only wants Aegon. She doesn't remember anyone except Aegon." Jason still remembered how the princess had approached him earlier and whispered, "After I see Alex, can we talk alone?" Jason felt deeply uneasy. It had only been a short while ago, yet now the princess had become like this. The image of her saying in fear, "The royal family," and the moment she looked at him like a stranger and asked, "Who are you?" All of it had terrified everyone. The Emperor asked, "How could this happen?" But perhaps he already knew that. For now, no one had an answer. Arian sat in her room, trembling all over. She had no idea that all the memories she had made over the past 11 years, since the age of 5, had vanished completely. Click, clink. The sound of tea being prepared rang softly through the room, strangely cheerful against the tense atmosphere. Aegon turned to look at Arian, who was sitting on the bed hugging her knees, and said, "Arian, drink some tea." Arian hesitated and asked, "You're Aegon, right?" Aegon answered proudly, "Of course. Don't you believe me?" She replied, "That's not what I meant." Arian held her hand out in front of her, comparing in confusion, and asked, "Why did you grow up so fast? How are we already 16 years old?" Aegon explained to his younger sister, "Well, Rureo is gone now, so the two of us became part of the family, and now we live in the Imperial Palace." Arian was shocked. "What?" She lowered her head, trembling, and murmured, "Rureo is dead? But she just beat me up." Aegon fell silent. So that was the last thing she remembered. Arian recounted in detail what had happened 11 years ago, as if it had only happened yesterday. She threw a wine glass at my head. She looked completely insane. Arian stared at Arian in shock. He asked suspiciously, "A wine glass?" Afraid Arian would not believe her, Arian pointed at her forehead. "Look," she said, "right here." She insisted, "It hit me right here. But it was a long time ago, so the scar can't be seen anymore." Arian said, "My wounds heal very quickly. A scar from when I was 11 has faded a lot by now." Arian answered blankly, "Right." Arian thawed a wine glass. That was the day. But that night, the sky was full of stars. It looked like the mysterious Milky Way. The second prince said worriedly, "It's very likely. This isn't a memory-erasing spell." Knive poked his head out to watch, clearly eager for gossip. Jason objected, "But hasn't something similar happened before? When Arian was little, she always had nightmares." Knive spoke up. "This time feels a little different." He explained, "That's right. The Duke lost his mind and became half-crippled, but that case was different from Arian's because he had hallucinations. This time, one specific memory was completely erased," the second prince said, "but in this case, the more she endures it, the more the memories come rushing back. If it really is memory erasure, then the most likely explanation can only be," he said firmly, "a curse. There's no other way to explain it." The Emperor closed his eyes and sighed. "Alex, if that's what you say, then it must be so. I wish it weren't true, but," the Emperor explained, "a curse is a kind of dark magic that even I do not fully understand. And unlike ordinary magic, it has no standard system at all. Spells depend greatly on the caster, and because of the dangers involved, the Empire has forbidden the creation of curses." Knive remarked, "Wow, even if it's forbidden, people still use it, especially criminals." Jason fell silent. Then he spoke, his eyes empty, but his voice filled with hatred. "The caster. I need to interrogate him personally." A bucket of cold water was splashed straight across the caster's face, jolting him awake. He coughed harshly and groaned. Jason's shout rang out. "Wake up!" The man glared furiously, but when he saw the tall figure before him, he gave up and said, "Why, your majesty?" The emperor glared darkly at the worm on the ground, his fury seemingly at its peak. The despicable caster sneered. "You look exactly the same as 12 years ago." "Ah, is it because the royal family never ages, huh? Hey!" Suddenly, he raised his voice. "I lost my power, my organization, even my youth because of you," the emperor said coldly. "I did not come here to listen to your nonsense." His gaze turned vicious. "Now, tell me what curse you placed on my daughter." The man looked surprised. "Your daughter? What are you talking about?" "That whore." Then, as if he suddenly understood, he curled his lips into a devilish smile. "Oh!" He let out a horrible, cackling laugh. "Ah, that girl? The one pretending to be a princess? Right. She only dyed her hair." His laughter went on and on. "Wonderful. The main target was the princess, but a prince is even better." Ah. A green aura was already flickering around the emperor. It seemed he was about to unleash his anger. But before he could act, the man's laughter was cut short. Smack! Jason, beside himself with rage, punched him hard. The man's front teeth flew out at once. He groaned. "Aff." Deep inside, Jason seemed as if his soul had been hollowed out. The caster collapsed heavily to the floor and cried out, "That hurts." Jason knelt near his face. "The necklace." He snatched the necklace away. Jason questioned him, though it sounded more like a statement. "You placed the curse on the princess's necklace." Without waiting for a reply, Jason stood up and turned to the emperor. "We need to see the second prince and analyze it." The madman lying on the ground laughed again. Sitting up, he said smugly, "Even if you analyze it, you'll never find a way to break it. All your effort will be wasted." But with blood still smeared across his face from the punch and his shoulders trembling in pain, he looked like a ridiculous joke. Completely unaware of his situation, he boldly shouted, "Damn Emperor!" The emperor calmly asked, "Is all of this because you hold a grudge against me?" A creak sounded as the door opened. The emperor continued, "Sleep well. What if I leave you with people who bear grudges against you?" Behind him, footsteps echoed. Thud, thud. Saheera strode in fiercely, followed by Leah, Sarah, and Len. The man paled in horror and muttered, "All of these people, their eyes are full of hatred." It was as if they were boring 1,000 holes into the vile bastard's body. Saheera said, "The princess sent us. Children first." Purple magic flowed out, and gloom filled the room. Saheera continued, "Now the kids are safe. I know what I need to let out." Hatred showed clearly on the beautiful youth's face. "If I get my revenge now, there's nothing to regret, right? At least until you start talking." The caster trembled in fear, mouth hanging open, cowardly as a rat. Then Saheera suddenly remembered something and turned his head. "Right. Leah, Sarah, Lynn, you three go outside. I don't want you seeing this." Bang! The door shut. Saheera glanced back one more time to make sure. Outside, miserable screams rang out from behind the door. Leah spoke up. "Your Majesty," she said, "please allow us a chance to repay you for helping us." The emperor looked puzzled. Right now, Leah, Sarah, and Lynn knelt and said sincerely, "Please let us investigate Sealand magic. We may be able to help." A fragment of dark memory appeared, along with shattered objects scattered across the floor. A thought surfaced: short arms, tiny hands. An angry woman raised a glass high. Just as expected, the woman smashed the glass. The childish thoughts surfaced again. Whenever Mother went mad, she threw glass wine bottles at me. Confusion filled her mind as pale, white hands appeared before her. What happened after that? Arian stared blankly at her outstretched hands without saying anything. Then a voice asked, "Arian, do you want some more tea?" Looking toward Aegon, she wondered to herself. Aegon said we're already 16, so why can't I remember anything? When she did not answer, he asked again, "Arian, should I ask Hagen to bring you more tea?" His figure before her suddenly became blurry, and she grew more unsettled. But then she widened her eyes in dazed confusion and suspicion toward herself. Who am I? Elsewhere in the palace at that same moment, the emperor hesitantly asked, "She'll forget who she is, too." Leah stood straight before him and answered, "At first, only part of the memory disappears, but afterward they even forget who they are." Her words threw both the Emperor, Jason, and Alex into anxious confusion. She recalled that time when she could no longer control herself and acted only according to the orders of the one controlling her. In the end, they become living dolls. They can't control themselves and attack others on command. In that state, we were brainwashed into obeying, lost our reason, and became puppets in Saiyan's hands. After hearing that, Alex could not help exclaiming, "He cursed your sense of self and then used brainwashing magic to turn you into puppets? That's cruel." Leah also remembered the time when she and the others met Saiyan as children. When we encountered him, dark magic was pouring out of the necklace. Once that magic touched us, all of our memories gradually began to disappear. That made Jason cry out in alarm. The necklace? This happened to Aryan too. He remembered Saiyan maliciously unleashing that evil energy and how it had struck Aryan directly. Alex held the necklace in his hand and said, "This necklace is the source of everything." Then Sarah said, "There's one more thing." She added more about Saiyan's dark curse. Even though it was our first time coming into contact with it, it somehow felt very familiar. That made the Emperor a little curious, and he asked, "Very familiar?" She answered at once, "That's right. How do I put it?" With her vivid imagination, she described it. It was like meeting your half-brother, but he looks exactly like what your father would look like 25 years later. Her explanation left Leah and Lin staring in shock, while the Emperor, Alex, and Jason could only laugh awkwardly and fall silent. After a moment, Lin said in embarrassment, "What kind of comparison is that?" Leah gave a few awkward laughs, while Sarah calmly insisted, "See, it's super easy to understand." Alex continued, "All right, that's a pretty good clue. Seelan has been using it for 11 years. Lightning appeared in his hand and cracked the gem on the necklace. Now then, I suppose we should break it, right?" Back with Aryan, as she sat in dazed confusion, a voice suddenly startled her. "Aryan, Aryan." She looked up with lifeless eyes and said nothing, while Aegon asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Were you listening to me?" Her vacant gaze fixed on him as she murmured, "Again." Then suddenly she seemed to come back to herself, and her eyes regained a little of the liveliness of the living. Seeing that, Aegon asked with concern, "You're all right, aren't you?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Her condition left him at a loss for words. Then he suddenly avoided her gaze and asked, "Good. The most recent thing you remember is getting hit by a glass wine bottle, right?" She seemed surprised that he knew that, but she quickly answered, "Yes." The image of the shattered wine glass on the floor surfaced again, along with the question, "And you don't remember anything after that?" Clear confusion appeared on Aryan's face, and she softly said, "No, I don't remember anything. I am sorry." Hearing that, Aegon quickly reassured her, "There's nothing to apologize for. None of this is your fault." As she answered him, her eyes blinked repeatedly. "Yes." Then she said, "I'm so sleepy." Seeing that, he replied, It's time to sleep. Let's go to bed." She immediately answered, "Yes, brother." After helping her onto the bed, he gently tucked the blanket around her. Suddenly, she said in alarm, "Brother Aegon, don't leave me alone." Helplessly, he knelt beside the bed, stroked her hair, and said gently, all right, I'm still here." Aryan's eyes slowly began to close, and she thought, "If you stay here, I think I won't forget who I am." A moment later, she shut her eyes tightly. Even as her consciousness sank into darkness, one thought remained in her heart. "I'm so scared." Elsewhere, the gem in Saiyan's necklace split wide open, revealing something small, black, and glossy inside. A careful hand in a white glove slowly picked it up. Alex examined it closely and pondered. Jason, seeing this, asked, "What is that?" Alex replied with a serious expression, "Jason, go find Sir Sidwell." The gravity in his voice made Jason stare blankly in confusion. "I need him to appraise this." A little later, Sidwell held the shiny black object in his hand and declared, "I'm certain this is a fragment of a divine dragon scale." Hearing that, the Emperor asked in confusion, "A dragon?" Alex could only laugh helplessly, while Sidwell added, "And not just any dragon. It belongs to the Black Dragon clan." Only then did the Emperor ask, "What should we do with it now?" Alex wondered, could we ask that dragon? Meanwhile, Leah, Len, and Sarah were all staring with their mouths open, shocked and excited. A dragon's scale? But Sidwell answered Alex's question helplessly. "What are you saying? Dragons no longer exist in this age." Jason asked curiously, "Can't you talk to them?" Sidwell replied, speechless. "Do you know where they are?" And when two dragons meet, they either fight or simply pass each other by. Nothing good ever comes from putting two or more dragons together. Hearing that, Jason sneered in irritation. "Right. They're a bunch of fools." Mocked like that, Sidwell snapped angrily, "I heard that, you insolent brat." After that, Alex turned to Leah and asked, "Do you know anything else?" She answered sadly, "Not really. Forgive me." Then Alex quietly called to the Emperor, "Father." Hearing him, the Emperor turned and looked at him questioningly. "Yes." Alex voiced his opinion. "If we're talking about dragons, there's only one person knowledgeable enough to help us." The Emperor agreed. "I was thinking the same thing." At this point, Alex had no other choice. But he did not know that outside the castle, someone was already waiting. This is going to be troublesome, but in a situation like this, I'll have to call him. Jason immediately realized who the two of them meant. "You mean Edward?" Sidwell, meanwhile, looked rather pleased with Alex's suggestion. "Wow," Len said in alarm. "The two royal families of two different kingdoms. This isn't just a national issue anymore." Sarah calmly remarked, "This is amazing." Sidwell volunteered without hesitation, "I'll go call Edward myself." No sooner had he spoken than the window flew open, leaving Len and Leah stunned. He rose in the air and looked back as he promised, "I'll be back soon." Faced with this sight, Len asked in shock, "You can fly?" The Emperor said coolly, "Thank you, Sidwell." Sarah, still full of curiosity and excitement, blurted out, "That's incredible." Sidwell reassured them, "Come now, please don't worry. I can handle it myself." Across the star-filled night sky, Sidwell's smug voice rang out, "We'll be seeing each other again very soon, Edward." In his own castle, Edward sat calmly reading a book, unaware of what was about to come for him.